continue on with the civilian folks.
Atlanta Air Show spokesman Chris Dorado says the Full Throttle Formation team based in Peachtree City will headline this year's event at Atlanta Regional Airport Falcon Field. Ticket holders who come out will get complimentary admission to next year's event featuring the U.S. Navy Blue Angels. Cheryl Castro, 95.5 WSB.
71 degrees in Atlanta, dropping into the low 50s overnight. Will it stay cool tomorrow? Meteorologist Christina Edwards has Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up. We have new information today on the Paulding County Elementary School student who died during a field trip. Authorities in Polk County say the 6-year-old girl was found unresponsive in a pool. She was part of a group from McGarity Elementary School visiting Carlton Farms in Rockmart. A staff member noticed one of the kids missing. She was later found in a pool beside a residence. The GBI says its medical examiner's office would conduct an autopsy. The escaped inmate from New Orleans captured in Atlanta yesterday will not fight extradition back to Louisiana. 28-year-old Derek Groves appears before a judge in Fulton County today.
And do you want to challenge extradition, or do you want to return to Louisiana?
I don't want to return where I'm from.
You want to go back to Louisiana?
Yeah.
Okay.
Louisiana authorities are now working on the logistics to bring Groves back. Groves had been on the run since May when he and 9 other inmates escaped. He was finally caught after a standoff in southwest Atlanta. A deal for peace in the Middle East. Israel and Hamas agreed to pause their 2-year war, and Hamas will release the remaining hostages in exchange for Palestinian prisoners. President Trump says a lot of countries helped to make this happen.
And the amazing thing is all of the countries over there, from Qatar to Saudi Arabia to UAE to all of them, I mean, the rich ones, the less than rich ones, they've all come together, something which is amazing, actually.
The president says all of the remaining hostages should be released by Monday or Tuesday. Gwinnett County Fire and Emergency Services is getting 3 new ambulances.
These ambulances will operate as peak time transport units during the department's busiest 12-hour period, providing increased flexibility in service delivery as needed.
Fire Chief Fred Cephas says the vehicles should be added to the fleet in December. It comes at a cost of $1 million, nearly half of which will be paid for from the 2017 SPLOST program. It is now 3:03. The Von Hessler Doctrine begins in less than 2 minutes. Right now it's live team coverage of traffic and weather in the 24-hour traffic center. It's Alex Williams.
Rough ride on the south side for the afternoon, Bill. Been dealing with the crash 75 southbound before Terra Boulevard exit 235. At least one right lane blocked. You're slow back to Central Avenue. Earlier crash 285 southbound, the outer loop, Camp Creek Parkway exit 2. That is cleared. Everything back open there. Still got this trouble in the right lane on the south side perimeter. This is over in DeKalb, 285 northbound, the outer loop, I-20 exit 46. Cones are out in that right lane, and it's already slowed the ride back before Boulder Crest, now from I-675. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. Partly to mostly cloudy today, breezy and staying cool. Highs in the upper 60s to mid 70s. The northeast wind gusting 25 miles per hour. Lows tonight in the low 50s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, breezy, high 71.
Right now it's 70 in Alpharetta, 69 in Douglasville, and 70 in Hampton. More news at 3:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
These people just make noise and basically waste our time.
Dear members of the media and the public, I welcome you.
Live from the heart of Atlanta, Georgia, and beyond, Hour 1 of the Von Hessler Doctrine begins right now. Me? Oh, I am your lovable, huggable radio chat host, Eric Von Hessler. The other voices you hear are the Doctrinaires. Man of 1,000 voices, Tim Andrews. Lady of 184.7 characters, Autumn Fisher, scheduled to be back on Monday. We do have the man behind the glass, George Clark. And looky here, Jared Yamamoto is being celebrated and feted at his alma mater for being the greatest broadcaster to ever come out of, I always get it wrong, West
Georgia.
There you go.
Yeah.
And so in his stead, or his stead, at least for a little bit, we've got English Nick. And I also believe we have Greg Russ from the City of Large Tall Buildings.
That is correct.
Dubai.
Ackworth?
If I had accepted the producing job, I would have been the handsomest producer in all of Producery by a long shot.
Yes, you were.
The best
yes,
mustachioed as well.
Exactly. Well, back then he was not. But I did offer you the job as executive producer. The only problem was, along with it at the time, I said it's probably going to be about 2 years before we get our own show.
That was not. That was not.
I
the
know
concern.
you just didn't want to work with me. I know. Listen, I know.
No. I still made the right choice, knowing what these salaries are.
No. I understand that. Listen, don't be bringing up money. You're gonna start a show with money.
He ain't kidding.
You don't talk religion, politics, or money. Isn't that what they say in mixed company?
Or
This guy
sports sometimes.
Well, I love that. I defy my.
I find sports to be very divisive in a room when I'm hosting karaoke sometimes.
Well, it can be because
you get the Dog fans on one side, the Bama fans on the other, and then whoever else is in the middle, and it's a real mess.
It really is. So you just don't want to bring that up.
I don't want to bring it up.
Not mixed company. I don't know what that means. What kind of company isn't mixed?
Is that like mixed nuts?
It is.
Well, everybody agrees on the same thing. That might not be a mixed crowd.
Well, maybe company, any kind of company is going to be somewhat mixed.
Sure.
I would think. But that's neither here nor
thither.
There. I didn't want to say
going
that,
back to mixed nuts.
Oh, right.
The Brazil nut. That's the only place I ever see the Brazil nut. Like you can get cashews on their own.
Walnuts.
All the other nuts, the walnuts, the almonds,
the pea.
You buy those on their own, but the Brazil nut, that's only in the mixed nuts.
No, you can get them at Sprouts.
Oh,
in bulk.
Is this something that is that you know for a fact?
Oh,
Have you
yes.
yourself gone to Sprouts and bought said
they're
Brazil nuts?
They're very good for helping to create swimmers.
Okay.
Brazil nuts.
Okay, all right.
Do you know what swimmers are?
I do know what they are, and that's why I'm pivoting. And for heaven's
I'm
sakes,
sorry. I'm sorry, Eric.
It is
for
your
bringing
fault.
That up.
It is your fault.
Ultimately,
you knew.
my fault.
You. I don't know if you knew or not.
I didn't know.
Technically,
Of course.
if you want to get technical about this, Eric said the word mixed, which started that whole conversation.
Yes.
Mixed company, mixed nuts.
Well, listen, my name's on the marquee, so if it goes right or wrong, it's on me. It's on me. So I will I will both eat it and own it.
Oh.
So
but they are tasty.
They are tasty, and that's all. It's as far as I want to go in my thinking about Brazil nuts. The input process. That's the only way I want to think about the Brazil nuts. So I wanted to say to you, Greg Russ, because although you are in NYC, the big city, the Big Apple, you are still. I know the people that you live around probably don't like to admit this, but you are part of a greater state, and that is called New York State. And
that is correct. Though many people say we should secede from the state.
Well, many people from where I come from, Western New York, would love for that to happen because they just see a lot of their tax dollars going down there. That's what I always heard growing up. But I don't want to get political. I want to let you know that there's a new survey out about which states have the best mental health. And I found this to be, as somebody who was from New York State and whose family has been in New York State family for generations now, I found it very, very strange that number one, supposedly, in mental health out of all 50 states is the one you reside in, reluctantly, New York State. I don't know
Interesting.
that. I'll get to that. First of all, Georgia's 37.
Oh, come on.
Doesn't make it. But then I started thinking about it because I didn't have time to actually read the whole article. I started thinking about it.
To surmise.
Well, I know how these things are done. It's not a little bit of it is like, how do you feel? How people? How do you feel? But that's only one part of it, and a lot of it will be like how much mental health care dollars are there? How many? All these kind of things that don't. Maybe they add up to better mental health. What it really means is there's more mental health facilities there. Now, are most people with mental health problems in New York State taking advantage of that? I don't think that that's necessarily a part of this. Mm-hmm. It's like when they talk about like, the best cities or whatever, and part of it is like how many green spaces. Even in those cities, 85% of the people don't use the green spaces, but it's still a part of how it is. So that would be my guess, is that New York State probably has more like government dollars that go for it. I don't think it's really...
And also the city itself, with a large population, psychoanalysis has been a big thing here for decades.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Go back to the Woody Allen films.
Yep, absolutely.
I think, when I used to go to my therapist's office on Saturday mornings, I'd have to go through Greenwich Village. That's where the building was. And there would quite often be tour groups, people being shown around the neighborhood, told the history. And I had this thing in my mind where I'm walking to go see my therapist, and the tour guide says, and there's a New Yorker going to therapy. And everyone's like, oh, wow, I got the real experience. I got the real New York experience.
You haven't had the New York experience if you haven't attended a therapy session in the city of New York. People I believe in therapy. I myself personally, I consider myself my own therapist. I know people will be yelling at me.
You self-therapize is what
you're saying. I do. I think about it a lot. I'm self-aware. I think about, I know when I'm in a funk. I know when I'm doing well. So I think therapy is I don't want to talk down therapy. I think it's helped an awful lot of people. But I do wonder the kind that you're talking about, New York City.
Psychoanalysis.
It's like twice a week, once a week.
Yeah.
People have been doing it for 30 years. Like, what? Are you never done? Are you fixed? Are you what? And I'm not talking about people who are clinical. I'm talking about people who are just like.
You're talking about Freudian type of sit down, analyze.
The talking therapy, as they say. And I wonder if it's just like led to a city of just very self-centered people who are constantly thinking about themselves. And
there are people who work it into the routines, because I stopped going. I had gone for 6-7 years, and I had a discussion with my therapist. And she said, all right, I think we're at a point where, we've done good work here. I feel as though you're good to go. You can continue to come if you want, because some people make it part of the routine. Some people just continue to check in, or, you can just stop coming for now. And then if you ever need to come back, obviously you can. So people do work into the routine. I agree with you. I got to the point, I was like, sometimes you go in and you have nothing to talk about, and that in itself becomes the point of discussion in the therapist's office. And you think, what am I doing? I'm making up situations in my life to bring to therapy now. I think that's when you know that you're probably good and can take a break.
I'm glad it's that way, because when you were discussing it, I thought to myself that it kind of sounded like you were fired by your therapist, which would ignite a new round of needing therapy, I would think. Might be a way to kind of, if you know you're about to lose somebody because you fixed them, then you try to get rid of them, and they're like, well, they feel abandoned.
Yeah.
And then to come back next week and start working on the abandonment issues, perhaps.
I think a goal for a lot of people in therapy, the kind that Greg did, the kind that I did, is to reach where you feel comfortable being able to, know those things about yourself.
Yeah.
Where you don't need to sit down and talk to somebody.
You can actually take the action you need to work it out. Yeah.
So I know you've done it, Greg, Autumn. Nick, any?
Yeah, I'm having some therapy.
Oh, doing a little therapy. Is it good? Working for you?
It was couples therapy.
Oh.
Like, it's just stuff to, make the relationship improve, maybe.
I think therapy is a good thing. I've never known. In my couple life, Jane and I will be together, I think 39 years in April. And there's never been a moment in that 39 years where either one of us was walking out the door or something like that. That's never gotten to that.
That's not the reason that we got involved.
No, I know that. I'm just saying that. I just want to lay that on the table. But obviously, over 38, 39 years, there have been moments. And usually, for me, it's just like, okay, it's probably because I'm being a jerk about something. So okay, I'll stop doing it. Wait, is that about? Okay, I'll stop doing that. And then I don't, because, I know people have gone to couples therapy before. And I think that there's a little trick that they play to get the dude into it. I think the way and it's not like set up between the wife and the therapist or anything, because it surprises the wife too. But I think that, or girlfriend, and so you go in, this is what I know anecdotally from my friends who've done couples therapy. You go in and the wife assumes that right from day one, this is going to be great because the therapist is going to agree with her and we're going to get this guy straight. And then the therapist throws a twist in there. And so the first time you visit, the therapist is very open to what the husband or the boyfriend is saying, and it kind of surprises the girlfriend or the wife. And then that gets the boyfriend or the husband to buy in. And then you're done for the next few sessions. It's all about but you got to get the guy to buy in, right? Guys are going to be a little more difficult to get in than most women are. And so I think that's a little twist that they do, is they surprise the wife by, listening to the guy. Hey, well, maybe there is something like that. Then the guy's like, hey, this isn't so bad. I'm coming back next week. Then the hammer drops. Then you find out it's you.
In my experience, it goes both ways.
Yes.
There's times.
But what happened in the first one?
No, not that.
Okay.
No, it was an equal thing.
Yeah.
But I think it goes both ways, in my opinion.
Well, listen, I think therapy
It's a healthy
works,
situation.
especially in a secular world. I think therapy is important. People used to, get this from their local pastor, priest. Confession is really kind of a
Sure.
form of Freud's talking therapy. Get it out, and then you're given a solution. It's like, like I've been naughty or whatever, or I was mean or, whatever it is, whether it's a petty little personal crime or whether it's something major. And then you don't know what to do with all these emotions. And then the priest says, okay, you do this, this many.
Novenas.
Is that the rosary bead thing? No, it's
Hail Mary. A lot of Catholic-
Hail Marys, and so you got to do that kind of thing, and then that's ritualistic. You go through that. If they say do it 38 times or whatever, you go through that, and then you feel like, okay, I did it, but I've also confessed it, and I've had a thing to do to get it out of my system. And I think when you get into a more secular world, there's less of that available to people. So
the Vatican encourages that. They encourage people to get degrees, and a lot of them, they like you to get a psychology degree so you can help with that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what it's all for. Now, it's like anything else. Some priests are probably better at it than others, the same as therapists. So I don't want people to think that I am getting down on therapy. I think it's very good for people, and I think people should do it. It's just not for me. I've never.
Well, it's become a weird badge of identity these days. You do
Like
have people on
everything.
dating apps who say, if you're not in therapy, don't even bother swiping right on me, which is strange.
Yeah, that's a good thing. It's like, thank you for giving me that piece of information. I just learned a lot about you through that little piece of information. So in a way, it's kind of protecting the person who's not in therapy.
Yes, it's also drawing a huge conclusion without knowing a person
Yeah.
that they're not open to self-improvement because they aren't in therapy. Like, that's what you're saying. Well, if you're not in therapy, then clearly you're closed off to this stuff, and I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah, well, that's the way.
Get
people,
over yourself.
Yeah, because plenty of people could feel the way Eric does, which is I can work this out myself, or we can work this out ourselves.
Yeah, that's the way that I feel, but I think that that's unique, and I'm sure that there's something I could learn from I think that one of the reasons I've been doing radio and being in front of audiences since the late 80s, well, mid 80s, really. And to a certain degree, yes, I'm an old person. To a certain degree, been kind of known by the people around me, by whatever little circle that is, right? And then that circle got a little bigger and a little bigger as time went on. Not never huge, but a little bit bigger. And I've always had this paranoia because I can't believe that therapists are the only people alive that don't gossip. And so, like, if my whole thing is I'm going to go to a therapist and they're going to be at a party and say, hey, I like that show. Oh, you like that guy, huh? Come over here. Yeah. Let me tell you a thing or two about that guy.
Much, the professional thing.
I know.
Yeah,
I
it's not gonna happen.
know.
HIPAA.
I know.
Yeah.
I know that. I know that. But I have this thing in the back of my mind.
If not to everybody, maybe their spouse or something like that.
Yeah, at least to the spouse. Yeah. And then how good is the spouse at keeping it? And then the neighbor knows.
Or to their own therapist, because a lot of them go to therapy.
Maybe they can get that. So what's bothering you, Jim? It seems like, I never should have accepted being a therapist for my favorite radio host. The things that I'm finding out about this guy. I can't even listen and enjoy it anymore. I mean, I know what's going on underneath, and it's not good. I mean, he's smiling and he's laughing, but I worry about him. And just like that, information's going to get out there. So I thought
I question some therapists, knowing people who became therapists and the things that they did in their lives before they became therapists, like smashing in the back windshield on your car because you broke up.
Is she a
It kind of blows
therapist?
my mind. It kind of blows my mind. It's like, oh, that person is now walking other people through life,
She's
helping
a
them, guiding
therapist.
them.
Now, listen, that was a two-way street. You were both crazy in that relationship.
That's fair,
but
I
you're
didn't
not
become a
therapist.
therapist.
Yeah, you're not a therapist. So you're telling me that girl from that relationship, that lady, that woman from that relationship, is now a therapist.
Yes.
The one who showed up mad at you, I am sure, for good reason, because I knew you back then.
Valid.
A valid reason.
Yeah.
But you don't expect that your therapist in their past took a baseball bat and smashed out the back window of their boyfriend's car. That's interesting.
You wouldn't expect that, but also maybe that's the kind of person who at some point looks at themselves and says, oh boy, I got to figure some things out. And that sets them on the path to become a therapist, and they could actually be a good therapist.
Perhaps,
But
perhaps she was cured by therapy herself, and that's what got her interested in helping others.
I've heard from people who are therapists that part of the reason they got involved in therapy was by hearing other people's problems also helps them work out their own. And so
does smashing out a windshield.
It's certainly cathartic. We can't say that it's not cathartic. My wife, people are often rely on my wife, and she's into it.
Well, Jane's a good talker and a good listener, I feel like.
People will just kind of unload their stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm not so great at, unload your baggage, on me. I'm kind of like, just know this, man, I care. And I really do. I really do care about people, and I want them to do well. But I don't have I can't listen to people. After a while, it's just bitching and moaning to me.
Part of you doesn't want to carry their weight, right?
There's that. Like I do have my own things.
Were you always like that, or did you get that way as you got older? Because I used to listen a lot and share a lot, but as I got older, I'm like, okay, well, good luck.
Well, because you realize that, first of all, as you get older, you realize that most of the advice you give will not be taken. So what are we doing here? And I know you're a confidant. Now, there are people who are so close to you that I don't think it counts as therapy. There's some people who are just so close as friends. That's a confidant. And you're there for them.
It's like family,
yeah. But you get one circle out from there. And my patience gets a little, but I do care. I mean, I really do care. And sometimes I'll just sort of sit there and listen. But the next time I see you, I don't want to start our therapy session all over again, just because the last time, I don't want to become that person because then there's a part of me that I can't help. And I don't know. I think sometimes I'm right. Sometimes I'm wrong, but I can't tell the difference. I just always
maybe it's not even right or wrong.
Hold on. I just want to say to the person, stop complaining. Get off your ass. Oh, you don't like your life being like that? Well, okay, here's the thing. Next boyfriend, next girlfriend, whoever we're talking about, don't go for the same type. And how about you start getting some agency and do something about it? And I know that that's not the good thing that you want to hear from somebody who you're leaning on.
But there's truth in it.
Yes.
There is definitely truth in it. The reason I went to therapy was personal relationships, more specifically romantic relationships, because after 9 of them, I realized I'm the common denominator here.
Yep.
And I need to start looking at that. Now, I could have complained about it, and somebody could have given me that advice that you're talking about. Hey, it's you. Maybe you should look at that, and told them to shut up. There was a point in my life I would have done that. I deal with this at work, though, too, as a manager.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, people come to me, and there's one person in particular who wants a promotion, and she's asking me what the things I think and what she needs to do, and you're honest, and then you're met with, I hear you, but, and then they just justify everything that they've been doing that you told them they should probably stop doing.
In the past, if you really wanted to move up in the company, I think, not in the past, but if you have a good chance of moving up through a company, and you want to play that game, then you just look at a session like that and go, okay, I just got a bunch of information about how they're perceiving me, right? And if I still care about moving up through the company, that's all that matters. How do they perceive me? And then you don't have to rationalize anything. You could do one of two things. You can walk out of that meeting and say, you know what, maybe I shouldn't work here. It's not really the place where, but if I do want to keep playing the game of rising up,
take the advice.
Probably the best thing to do is just, what the 3 or 4 points that person, that manager made to me, I should just walk in tomorrow and start delivering on those things. And right? But there's a
big thing is it shouldn't be like that. Well, it is. That's the way it is. Yes. We can argue. You're right. It shouldn't be like that, but this is the way it is. So if you want to advance in this environment, you got to play the game.
I have said that. I've said that, I think, in my radio career. I think maybe to some of the people on this show from time to time. I know I have said it to family members before. When it just gets too much, I'm just like, listen, I didn't invent the world. Why are you coming down on me? This isn't my idea. I'm just trying to get along just like everybody else. So you want some advice from me? I'll tell you how I got along and how I navigated this nonsense. But I didn't invent the world. So I don't think I should be taking the brunt of all of your pain, quite frankly. And is this a person who's in their 20s or 30s by any chance?
Early 30, 31.
Yeah, I think that's another thing, is that's got to be something off the helicopter parenting, whatever, just
society in general.
You're not getting your kids ready for the real world, which is brutal. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much poetry you wrap around all these things. When you step out of that front door and you are in the real world is what you have to deal with. And I don't know that all this helicopter parenting is actually preparing people for the real world, because almost everybody you meet doesn't know you and doesn't give a damn about what your priorities are or what your goals are. And you got to be cool with that in getting through that and getting to where you want to get in an otherwise pretty cold world, because you're not, how are you going to get everybody to care about you? You're not. So swallow that, and tomorrow morning when you walk out the door, know that, okay, that's not part of the plan anymore. Everybody understanding me, my wants and my needs. If I don't want to be successful, I can keep on doing that. But if I do want to be successful, I have to understand that the people who don't know me don't give a damn about me. And, oh, wait a minute, look in the mirror. I don't give a damn about them either. So it's really something that I should have been able to figure out on my own. We'll be back after. I don't know why I feel like I have to say that here. I never do. But I just want to let people know that this is not the end of the show. We will be back.
October is here, and this is a perfect month for home comfort. Dave Baker for Coolray Heating and Cooling. See, in October, it'll still get plenty warm during the day, but it will get cool at night. So with the purchase of a complete Carrier system, Coolray's offering up to $2,250 back in rebates and free installation. That's heat, cool, and free installation. Get a jump start on keeping your home comfortable. Book your appointment online today at Coolray.com. Coolray and Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Attention men, does ED and PE have you down? Well, great news. Choice Men's Health has the latest breakthrough treatments that can get you up and running. Meet the specialist who is dedicated to helping you perform better than ever in the bedroom.
Hi, I'm Dr. Katz, Chief Medical Director at Choice Men's Health. Our custom treatment plans have a 98% success rate at improving ED and PE on your very first visit, even if Viagra and Cialis have failed. Regardless of your age and medical history, we are here and dedicated to help you regain your love life.
Don't wait. Call Choice Men's Health now. We are so confident we can help. For a limited time, we're offering to cover your first treatment for free. Call 404-400-1170. Call now to claim your free treatment. 404-400-1170. Results guaranteed on your first visit, or it's free. 404-400-1170. Choice Men's Health, the only choice for your health.
Hi, it's Dale with TrustDale.com, and for over a decade, I've trusted America's best choice for windows, doors, sidings, and decks. And with their 3-way warranty, including my $10,000 Make It Right guarantee, you can invest with confidence.
That's right, Dale. America's Best Choice offers highest quality, energy-efficient windows and special pricing on custom decks. We also offer beautiful siding, doors, and now roofing, all with no pressure, no gimmicks. Visit abcwind.com for your free in-home estimate. America's Best Choice. Quality you can trust, prices you can afford.
EMC Security.
When an alarm goes off at your home, every second counts. With EMC Security's remote video monitoring, once your alarm is triggered, our team can instantly monitor cameras you give us access to, assess the situation, and send appropriate information to first responders. Get real peace of mind whether you're home or away. Get a free quote on video monitoring today at emcsecurity.com.
EMC Security. Smart protection for a safer tomorrow.
Hey, if you're bringing some friends over to tailgate this fall or cook out or having the family for Thanksgiving later, do what I've just done and call Wise Guys Pro Wash. They've gotten my house and driveway, my patio spotless, even the wooden gates out back. They even cleaned the roof, and I didn't even have to be there. The crew used the top equipment in the industry in their soft wash and kept my home safe and damage-free. You call them. First-time customers mention my name, Chris Chandler, and book now to get $70 off your first wash at wiseguysprowash.com.
Fall is here, and with it comes cool air and heavy rains. All that moisture doesn't just smell bad, it affects the air your family breathes and even your home's foundation. Hi, I'm Jeremy, owner of American Crawl Space Solutions, and we believe in a needs-based approach, recommending only what your crawl space truly needs. No high-pressure sales tactics and no price increase just because you don't commit today. American Crawl Space Solutions, your best value in crawl space repair.
American Crawl Space Solutions, foundations too.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News, weather,
traffic,
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 3:30, I'm Bill Caiaccio. News is sponsored by Vincent Financial. Our top local story, it is all new this half hour. DeKalb County Superintendent of Schools Dr. Devon Horton faces a federal indictment. The charges are for acts he allegedly committed while working as superintendent of District 65 in Illinois. A statement from the district there says they are deeply troubled and angered by these allegations. The district says it's reviewing the specifics of the indictment. The DeKalb County School District says it is aware of the federal indictment and has no further comment at this time. President Trump says he expects all the remaining hostages in Gaza to be released next week as part of a peace deal between Israel and Hamas. CBS's Aaron Navarro reports the president is hopeful the deal brings lasting peace to the region.
The president said he'd like to be in Egypt for a separate signing ceremony for this deal, while also noting that hostage release will happen next Monday or Tuesday. Should that line up, it would not be surprising to see President Trump there in some capacity.
The only Jewish member of the Georgia legislature is weighing in on the breakthrough peace plan between Israel and Hamas.
This couldn't be a more hopeful time for Jews around the world and for Israelis of all religions.
State Representative Esther Panich says she hopes once the hostages are home, the country will be able to heal. A suspect accused in a murder in Atlanta almost a year ago is arrested in New York City. 32-year-old Rashad Wilson is awaiting extradition to Atlanta. He's charged with murder and possession of a knife during a felony in connection with the stabbing death of a 37-year-old man last October on Metropolitan Parkway. On day 9 of the government shutdown, Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene is speaking out against Republican leadership on Capitol Hill. On CNN, Greene says she's concerned about rising health care costs if Affordable Care Act tax credits go away.
It's not just ACA recipients whose premiums are going to skyrocket very soon. It has been a disaster for many Americans across the board.
A new Washington Post poll shows 47% of Americans blame Republicans in Congress for the shutdown. It is now 3:32. It's time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. In the 24-hour traffic center, it's Alex Williams.
Making some progress on the south side, Bill. Looks like that crash. They're trying to get it out of that right lane. 75 southbound, Terra Boulevard exit 235. Still seeing the brake lights back up into Hateville from Central Avenue. Road work is wrapping up a little late, but wrapping up nonetheless out of the right lane. 75-85 north between Langford Parkway and University Avenue. Regardless, it stays slow for the ride up toward Midtown. Southbound already looking at about 27 minutes. Leaving Lennox Road and Buckhead down toward I-20. And 85 north out of DeKalb and Gwinnett, that's already a full house from 285 up to Indian Trail Road, exit 101 in Norcross. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
This is WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. Partly to mostly cloudy this afternoon, breezy and staying cool. Highs limited to the upper 60s to mid 70s. The northeast wind gusting 25 miles per hour. Clear and cool for tonight. Lows in the low 50s. Partly cloudy for tomorrow. High 71.
Right now, 74 in Duluth, 73 in Cartersville, 71 in Locust Grove. More news at 4 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
Whether it's a slip that ends in a slip disc, a trick knee that's holding you back, or shoulder pain hurting your game, you can count on Northside Hospital Orthopedics. With leading care in Georgia at convenient locations all across the state, we're here to get you back on your feet, no matter what comes your way. Because Georgia moves us, and we keep Georgia moving. Find a provider near you at northside.com/ortho. That's northside.com/ORTHO.
Scott Slade here to talk to you about your health, and I think it's real important to talk about what is most likely to kill you. Heart disease is the #1 killer of Americans, and the older we get, the more prevalent it is. But you can reduce your risk. Eat right, don't smoke, exercise, and be informed about what's going on in your own body. Like lots of potentially serious health problems, if you catch heart disease early, you vastly increase your chances of living a longer life. And that's where virtual imaging comes in. Virtual imaging scans take less than 10 minutes and screen with 98% accuracy for heart disease. Other scans, including brain and full body, are available too. Virtual imaging is locally owned and operated in Atlanta for over 15 years, so they can make you this terrific offer. A complimentary heart scan for you and your spouse with a few minimum requirements. So don't put this off. I've done it. Call Virtual Imaging today for your free heart scan. 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-7226. Or visit their website at virtualimagingatl.com.
At Ameris Bank, we know that it's never just business when it's your business. I'm Brian Parks, head of commercial banking in Atlanta for Ameris Bank. Whether your business is looking to optimize cash flow, improve your payment technology, or grow more quickly, my team and I are here and ready to help with a superior level of service smart banking technology, and local market expertise. I invite you to reach out to my team by visiting amerisbank.com/yourbusiness or a local branch near you. Ameris Bank, fiercely yours, member FDIC.
Dave Baker here for Artisan Custom Closets. Ever been looking for your favorite sweater only to find it in the bottom of the pile in your master closet, sitting on a wire rack, and when you put it on, you look like a waffle? Wouldn't be that way if you had Artisan Custom Closets upgrade your closets. Your clothes would remain beautiful all year. Schedule your free design consultation today with a certified master artisan designer at artisancustomclosets.com and reward yourself with affordable luxury over the holidays. artisancustomclosets.com.
Okay, we'll get. Maybe we should probably put that story in Toodle Pip.
Well, I can bring it up. Tim can talk about it.
Yeah, okay. I did mention. I did want to mention as I was walking, doing my little steps. I thought,
are they little steps?
Well, they're larger steps.
Yeah,
but you know what I'm
larger
doing.
than mine.
Sure, certainly.
I'm 5'7". You're 6 what?
I have a stride.
You do have
I do have a stride. So one of your steps is probably 2 of my steps.
I would imagine so.
Something like that. But as I was walking, I thought to myself, this is kind of the thing that I love about this show that the audience may not realize, which is none of us knew that we were going to have a half-hour conversation about therapy before we started this show. No. I picked that story about mental health in the States like 2 seconds before we went on the air, and it turned into that. And I need things, I tell you something, and I'll tell you something. I need things to cling to the show these days because I have, boy, things are getting so weird in this country. I call it
getting.
Well, no, listen, the last couple of months, things have just gone into overdrive in the weird area. I mean, we have slipped out of reality. We've slipped into some kind of virtual reality, where everything is uncanny. They say uncanny valley, you're wearing the goggles, the Vision Pro or whatever, and it looks real, but I mean, everything. And there's a part of me, I'm being honest here, and I was talking to my wife about this today. There's a part of me where even though we do humor and everything, we're still kind of reflecting upon what's going on in the country and the world. And people can hate me for this. I'm just being honest. I don't understand. I cannot relate to what is going on in the country right now. I cannot relate to it. If people want to call me an idiot, say go to sleep for 10 years, you'll wake up and realize it was the greatest thing that ever happened. I don't believe that, but because part of what I don't relate to is it seems like so many people are in love with it, And so I saw this thing, and I do want to get to the Toodle Pips, and we're not going to spend a lot of time on these things because I don't want to ruin the show with it. Although I did want to say, so a lot of times where I'm thinking about maybe I'll just walk away. Like I can't relate to anything going on. So maybe it's time just to kind of shut it down. Not in a mean way, not in a temper tantrum, but just going, all good things come to an end. And maybe I'll do that. And I'm one of these people who always pushes my taxes to October 15th. Because in April, I believe October will never come because I'm a procrastinator. And so I'm having to go through my W-2s and stuff like that now. And then I saw the number. I saw the numbers in the W-2. And I said, well, any objective person would say that only an idiot would walk away from this over some kind of and so you got to keep plugging along. But there is a part of me that just I just cannot relate to this country. I'll give you one example that I was going to give is, that footage of that priest or pastor or whatever. Was that in Chicago or Portland? I get the two confused.
I think you said Chicago.
I think it's Chicago. And, the ICE people are on top of the building and the pastor's down on the ground. There's not that many protesters. No one is in danger. It's just not an out-of-control thing going on. And look, this might be the world's most annoying pastor or priest. I'll give it to you. Possibly this is the world's most annoying pastor. But what I want to, in my mind, the ICE agent and the pastor have one thing in common. They're both equal citizens of the United States of America. And I think it's still legal to protest in this country. And when I see, maybe he's the most annoying pastor of all time, I don't know. but he's like holding his arms out like, I want to pray for your salvation or whatever. And one of these ICE agents just hits him right in the forehead with a pepper bomb, pepper ball, whatever those things are. And for me, it's like, why wasn't that guy immediately arrested? Like there was no need for that. There was no danger to that particular agent. And that was something that was done out of like, all right, check this out, pal. And I don't understand why that person wasn't immediately arrested, because that person was in zero danger at that time. So, and it's like, well, am I going to come on every day and be that guy on the radio? I don't know that that's the reason I ever got into radio. I want to have fun. So it has occurred to me that maybe it is time, not in a temper tantrum, not in anything, just like we were just talking about therapy and understanding the world and just saying, things change and times move on. And sometimes people age and they just don't quite understand the world around them anymore. I think there's nothing wrong with that. I
think a lot of people are feeling exactly as you're feeling. So there's still a service to the show. They're just not vocal about it.
Because they're afraid.
They're becoming
afraid.
They're becoming less afraid, I think. But in general, yes, there's just been, I have too much to lose if I run my mouth about this stuff. I'm just not going to say anything. But people are tired.
How is that guy, and the Venezuelan boats thing, that's in my mind, you can hate me because you disagree with me. In my mind, that is a crime against humanity. That you can just kill people and say, well, we killed them for this reason, and then you never have to prove it. Human beings have a right to a day in court. They have a right to face the charges that are against them. And in my mind, if you disagree with that, you disagree with the founders. You're disagreeing with the founders. You're saying the founders were smart and all, but they didn't understand what the world was going to become.
They had pirates.
Yeah, the world is. It's just the implements and the technology that change. The issues in mankind, the human condition has always been the same. So yeah, they were facing things like, and look, they weren't saints either. But, they created this document, Constitution. I like it. Many people in America on the left and the right don't seem to be all that enamored with it anymore. And that's just another thing. But again, remember this. I did happen to be looking at my W-2s at the time, and I thought, boy, everyone's just going to say you're an idiot to walk away from this. But those are my genuine feelings, And this show probably is going to disappoint some people over the next year or so. Because I can't come in here and just complain about stuff every day. We're going to try to find the jokes and everything, but in my mind, what we're doing with Venezuela is, I just don't. I want to know what's going on in court. So you're telling me they put 11 people on a boat when they could have 5 and put more drugs on there? Like, why are there so many people on these small boats? Who are they? What are their names? What are the exact charges? They're narco-terrorists. Well, that's pretty general and vague, to just be murdering people. And that's what it is. It's murder. It's the world and the uncanniness of the world. It's when I see that kind of stuff, this country is like, it's like living inside of a Steven Seagal movie or something, those we see the people who are for this see those people on those boats as extras in a Steven Seagal movie. Like, you don't care about them. Like they were bad guys and they got blown up and whatever. And I just can't find anything in the Constitution that backs that. And I don't know where this guy Stephen Miller came from, and nobody voted for him. Nobody elected this guy. And we're living inside of his fantasy America. And and right now, as you're getting tired of me ranting and raving, this is not what I want my show to be. But as a person that grew up in this country, this is not sustainable. Something is going to crash here. We're either going to end up in a big ass war that we're all going to regret, very soon, or the markets are going to come tumbling down. Something. This is not sustainable a sustainable footing for a country all the way around, everything that's going on. The federal government at war with cities. Do I agree with a lot of the things? Do I think these cities have been well run? Do I think that they've been doing a good job protecting their citizens? No. But there is still this document called the Constitution, and you can't just call everything an emergency and say now we can do anything we want. And I saw a story today where the Senate refuses to get together. Like, I don't know, John Thune said, no, we're not going to vote on whether, we should stop killing these people on these boats. Well, what the hell does the Congress do for a living?
Yeah.
And I think everybody should say, okay, you not getting together means we're just going to assume that everyone in the Senate is 100% in favor of this. You can't just not go on the record. If you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice, wrote the great Neil Peart, if you're saying it correctly. All right, we will do some Toodle Pip when we come back. I'm done with the rant.
Washington at a standstill.
There are concerns about air safety with air traffic controllers calling out
The
sick.
federal government is closed.
The FAA says it is dealing with an increase in sick calls in some parts of the country from air traffic controllers.
What impact does it have on the people of Georgia?
Democrats are pushing for permanent Affordable Care Act subsidies.
What is it going to take to get back on track?
That should turn up the urgency and the necessity of the Democrats doing the right thing.
For the very latest, tune in often throughout the day. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's breaking news station.
If you're looking for an exceptional Swiss timepiece, visit Terra Fine Jewelry today. They have exceptional Swiss watches from Tag Heuer and the finest selection in Atlanta of pre-owned Rolex. It's where I've been shopping for over 25 years. Terra Fine Jewelry in Beaufort.
We are here with CFP Matthew Decker of the Vincent Financial Group and host of Retire ATL. And Matt, you've said that income is the outcome that matters the most in retirement. But what income streams require the most attention?
Yeah, so if you've got a pension or if you're living off of Social Security, you kind of know those income streams show up in your mailbox. That's mailbox money. It's almost like you're still working, and it doesn't really require that much attention. But most people that come into the office today, they are having to use their 401ks, their IRAs, SEP Simples, 403bs that are invested in the market to generate income. And anytime you're going to use a market-linked asset where you have to go in and decide when you're going to buy and sell to generate your income, it takes a ton more effort, energy, and attention to get that piece of the puzzle right. But it doesn't actually have to be that way.
So, Matt, the number one fear of adults in retirement is outliving their money. How do we get started building income today?
Well, you can get started today. You'd call us for a no-cost, no-obligation retirement roadmap. We want to build a GPS for you that's going to help navigate retirement, and it's going to have a focus on building and preserving income. 770-280-1488. We've got a representative standing by to talk to you right now. 770-280-1488. Our home office is in downtown Woodstock, but we are available across the metro Atlanta area to meet with you at a time and place that fits your schedule. Again, 770-280-1488 or online at retireatlradio.com.
The team at Vincent Financial Group want to help preserve your assets while building retirement income that lasts as long as you do. Call today for your complimentary retirement roadmap, 770-280-1488. And you can always get more at retireatlradio.com and join us for Retire ATL Sundays at 6 p.m. right here on WSB. Investment advisory products and services made available through Impact Partnership Wealth, LLC, IPW, a registered investment advisor. Neither the firm nor its agents or representatives may give tax or legal advice. Individuals should consult with a qualified professional for guidance before making any purchasing decisions.
When it comes to your home, quality is crucial. Trust the Plus. Painting Plus. The Plus means siding, gutters, windows, decks, porches, roofing, and of course, painting.
Hi, I'm Charlie, owner of Painting Plus and the Plus family of businesses. Quality comes first. We have the most experienced exterior craftsmen in the industry.
If your home's exterior has it, the Plus can improve it. Painting Plus. Siding, gutters, windows, decks, porches, roofing, and more. Trust the Plus. PaintingPlus.com.
We're having a party and you're invited. Join CenterWell Senior Primary Care for our free grand opening party. Come meet our care team and tour the new center. Plus, food, music, games, and more. Celebrate with CenterWell Woodstock on Thursday, October 16th at the corner of Bells Ferry Road and Eagle Drive from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Learn more at CometoCenterwellGeorgia.com. That's CometoCenterwellGeorgia.com. We'll see you soon.
It's still the greatest form of advertising, word of mouth. If we could bottle it and sell it, we'd be rich. But we can't. That's what keeps it honest. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons. From garage doors to entry doors to windows, for every opening of your home, we've got you covered. Talk to your neighbors. Chances are we've worked on their home. They'll tell you all about their 5-star experience with All Four Seasons. When trust matters, trust us. All, the number 4, seasonsgarages.com.
Fall is a busy time, and selling your home can be overwhelming. Get a guaranteed cash offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and sell your home stress-free and for the most money. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
All right, let's have a proper Toodle Pip or two before you have to leave, my friend.
This is from a site called Deadline.com. Amazon Prime Video quietly scrubs gunless James Bond artwork after online backlash. So they put up a poster. This one is of Sean Connery, Dr. No, 007. He's got his arms folded, and normally in his right hand there would be a gun.
They've actually airbrushed it out. And I think they did it with all of them.
Pierce Brosnan, too.
Yeah. And why? I mean, why?
He's still using the gun in the movie, right?
Yeah.
It's not like E.T. where they changed it to walkie-talkies.
Right. And it's not, by the way, movies, by and large, have gotten a billion times more violent since Dr. No. It's not as if we're living in a time where people just can't accept violence in movies. The violence in if you showed a Quentin Tarantino, if you got a time machine and showed a Quentin Tarantino movie to somebody even when did Dr. No come out, 62 or something like that? In 1962, they would probably vomit. Like they haven't even seen anything like that before.
Reservoir Dogs in the first 5 minutes, there's more guns and bullets than there is in all of the James Bond franchise.
Which is a lot of like what's going on now. It's a lot of talk, but in reality, we're actually getting more violent, more brazen. We're meaner to each other. There's all this talk about how everybody's supposed to be, hey, be kind and healthy at any size and all this kind of stuff. But meanwhile, we're just getting meaner and meaner. Everything's becoming more violent. But maybe we should just take the guns off the posters.
Yeah, that Last of Us show is one of the most woke shows ever made, but there's tons of guns and murder and shooting. And
it's graphic.
Yes,
it's graphic. But I don't know the story behind the story here. I don't know who at Amazon decided that this is the way they wanted to
go.
And it was in the UK only.
The British Bond fans were the ones who started kicking back on this.
Yeah, it's kind of just a
Sean Longmore took to X and he put up a picture of Pierce Brosnan as 007 GoldenEye. Missed opportunity to showcase some Q gadgets here, and Brosnan is holding a baguette. a full baguette.
Yeah, it's just, it defies logic.
Yeah.
I don't know who's in charge to make these, and also there's still guns in a lot of the posters for modern movies. So it's just silly. Why do people get so twisted about Bond? I mean, it's quaint at this point.
It was written that way.
Yeah, who's the enemy now?
Yeah,
because it was cooler when it was the Soviets and the KGB.
With the new Bond and everything, just go back in time and fight the Soviets again.
Yeah.
Like, just go back to the 60s. You can do a period piece.
Retcon it.
Yeah, I don't want to, everything doesn't have to be today.
Well, tech bros are the bad guys these days quite often.
Yeah.
Or at least variations.
Well, that worked in
kind of
Superman.
character.
Have you seen Superman? I thought that worked very well in Superman. Because they actually are the tech bros.
Yeah.
Who was that guy supposed to be? Musk? He didn't really look like Musk. He looked maybe
Bezos.
Yeah, Bezos. He's
but
kind
that's
of
how
a
Lex
combination
Luthor
of all.
looks. He's already bald. So I don't know if he was one specific person. I think they did a good job by not making it so clearly one person.
Sure. If he had, showed up with an Occupy Mars shirt on all the time, that would have been a little too much on the nose.
I think a lot of James Bond fans are worried now that Amazon has their clutches on the Bond franchise. Will it mean no guns in the new movie? I don't know.
No, not likely.
That.
Not likely.
No.
Well, but it's more likely just to mean that the real danger is, they got a great director. They got the guy who directed Dune and all that, Villeneuve or however you say his name. So he's a good director, and so you hope how he's going to have control. I think he's not going to say yes to not having control, because I think he's somebody who's used to having control.
I think
so that's a good thing. That's a good thing. The danger with it being an Amazon is that it gets Star Trek or Star Wars, like just seen as an IP, and what can we do? And let's do 17 shows on Amazon. Let's have a Q show, and let's have this show and that, and just water the whole thing down. I think that's the bigger danger. I think we're kind of out of the woke years pretty much right now. There'll be a little bit there. As you walk out of the woke years, we're going to end up, even though we're not woke, you'll be a little more woke than you were walking into the woke years. But I think the where everything had to be, identity and all that kind of stuff, I think we're past that. So there's going to be a little bit there. The real danger is that it just gets Star Trek or Doctor Who, or
diluted way too
just
much.
Diluted and just and too much about the thing that happened with Star Trek and Star Wars, I think, is especially Star Wars, is this complex lore that everybody's supposed to know. And like Marvel, make sure you watch the 17 shows on
they
whatever.
all tie in.
They all tie in. You're not going to understand the movie. It's like, just make a good 2-hour fun movie with these characters that we're familiar with. How hard is that? I mean, making a movie is hard, but I mean, that should be about as hard as it is. Got another one for us before we kick your ass out of here?
This is from the Times, darling. Taylor Humphrey, meet the woman who will name your baby for $30,000. She does this for celebrities and stars and stuff. She comes up with the name.
Do we need any more evidence that the gap between the rich and the poor has gotten much too large when some people can't afford cereal and others are paying somebody $30,000 to help them name their child?
Buy a lot of diapers with that.
Yeah. I mean, that's $30,000 that you didn't need. I'm sorry.
She has 100,000 followers on social media. She's helped about 500 families so far.
How dumb do you have to be to need help? You know what help is? Hey, you ask your people around your family, right?
Yes.
I remember when we were naming my youngest son. It was just like, we kind of talked about it for about a week or two, and we got one of those stupid books. And, just so you have something to, you just throw names out there. No. Yeah, and then you get to like 4 or 5 that you both kind of agree on, and then you zero it in.
Yeah, how about a name that just means something to the both of you? What's wrong with that?
Yeah, I don't. Maybe it would have been better. I want to apologize to my son Ian. We didn't spend $30,000 to figure out what his name is. Maybe it's harmed him at some point.
Maybe it's a tax write-off for celebrities. That helps.
Oh, I should have looked into that.
Even richer.
Too late now for me. All right, English Nick.
Thank you.
Naturalized Nick. Whatever you're going by these days.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Hey, I am Brant, and her name is Sherry, and she's a friend and a colleague of mine, and we were just praying for her, actually, because she had a major surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is Medi-Share. That's right.
Of course.
Yeah.
So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and your healthcare bills?
You know what? It was seamless. And that's such a blessing when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were 0 problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in and it's just what you need, it's so refreshing.
Yeah, that's what I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share and saving tons of money. The typical family, I'm fond of saying, can save $500 a month.
I am so thankful for Medi-Share. It's so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way, Brant.
It is a good different. Call right now. They're so easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number, 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Priority Men's Medical Center restores your love life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Priority Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Priority Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. To restore your love life in just one visit, call now. 404-885-8885.
Been wanting a new deck for your home? Something that's built just the way you want it? but you're scared to pull the trigger? I can help you with that. Dave Baker here for Ben Hill Renovations. Right now, Ben Hill Renovations are offering special financing. No interest if you pay in full within the 18 months promo period. You're welcome. Visit bhrenovations.com today and schedule a free design consultation at your home. Ben Hill Renovations, creating raving fans since 1964.
WSB Atlanta, WSB BFM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk. News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 4 o'clock, I'm Bill Kayaccio. News is sponsored by Hoffman Financial Group. Our top local story. The superintendent of DeKalb County Schools is indicted. Dr. Devon Horton faces federal charges for acts he allegedly committed while working as superintendent of District 65 in Illinois. The school district there says they are deeply troubled and angered by these allegations. The district says it is reviewing the specifics of the indictment. The DeKalb County School District says it is aware of the federal indictment and has no further comment at this time. It is 73 degrees in Atlanta. The cooler, breezy conditions continue through tomorrow. Meteorologist Christina Edwards has Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up. President Trump calls it a momentous breakthrough during the Gaza peace talks.
We ended the war in Gaza and really, on a much bigger basis, created peace. And I think it's going to be a lasting peace, hopefully an everlasting peace.
The president confirms today the release of the remaining hostages held by Hamas will take place Monday or Tuesday. It is phase one of Trump's peace plan between Israel and Hamas. President Trump says he'll be traveling soon to Egypt to be part of the deal signing. The only Jewish member of the Georgia legislature reacts to the breakthrough peace plan between Israel and Hamas. State Representative Esther Panich says this was always the goal.
All Israel has wanted is to bring their people home, and not just their people, other foreign nationals as well, including Americans.
And she hopes once the hostages are home, the country will be able to heal. New pressure from members of Georgia's congressional delegation to end the government shutdown, now in its 9th day.
Saying she wants to sound the alarm on the cost to Georgians if Affordable Care Act tax credits go away. Congresswoman Lucy McBath says she and her Democratic colleagues want to work out a bipartisan deal to end the shutdown.
I cannot predict how long this will last, but we have to stand our ground.
But Congressman Mike Collins says Democrats need to vote for the 7-week funding package to reopen the government.
This is not about a health care fight. This is about funding the government. That's it.
Some analysts say if the tax credits go away, health care premiums could double. In Atlanta, Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
Get ready for big crowds at the world's busiest airport over the next 2 days. Hartsfield-Jackson says TSA projects 103,000 people will pass through security today, heading into Columbus Day weekend and fall break for some metro Atlanta schools. It'll be even busier tomorrow when 115,000 travelers will leave from Atlanta. Because of the government shutdown, the airport says you should arrive 3 hours before your flight. The escaped inmate from New Orleans captured in Atlanta will not fight extradition back to Louisiana. 28-year-old Derek Groves appears before a judge in Fulton County today.
And do you want to challenge extradition, or do you want to return to Louisiana?
I don't want to return where I'm from.
You want to go back to Louisiana?
Yeah.
Okay.
Louisiana authorities are now working on the logistics to bring Groves back. Groves had been on the run since May when he and 9 other inmates escaped. He was finally caught after a standoff in southwest Atlanta yesterday. Gwinnett County is getting new ambulances for fire and emergency services.
The award is for 3 new ambulances strategically positioned in the county to enhance support for the busiest emergency response units in high-demand areas.
Fire Chief Fred Cephas says the vehicles should be added to the fleet in December. It comes at a cost of $1 million. Nearly half of which will be paid for from the 2017 SPLOST program. The city of Sandy Springs is throwing a big party tonight to recognize a milestone.
20 years ago, the city of Sandy Springs was born, and Christine Probst is chair of the city's foundation. She says it became a model for other metro area municipalities.
It was one of the first cities to incorporate, which sort of led to other cities following suit because we were so successful in our public and private partnership.
Tonight's event features food, live music, a raffle, a silent auction, auction and signature cocktails. Guests can purchase tickets online or at the door. The fun begins at 6:30 under a large tent on the city green. Graham Carroll, 95.5 WSB.
Some areas of Metro Atlanta are now in a severe drought. That includes parts of Fayette, Coweta, Douglas, Clayton, Fulton, and DeKalb counties. It is now 4:04. The Von Hessler Doctrine continues in less than 2 minutes. Right now, it's live team coverage of traffic and weather, and Triple Team traffic begins now with Alex Williams.
Hasn't been a fun start to the afternoon commute on the south side, Bill. We're watching a crash still in the right lane, 285 northbound, the inner loop near the airport, just past Washington Road, exit 1. You're slow leaving I-85. Down by the airport, 285, both east and westbound, really jammed up between I-85 and I-75, partially due to an earlier crash we had 75 south before Terra Boulevard. That has since cleared. Traveling into DeKalb County, 285 east and southbound, the inner loop. It's all brake lights this afternoon from Georgia 400 over to Peachtree Boulevard. Then you stack up again heading southbound, leaving I-85 for the ride down into Clarkston. How's it looking through downtown Atlanta this Thursday afternoon, Kobe Dawkins?
Well, it's very slow, 75-85 northbound, beginning at Langford Parkway, getting almost to 10th Street. 85 southbound, the heavy volume beginning at the Georgia 400 merge, stretching to I-20. From the Corey Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly to mostly cloudy today, breezy and staying cool. Highs in the upper 60s to mid 70s. The northeast wind gusting 25 miles per hour. Lows tonight in the low 50s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, breezy, high 71.
Right now, 71 in McDonough. It's 69 in Marietta, 73 in Covington. More news at 4:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
Hour 2 of the Von Hessler Doctrine begins right now. I'm glad that there is a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. I'm hopeful. Listen, however long it lasts, any days without bombs falling on people's heads, I think it's a good day. But unfortunately, I've been alive long enough to say this is a 20-point peace plan. These two sides agreeing on 19 more things, but at least we have the ceasefire. Supposedly, I guess the hostages are going to be released in 72 hours. All right, it's good. I'm not going to be cynical today, and I know you probably looking for that Nobel Peace Prize. So,
well, they need to give it to me. I made peace.
Yeah, Obama got one just for getting elected.
Well,
so it's not as if
peaceful election.
So it's not as if we haven't had a president get one. So you've probably done more than Obama at this point if this sticks. I have to say right now, there's another piece of news. There's another piece of news. I mean, did more to deserve an award is what I meant. I wasn't giving you a total.
I know what you mean,
okay.
and I appreciate it.
Oh, well, thanks. Thank you for being so... See, that's what it is. You get you with the kindness, and they get you in.
That's right.
Did we love on Hessler?
We just overlooked those boats, the drug boats.
Yeah, I know. I just see it. It's a tapestry, right? The world is a tapestry with nuance and all of that. But I have to say there is sort of breaking news, and as a circumcised man, I'm a little worried. I don't know. Did they have Tylenol back when...
when we were kids, I don't know.
Was there
they probably didn't give any pain meds afterwards.
That's right. That's because you're just like, hey, you're supposed to be a man. Start it right now.
Yeah.
Get used to it,
You
kid.
won't remember
the
it.
world's full of pain. But RFKJR, do we have the audio?
Cabinet meeting today.
Cabinet meeting where they go around and they all talk.
Yeah.
Hey, Christy, you got anything stupid to say? All right. This is what he said about, apparently he sees a connection between circumcision and autism.
There's 2 studies that show children who are circumcised early have double the rate of autism. And it's highly likely because they're given Tylenol.
It's for the pain afterwards.
Yes.
They would be given Tylenol.
Is that true? You'd get pain? I mean, you'd get Tylenol afterwards?
I don't know. Honestly, I was there, but I just was not old enough to be able to really...
Yeah, there's zero memory.
Yeah, zero memory of it. Which is probably good, given what the circumstance is. And
They took Gil out of the room, and then they brought him back, but I don't remember if they gave him any pain meds. I thought they just snipped it, and that was it.
Yeah, I mean, the kids are crying all the time anyway,
Yeah.
these newborns. They don't know what they're
Be
crying
liquid.
about.
They could use the eyedropper and just put it in the kid's mouth.
What about you, George?
Tylenol.
George Clark, you've got an English mom. What's going on downstairs?
Clipped. The doctor told her that it's better to have your son look like his father. It won't weird him
Oh, okay. The doctor, I think, maybe digging in a little too deep there. Quite honestly,
I kind of agree.
I mean, I'm not saying whether you should or shouldn't have been clipped. It just seems like the doctor is really getting into sort of a personal thing about whether he's going to look like his father. What are you guys going to do? Compare each other in the mirror?
I don't know. I guess, and your kid. I don't
know.
How
come yours and mine? Okay,
yeah.
I get that.
And I've heard other people have been told that same thing.
Oh, okay. So that's the word on the street.
That's the word.
That's how they're pushing the clipping.
Yeah.
Which is what's called the clipping.
The clipping.
I didn't have any say in it, but
seems
I have
a little barbaric in my opinion.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't. Listen, I haven't really suffered from it.
Right.
I don't think, because I don't know the alternative.
What's the initial reason people were circumcised?
Cleanliness.
Was it cleanliness,
Do you
or
remember
is it...
Dr. Joe was saying
what?
It was like a religious thing about being too sensitive and
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah. There's obviously there are religions that this is practiced by and all that, but I think in the Western world, it's just about it's hard to teach kids to clean things. So you're more likely as a 4-year-old or a 5-year-old or a 6-year-old to clean your body better. I think that's the thinking.
Yeah.
I think that's the thinking.
I think it's becoming less popular though.
Well, it is, because the hippies are like, there's no reason for it.
I kind of agree.
Well, I mean, that's
so. This
it's
coming
valid.
from
That's
RFK.
valid. It's just a tradition now in the West.
Yeah.
That's all. What?
And this coming from RFK, though, this is going to blur the lines. Now he's still tying it to Tylenol, but the people who are opposed to circumcisions these days, also opposed to RFK, they're very confused.
Now, what do the hippies do?
don't.
What do the hippies do? This is another hippie dilemma.
I'm pregnant. I'm going to take Tylenol, and when the baby comes out, we're getting him circumcised
Yeah.
right away. We're going to shove Tylenol in his mouth.
I don't care what it is. I'm going to tell him to give him a gallon. My new. We're going to. You know what? You know how he had those water births? We're actually going to get liquid Tylenol, and we're going to actually birth the child in a bathtub full of liquid Tylenol. That's how much I hate Trump. All right.
Well,
it's silly. I like the hippie dilemma. What do? I can't agree with RFK Jr. I'm a hippie. I'm a granola hippie, but
I'm eating food dyes and taking Tylenol.
The weird thing is the whole anti-vax thing started with the granola, really like chunky hippies,
And everybody mocked them.
When people weren't really looking at this before COVID, when it became a real big issue, the anti-vaxxers were the back-to-earth Vermont hippie types, and that's why RFK Jr. comes, because he was that too.
I was, and I did a lot of tests, and I worked on a lot of different research projects.
Did a lot
to
of
show-
heroin along the way.
Well, that was before.
Oh, was that before? That was the 80s. You were just a kid, right?
Yeah.
You know, the other day I watched a clip of Jim Carrey and who was that Playboy model that he dated for a little bit? She was very
Jenna
Jenny
Jameson?
McCarthy?
Jenny McCarthy, yeah.
That's not. Oh, she posed for Playboy.
Yeah.
But I knew her from Singled Out. Or
Yeah,
whatever.
well, she was also an
Yes.
actress
Yeah.
after that. But they got together for a while, and they were doing the talk show round. They were on Larry King,
Oh,
talking about how
yes.
dangerous
Yes.
vaccines are.
She has an autistic child.
Yes.
And when Jim Carrey he used to talk about it all the time.
Yep.
And he can't stand Trump and RFK Jr. So that's got to be weird for him, if he still has the same. Back then, now they say, and I know nothing about, I haven't read the peer-reviewed stuff, but there was a study that Jim Carrey and Jenny McCarthy were talking about, and now everybody says that study has been debunked. And that's what I know of it. Some people were saying it was real, and then some other people said, no, that's been debunked. And I know nothing about how it was debunked or what they were saying. And I don't think that they were blaming it on Tylenol. They were blaming it on vaccines, though.
Yeah,
They
the
were
MMR,
like-
I think
yeah.
it was.
The mercury,
I think
right?
it was,
Yeah,
I think it was specifically tied to the MMR vaccine.
that was
It
their argument at the time.
Measles,
Yes.
mumps, rubella. That's what
Yeah.
that one is.
Yeah. I also think that there was some kind of like Oprah-style guru guy that they were following, and that guy got into a little bit of trouble. Who was that? Andrew something?
Oh man.
I don't want I don't know. It's in my brain as like Andrew Weil or Weil maybe. I could be conflating it. He could have gotten in trouble for something else. Yeah,
Wakefield.
anyone Oprah springs on the world gets in trouble eventually. Is it Wakefield?
Andrew Wakefield.
There
There
you
was a published paper in The Lancet suggesting a link between the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine and autism, and then they did retract that article about 12 years later.
Okay, so that was the point that I'm making is that was what Jim Carrey and Jenny McCarthy back in the 90s and early 2000s were talking about. I myself have no opinion.
There seems to be a happy medium, kind of like if you're skeptical about the vaccines, but you also don't want your kid to not have them, you can just wait a little bit.
Well, I think that's what they're kind of saying with the MMR. I don't know. I'm not opposed to looking at things. You know, I mean, the one thing RFK Jr. is right about is we appear to have a lot more of it now than we used to. So throw away anything else, and it's not unreasonable to say we need to look for things that we're doing now that we weren't doing then. That doesn't mean the things that RFK Jr. has identified are true. It just means, but I think that when people disagree with what he says, there seems to be this idea that we shouldn't even be asking the question. Now, how is that ever the right approach?
That's not science.
That's not science. Science is not a monolith. Science changes all the time.
And we knew that, and we went through it all the time during the pandemic. Anytime, it didn't matter what it was. If you questioned anything, you're not trusting the science.
That was about, that was, and also I don't like the idea that anybody who has distrust of the COVID vaccine suddenly is an anti-vaxxer. Just because you have questions about one vaccine and you've taken the others and given the others, the fact that you question, and also I was thinking about this the other day, the question isn't really about the vaccine itself and its efficacy. The question is, should the government say that you lose your job if you don't get it? That's really the question. I believe we're going to lose Greg Russ here because he has to go hobnob with his employees or colleagues or something like that.
Well, my boss, who doesn't live in New York, is in town, and there's a gathering tonight, a get-together for the team.
It's going to be like a bowling alley, and you guys going to bowl against each other for team building support, type of thing?
Just a place with some drinks.
Okay, well, don't, Greg, I know you. Stay away from the brown liquor. You get mouthy. Just beers only, okay?
Yes, light beer only.
Yeah, I don't want you calling me up and needing a loan anytime soon. You're doing quite well. So stay away from the brown liquor and enjoy the rest of the evening.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Alex Williams says, unfortunately, there is a crash on 285 in East Point.
Hey, good afternoon, Eric and gang. Yes, sir, we got that crash right here on the Jam Cam, 285 and northbound, the inner loop just before Camp Creek Parkway, exit 2. Right lane is blocked there. You're slow leaving I-85. Also down on the south side perimeter, still watching what I can tell is just volume. Not seeing any crashes, it's just the cars in front of you. 285 both east and westbound in the airport tunnels between I-85 and I-75. We had some earlier trouble, 285 north, the outer loop at I-20, exit 46 in DeKalb. That has since cleared. Still some lingering brake lights back to 675, but they are improving. Checking the ride on I-75 through Cobb and Cherokee counties, it's Kobe Dawkins.
75 northbound is a little slow, starting at Delk Road, getting into Kennesaw to Chastain Road. 575 north, just a slight tap of the brakes getting into Woodstock. And this report is sponsored by Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Learn more about their support of Common Threads and nutrition education at anthem.com/dream. Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield is the trade name of Blue Cross Blue Shield Healthcare Plan of Georgia, Inc. From the Corey Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
It pays to have the WSB radio app. Download it today and get ready for the Blitz.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz. 5 chances every weekday to win $1,000.
I just won $1,000 on WSB.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
Your next chance to win is at 5 p.m.
That is awesome.
From 95.5 WSB.
Download the WSB radio app now.
Bugs are everywhere. You need a pest control company that protects the outside and inside of your home. That's Breda Pest Management. They handle bugs and critters.
Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.
Whether it's a slip that ends in a slip disc, a trick knee that's holding you back, or shoulder pain hurting your game, you can count on Northside Hospital Orthopedics. With leading care in Georgia at convenient locations all across the state, we're here to get you back on your feet, no matter what comes your way. Because Georgia moves us, and we keep Georgia moving. Find a provider near you at northside.com/ortho. That's northside.com/ORTHO.
For many of you, it's happening. Your hair's thinning, your crown's disappearing, and maybe hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. Well, I got good news. It's Advanced Hair's incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's Mark Aaron back with you. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what about regrowing your hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to their world-class physicians, it's not maybe your hair will regrow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, and I've seen their results, friends. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 470-660-HAIR. That's 470-660-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Hi, this is Blake Cooper with Cooper Piano, and you know who we are. The building is sold and we're closing. This is the biggest piano sale in our history, and everything must go. If you've ever thought about buying a piano, now is the time. Cooper Piano off the I-85 Access Road South. Details online at cooperpiano.com.
Can you guys believe Halloween is approaching, Thanksgiving, Christmas? Omaha Steaks is helping you out right now with an early Black Friday sale. You can get 50% off site-wide right now, and you get an extra 20% off select favorites and more. It's limited time deals because it's the early Black Friday sale. You want the caramel apple tartlets, but listen, if you're just into meal prep or you're tired of the family arguing over dinner, you load up the deliciousness from Omaha Steaks. I load up on the New York strips. It's what I feed the guys on Sunday nights for football weather. Grilling, it's fantastic, and I take advantage of this discount as well. And then here's the thing. At checkout, you use promo code ERIC, and you get an extra $35 off. Minimum order required. The unbelievable savings. 50% off site-wide, 20% off select favorites for a limited time for early Black Friday, and an extra $35 off. And all you do is go to omahasteaks.com, load up your cart. At checkout, you put in ERIC, E-R-I-C-K. Start saving real big today.
Cooler weather, shorter days, busy schedules, all great reasons to treat your family to a Bullfrog hot tub from Brown's Pools and Spas. The perfect place to relax and unwind. Only Bullfrog offers the Jetpack Therapy system. Each seat is customized to fit every body in your family. Now through October 20th, receive a free premium water care upgrade, up to $1,500 in instant rebates, plus special financing for up to 120 months. Brown's Pools and Spas, celebrating 50 years of BrownsPools.com.
You have that audio, George. I can never say this guy's name, the leader of Argentina. Milei. This guy with the crazy hair. And I'm still a bit of a libertarian spirit. And I still have a bit of fondness for the Austrian school of economics. Even though, every day that I kind of watch what BlackRock's doing, I begin to lose my faith. But I don't think that's the real...
That's not libertarian.
I don't think that's even real capitalism, to be honest with you. But it's where we are. But so there's a part of me where I'm like, I was rooting for this guy. But for whatever reason, I'm not in Argentina, it started to not work. And Trump likes him. So just out of nowhere, for no reason, he took $20 billion of your money and gave it to Argentina to save this guy because his economy was cratering. So this is how weird. When I say the world, we slipped into some kind of virtual reality. Uncanny valley. Now, this will not be as good without the visual, so I would suggest that when you get, if you're driving or something, when you get home, you look on your YouTube for this. This is insane. This guy's in a leather jacket, and he's on stage. So what does he have, a book or something come out?
Yeah,
or?
This is for his book launch, The Construction of the Miracle.
Okay, because he's calling it a miracle, but he just needed to be bailed out with $20 billion of our money for his miracle. So he's on stage in an arena like the size of State Farm or something, and there's lights and everything, and he's just like singing like he's a rock star. Check this, listen to this. This is the leader of Argentina. He's jumping around like he's the singer of Black Flag or something. Wow. You have to look at this. It's a big light show. Hey, get this guy $20 billion of my dollars, Mr. Trump. What do you?
Well, he needs singing lessons. Maybe that'll help him.
Yeah, you just got to see his whole rock star poses.
It's a full-on arena rock show.
Yeah. It says lights everywhere. Should
I do this?
Apparently.
Can we get 20 more billion?
Sure. You know, he should be at the Super Bowl halftime show.
Yeah, better.
The good one.
Yeah, that's right. That
it's official.
Is it going to be one of the alternative halftime shows? Because nobody could agree that. Who cares?
That one of the biggest stars in the United States and around the world should be playing.
No, Mike Johnson, the House,
Mr. Ernest,
Speaker of the House, Mr. Latency himself. He says it should be Lee Greenwood.
It should.
All
be
right,
Lee
listen,
Greenwood.
Matt. Come on, MAGA.
No one
you
buys
know that would be the worst Super Bowl half. First of all, the guy's got one song that anybody knows.
Why not Pat Boone? He could still sing.
Can he?
Yes, he can.
Pat Boone has a sense of humor.
Yeah.
Pat Boone is fine.
They have not announced the musical act at the alternative All-American halftime show.
Yeah. Okay. Well, great. Listen, look, America. If you must go your own way on something as stupid and petty as the halftime show, the Super Bowl is not a patriotic event. Everything in the world is not a patriotic event. The Super Bowl is where we find out. I believe it's where we crown the championship team of the NFL for that season. That's it.
Oh, and also the commercials.
And people like the commercials. I never hear the commercials because I've got 4 or 5 people, and we're usually talking and doing stuff during the commercials. I don't really hear them. But are there places where you go to parties like, shh, the commercials are on?
Yeah, we had those.
Oh, Danny DeVito's in something. He's always in something.
Hey, I like Jersey Mike's.
So if you go to the official website for the All-American halftime show, you can submit what genre of music you'd like to hear. One of the options
Death
is
metal.
anything in English.
Uh-huh.
Americana.
Uh-huh.
Classic rock. Country. Hip-hop, pop, and worship.
Isn't it funny that classic rock, they were the hippies who were, kind of the outlaws of their day, and now they're all in their 70s and 80s, and they're they're the most, hey, give me 7 more American flags while I'm out there singing this song that's 60 years old. Alex Williams says 400 northbound is slow. I'm sorry, slow going in Roswell.
Hey, that's right, Eric. 400 northbound brake lights find you right at I-285 and staying a little slower than where we're used to seeing it. You're going to be on the brakes till you get up past Northridge Road, approaching Holcomb Bridge Road, exit 7. I believe some trouble cleared those there, so that should definitely help out that ride. Still watching the on and off broad volume in both directions on I-75 between Marietta and Kennesaw, and they've been working a crash on Sandy Plains Road, just south of Morgan Road. A few brake lights in both directions there as the tow trucks are on scene trying to clear that up. How are things looking on I-85 toward Gwinnett County, Kobe Dawkins?
Well, it's definitely slow. 85 northbound beginning at Chambly Tucker Road, getting past Beaver Ruin Road, and then the brake lights find you again at Old Peachtree Road, getting to I-985. Triple team traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Hey, I have got an exclusive, money-saving, $29 offer to keep your family safe and warm. Hey, it's Chris Chandler for TE Certified Electrical, Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. After my fall checkup, I have total peace of mind, and you can too. New TE certified customers pay just $29 for a fall checkup. But hurry, offer ends October 31st.
TE certified, we love your home. EMC Security.
Hey, it's Coach Mark Richt here. Everyone knows defense wins championships. And if you're not using EMC Security to defend your home and family, you need to step up your game. With EMC Security's no contract and local service, they are a clear number 1. So give them a call or visit them online at emcsecurity.com. That's emcsecurity.com.
EMC Security. Smart protection for a safer tomorrow.
You spend thousands of dollars, you waste weekends, and in a few years, you're back to square one because paint simply does not last.
RhinoShield, it's not paint. It's a high-tech ceramic coating system that protects your home from harsh weather and anything else that Mother Nature throws at it.
No chipping, flaking, or peeling, just decades of defense with RhinoShield, backed by a 25-year transferable warranty. Why keep throwing money at paint that just won't last?
RhinoShield is the answer. Go to RhinoShieldGA.com for your free evaluation.
With a long legacy of helping people live well, HealthSpring knows Medicare. As your partner, HealthSpring is committed to empowering you every step of the way. From choosing your plan to making the most of your benefits, you'll find that with a Medicare partner you trust, life gets lighter. So put a spring in your step with a HealthSpring Medicare plan. Find out more at healthspring.com. HealthSpring products and services are provided exclusively by or through operating subsidiaries of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
At Kroger, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix that's guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with low prices in every aisle. Kroger shoppers never compromise. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Right now, USDA Choice Boneless Chuck Roasts are on sale. Just $7.99 a pound with your card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Home improvement projects can be a stressful guessing game. Trust the Plus. Painting Plus, the highest level of communication. The Plus means siding, gutters, windows, decks, porches, roofing, and of course, painting.
Hi, I'm Charlie, owner of Painting Plus and the Plus family of businesses. We'll make you comfortable and keep you informed with every step of your project.
If your home's exterior has it, the Plus can improve it. Painting Plus, siding, gutters, windows, decks, porches, roofing, and more. Trust the Plus. PaintingPlus.com.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 4:30, I'm Bill Caiaccio. News is sponsored by D. Geller & Son Jewelers. Our top story, Israel and Hamas are a major step closer to ending their 2-year-long war.
It's been really something incredible that nobody thought it was possible to get it done.
President Trump says the deal will bring an everlasting peace to the Middle East. He says the hostages held by Hamas should be coming home soon.
We are getting the hostages back on Tuesday. Monday or Tuesday.
The president says he's going to try to make a trip to Egypt to attend an official peace deal signing. Israeli officials here in Atlanta are cautiously optimistic about the peace deal.
Just a few days removed from the 2-year anniversary of the October 7th Hamas attack, Anna Stengart, Israel's deputy consul general to the southeast, believes if all goes to plan and the last of the hostages are returned, then the healing can begin.
They believe that we, on the one hand, we're very strong and very resilient. On the other hand, we need to process everything, and we can do it, or can even start to do it, only when we have everyone's home.
She hopes that the deal will hold and that this marks a new era of cooperation and peace in the region. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
73 degrees in Atlanta, dropping down into the low 50s tomorrow morning. How much of a warm-up for the weekend? Meteorologist Christina Edwards has Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up. DeKalb County Superintendent of Schools Dr. Devon Horton faces a federal indictment. The charges are for acts he allegedly committed while working as superintendent of District 65 in Illinois. A statement from that district says they are deeply troubled and angered by these allegations. The district says it's reviewing the specifics of the indictment. The DeKalb County School District says it is aware of the federal indictment and has no further comment at this time. The school board in DeKalb County holding an emergency meeting this afternoon. Georgia Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene is blasting leaders of her own party for the ongoing government shutdown.
I'm not putting the blame on the president. I'm actually putting the blame on the Speaker and Leader Thune in the Senate. This should not be happening.
She's calling on Speaker Mike Johnson to bring the House back into session and criticizes him for stalling legislative business. Greene says she's concerned about rising health care costs if Affordable Care Act tax credits go away. The government shutdown grounds all U.S. military performers that were scheduled to perform at the AirDot show in Atlanta this weekend.
That includes the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds. Air show spokesman Chris Dorado says it's disappointing, but the show will go on with top civilian performers.
Big family-friendly event, military or not. So, and also, it's patriotic in nature.
The Full Throttle Formation team based in Peachtree City will headline this weekend's show at Atlanta Regional Airport Falcon Field. He says 2025 ticket holders who come out will receive complimentary admission to next year's show, which will feature the U.S. Navy Blue Angels. Cheryl Castro, 95.5 WSB.
Dunwoody police are looking for 2 suspects accused of breaking into a man's car and shooting at him. Sergeant Michael Cheek says it happened at an apartment complex on Lake Ridge Lane.
If there's anybody in that area who's got
some video footage from a Ring camera or maybe saw it who could give us some more information, please reach out to the detective.
He says the victim was sleeping and woke up when he saw the lights on his car turn on outside. The victim was not hit by any bullets. The suspects fled on foot. By thinking small, Atlanta-based Coca-Cola hopes to boost soda sales.
For years, they were only sold in multi-packs at grocery stores, but now, saying it wants to offer cash-strapped consumers more value, Coca-Cola will begin selling single 7.5-ounce mini cans of soda at convenience stores nationwide starting in January. The mini cans, with a $1.29 suggested retail price, will be available in original Coca-Cola, Coke Zero Sugar, Coca-Cola Cherry, Sprite, and Fanta Orange. I'm Bloomberg's Tom Busby for 95.5 WSB.
Big upgrades are coming to baseball and softball fields at City of Atlanta Public Schools thanks to an investment by the Atlanta Braves. The Hank Aaron Diamonds Initiative will pay the costs for turf infields at all APS high schools. The program's expected to break ground later this month on the first 4 baseball fields at Washington High School, Jackson High School, Mays High School, and North Atlanta High School. It is now 4:34. Time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Triple Team Traffic begins with Alex Williams.
Hey, Bill. Right now, we're going to check what is a very slow commute through downtown. Over a half hour, about 35 minutes as you're leaving Buckhead on 400 southbound from Lenox Road down to I-20. Not any better northbound, 75-85 northbound. You're packed in from Highway 166 Langford Parkway. Not going to be taking the foot off the brake pedal until you pass Peachtree, Pine Street, approaching the 10th Street area in Midtown. What's the story on I-20 west of the city, Kobe Dawkins?
Well, I-20 westbound is definitely slow as you leave I-285, getting into Lithia Springs to Lee Road. And going eastbound, you're slow as you pass Riverside Parkway, getting to I-285. And also heads up on Camp Creek Parkway at Fulton Industrial Boulevard. Traffic lights flashing red, so treat that as a 4-way stop. From the Corey Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly cloudy for this evening. Overnight lows dropping down to the low 50s for tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, a mix of sun and clouds, breezy, high 71. Saturday, mostly sunny, morning low 55, afternoon high 76.
71 in East Point, 71 in Cumming, at 75 in Powder Springs. More news at 5 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
So you're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works, but you want the best. It's Mark Arum here. Modern technology, top-rated physicians. You want something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair is completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to the unmatched results they produce. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, address them all with a simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with experienced pros. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of breakthrough advanced FUE treatments, and get this, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. No one else in Atlanta can offer the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. Fix your hair loss today, starting with your free consultation, and you'll also get $500 off if you move forward. Call 470-660-HAIR. Refine your hairline with the team that's redefined hair restoration. And don't forget to ask about that Advanced Hair Guarantee, 470-660-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
So your septic system needs repairs. That stinks. First, they want to charge you to pump out the tank and charge you again for the repair. That's just wrong. Hi, I'm Shannon, owner of Scorpion Septic, and we don't do that. With us, there's never a pump out charge with your repair. You'll save hundreds.
Take the sting out of septic service with Scorpion Septic, where there is never a pump out charge with your repair. Call for more information.
ScorpionSepticServices.com. Fall, lots of fun, festivals, football, and full roads. With all of these activities and distractions, pack your patience and take your time. Hey, it's Smiler Mark McKay. We all know accidents happen, and if a distracted driver hits you this fall, call my trusted team at John Foy & Associates, the Strong Arm. They specialize in personal injury law with a winning track record taking on big insurance companies. There is zero cost until they win your case. Call 24/7 for your free case evaluation, johnfoy.com.
Well, according to CNN sources, New York Attorney General Letitia James has been indicted in federal court. And this is going to help the middle class how? Whatever. Whatever. It really, it's something else, you know. Like, how does this help anybody? And it was wrong when they did it. I believe that they were involved in lawfare. I think she was involved in lawfare. You could take a principled stand.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's wrong. I think it's always wrong. But that's not the way that's just not the way we're going. But, hey, I think some of this is when I say what does this do for the middle class, I think that some of the problem here is that so much of MAGA is doing all right. They're not all millionaires or anything, but a lot of MAGA is older and they're middle class to upper middle class. And so, everybody would rather have a better economy and have an administration that's really trying to work on that and bring down prices and stuff. But if you're doing okay, inflation and things like this are an annoyance. And so you still have some disposable income. So it's like, no, do these kind of things. This is get them back. Pay them back. They did it to you, but and I think that's why there's no, you can't say there's no, because Marjorie Taylor Greene is starting to pipe up and say, hey, my constituents are a little worried about what's going to happen. Not in this particular case, but there is some of that. But I think the reason it's hard to get MAGA to, not look at this the way that most people do, going, what is this doing for the country? This seems like a personal vendetta, is because they're doing all right. So many of them are older, and they're doing all right. They're not all millionaires, but a lot of them are middle class to upper middle class, and they can afford it. They can afford to kind of cheer this sort of behavior on. But by going after her and using lawfare against her, I hate to bring logic into it, but you're letting her know you thought she did the right thing when she did it to your guy. Things are either right or wrong. That's how it works. But have fun. I'm not going to ruin my show over it.
Aren't you more concerned why all the women on CNN today are wearing pink and black?
I know. What is going on? They're kind of like
third.
That's the third person showing up. Cassie Hunt, she's only had this show for a few months. My guess is there's going to be a meeting after this.
Yeah.
I imagine like Cassie Hunt, she's so nice on TV, but behind the scenes, she's like, who the hell do you people think you are? You think I want this show to be an hour long forever? I want to expand it 2 hours and put Jake Tapper where he belongs. And you're going to show up and mock me by wearing the same clothes I'm wearing?
Tapper's wearing a pink suit as well.
Oh, yeah. This must be, is it something we don't know? Is it like wear pink for Heart Association Day or something? Or
breast cancer or something?
Possible.
I tried to find them.
If that's the case, we're all for it, damn it.
There's nothing specific today. So.
Yeah. It's just kind of odd. Everybody who shows up on our show has a variation of her outfit.
Right. It is October, which is breast cancer awareness
Okay,
month.
so are they doing it for that
Who knows?
reason? Well, we're going to assume they're doing it for that reason, and we're going to align ourselves and say,
yes,
we think that's great.
I will be putting my
She
pink
wore her
jacket.
biker chick outfit yesterday.
Yeah, I know. I wore my Cassie.
I like that Cassie Hunt jacket.
Yeah, I like that.
Look
I like
Cassie
that.
Hunt.
That's right. We're all. Hey, listen, we're all cosplaying as Cassie Hunt, and refer to her as Cassie Hunt, please. Somebody said K Hunt, and I'm not going to have that.
No.
I am not going to have that.
I agree.
She's a solid journalist.
What? I've never heard her voice. I just see her on
either.
the monitor all the time. She's a snappy dresser. I can tell you that. Here's an article that I read, a review, and it's so delightful. I just want to share it. It's from the Telegraph. That's English, right? They're English over there? Are they English over in England?
They are.
I think they are.
Well,
when they read the
not
Telegraph.
these days.
That's why we need to make Britain great again.
Or something.
Tron. This is Tron Ares. That's the movie that's coming out. The third in the Tron. Supposedly this doesn't follow anything. It's a reboot or something. I don't know. Tron opinion. It doesn't even say review. It's just opinion, like it's a political deal. Tron Ares is so bad it makes you wish AI would hurry up and destroy Hollywood.
That's a great headline.
There is a small group of films whose names double as reviews, and Tron Ares is just a switch of its last two letters away from joining that club. Over there, they say arse. The American film with the most unfortunate title in Britain since Our Souls at Night, don't know why that is a, do you get it?
Yeah.
You're British. Okay, wait a minute. You're
Say it a little quicker.
I get it.
I'm not even going to try because I'll get, I don't want to get canceled. It's a balloonishly pompous science fiction smashatron. This is a good writer. Starring Jared Leto as the world's greatest artificial intelligence program, who beams out of his evil programmer's mainframe and into the real world via an enormous 3D printer. It's a semi-sequel to 2010's Tron Legacy, which at a time when cinematic universes were springing up everywhere, made a belated attempt to convert 1982's Tron into a viable Disney franchise. Ares makes an even less persuasive job of this than its predecessor, largely because its one good idea, the series' signature high-speed motorbikes, the light cycles, streaking through a real city, comes buried under 2 hours of bloated and unabsorbing non-plot populated by some of the most aggressively charmless characters seen in a blockbuster since the Star Wars prequels. This is not very long. That's why I'm reading it. Leto, who also produces, is merely the most prominent offender. And the Morbius and Suicide Squad star is painted in an absurdly flattering light throughout. By the way, he has like a messiah complex. Are you familiar with this Jared Leto and what he does when he's not
No, I know.
acting?
I just know his acting.
He's like a cult leader.
Yeah.
It's not a cult. I think it's still based on We Love You as an actor and as the lead singer of, is it 30 Seconds from Mars or whatever his name? But if you've ever seen footage, he shows up all dressed in white, very, very Jesus-like. I mean, obviously got the look with the hair and the and he's obviously got some sort of messianic complex. It doesn't surprise me that his character.
He purchased an Air Force base too out in California.
And then he has these like get-togethers, and it's all about can we use the word worship or just can we start with praise or just let's start with appreciate. Come appreciate me. I got to start doing that. We get at least 10 people.
Sure. Are you going to have sex with all of them?
Huh?
Are you going to have sex with
Well,
all
I
of them?
got to see them first.
That's part of being a cult leader.
Yeah, but you get to pick and choose. You're the leader. The minions, they have to take His Ares is a sort of Byronic philosopher ninja by Lord Byron, I believe they're talking about, and was developed by Evan Peters' tech tyrant, the grandson of the original film's David Warner, as the ultimate soldier for the AI warfare. Anyway, this ends with elsewhere, Gillian Anderson has nothing to do but tut as Peter's disapproving mother, one of a number of spots where the reshoot joins are visible, while the letrocentric epilogue is an unwitting hoot, a David Brent vision of Maverick Cool. If AI really is about to destroy Hollywood, Ares has certainly got the ball rolling on his behalf. I wonder how many people, we don't know right now, how many songwriters are using AI? It's obvious when, the fake band shows up and everything about them is fake. Their picture, it's all AI. But we don't know. We don't know how many of the movies that we're going to now, how many of the TV shows, how many musicians that we're listening to.
Backgrounds, extras, we don't know. We can't tell
Well,
yet.
there's that. But I'm talking about as a genuine, songwriter. How often are they consulting GPT, not for the finished song, but for a little help? Like right now, we don't know how much of the product that we are listening to or watching is, let's say, helped out by AI. This what you're listening to right now is completely AI. I've been dead for 3 years. Alex Williams says I-75 is jammed heading into Forest Park.
Yeah, and this is not going to help. We just found a brand new crash on the jam cam in Hateville, I-75 southbound Central Avenue, exit 239, sounding a travel advisory. Just the right lane is open. No first responders on scene. Already seen the brake lights stacking up back toward Cleveland Avenue. Use I-85 southbound or Highway 54 as your alternates. Once you get past that, you'll be on and off the brakes trying to make your way down into Morrow. 675 southbound, tapping the brakes as well through Ellenwood, where you go from 3 lanes down to 2. How are things looking on I-20 toward Lithonia, Kobe Dawkins?
Well, 20 eastbound is slow as you leave I-285, getting past Panola Road, and westbound rides just a little sluggish, passing Wesley Chopper Road, getting onto I-285. And this report is sponsored by King's Hawaiian Sliders. Eli Manning reminds you there's nothing like football and King's Hawaiian Sliders. King's Hawaiian Sliders make you a winner on game day. Pick them up this weekend in the bakery or deli selection of your grocery store. From the Corey Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5. 95 WSB.
Israel and Hamas agree to a ceasefire.
And Israel will withdraw their troops to an agreed-upon line as the first steps towards a strong, durable, and everlasting peace.
Is a historic peace within reach?
There's huge momentum here, but this is no guarantee.
Will it hold?
Israeli Prime Minister calls it a great day.
For the latest, listen often throughout the day.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's breaking news station.
This is Scott Slade, and nothing takes the place of time when it comes to spotting problems with your health, especially cancer. The earlier, the better. That's where virtual imaging comes in. Virtual imaging's LDCT body scan can be invaluable, giving you more time for you and your loved ones to take charge of your health. They can detect tumors as early as precancerous virtually anywhere in your body, and aneurysms you may not even know are there. Due to overwhelming demand for a limited time, their $995 core body scan offer has been extended. It's a $2,495 value. Early detection saves lives, and now it's more affordable than ever. Virtual Imaging has gotten such great response to this offer that they've opened up more times in both offices, but appointments will fill up fast, so don't wait. Some minimum requirements may apply. Early detection is your best protection. To schedule your virtual imaging $995 core body scan, call 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-SCAN. Or make an appointment by visiting their website at virtualimagingatl.com.
Does it seem like it's getting louder and louder? Yeah, that's not supposed to happen. That noise is your garage door crying for help. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. Our highly trained technicians provide 24/7 service, upfront pricing, and free estimates. We service all major brands. Our products are warranted, and our work is guaranteed. We will treat you like our only customer. When trust matters, trust us. All the number 4 Seasons Garages.com.
You've seen them, holiday decorations already up in the stores, trees, wreaths, even the big inflatables. I'm Chris Chandler. Wise Guys Pro Wash keeps my home's exterior looking great, and now my clean home will shine when they put up my holiday lights. They make it simple. Custom design, they provide the lights, install everything, and when the season's over, they pack and store it for me. First-time customers book by October 15th. Mention my name, Chris Chandler, and you'll get $100 off installation. Let Wise Guys Lights brighten your holidays this year.
My Cubs like scary stories around the campfire. One of their favorites is about the time before we had Scana Energy as our natural gas provider. Cold winters were unbearable in those days. Now that we've locked in long-term savings with Scana, the whole family can relax and stay warm all winter. Find an option that's right for your family with Scana and save up to $100 when you sign up. Call 877-GO-SCANA or visit scanaenergy.com/warm for details. Limited time offer. Terms and conditions apply.
This is Andy Harris, president of Coosa Valley Credit Union, inviting you to come see us for your auto loan needs. If you're buying a car or refinancing your current auto loan, at Coosa Valley Credit Union, you'll get one of the lowest interest rates in the market, as low as 3.49 APR when you open an account with a direct deposit. Coosa Valley Credit Union is local and nearby in Northwest Georgia. Plus, you'll always speak to a real person when dealing with us. That's what we call kinder banking.
Contact 706-235-8551 for more details. Equal opportunity lender.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Hey, I am Brant, and her name is Sherry, and she's a friend and a colleague of mine, and we were just praying for her, actually, because she had a major surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is Medi-Share. That's right,
of course.
Yeah.
So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and your healthcare bills?
You know what? It was seamless, and that's such a blessing when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in and it's just what you need, it's so refreshing.
Yeah, that's what I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share and saving tons of money. The typical family, I'm fond of saying, can save $500 a month.
I am so thankful for Medi-Share. It's so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way, Brant.
It is a good different. Call right now. They're so easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number, 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
We were reading more about that Tron Ares, and I didn't think there was any connection, but apparently Jeff Bridges, since Jeff Bridges is in it, he must just make some stupid little cameo.
Hey, nice light cycle you got there, buddy. Keep on trucking.
And that's it. He's gone. Very nice.
Yeah, it's nice.
I never saw Tron back. I remember it was a big deal when it came out.
We watched that at our high school.
I was like 17 or 18 or something.
Yeah, see, I was in 7th grade.
Yeah. And I remember it not getting very good reviews. But then what, did it pick up over years, like years later?
It was a cult film. It was very much
Yeah.
a cult film. And then that sequel that came out.
But it was a big deal when it came
wasn't
out.
that good either.
That was in
It was
2010.
Disney's big, what did they do first? They did The Black Hole
The Black
first.
Hole, which I saw.
And
Ernest Borgnine in Space.
Yes. And then they did the Tron movie, and it was rated G. It was a fun little action movie. But they didn't do anything until the sequel.
2010. which was
2010.
like, yeah.
And that wasn't very good.
That's what I heard. Now, Jeff Bridges is in that one.
Yeah, he's in it quite a bit more.
So what's the idea? Back then, video games were just getting big enough to start being in your home and stuff. And so the original Tron he's inside of a video game.
He gets sucked into an AI world, yes.
Right. Okay. Well, there was no AI.
But
Well,
no,
did they talk about it?
I
AI?
believe that was an artificial intelligence world.
Well, they should have made a good movie about it now.
Well.
We're living in that. Come on, Jeff Bridges.
Well,
I heard he just did something as the dude
he did
to tell
all
people from
fine.
ICE to relax.
Chill out. Have a beverage, man.
Chill out. I wouldn't mind. Everybody should chill out a little bit.
Russian.
Little bit, huh? Everybody should just chill out just a little bit.
Yeah, have a White Russian.
A little bit.
I've been working on him for years. It's easier for me to do the Walter character.
Oh, John Goodman?
Mm-hmm. John Goodman. I'll have you know that prior restraint, I ain't leaving.
I haven't watched that movie in a million years, but I should watch it again.
I
I saw it
great
the first weekend it came out.
So did I.
And it did not get good reviews. It was not liked.
No.
It was not beloved when it came out.
I loved it when I saw it.
I loved it when I saw it,
Because I got
too.
it. It was a yarn. It was a
No, it's just like, to me,
goofball,
at that time, because they weren't as famous as they are now.
Yeah.
Who were those? I'm blanking on the directors, the two guys.
Oh, well, they just
Coen
won an
brothers.
Oscar.
I know, but it was just like, I was just thinking, it's just another movie from those guys, and it's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
It's great. But I remember being surprised that people didn't think it was very good at the time. But we were right, Tim.
We were.
As usual, visionaries ahead of our time. And
Grab the
now-
wheel, dude.
Maybe John Goodman's best. I think that was his best comic.
He should have been
turn
nominated for an Oscar
ever.
for that
He's
movie.
perfect in that movie.
I don't have any traffic information.
Is it a big deal? Is it a do kids like it? George Clark, you're
Yeah,
32
I loved
years of
it.
age.
Yeah, I was a huge
But
fan.
you're a cineast. I love saying that.
But it was big for my generation as well.
Okay.
It was like a cool.
Because there's drugs involved,
Exactly,
probably more than anything.
Smoking weed.
I hate the Eagles.
Yeah.
All right, let's find out what's going on the roadways with our very own lovable. But if you meet him, come on, he's not into the germs, so you don't have to touch him. Alex Williams.
That's right, Eric. We are still watching that big jam we found heading past the airport, Hateville area, passing the international terminal. It's a travel advisory, 75 southbound Central Avenue, exit 239. Only the far right lane is squeaking by, and it is very slow already back to Langford Parkway. I implore you to please use I-85, Highway 54, some good alternates to get you down to that south side perimeter and avoid those delays. We're also checking on a new slow zone on 285 in Tucker, Kobe Dawkins.
It's 285 southbound, the inner loop as you approach Highway 29, exit 38. It's very slow getting past I-85. Traffic brought to you by Reliable Heating and Air. Stop paying for expensive heating and air repairs or home warranties. Get a reliable protection plan for just $14.99 a month and enjoy 100% parts and labor coverage for any H system maker or model. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Better prices, better views. Window comfort, meant just for you. Window comfort.
Window Comfort's exclusive window line is built for Georgia's extreme heat and guaranteed to lower your energy bills. Right now, get buy two, get two free with no payments till 2026. Schedule your no-pressure estimate today at windowcomfort.com.
Better prices, better views. Window comfort, meant just for you. Window comfort.
Attention men, does ED and PE have you down? Well, great news. Choice Men's Health has the latest breakthrough treatments that can get you up and running. Meet the specialist who is dedicated to helping you perform better than ever in the bedroom.
Hi, I'm Dr. Katz, Chief Medical Director at Choice Men's Health. Our custom treatment plans have a 98% success rate at improving ED and PE on your very first visit, even if Viagra and Cialis have failed. Regardless of your age and medical history, we are here and dedicated to help you regain your love life.
Don't wait. Call Choice Men's Health now. We are so confident we can help. For a limited time, we're offering to cover your first treatment for free. Call 404-400-1170. Call now to claim your free treatment. 400-1170. Results guaranteed on your first visit or it's free. 404-400-1170. Choice Men's Health, the only choice for your health.
Cooler weather, shorter days, busy schedules, all great reasons to treat your family to a Bullfrog hot tub from Brown's Pools and Spas. The perfect place to relax and unwind. Only Bullfrog offers the Jetpack Therapy System. Each seat is customized to fit every body in your family. Now through October 20th, receive a free premium water care upgrade, up to $1,500 in instant rebates, plus special financing for up to 120 months. Brown's Pools and Spas, celebrating 50 years of BrownsPools.com.
For many of you, it's happening. Your hair's thinning, your crown's disappearing, and maybe hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. Well, I got good news. It's Advanced Hair's incredible, yet simple, one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's Mark Aaron back with you. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what about regrowing your hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to their world-class physicians, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, and I've seen their results, friends. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 470-660-HAIR. That's 470-660-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk. News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
At 5 o'clock, I'm Bill Caiaccio. News is sponsored by North Georgia Replacement Windows. Our top local story, DeKalb County DeKalb County School Board members hold an emergency meeting today after the indictment of the district superintendent in another state. He is facing charges of tax fraud, wire fraud, and embezzlement.
Word of the indictment comes from Dr. Devon Horton's former school district in Evanston, Illinois. Its statement says the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois formally filed criminal charges against Dr. Horton for acts he allegedly committed while serving as superintendent there, and the district says it's deeply troubled and angered by these allegations. Just last year, Horton was signed to a new contract in DeKalb County.
I stand before you today both grateful and optimistic.
The DeKalb County School District says it's aware of the indictment and has no further comment at this time. Jennifer Perry, 95.5 WSB.
72 degrees in Atlanta, cooling into the mid-50s in the morning. How nice will it be this weekend? Meteorologist Christina Edwards has Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast coming up. A deal for peace in the Middle East. Israel and Hamas agreed to pause their 2-year war, and Hamas will release the remaining hostages in exchange for Palestinian prisoners. President Trump says a lot of countries helped to make this possible.
And the amazing thing is all of the countries over there, from Qatar to Saudi Arabia to UAE to all of them, I mean, the rich ones, the less than rich ones, they've all come together, something which is amazing, actually.
The president says all of the remaining hostages should be released by Monday or Tuesday. The only Jewish member of the Georgia legislature is weighing in on the breakthrough peace plan.
This couldn't be a more hopeful time for Jews around the world and for Israelis of all religions.
State Representative Esther Panich says she hopes once the hostages are home, the country will be able to heal. New information today on the Paulding County Elementary School student who died during a field trip. Authorities in Polk County say the 6-year-old girl was found unresponsive in a pool. She was part of a group from McGarity Elementary School visiting Carlton Farms in Rockmart. A staff member noticed one of the kids was missing. She was later found in a pool beside a residence. The GBI says its medical examiner's office will conduct an autopsy. On day 9 of the government shutdown, there is new bipartisan pressure from Georgia's congressional delegation to find a solution.
The loss of Affordable Care Act tax credits is the biggest sticking point for Democrats in the ongoing shutdown fight. Congresswoman Lucy McBath says Republicans need to come to the table to negotiate.
Cancel the cuts, lower the costs, and save the American people's health care.
But Republican Congressman Mike Collins says the issue is funding the government.
They want to argue about health care. They can bring that up on its own. You don't bring that up during the funding fight.
Some analysts say if the tax credits go away, health care premiums could double. In Atlanta, Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
After getting kicked out of a popular bar on the Marietta Square, police say 29-year-old James Lusk called in a fake bomb threat. He is now under arrest.
Patron
or customer of that business left the bar, they are the ones that called in that threat.
Officer Chuck McPhillamy with Marietta Police says they're also investigating a second bomb hoax made within 2 weeks of the first one at another business. Cobb County names a finalist for its police chief, and it's a familiar face. The county manager is recommending interim chief James J.D. Farrell for the position. Cobb County commissioners will vote on the pick at its October 14th meeting. Farrell will replace former Chief Stuart Van Hooser, who retired in April. A birthday bash in Sandy Springs tonight as the city celebrates its founding 20 years ago.
The party starts at 6:30 on the city green, and Sandy Springs Foundation Chair Christine Probst says there'll be plenty to enjoy.
We've got a band, we'll have food, signature cocktails, raffle items, spectacular auction items. It's just going to be a great celebration.
Tickets are available for purchase to the public online or at the door, and if you can't attend in person, you can still go to the event website to get raffle tickets and bid on highly specialized auction items, which include a wine tasting at the Mayor's House. Graham Carroll, 95.5 WSB.
It is now 5:04, and the Von Hessler Doctrine continues in less than 2 minutes. Right now, it's live team coverage of traffic and weather. Triple Team Traffic begins with Alex Williams.
Travel advisory continues heading toward the south side, Bill. This is in Hateville. A crash, I-75 southbound at Central Avenue, exit 239. Just one right lane is open. It's adding to brake lights, almost stretching back toward University Avenue. Make your way down. Use I-85 south, Highway 54. Some good alternates ahead to help you get down into Forest Park. Heading northbound into downtown, that is a jam-packed ride as well. 75-85 north, Langford Parkway up into Midtown. Southbound delays start on Georgia 400 at Lennox Road. Not going to find any relief till you get down to I-20. New trouble on I-75 in Marietta, Kobe Dawkins.
And it's 75 southbound right at Highway 5, exit 267. Stalled dump truck blocking one center lane, causing some delays as you leave Kennesaw. Northbound rides are slow, beginning at Delk Road, getting all the way into Ackworth to Highway 92. From the Corey Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Now Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast, sponsored by Shoemate, the official plumber of Atlanta. Here's meteorologist Christina Edwards.
Partly to mostly cloudy this evening. Sunset around 7:10. Temperatures will be in the mid-60s at that time, cooling down to the low 50s for tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, partly cloudy and breezy, high 71. The northeast wind gusting 25 miles per hour. Staying nice and mild on Saturday with sunny skies, morning low 55, afternoon high 76. Sunshine for Sunday, morning low 53, afternoon high 79. Monday trending a little warmer with a high of 81, but with low humidity in place.
Right now it's 73 in Johns Creek, 74 in Hiram, and 70 in Fayetteville. More news at 5:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
Hour 3 of the Von Hessler Doctrine begins right now. With this hour's word of the day in the WSB 5K a day bonus blitz. This hour's keyword is money. M-O-N-E-Y. Money. Go to the WSB Radio app or WSBradio.com/cash for your chance to win $1,000.
Which is money.
Again, that keyword is M-O-N-E-Y. Money.
Money.
Was that your sentence? Which is money? That's not really a full sentence.
Not really. That isn't a full sentence.
$1,000 is real money.
Is real money. Yes.
There you go. That's why I get the big bucks.
I can't think of sentence.
Listen, you're good at a lot of other things, okay? Including our next segment. Are you ready to go on this, George? It's the only thing I use a sounder for. Oh, you're not, are you? You just were not ready, were you? Well. Hey, is the Ask HR thing, is that AI?
Probably.
Because I asked it a question yesterday, and I explained everything and why it wasn't working. And then they got back in touch with me, and they told me exactly to do those things. And I thought, well, okay, maybe they got in there and they messed with something. And I went and did the same process, and I ended up in the same situation that I had explained.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably level 1, right?
Level
and then,
1
like,
is
level
AI.
1 is like some kind of computer thing. Probably not AI, but some sort of computer chat thing. And then if it comes back, nah, what I'm hoping is like a human being gets involved, because I think it's a very easy fix.
A couple of weeks you might get that human.
For some reason, I can't get this this website that we all use to give me information that everybody else can get. Strange. But that's all right. This is my problem. It's not your problem. I'm just wondering if level 1. And I'm just kind of going on here, still out George Clark. to find this.
Hi, this is Paul Stanley, and this is Paul Stanley's Music News on the Von Hessler Doctrine.
Hold on. This is from our lawyers. They want me to let everyone know that you are, in fact, Paul Entertainment News International Stanley.
Mm-hmm.
And you're here to give us the music news. Now, usually I get down on you because you'll figure some way to bring up this rock band Kiss at the beginning of every one of your music news reports. Let me begin this time by saying, how is your buddy Gene doing? Because he had a traffic accident, and I don't know how bad it was.
Well, he got in a car crash in Malibu, and it's simply because he's a bad driver.
Okay.
He doesn't pay attention to what he's doing.
Is he one of those guys that looks at you and talks while he's driving?
Yes, I get very nervous. That's why I ride my bike all the time.
You don't want to be riding. You ride your bike to his house and back.
But he's doing fine.
You guys live in the same neighborhood, like 4 houses down? Like just kind of go over to each other?
I live in Calabasas. I don't know exactly where he lives.
Oh, that's too bad.
I haven't been to his house in a while.
You guys have been together for a long time.
We're great friends.
I'm sure. I know you are. He's your brother.
Well, he's my brother. Yes, that's right.
Don't we have a little bit of Gene explaining?
Do we?
Yeah, I think we have a little bit of. No. I think we do have a little bit of Gene explaining what went on.
That is right. I was thinking about my next tour without Kiss, where I charged people $15,000 to be my personal roadie.
And that
that did not work out as well as I thought.
And were you just thinking of this, and then you lost track of where you were
thought,
on the road?
What if I charged $10,000? And I said to myself, that is a good idea.
And then you lost track of where you were on the road.
And I lost track of where I was. And that's great. I'm doing okay.
His statement actually read, "I'm a terrible driver."
I'm a terrible driver.
You don't have to drive. You've got the money to have a driver.
I do like the freedom.
Okay. You're just not good at it.
Not good at it.
Okay. All right. Well, we're glad
Kind
you're...
of like, Ace isn't, the best at guitar anymore.
Why are you going at? There's no reason to go after.
Well, he's a good
former
guitar
member,
player,
but that's not
but
really
he's not
relevant.
good as Ace.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's not really relevant to what we're talking about now. There's no need to kind of drag him.
And let's face it, Peter's life was more of a car crash than what I experienced yesterday.
You always figure out a way to take a shot at these two other original members of the band.
Shannon doesn't want me driving.
Is that
anymore.
Shannon Tweed?
Shannon Tweed, my wife.
Yeah. Are you married actually,
We're
or
married.
Or you just been together for a long time?
We're married.
Okay.
Married, have children. They do. My son and Paul's son have a TikTok channel where they perform their lightweight.
You're not into it.
Pop music.
You're not into
acoustic stuff.
Yeah. Is it good?
Hey, I'm into whatever they like.
Okay.
I'm fully supportive.
Well, here's the thing: when you're that rich, like you're a kid and you're born into a family, you got to do something. You don't have to do something, but you'll feel like a fool if you don't do something.
Hey, McCartney's kid, he's out there doing it.
McCartney's kid, and then Sean Lennon and McCartney's kid.
It's funny because Sean Lennon's kid looks like he's about 50, which is, I imagine, his age.
So it's John Lennon's kid.
Yeah.
It would be Sean Lennon.
Sean Lennon.
Yeah.
And then you got this McCartney kid who looks like he's 70. I don't know how that happened.
Always blunt, Gina. We're glad that you're okay.
Wish them well.
And as we do you.
Okay, can I step back in?
Yeah, you can step back in.
Gene's not the best.
He's not the best?
At delivering the news.
No, not the music.
Because he doesn't
news.
listen either.
Is he not somebody who keeps up with what's going on in the music world?
No, what I mean is, I heard your interview with him, and then subsequently the interview that Tim did with him. He doesn't really pay a lot of attention.
No, he kind of has something to say.
Yeah.
And he doesn't really. He kind of, the thing about when you're interviewing Gene Simmons, you recognize if your name isn't Howard Stern, you recognize that he just sees you as one of a million people who are all the same, and he just kind of not really very interested in hearing what you have to say, and he just kind of bulldozes over you. That's his thing, though. It's nice, though. He's not mean.
He's not mean, but that's the reality of the situation. I see you as a guy who's just as talented and as interesting as Howard. That's all.
Oh, well, I don't think you believe that, but it's cool.
I do believe
it's
that.
cool that you say that.
I think that you've
It's cool
shown
that you say
interest
that.
over the years of me doing this You're interested in my life, my spaghetti recipes.
That makes me somebody.
Although I don't know why I'm stuck having to write down traffic information all the time.
Well, because Jared's not here, and when you do the music news, you got to take the traffic information from Alex Williams. You knew this before we brought you in as our music guy.
Well, I didn't know he was off today.
Okay.
Because I was waiting at the airport.
Oh, he didn't pick
and he
you
didn't
up.
pick me up. No text, no nothing.
George Clark, aren't you supposed to?
Sorry, Paul.
I can forgive George. George, he doesn't make the big bucks like Jared.
He's got pipes too, huh? This George.
Oh, listen to that guy.
He's got some pipes.
Gene.
He's gonna sneak around and take all of our jobs, aren't you, George?
I'm trying.
What is your aim in life, George Clark? If you could blink your eyes, and in 2 years you are doing the dream, you're living the dream, you're doing what you want, you're making good money, the ladies love you for it. Like, what would it be? What would it be? Do you even know? You could say hosting a radio show and be somewhat naive.
I'd like to be hosting or a part of a great radio show.
Well, you're already
doing that.
I know, so I feel like I'm living the dream right now, guys. Minus the money and the women. And
Maybe he and some of his angry friends can do a podcast and talk about politics.
But perhaps you ever think about doing that little InfoWars kind of thing?
I've thought about it, I suppose.
That'll bring in the chicks.
Oh yeah.
I got a story to run by you after Paul gets done with the music news.
Another one
later.
We've got plenty of time for more music news.
Oh no, okay. I'm just saying that when Paul's done with the music news, I worry about you a little bit, George Clark, because I worry about the people in my lives. I want everybody to be happy, and we often talk about whether or not you found Mrs. Clark or not, and been made. But I'm worried about something even more than that. I'm wondering how large is your circle of friends? So sit on that for a bit, and we'll get back to it a little bit later because I think there's a new product out there that might help you if you're in need of help on that front. But back to very quickly, a little music news that doesn't have anything to do with anybody who's ever been in the band Kiss.
Next year, Rush is kicking off a reunion tour, their first in over 10 years. It's something like the 50-something year tour.
Yeah.
And Geddy Lee and Alex Lifeson, who's a great guitarist, by the way, are getting together. They opened for us a lot in the 70s.
Yes, she did.
Anika Niles is replacing drummer Neil Peart.
Yeah, you say it the right way, Peart. People say Neil Peart. It's Neil Peart.
And their first show is going to take place June 7th at the Kia Forum in L.A., so I can go.
Okay, very good. This is a thing where people are wondering, can anybody fill Neil Peart's shoes? And I don't think that she needs to. I don't know anything about this drummer. Everybody says she's fantastic. She was Jeff Beck's drummer. But can I say something? Who can do that? I watched their last tour. I didn't go to it, but I watched the Blu-ray in 2015, I think. And it was exhausting for me to watch Neil Peart for 2 hours.
Amazing.
I don't know how anybody, it's just nonstop. It doesn't stop. It's all fills. It just doesn't stop. And I was just thinking, how can you do that? So it's not really about, it is. You got to be a great drummer. Obviously, she's a great drummer. They wouldn't pick her. But how do you keep going and do what he did for 2 hours? To me, it's the endurance thing.
Will she have the same kid, I wonder?
I doubt it. I think if they're smart, the songs that everybody has got to sound like the songs, but they don't. Apparently, she's a great drummer, so let her be a great drummer and have her own voice and somehow still make that the Rush experience and celebrating.
No Atlanta date at the moment.
Oh, that stinks.
I agree. I want to go. I'll see him in L.A.
I haven't seen him since like 83. Moving Pictures tour.
You didn't go to 2004? You didn't go to the one in 2004?
Yeah, no, Paul Tim, I didn't.
That was a good one.
I bet it was. Alex Williams says there's a travel advisory on 75 in Hapeville.
Yeah, what a mess trying to make your way down to the south side, Eric. Right now, they're holding all lanes to get these damaged vehicles out of the roadway. 75 southbound at Central Avenue, exit 239. A bumper-to-bumper battle stretches back up to University Avenue, maybe even a little before that. If you can work your way through the slow traffic down to I-85 southbound and head past the airport that way, that is a good alternate to get you around that. You also have Highway 54 east of the interstate. That as well will get you down to the south side perimeter. We just found a new crash on 285 285 over on the west side, Kobe Dawkins.
And it's 285 northbound right at Langford Parkway, Highway 166, exit 5. Crash knocking out one left lane, causing delays back to Washington Road. And this report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Blindster.com is a family business making custom blinds, shades, and shutters. Give them a try and see why over 1 million windows have trusted Blindster. From the Corey Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Don't be late because you crowdsourced your commute with a navigation app.
This might become a travel advisory. Yeah, they're in 2 left lanes.
Depend on us.
See some delays if they shut that ramp down.
Make sure you get where you need to be on time.
Jam starting at Langford Parkway, getting past Spring Street.
Local and dependable traffic 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
We had a lot going on this morning through Henry County. WSB Triple Team Traffic.
95.5 WSB. How Atlanta gets there.
I'm here with Chris Hoffman, the founder of Hoffman Financial Group and host of Money Unleashed. Chris, with all the things we're reading, seeing, and living through these days, from rate cuts, election season, and now a new administration, now seems like a great time to make sure we have that comprehensive plan in place, you know, the one that covers all our financial bases.
There are occasions throughout the year where I feel like it's critical for people to engage their financial lives and get the information that they deserve from a financial advisory team. And this is one of those times, to be quite frank. So we ask that you call us if you have a minimum of $500,000 in your full portfolio. But we're going to do away with that minimum so that those folks can have an equal opportunity to understand what's in their portfolio as well. Now, you have to have some money, right? I can't help you to build your wealth at work, right? But I sure can help, I believe, with your 401k, IRA management. There's probably 2 or 3 things that'll surprise you that you may want to take action on. So the next 10 people that call in will work up either a portfolio x-ray, or if you feel like you need a full retirement plan, go to unleashyourmoney.com, click on portfolio x-ray, or click on full retirement plan. We think you'll be impressed enough, and we want you to become a client. There's no question about it. We believe that we are a very competent fiduciary advisory team, and we want to offer that to our listeners. Let Hoffman Financial Group actually show you how we perform, and I believe we perform at the pinnacle of this industry.
Call the Hoffman Financial Group at 404-737-3858, 404-737-3858, or online at unleashyourmoney.com. Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Hoffman Financial Group Incorporated, Georgia Insurance License number 163546.
Hey folks, Dave Baker here with a quick tip. When it comes to garage doors, longevity matters. Overhead Door Company of Atlanta has been serving Atlanta homeowners since 1935. That's 90 years of doing it right, day after day, door after door. Sure, new companies pop up claiming to be number one, but for real trust and experience, there's only one original overhead door, the one with the red ribbon on the trucks. Longevity matters. Quality matters. Call 404-USA-DOOR or visit overheaddooratlanta.com.
The Lloyd Advisory Group has a question for you. Is your retirement inflation-proof? Here's what we mean. In retirement, chances are you're on a fixed income with unpredictable expenses. So how do you not run out of money when the cost of just about everything continues to go up? You inflation-proof it. Financial advisor Mark Lloyd and the team at Lloyd Advisory Group can show you ways to help fight inflation so it doesn't outpace your income. Call us today at 770-766-5611. Inflation could take a huge chunk out of your retirement savings, but it doesn't have to. With some simple planning, inflation can go from being a major disruption to a minor annoyance. Call Mark Lloyd and the team at Lloyd Advisory Group now to start inflation-proofing your retirement today. 770-766-5611. That's 770-766-5611. Insurance products and services are offered through the Lloyd Advisory Group. Investing involves risk, including the potential loss of principal.
You're hearing noises in the attic at night. What's going on? Well, it's mating season for flying squirrels. Meteorologist Christina Edwards here. Yeah, this happened to me. These are smart, devious, and intrusive pests that are hard to remove. But with Breda, it will be like they were never there. Under the Breda Wildlife Guarantee, if critters return, you're covered at no additional cost. Breda Pest Management. They handle bugs and critters.
Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.
All right, Paul, Entertainment News International Stanley.
Uh-huh.
What else you got?
Just a second. Okay.
You still got the Rush news? You still swimming in your mind about Rush on tour?
I'm just excited I get to go, and I hope it comes to Atlanta so you guys can go.
Yeah. We don't have any date in Atlanta yet. So
Well,
would you go see Rush, George Clark, a man of your
I
age?
wouldn't be dying to go and see Rush. I'd have to maybe get free tickets or something. They're a great
Okay.
band. I like all the hits, but I'm not huge.
I think that when I was younger, I was I'm more Permanent Waves, Moving Pictures, like that era. As I got older, I remember being that age, and people would complain to me about Geddy Lee's voice being so high, and I was like, I don't get it. But then as I got older, and I hadn't listened to them in a while, and I would go back, it would kind of push me out of the music a little bit.
A little jarring?
A little bit, but not on Permanent Waves and Moving Pictures so much. More like when I try to go back to like Hemispheres, but you know the one they always talk about when you watch anything about Rush, about being their big failure? I love Caress of Steel. Apparently it was a huge flop when it came out, and they almost got dropped.
It was a
and
big
then they put out 2112 after
hard
that.
rock record. Everybody.
I mean, all the kids that when I was like, I don't know what I was. When I was listening to it, I was like 13 or 14. I don't know when it came. I don't know how old I was when it came out. But we all loved it. It had this great album cover that was kind of like, it was relief, like you could. So it was really neat.
Texture to it?
Texture to it, yeah. And so I'm surprised now as I watch these things about their career that was considered a major flop after Fly By Night, and that they were in danger of not being on their record label anymore. And then they hit the world with 2112. Why they need the demonic star thing, I've never really understood. It doesn't figure.
How is the star? Is the pointy part up?
Is it Saint? I mean, it's like it's that star in the middle of the
Pentagram?
circle. Yeah, is that what it is? Is that a pentagram?
Yeah.
And I never understood it because I listened to Rush and I never heard
The
one
star's
line.
pointed up, so it's not an evil pentagram.
Okay, so it's the good kind.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I just looked
No.
to verify.
Okay? Well, very good because they never really even flirted with those kind of lyrics or that kind of thing. I think. And that was like their logo for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm glad.
Not like us who were the knights in Satan's service.
That's what they said.
Crazy.
But you're not.
I don't like Satan.
And then they also said that you were like Nazis with the SS because it was like a lightning.
Boy, were they wrong.
Yeah, it turns out. You were wearing makeup. People had no idea
At
who
least
you
half
really
of
were.
us. Right.
All right. You got another story for me?
I got a headline for you. I don't know
All
how
right.
much time we have. Taylor Swift just released her new album that everybody loves or hates, whatever, The Life of a Showgirl.
The Life of a Showgirl.
And a lot of the songs are being claimed to have been stolen or lifted from other artists like the Jacksons. The song Wood bears a strong resemblance, and that's about,
That's about
Travis
Travis's
Kelce.
stuff.
Sounds like I Want You Back by the Jackson 5.
Well, I'll be darned. I haven't listened to it yet. But, pop music and rock and roll music in general is a derivative art form. So if something kind of reminds you of another song, you don't have a case. You know how hard these cases are.
Oh, yeah, they're difficult.
I mean, they lost that Stairway to Heaven case, and I listened to those two guitar things. I don't know what's different about them, but I guess there's something different. And George Harrison, of course, lost My Sweet Lord. But it's hard to do. So you can be one song can remind you of another song, but it's a difficult thing to prove that it was stolen from you. Also, have you seen these TikTok ladies are saying that it's racist and homophobic and patriarchal?
No.
There's a lot.
I should check it out.
No, maybe we'll play something to get back. I mean, these people talk like they know what they're talking about. It's quite hilarious. Alex Williams says 75 southbound is a parking lot into Clayton County.
Yeah, it has not been a fun one this afternoon, Eric, but we do have a little bit of silver lining here. They finally got that crash off to the right, 75 southbound at Central Avenue, exit 239. Had to hold all lanes for several minutes to do so, so it is very slow back toward University Avenue. Hang in there. Those delays should start to improve as you pass the International Terminal, making your way into Forest Park. Crash still knocking out a left lane, 285 northbound the inner loop at Camp Creek, at Highway 166 Langford Parkway. How's it looking on I-85 trekking up toward Gwinnett County, Kobe Dawkins.
Well, it's very slow. 85 northbound beginning at Shallowford Road, making your way to Steve Reynolds Boulevard. Traffic brought to you by Reliable Heating and Air. Stop paying for expensive heating and air repairs or home warranties. Get a reliable protection plan for just $14.99 a month and enjoy 100% parts and labor coverage for any H system maker model. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Can you guys believe Halloween is approaching, Thanksgiving, Christmas? Omaha Steaks is helping you out right now with an early Black Friday sale. You can get 50% off site-wide right now, and you get an extra 20% off select favorites and more. It's limited time deals because it's the early Black Friday sale. You want the caramel apple tartlets, but listen, if you're just into meal prep or you're tired of the family arguing over dinner, you load up the deliciousness from Omaha Steaks. I load up on the New York strips. It's what I feed the guys on Sunday nights for football weather. Grilling, it's fantastic, and I take advantage of this discount as well. And then here's the thing. At checkout, you use promo code ERIC, and you get an extra $35 off. Minimum order required. The unbelievable savings. 50% off site-wide, 20% off select favorites for a limited time for early Black Friday, and an extra $35 off. And all you do is go to omahasteaks.com, load up your cart. At checkout, you put in ERIC, E-R-I-C-K. Start saving real big today.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $400 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
The Love Your Home Minute from TE Certified. Hi, it's Chris Chandler with Josh, the local owner of TE Certified Electrical, Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. You know Josh. That's him you see jumping out of the back of their trucks. Josh, welcome back. Tell me something unique you've had at your home that's not top of mind for maybe the rest of us.
It's my whole home generator. This is one of my favorite things. I forget I have it until the power goes out, and then all of a sudden I have internet, I have TV, I have a refrigerator, I can open my garage door, my pool pump runs, I have heat in the winter, I have cooling during the summer. We've put in tons of these for people that have medical equipment, they have refrigerators, they have freezers, they have aquariums, they have pools, even people with wine chillers. But most importantly, we put them in for people who don't want to be in the dark when the power goes out.
We've had every kind of weather this past few months, and in the newsroom, we know the biggest problem here when this happens is the power outages.
Your power goes out and you lose everything.
Great insights, Josh. I just added a whole home generator to my wish list.
TE Certified, we love your home.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 5:30, I'm Bill Caiaccio. News is sponsored by Overhead Door Company of Atlanta. Our top story, major developments today in the push for Middle East peace. President Trump says he expects all the remaining hostages in Gaza to be released next week as part of a peace deal between Israel and Hamas. CBS's Aaron Navarro reports the president is hopeful the deal brings lasting peace to the region.
The president said he'd like to be in Egypt for a separate signing ceremony for this deal, while also noting that hostage release will happen next Monday or Tuesday. Should that line up, it would not be surprising to see President Trump there in some capacity.
Israeli officials here in Atlanta are watching with cautious optimism as the country signs a peace deal.
2 years on from the October 7th attack, many believe news of the peace deal marks a turning point.
It's a beginning of the healing.
Anna Stengart, Israel's deputy consul general to the southeast, says there's hope that the return of the hostages will bring closure.
On one hand, it was the longest 2 years in Israeli history. On the other hand, it feels like we still have October 7th going on. It never ended.
She hopes the deal marks the start of a new era of cooperation and peace in the region. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
71 degrees in Atlanta, cooling into the 50s tomorrow morning. How much of a warm-up in the days ahead? Meteorologist Christina Edwards has Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast coming up. And some areas of metro Atlanta are now in a severe severe drought.
Drought conditions continue to worsen for Metro Atlanta, especially on the south side. We now have severe drought conditions in southern Fulton County, Douglas County, Coweta, Fayette, and portions of Clayton County.
Christina says Metro Atlanta just experienced a top 5 driest September. The superintendent of the DeKalb County Schools is now on administrative leave with pay after his indictment on federal charges in Illinois. Dr. Devon Horton faces charges of tax fraud, wire fraud, and embezzlement for acts he allegedly committed while working as superintendent of District 565 in Illinois. That school district says they are deeply troubled and angered by these allegations. On day 9 of the government shutdown, Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene is speaking out against Republican leadership on Capitol Hill. On CNN, Greene says she's concerned about rising health care costs if Affordable Care Act tax credits go away.
It's not just ACA recipients whose premiums are going to skyrocket very soon. It has been a disaster for many Americans across the board.
A new Washington Post poll shows 47% of Americans blame Republicans in Congress for the shutdown. The government shutdown will impact performances at this weekend's Atlanta Air Dot Show.
All U.S. military flight performances at the show are canceled due to the shutdown, including the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds.
There's always disappointment because you build up that anticipation and excitement, but the event will continue on with the civilian folks.
Atlanta Air Show spokesman Chris Dorado says the Full Throttle Formation team based in Peachtree City will headline this year's event at Atlanta Regional Airport Falcon Field. Ticket holders who come out will get complimentary admission to next year's event featuring the U.S. Navy Blue Angels. Cheryl Castro, 95.5 WSB.
Dunwoody police are asking for the public to help them find 2 men accused of breaking into a man's car and shooting at him. Sergeant Michael Cheek says the victim woke up when he saw his car lights come on at an apartment complex on Lake Ridge Lane.
As soon as he opened the door and stepped outside, he noticed there was a male standing outside of his car. There was a male inside his car.
He says the suspects opened fire. When the man left his apartment, he was not hit. The suspects ran away. Gwinnett County Fire and Emergency Services are getting 3 new ambulances.
These ambulances will operate as peak time transport units during the department's busiest 12-hour period, providing increased flexibility in service delivery as needed.
Fire Chief Fred Cephas says the vehicles should be added to the fleet in December. It comes at a cost of $1 million, nearly half of which will be paid for from the 2017 SPLOST program. It is now 5:34. This news sponsored by John Foy and Associates. Time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Triple Team Traffic begins with Alex Williams.
Finally bringing some better news to some of the crashes we've been watching. Bill, that one is completely off to the right now in Hateville, 75 southbound, Central Avenue, exit 239. So those brake lights that stretch back up to University Avenue should start to improve. Crash that was in the left lane just moved to the right shoulder. West Side Interloop 285 northbound at Highway 166 Langford Parkway exit number 5. Still slow from Washington Road, but we'll watch those delays start to improve. And we've also been watching a pretty slow afternoon northwest of town, Kobe Dawkins.
Yeah, 75 northbound. You're budgeting about 38 minutes leaving Delk Road, getting into Ackworth 2, Highway 92, 575 northbound. Just a slight tap of the brakes getting into Woodstock. From the Corey Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Now Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast with meteorologist Christina Edwards.
Partly to mostly cloudy this evening. Sunset around 7:10. Temperatures will be in the mid-60s at that time, cooling down to the low 50s for tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, partly cloudy and breezy, high 71. The northeast wind gusting 25 miles per hour. Staying nice and mild on Saturday with sunny skies, morning low 55, afternoon high 76. Sunshine for Sunday, morning low 53, afternoon high 79. Monday trending a little warmer with a high of 81, but with low humidity in place.
72 in Lilburn, 71 in Union City, and 70 in Holly Springs. More news at 6 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
Distracted driving can have devastating consequences. I know. I see it every day. No matter how good of a driver you are, you have to watch out for others. Throw in darker commutes, wet leaves, and slick roads, and autumn accidents are a certain. Hey, it's Smiler Mark McKay for the Strong Arm, John Foy and Associates. If you get hurt in a wreck this fall, don't go it alone. Call John Foy before you call the insurance company. They just want to deny your claim and offer you a painful payout. John Foy will fight to get what you deserve with zero upfront costs. Visit johnfoy.com.
With a long legacy of helping people live well, HealthSpring knows Medicare. As your partner, HealthSpring is committed to empowering you every step of the way. From choosing your plan to making the most of your benefits. You'll find that with a Medicare partner you trust, life gets lighter. So put a spring in your step with a HealthSpring Medicare plan. Find out more at healthspring.com. HealthSpring products and services are provided exclusively by or through operating subsidiaries of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
EMC Security.
Our video doorbells are handy for seeing when packages are delivered or when the kids come home or even checking to see who is at the door. But what about when something more serious happens, like a break-in or fire? That's when you need a monitored security system. At EMC Security, we've been protecting Georgians for almost 30 years. Still locally owned, still no contracts, and still offering monitoring from just $16.95 a month.
EMC Security. Smart protection for a safer tomorrow.
Steelhorse Law specializes in motorcycle accidents involving trucks. SteelhorseLaw.com.
One of the biggest repairs on your biggest investment would be the foundation on your home. Mark Beckham here with Atlanta Ramjack. Other companies offer many different services and then try to upsell their customers something they don't even need. That's not what Atlanta Ramjack does. Foundation repair is all we do. We send only the most trained experts in the field and give you the best materials and an honest appraisal of what your real problem is, not more than what you need. Schedule your free estimate today at atlantaramjack.com.
I just want you.
It's a scandalous song here. She wants kids. The whole block. All right, okay. So this is upsetting some people. And I only bring it up. Is it a lot of people? I don't know. But because of the headlines and me clicking through them, I was exposed to this area of TikTok and this type of TikTok person who is they all seem very, very fragile.
Yeah, a little.
And they are, they're frightened by what they're hearing from Taylor Swift. I think some of this has to do with, if you take these types off TikTok, I think they've been exposed to the game of football and they find it to be absolutely horrific. And so now, you get this whole group on TikTok that is saying that Taylor Swift's new album is homophobic, racist, MAGA adjacent.
Particularly this song.
Yeah, this song in particular.
And really those 4 lines that we just heard, I want a driveway, I want kids, I want...
Yeah, and so they're saying they're trying to give so we have a little bit of a montage. You're gonna love this gallery of kooks.
The more that I listen to this album, and specifically the song Wish List, I honestly think it's quite sinister and it scares me.
Is Taylor Swift used... Stop. At what point... You see, it says to me, you have no self-awareness if either you don't know you're doing the uptalk thing or you don't know that makes you seem very, very ignorant and anything that you're saying is not to be taken legitimately.
That ship is
legitimately.
Sailed. Yes, but that ship has sailed. That's men and women, younger people.
I don't hear it all. It's not like the word like.
Right.
I mean, that ship has sailed. I used to, you don't have to say like all it. That ship has sailed. But I don't hear the up-talking constantly the way the word like is. I mean, anyone under the age of 50 could not say anything without using the word like 7 times in 14 words. And it's almost gotten to the point where it washes over me and it doesn't even affect me anymore. But the up-talking thing, it's not everywhere all the time. I think it's still a specific...
If you're not looking at social media, then you're
okay,
missing
that's
it.
why. That's why. I'm not.
And I think it is when people film themselves and they're doing videos like this.
They think it makes them sound profound. I think.
Sinister.
Like, By the way, before we listen to more, you can go back to the beginning because I'd love to hear her again. Can we just take a moment to give a round of applause to the sociology professors who gave us this particular corner of humanity? Thank you. Thank you very much.
How many of these women are upset because Taylor's not alone?
Like they are?
Like they might be.
You're getting into cat lady territory, Mr. Vance.
Yeah, you're right.
So be careful there. So these people are just... listen, if you're on the left and you're a progressive person and you see Taylor Swift as your enemy, again, one more round of applause for the sociology professors who have given us this style of entertainment. Go ahead.
The more that I listen to this album, and specifically the song Wish List, I honestly think it's
Stop again.
Wish list.
Wish list. But now I like the idea that saying the word specifically makes her sound smart. Specifically.
the more that I listen to this album, and specifically the song Wish List, I honestly think it's quite sinister and it scares me.
Is Taylor Swift music?
It scares me. One more round of applause for Sociology 101 and all the good work they've done with our youth.
Using her music to red pill you? In short, yes.
Stop. This is what I've watched more of these than I've ever seen in my life today. And I love, it's what I call, and I've known people like this all of my life, some of my own family, who behind their backs, I have referred to as loud wrong. And this person who just said what she said, we got to roll it back and hear it again, it's like, no, I'm just giving you a fact. This isn't even debatable. I mean, period, stop. This is the way that it is. And it's hilarious.
And it scares me.
Is Taylor Swift using her music to red pill you? In short, yes. This is trad wife, red pill, MAGA softcore being served.
You know what it is? They're mad that she's still friends with Patrick Mahomes' wife. Because Swifties, they think that they should be able to control her life. Didn't they make her break up with some guy because, I don't know, they thought he was a Nazi?
Matty Healy, he did an accent on a podcast.
Yeah, and they did put so much pressure on her that they were like, you got to break up. And so they feel like they should be able to control these things.
In short, yes. This is trad wife, red pill, MAGA softcore being served to us.
Stop. The MAGA thing. Remember Brittany Mahomes, wife of quarterback Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs, the team that Travis Kelce is on. I don't know if she still is, but she expressed some MAGA leanings during the campaign. And Taylor Swift kept being her friend. Because, you know, that's the worst signal that you can send to your fans, that you actually stay friends with people that you disagree with. I'm scared.
Yeah.
That we live in a world
Red-pilled MAGA?
where people can actually be friends with those that they politically disagree with. I'm scared.
Being served to us in a pop album.
I've subjected myself to listening to Taylor Swift's new album, and the song Wish List, yeah, that's trad wife propaganda.
I'm just so in this climate, you want the whole neighborhood looking like you, like Travis.
Stop. One more round of applause for the sociology professors that have created this particular Frankenstein monster.
What does that mean, looking like Travis? Being, strong?
She's talking about kids, and they're going to look like...
She's basically saying...
Oh, yeah.
So the sociology professors are killing art. No, it ain't art. Yes, it is. Pop music is art. She's a writer. Do you hold Stephen King responsible for every idea in a Stephen King horror novel? And do you assess that is Stephen King saying to you, I think it's a good idea for clowns to kill children? Is that really how you take it?
I do.
She's a writer. And when you're writing songs, most songs are kind of a pastiche. They're like different ideas that you have in your head, and you kind of roll them together into a theme. And the fact that she is saying this or singing this doesn't even mean that 24 hours a day this is what she thinks. You got to fill up an album. You use what you have. On this show, we cover things that we don't really, what they're interested. You use what you have. And so if she's had this feeling, then you use it. It's not necessarily a statement. Usually with songwriters, it's a mood. And also, if you don't want to be a so-called trad wife, that's fine. Are you looking to outlaw it? Is it now actually an evil thing to get married and have kids?
In this climate.
I have to point out how wrong it is. Yeah.
In this climate. But maybe in another climate. But then again, the climate is changing so much, I just don't know. Let's finish this out.
I'm just so in this climate, you want the whole neighborhood looking like Travis.
So rather than being relatable, she's going to give the image of the ideal white woman that white women are supposed to aspire to.
One more time for the sociology professors who created this particular Frankenstein creature. Alex Williams says it's crowded on 285 through DeKalb.
Yeah, just the solid brake lights this evening, Eric. 285 eastbound, the inner loop. You jam in right around Ashford Dunwoody Road, exit 29 for the ride over to Peachtree Boulevard, exit 31. Those delays pick up again. They start to slow, leaving I-85 as you travel southbound through Tucker and Clarkston. 285 westbound on and off the brakes from Georgia 400 and Sandy Springs over to Truist Park. And then we'll call it sluggish this evening, southbound through Smyrna Vinings to I-20, the West Freeway. It's more than sluggish through downtown, Kobe Dawkins.
Yeah, very slow. 75-85 northbound. Brake lights beginning before Langford Parkway, getting past Peachtree. Pine Street southbound rides are very slow, starting well before the downtown merge, getting to I-20. And this report is sponsored by Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Learn more about their support of Common Threads and nutrition education at anthem.com/dream. Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield is the trade name of Blue Cross Blue Shield Healthcare Plan of Georgia, Inc. From the Corey Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
A U.S. government shutdown
Lawmakers appear no closer to finding common ground.
means disruptions around the country.
You'll see more delays, or you might see a cancellation.
And here in Georgia,
Essential workers still have to report to work at airports, including Hartsfield-Jackson.
what comes next?
That should turn up the urgency and the necessity of the Democrats doing the right thing here.
For the very latest, listen often throughout the day to 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's breaking news station.
If you need a new garage door, this could be your lucky day. Entries are open now for the $5,000 sweepstakes at Overhead Door Company of Atlanta. A winner will be chosen at random to receive $5,000 towards new garage doors, openers, or front entry doors of their choice. Deadline to enter is the end of the month to win the $5,000 sweepstakes with Overhead Door Company of Atlanta. You can't win if you don't enter. Enter now at overheaddooratlanta.com. That's overheaddooratlanta.com.
Attention men, does ED and PE have you down? Well, great news. Choice Men's Health has the latest breakthrough treatments that can get you up and running. Meet the specialist who is dedicated to helping you perform better than ever in the bedroom.
Hi, I'm Dr. Katz, Chief Medical Director at Choice Men's Health. Our custom treatment plans have a 98% success rate at improving ED and PE on your very first visit, even if Viagra and Cialis have failed. Regardless of your age and medical history, we are here and dedicated to help you regain your love life.
Don't wait. Call Choice Men's Health now. We are so confident we can help. For a limited time, we're offering to cover your first treatment for free. Call 404-400-1170. Call now to claim your free treatment. 404-400-1170. Results guaranteed on your first visit or it's free. 404-400-1170. Choice Men's Health, the only choice for your health.
Just like your car, your septic system needs regular maintenance. Hi, I'm Shannon, the owner of Scorpion Septic. If you're seeing bubbles in your toilet, pooling in your yard, slow draining, or your toilet won't flush, you need Scorpion Septic.
Take the sting out of septic service with Scorpion Septic, where there is never a pump out charge with your repair. Call for more information. ScorpionSepticServices.com.
ScorpionSepticServices.com. Fall is a busy time and selling your home can be overwhelming. Get a guaranteed cash offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and sell your home stress-free and for the most money. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can bypass the market, receive the strongest all-cash offer in the industry, and close in as little as 21 days. Our guaranteed offer keeps you in control. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Mike Rowe here with another fun fact. If your concrete is cracked or uneven, you can actually lift it back up. Whether it's a sinking driveway, a patio, or a sidewalk, do yourself a favor and call a Groundworks company. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to lift your concrete slabs. Schedule a free inspection with AquaGuard, a Groundworks company, and tell them Mike sent you.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Hey, I am Brant, and her name is Sherry, and she's a friend and a colleague of mine, and we were just praying for her, actually, because she had a major surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
MediShare,
MediShare. That's
of
right.
course.
Yeah.
So, what was your experience like with MediShare and your healthcare bills?
You know what? It was seamless. And that's such a blessing when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in and it's just what you need, it's so refreshing.
Yeah, that's what I keep telling people. People love MediShare and saving tons of money. The typical family, I'm fond of saying, can save $500 a month.
I am so thankful for MediShare. It's so different. And I mean different in a very, very good way, Brant.
It is a good different. Call right now. They're so easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number, 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
You know what? Every genuine U.S. citizen that gets rounded up by ICE should get $5 million. Just straight up. Just straight up. If you're a U.S. citizen and you've been treated this way by your government, it should just be straight up. You get $5 million. I don't care if it lasted 15 minutes, 15 hours, or 15 days.
Get the reverse gold card.
The reverse gold card.
You can stay.
It's not, as a U.S. citizen, it's something you should never even have to, in the back of your mind, even consider. But don't get me started, because then I'll ruin the happy vibes of my own show. That's what I'm trying to do.
Happy
Tim
vibes.
Andrews, George Clark. Like that girl in that Taylor Swift thing in this climate. I'm trying to, I just don't understand, and I just want people, I want them to be happy. But, and that's a happy thing, because like if you get, roughed up, zip-tied, thrown into the back of a van, incarcerated for some hours, and then they find out, it turns out this person's born in America or is a naturalized citizen, or then as you're walking out, if they hand you $5 million, you're like, okay. It's that all right.
I still love America.
Yeah, I'm still with you. Very good. But it's just, there's no way. There has to be compensation. There's no way they can do that to you as a U.S. citizen. And then it's like, oh, whoopsie. See you later. That cannot be allowed to happen. Not be allowed to happen. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's all the rage right now. The left doesn't know what to do because they're kind of agreeing with her on some things.
Been embraced by the likes of CNN.
Yes, but in a nuanced way, she is basically what she's saying is, I would have voted against Obamacare, but I have a lot of my constituents who are dependent upon it, and I represent them. And if we keep this government shut down for too long, their premiums are going to go up double, right?
We track all the calls that come into my office. About 60% of the calls coming in right now are calls of support and saying, yes, health insurance is a crisis. They're telling us stories about how they're already paying $2,000 a month with $10,000 deductibles. I'm getting phone calls from people that are saying if the ACA tax credits expire, they aren't going to be able to have health insurance. They're going to have to drop it. But I'm hearing from people on both sides, people already on the ACA and people that are already getting crushed by high health insurance premiums.
If she had not kind of started her career with that whole laser weather machine,
space laser
thing, it's going to be hard because she's
don't care,
making
Marjorie.
sense.
Yeah, I'm there with you.
It's hard to get over the whole. All right, if I follow this woman, is she going to go back to the space lasers?
I'd love a green Massey ticket. That'd be cool.
I worry about Massey because I'm starting to hear some stuff. I've always liked what he had to say, but I'm hearing that he's a little bit of a conspiracy guy. And the fact that you're starting to like him makes me think that maybe that's true.
And when he goes out
I don't
on
want
campaign,
a president talking about the Anunnaki or whatever the hell they are.
When he goes out on campaign stops right now, he's also talking about how much Trump likes him and that he supports Trump.
Who?
Massey. You just don't see it in the news.
Wait a minute. Trump publicly says he's going to try to get him out of office.
But he says these things when he's
Marjorie, too. She kind of butts heads with him, but she does always come back to I love Trump.
No, I know that, but Massey has not. Trump has come out and said, we're going to primary this guy, and he's a bad guy. Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think Trump sees her as, we got to let her be the canary in the coal mine, right? Like she's going to, we got to give her some she can come back with some real information about MAGA. I think that's the way. Now, he'll only put up with it so far, but so far he's put up with it. Alex Williams is seeing brake lights on 75 in Marietta.
Yeah, thankfully right now we don't have any crashes blocking lanes, but we do see the brake lights. I-75 northbound starting right around Windy Hill Road. Gets a little bit slower through the heart of Marietta up to Highway 5 exit 267. A few southbound brake lights scattered about between 575 and the I-285 perimeter. 575 northbound, slowest part of that ride is passing Bells Ferry Road, exit number 4. Once you get up to Highway 92 in Woodstock, things will start to improve. 400 northbound, traffic troopers tell me is some debris heading southbound on 400 southbound right around 285. The northbound delays improve once you pass the North Springs MARTA station. And we're going to take a look at the ride on I-20 west of the city with the help of Kobe Dawkins.
And 20 westbound, you're on and off the brakes leaving I-285, getting past Thornton Road. Eastbound rides are slow starting before Riverside Parkway, getting to the perimeter I-285, and also heads up on Camp Creek Parkway at Fulton Industrial Boulevard. Traffic lights flashing red, so treat that as a four-way stop. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call 404-390-4000. That's 404-390-4000.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
At Kroger, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix that's guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with low prices in every aisle. Kroger shoppers never compromise. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
You can save big on 12 packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Canada Dry. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Hi, it's Dale with TrustDale.com, and for over a decade, I've trusted America's best choice for windows, doors, sidings, and decks. And with their 3-way warranty, including my $10,000 Make It Right guarantee, you can invest with confidence.
That's right, Dale. America's Best Choice offers highest quality, energy-efficient windows and special pricing on custom decks. We also offer beautiful siding, doors, and now roofing, all with no pressure, no gimmicks. Visit abcwin.com for your free in-home estimate. America's Best Choice. Quality you can trust, prices you can afford.
EMC Security.
When an alarm goes off at your home, every second counts. With EMC Security's remote video monitoring, once your alarm is triggered, our team can instantly monitor cameras you give us access to, assess the situation, and send appropriate information to first responders. Get real peace of mind whether you're home or away. Get a free quote on video monitoring today at emcsecurity.com.
EMC Security. Smart protection for a safer tomorrow.
When you get hurt on the job, workers' comp should cover lost wages, medical bills, rehabilitation therapy, and more. But the system doesn't make it easy.
Get the strong arm. Call attorney John Foy and Associates.
It pays to know what you're entitled to.
News, weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
At 6 o'clock, I'm Bill Caiaccio. News is sponsored by Mark Spain Real Estate. Our top local story, indicted. The DeKalb County School Board puts its superintendent on administrative leave with pay after he's indicted on federal charges connected to his old job in Illinois.
A 37-page federal indictment obtained by WSB details the allegations against Dr. Devon Horton and 3 of his friends. Horton's accused of owning a business called Altering the Education Expectation. Federal prosecutors allege that Horton and his friends used that business and others to gain contracts with Horton's old district and other schools without disclosing his involvement. Horton's also accused of using the school district's P card to buy personal meals, gift cards, and cover his travel expenses. He's facing charges of tax and wire fraud as well as embezzlement. Jennifer Perry, 95.5 WSB.
71 degrees in Atlanta. Another cool morning tomorrow before it warms up this weekend. Is there any rain on the way to break the drought?
Year to date,
date, the metro Atlanta area is over 5 inches below average as we go into the final months of the year. Little to no rain is in the forecast for the next 7 to 10 days.
Meteorologist Christina Edwards has Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast coming up. President Trump calls it a momentous breakthrough during the Gaza peace talks.
We ended the war in Gaza and really, on a much bigger basis, created peace. And I think it's going to be a lasting peace, hopefully an everlasting peace.
The president confirms the release of the remaining hostages held by Hamas will take place Monday or Tuesday. It's phase 1 of Trump's peace plan between Israel and Hamas. President Trump says he'll be traveling soon to Egypt to be part of the deal signing. The only Jewish member of the Georgia legislature reacts to the breakthrough peace plan. State Representative Esther Panich says this was always the goal.
All Israel has wanted is to bring their people home, and not just their people, other foreign nationals as well, including Americans.
She says she hopes once the hostages are home, the country will be able to heal. New pressure from members of Georgia's congressional delegation to end the government shutdown, now in its 9th day.
Saying she wants to sound the alarm on the cost to Georgians if Affordable Care Act tax credits go away. Congresswoman Lucy McBath says she and her Democratic colleagues want to work out a bipartisan deal to end the shutdown.
I cannot predict how long this will last, but we have to stand our ground.
But Congressman Mike Collins says Democrats need to vote for the 7-week funding package to reopen the government.
This is not about a health care fight. This is about funding the government. That's it.
Some analysts say if the tax credits go away, healthcare premiums could double. In Atlanta, Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
The escaped inmate from New Orleans captured in Atlanta will not fight extradition back to Louisiana. 28-year-old Derek Groves appears before a Fulton County judge today.
And do you want to challenge extradition, or do you want to return to Louisiana?
I want to return where I'm from.
You want to go back to Louisiana?
Yeah.
Okay.
Louisiana authorities now working on the logistics to bring Groves back. Groves had been on the run since May when he and 9 other inmates escaped. He was finally caught after a standoff in southwest Atlanta yesterday. A man's under arrest after he's accused of calling in a fake bomb threat to a popular Marietta bar.
Charging James Lusk, a 29-year-old from Marietta, with simple battery, harm, a misdemeanor, false public alarm, a felony, and false report of a crime, another misdemeanor.
Officer Chuck McPhillamy with Marietta Police says the suspect had just been kicked out of Johnny McCracken's. Marietta Police are also investigating a separate fake threat made within 2 weeks of the first one at another business. The city of Sandy Springs is throwing a big party tonight to recognize a milestone.
20 years ago, the city of Sandy Springs was born, and Christine Probst is chair of the city's foundation. She says it became a model for other metro area municipalities.
It was one of the first cities to incorporate, which sort of led to other cities following suit because we were so successful in our public and private partnership.
Tonight's event features food, live music, a raffle, a silent auction, and signature cocktails. Guests can purchase tickets online or at the door. The fun begins at 6:30 under a large tent on the city green. Graham Carroll, 95.5 WSB.
It's now 6:04, and the Von Hessler Doctrine continues in less than 2 minutes. Right now, live team coverage of traffic and weather, and Triple Team traffic begins with Alex Williams.
Just found a crash on the south side perimeter, Bill. It's in the right lane, 285 eastbound, the outer loop, Boulder Crest Road, exit 51. Delays stretch back to Moreland Avenue. Once you get past that, it's also seeing some delays trying to get up to that I-20 East Freeway interchange. North side perimeter, 285 eastbound, jams in from Georgia 400 over to Peachtree Boulevard in the Doraville area. Then the brake lights find you again as you make the transition onto 285 south from I-85 there in the Tucker region. Not going to find much relief till you get down to Highway 78, the Stone Mountain Freeway. Checking 285 west and southbound toward Truist Park, it's Kobe Dawkins.
Yeah, 285 west to south, it's slow, leaving Sandy Springs, heading over to I-75, and you find no relief until you get to the West Freeway, I-20. And also some better news on Camp Creek Parkway right at Fulton Industrial Boulevard. Earlier, traffic lights flashing red have been fixed, so those delays should start to improve. From the Corey Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Now Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast, sponsored by Shoemate, the official plumber of Atlanta. Here's meteorologist Christina Edwards.
Partly to mostly cloudy this evening. Sunset around 7:10. Temperatures will be in the mid-60s at that time, cooling down to the low 50s for tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, partly cloudy and breezy, high 71. The northeast wind gusting 25 miles per hour. Staying nice and mild on Saturday with sunny skies, morning low 55, afternoon high 76. Sunshine for Sunday, morning low 53, afternoon high 79. Monday trending a little warmer with a high of 81, but with low humidity in place.
69 in Milton, 71 in Marietta, also 71 in College Park. More news at 6:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
That is correct, Kayachio. Loud and proud, hour 4 of the Von Hessler Doctrine begins right now. And I didn't realize that today would be John Lennon's 85th birthday. Unimaginable. I can't imagine him 85. That means he's been dead now 5 years longer than he was alive. But I did just happen to put on, I had a little time, and I, not even realizing this, I put on first 2 sides of the White Album today. And I'm glad I did, because then I realized it was his birthday.
Why not Working Class Hero?
Because I don't know.
Or
I like that
Imagine,
song.
that whole album's fantastic.
Song Imagine. You know, the song Imagine is not, I'm not saying that it's terrible or anything. It's that, it's like the song Start Me Up, right? They both are at the beginning of an album. And I just have to skip that. I can't listen to those songs like I'm listening to a song. It seems like you're listening to an institution or something. Like it's like you can't just like get lost. For me, anyways, like Start Me Up is just like
it's almost like a commercial jingle.
Yeah, it's kind of. I mean, I love it when they open a show with it, and yeah, I'm jump up like everybody else. But I love like that Stones album. I love Tattoo You. I think it's one of their best albums of their whole catalog. I just love it. But I usually just kind of am I gonna bop around in my car and start me? It's just I can't. Imagine's the same way. It's just too monolithic. I can't swing with it. You know, it's just like a.
It's also a childish song. I think the older you get, you look at it and you go, I love this song, I appreciate it, but I liked it better when I was younger.
Well, yeah, me too. I do think it's, I've said this before, the magic of the song Imagine is the piano and his voice and the way that it's recorded and all of that. The lyrics, a little bit high school, a little bit, but I don't know. Maybe it's, I've come to think that maybe it's a little bit tongue-in-cheek, not totally tongue-in-cheek. I think he was, but the more earnest you take the lyrics as you get older, they just seem very, very, Elvis Costello had a song. Was it A Millionaire who said, Imagine no possessions?
And a poor little schoolboy who said, we don't need no lessons.
But I can't imagine that he would have lived to be 85 or what he would be like at 85.
I'd be quite grumpy.
Would you be grumpy?
I'd be quite grumpy. I would still be out performing. Maybe Paul and I would have gotten together.
Yeah, I wonder about that.
And recorded an album here too, a song.
You know what? When he's live now, one of the reasons I might want to see him, I've seen him many times, but with the voice and everything, is because he does do this thing where Peter Jackson, who did the Get Back stuff, took the Rooftop John Lennon on I've Got a Feeling, and they sing together. So Paul's singing, and then John pops up on the screen and sings his part. But John's still 29 or something. And so, every time I watch it on YouTube, I get goosebumps. I cry too much when I listen. I recognize I'm in deep.
I cry too.
I cry when I listen to the Beatles quite often, or when I see things or whatever. And so when I've looked at this, it does give me goosebumps. And I think if I was there, I would probably I would have a tear or two. But also the other part is John Lennon's voice at 29 against Paul McCartney's voice at 83. And that's not a song that's easy. He's got that whole part. It's like he's got and then John at 29, everybody had a good year.
Everybody had a wet dream.
You were 20-something when he passed away?
No, I was younger than that. I was 16. He died in December of 1980.
So yeah, you were 16.
Yeah, I was 16.
Was it super impactful for you?
My God, I went out of my mind. I drove my family crazy.
Oh, wow.
I was working. I'll tell you exactly where I was. I was closing. I was sweeping up. I worked at a Mexican restaurant on West Henrietta Road in Rochester, New York, called Poco Bandito. And it was a really cool place to work. Like, the people who owned it were pretty kind of young. My older brother worked there. And so it was a real kind of cool place to work. And I was cleaning up, and her name was Jan. So the husband and wife owned the joint. And she came in the kitchen and said, did you hear that somebody broke into John Lennon's house and shot him or something? Like, that was the first thing that I heard. Mm-hmm. And I said, well, well, yeah, but I'm sure he's all right, whatever. Because I had become a Beatles fan in 1974, so I was a big Beatles fan.
That's what I was wondering. Were you
right? Yeah, I was already there. And he had just put out his first album in 5 years, and so that was in the air. So he was like kind of relevant again for the first time in like 5 years, and so I came on. I was a dishwasher, and so I'm washing the dishes and whatever. And then she walks back in and said, "He's dead." What? And I had to finish my job.
Right.
But it was a weird time, man. It was a weird time. I remember going to like all these candlelight vigils and all this stuff. And I think after like 3 or 4 months, my family was like, "Okay, he died."
That's like how my mom was.
Can we
with
move
Elvis.
on? Can we move on?
When Elvis died, my mom
yeah.
was a mess for about 3 weeks.
Yeah, my mother was too. The Elvis death kind of knocked me out a little bit too, but not as much. I was just sort of like an Elvis fan, but not a fanatic.
The fact that he was assassinated
and so
shocking.
Yeah. I remember getting home that night. Went back to Schnackle Drive in Point Pleasant, just outside of Irondequoit on the bay. And I remember just sitting there watching. They did have like late night news back then. It wasn't like maybe it was. Yeah, CNN was. Did they start in 1980?
They may have, but we didn't have them then.
So I remember watching, and just watching the story over and over again, and just thinking every time I watched it, it would change. Isn't that a weird thing? You're like, maybe I'll watch it again and he made it,
He's
or
back.
there's something, And then the other Beatles, outside of they were just weird. This stuff is still on YouTube. They talked to George Harrison the next day, and he tells that story, and he's like, because he was in England, so this happened around 11 o'clock at night, I think. So it's like 5 a.m. or so in England, 4 a.m, whatever. When the shooting happens, then he's pronounced dead, I think, around midnight or something.
Well, didn't they interrupt
whenever it happened, Monday Night Football, whenever it was known, it was like 11:30 or something like that. And so George Harrison says that he got a call, and he woke up to take the call, and he was told. And then somebody said, well, what did you do then? He said, well, I went back to sleep. And then they found Paul the next day. This one I know is on YouTube. And they're like in front of his home or something. And he's standing there, and his lights are flashing, everything. And they're asking about it. He's going, yeah, it's kind of a drag, isn't it? It's kind of a drag. And then you see Ringo, and he's a human being. He's just bawling. How could this happen? Why? Like most people would be. He's just like not understanding and just crying his eyes out. The other two, I don't know. I think the Paul thing, he kind of chalked up to, just sort of being.
He was in shock.
And maybe not wanting to share this moment with the world, maybe not wanting to be there. I don't know. George Harrison was always kind of weird about it. Really kind of weird about it.
But he wrote a really good song about it.
No, then I shouldn't say always. Then
a year later.
Yeah, then he kind of came around. But that was I went back to sleep. How? How did you go back to sleep?
Dead still.
Well, it's not like I can do anything. I was in Rochester, New York, 16 years old, still up at 5 o'clock in the morning trying to figure it out. George Harrison, I wrote it. What am I going to do? I went to sleep. I decided to have sex with Ringo's wife again.
I've never seen Ringo's reaction.
It's on YouTube. I'm pretty sure I've seen it. I've seen it. So, and I didn't see it at the time. So I definitely saw it on.
Had they walked away from each other at that point?
George?
Or
well, Paul McCartney says that the problem with George Harrison was that they were feuding at the time. McCartney says that he and Lennon had buried all the hatchets and they were friends and they weren't constantly hanging out or anything, but when he was in New York, they'd have lunch or something like that at his place. But George Harrison wrote a book called I Me Mine that I think came out earlier in 1980 or it was 79 or so. And like everything else for George, he needed money. So he wrote a book. And this book, if you bought it in the original, it cost like something like $400 to $500, and they only had so many of it. It was a weird thing. But John Lennon read it, and he thought that George just did not give him any credit at all for the influence that he had on his life. And they had a spat about that, and it just wasn't resolved. Right. And so they were just still mad at each other. And McCartney claims that this really kind of messed with George a lot, that he hadn't resolved things. But even still later, they would ask George about that. And I think John brought it up in the Playboy interview or something. And George is like, well, that's always the problem with Lennon and McCartney. They're too busy with their own stuff. They don't notice that. I think I'm going to have sex with Ringo's wife again. Who's that lady? I'll have sex with her. I believe in karma, and I'm the most enlightened person in the Beatles, but I'm a drug addict, and I have sex with everything that moves. But I don't believe in the material world. I love George Harrison, don't get me wrong. Alex Williams is seeing bumper-to-bumper delays downtown.
Yeah, it is a slow Thursday evening into the heart or through the heart of the city, Eric. We're still looking at about 28 minutes traveling 85 southbound from the Georgia 400 merge for the ride down to I-20, just filled with brake lights. 75 southbound, those delays started northwest Atlanta, right around Howell Mill, Northside Drive, exit 252. And northbound, 85 northbound, you're slowing just north of the airport from Cleveland Avenue, just trying to get onto the downtown connector because 75, 85 north is stacked and packed from Langford Parkway. Not going to break free till you pass Peachtree, Pine Street and make the commute up into Midtown. It's also been a slow evening on I-75 through Cobb County, Kobe Dawkins.
Yeah, 75 northbound is slow, beginning at Delk Road, getting into Kennesaw to Chastain Road. 575 north, just a slight tap of the brakes, leaving New Chastain Road, getting past Highway 92. And this report is sponsored by the Georgia Lottery. Tomorrow's Mega Millions jackpot is $575 million. Now with bigger jackpots, better odds, and a built-in multiplier. Drawings every Tuesday and Friday. From the Corey Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
If it's happening on the streets of Atlanta,
The Cobb County Medical Examiner's Office identifies 57 sets of cremains.
if it's happening on the roads leading to Atlanta,
Massive project at 285 and Georgia 400 has been a big improvement.
we've got it covered.
Atlanta jurors convict a former Customs and Border Protection officer.
Your 24/7 news source.
Covering the stories that impact you.
Tune in throughout the day to stay up to date.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's breaking news station.
Just because there are so many window choices doesn't mean they're all good choices.
All windows are not created equal.
It's Ted and Jonathan from North Georgia Replacement Windows. And vinyl composite windows? They're a thing of the past.
Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows are beautiful, not big and bulky, and 8 times stronger than vinyl.
Experience the difference at your home or in our Alpharetta showroom.
Infinity from Marvin Replacement Windows, yeah!
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
This is Scott Slade. When it comes to your engagement ring, there's only one place I'd recommend. Tara Fine Jewelry Company, known for exceptional standards, craftsmanship, and legendary customer service. Tara's passion runs through every design they craft. Engagement rings you'll be proud to gift, cherish, and wear for a lifetime. You fell in love with her because she's unlike any other woman in the world. When it comes to your promise of forever, only a Tara diamond will do. Tara, specializing in diamonds of absolute beauty and legendary customer service since 1985.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $400 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
Awesome Lennon song. The thing with Lennon is, if you get the greatest hit stuff, we have my wife at a record store. I don't know where she got it, but a few years ago, she got the album version of Shaved Fish, which was his first.
Is that the one with the layers that you can mess around with?
No. This came out in like 75 or something, and it has this album cover that's great because every song that's on it, there's a sort of a little illustration, painting type of thing. And, there's like, I don't know, 13 songs or something. And right in the very middle, and my wife decides, oh, this looks really great. And she puts it up on the wall. But right in the very middle is the song "Woman is the N-Word of the World."
God, yeah.
Except this was the 70s. So after a while, it's kind of like, I don't know if we had, I know we see ourselves as kind of artsy fartsy. It's weird. That song is, now if you watch like the Beatles channels or something like that, if they hold it up, like, they'll put their hand over that part because it's right there in the middle. And it's a cool little painting. It's Whistler's mother, but it's Lennon. So, Whistler's mother but it's Lennon with the glasses. And all the little paintings are cool. But the idea that, like, that was the point that he was making.
Yeah.
The point that he was making was a good point. It's not racist.
Right.
It's the opposite of racist. His point was, you can agree with him or not, that thing that you're experiencing because of your race, that's been the history of women everywhere in the world. Always subjective, always not subjective, always the subject, and objectified and all of that, and lesser than. And you could agree with it or disagree with it, whatever, but it's not racist. But in this world that we live in, even John Lennon is seen as somebody who, would he be canceled for that because he was making a meta point, a wider point? He wasn't.
It was a time when context mattered. Now context does not matter at all.
He was agreeing absolutely and completely what's going on here is wrong, but extrapolate that out to the rest of the world. And I think that there's, we'll go on about this a little bit no matter what people think. So the Beatles have been putting out these special editions of their albums. And they started with Sgt. Pepper, and they went up to Let It Be. Then they went backward to the album before Sgt. Pepper, which was Revolver, because Peter Jackson had the technology to split those things up. After starting with Sgt. Pepper, they had 8 tracks, and they could use, and so it was easy to go back and remix. When you go to Revolver, something like Eleanor Rigby, all those strings are on one track. They could never pull them apart. But because of AI technology or learning language technology, they were able to kind of separate those things. So they did Revolver, nice little box set. And everybody thought, oh, they're going to keep going backward. And the one before that is Rubber Soul, which some people think is their best album. And they haven't done it. It's been years now. The 60th anniversary went by. Fans keep wanting it. And I think, and I saw somebody mention this on one of these YouTube shows and they were blown off, but it's been in my mind for a long time. I think it's because of Lennon. And I think it's because of the last song on the album. Because the reason that you put all of these things out is you're trying to get a new audience. You're getting a younger audience. You're remixing it so it sounds good on AirPods and all of this kind of stuff. So, you don't want to become, to me, I would hear like Rudy Valley, you don't want it to sound like that to young ears. So the last song on Rubber Soul is Run for Your Life. The opening lines are, I'd rather see you dead, little girl, than to be with another man. And it ends with, it has some very kind of vicious, if you bring up the lyrics, there's lyrics that are worse than that. But it's this rock and roll tune. And, later on in his life, he was like, it's just a stupid tune. It's dumb. And Lennon, if they put it out, the story about Lennon hitting his wife once will reemerge. And the whole concept of these, and he acknowledged that as well in the 70s and said he was an idiot. And according to his wife, it happened once. According to him, it happened once. And he apologized for it and said he was just a complete and total idiot. But when you're remixing these things for younger ears and you want people who are in their 20s and 30s and 2025 to buy these things, I think that's what's scaring them away.
You have to think about their sensibilities.
Right. And it's hard to and listen to what we just heard from these Taylor Swift TikTok people.
Yes.
They're finding,
stuff that's not there.
That's not even there. In this one,
it's there.
It's actually there. It's a lark, I guess. And it's, and the thing is, he could have written any words to put on top of it. It's a pretty cool rock and roll
good song,
It's
yeah.
a good rock and roll song. But I do believe that. What is that coming from? The wherever Lennon is now? Where is that coming from?
It's off of YouTube.
All right, well, we'll probably get canceled for playing that song from 1965. That's how much we've progressed, ladies and gentlemen. Alex Williams says we got big rig trouble on 285 by the airport.
Yeah, that's right. Our traffic trooper's first to tell us about this one, Eric, and we see it on the jam cam. Stalled tractor trailer smack dab in the center lane. 285 westbound, the inner loop between Riverdale Road and I-85. Brake lights starting to fill in there back through those airport tunnels. Better news in DeKalb County. Had a crash. 285 eastbound, the outer loop at Boulder Crest Road. Exit number 51. That has been moved off to the right, so delays there will start to improve. Any improvement on I-85 toward Norcross, Kobe Dawkins?
Yeah, it's slowly improving. 85 northbound, just seeing you slow, starting at Chambly Tucker Road, getting to Beaver Ruin Road. Traffic brought to you by Reliable Heating and Air. Stop paying for expensive heating and air repairs or home warranties. Get a reliable protection plan for just $14.99 a month and enjoy 100% parts and labor coverage for any H-System maker model. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
If you're ignoring any cracked bricks or concrete cracks, you could be ignoring underlying foundation problems. You'll want to get ahead of these problems sooner rather than later. Don't wait any longer. Visit aquaguard.net today to book your free inspection. Remember,
AquaGuard. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Here's a money-saving pro tip to keep your heating system running efficiently and avoid costly breakdowns. For just $29, you can schedule your fall checkup with TE-certified electrical, plumbing, heating, and cooling. Chris Chandler here. Don't miss this exclusive new customer offer. Just $29 for a TE-certified fall checkup. Hurry, offer ends October 31st.
TE certified. We love your home.
This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory. I recently had two sets of customers who had vastly different stories. One had purchased elsewhere 3 years ago and spent $5,000, and the other had purchased from OMF 12 years ago and spent $1,000. The difference? Our customer's mattress lasted 4 times longer and cost them 5 times less. Don't waste money on overpriced, overhyped mattresses. Visit the Original Mattress Factory for unbeatable quality and value. Sleep better, longer, for less.
'Tis the season. Have you gotten your flu shot? At All Care, our experienced flu specialists are dedicated to providing comprehensive and personalized care, from vaccines to testing to treatment. And you can walk right in to any of All Care's 15 Atlanta locations and access our unique combination of primary and immediate care under a single roof. For flu season and beyond, say goodbye to waiting for the doctor and say hello to All Care, a proud member of the Piedmont Clinically Integrated Network.
The 28th annual Motul Petit Le Mans returns to Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, October 8th through the 11th for 4 days of world-class sports car endurance racing and fan activities. Don't miss the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship season finale, the Fox Factory 120, and 4 additional race series throughout the weekend. Witness the best racing teams and drivers in the world, like BMW, Lamborghini, Lexus, Ferrari, Porsche, Audi, and more. Tickets are on sale now. Kids 12 and under getting free. Get yours at roadatlanta.com.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 6:30, I'm Bill Caiaccio. News sponsored by the Lloyd Advisory Group. Our top local story, the DeKalb County school superintendent is put on paid administrative leave after he's indicted on federal charges in Illinois. The 17 charges include embezzlement, tax, and wire fraud. Evanston Now reporter Matthew Eady in Evanston, Illinois, says it did not come as a surprise to many in Horton's former school district.
There's been buzz for, since he left this district
about what went on here. And a lot of people have raised questions and concerns.
He says many blame Horton for the district's current financial troubles. Federal prosecutors allege that Horton and 3 friends received kickbacks from businesses they owned that obtained contracts with the school district. He's also accused of using the school's P card for personal expenses. While Dr. Horton is on leave in DeKalb County following his indictment, the state could step in to remove him from his post.
Under Georgia law, the governor can appoint a 3-member commission to decide whether to remove a public official from their post if they're facing indictment. The law requires the indictment be formally received by the governor's office before the panel is appointed. They will then have 14 days to issue their recommendations to the governor, and if they recommend suspension, the governor will decide whether to suspend the official from their office until the case is resolved or until their current term ends. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
72 degrees in Atlanta, cool and breezy tomorrow morning. How nice will it be this weekend? And some areas of metro Atlanta are now in a severe drought.
Rainfall has been very meager. The metro Atlanta area experienced a top 5 driest September for 2025. And so far for the month of October, only 5/100ths of an inch of rain has fallen.
Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast with meteorologist Christina Edwards is coming up. Israel and Hamas are a major step closer to ending their 2-year-long war.
It's been really something incredible that nobody thought it was possible to get it done.
President Trump says the deal will bring an everlasting peace to the Middle East. He says the hostages held by Hamas should be coming home soon.
We are getting the hostages back on Tuesday, Monday or Tuesday.
The president says he's going to try to make a trip to Egypt to attend an official peace deal signing. A 19-year-old is facing a charge of involuntary manslaughter after Lawrenceville police say he shot and killed his girlfriend. When police arrive at a home on Lauren K. Court, they find the 19-year-old victim with a gunshot wound to her head. They later arrest 19-year-old Sebastian Prestridge. A Forest Park woman admits sex trafficking 2 teenage girls in DeKalb County. 37-year-old Virginia Ann Bates pleads guilty to human trafficking and pimping charges. She provided a 16-year-old relative and an 18-year-old girl to sex buyers. She also got some of the money from the sex acts they were providing. Bates is sentenced to 25 years in prison. She'll have to register as a sex offender. New York Attorney General Letitia James is indicted on a federal fraud charge. CBS's Scott McFarland reports this is the latest Justice Department case targeting a critic of President Trump.
This is all very similar to what we saw with former FBI Director James Comey. The same grand jury in the same courthouse in Alexandria, Virginia, indicted James Comey on 2 federal charges.
James denies wrongdoing and says the case is politically motivated. The city of Douglasville is buying 115 acres of land to build a police driver training facility. It's approved unanimously by the city council.
We're excited about this facility. It's going to help our police department in training and in driving facilities, so we're very happy that this is moving forward.
The $2.7 million land deal is just off Wortham Road near Cedar Mountain Farms. Big upgrades are coming to baseball and softball fields at City of Atlanta Public Schools thanks to an investment by the Atlanta Braves. The Hank Aaron Diamonds Initiative will pay the cost for turf infields at all APS high schools. The program's expected to break ground later this month on the first 4 baseball fields at Washington High, Jackson High School, Mays High, and North Atlanta High School. It is now 6:34, and it's time for live team coverage of traffic and weather, and Triple Team Traffic begins with Alex Williams.
Hey, Bill, trying to clean up our evening commute around Metro Atlanta, but we're still seeing some brake lights. 285 eastbound, the inner loop, on and off that brake pedal from Georgia 400 into Doraville, and some southbound delays down to Highway 29, Lawrenceville Highway, where we had a crash clear. Worst of it on the outer loop on the north and west side of town is 285 westbound from Roswell Road, getting past Cobb Parkway, exit number 19. Then you're going to keep your foot close to that brake pedal heading southbound to I-20, the West Freeway. And we just can't shake out those delays on 75 through Cobb County, Kobe Dawkins.
No, 75 northbound, it remains very slow beginning at Delk Road, getting into Kennesaw to Chastain Road. 575 northbound. Really minor delays as you make your way into Woodstock. From the Corey Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Now Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast with meteorologist Christina Edwards.
Partly to mostly cloudy this evening. Sunset around 7:10. Temperatures will be in the mid-60s at that time, cooling down to the low 50s for tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, partly cloudy and breezy, high 71. The northeast wind gusting 25 miles per hour. Staying nice and mild on Saturday with sunny skies, morning low 55. 85, afternoon high 76. Sunshine for Sunday, morning low 53, afternoon high 79. Monday trending a little warmer with a high of 81, but with low humidity in place.
And we have breaking news just into WSB. The Israeli government has now approved the Gaza ceasefire resolution. And so once again, it's been approved now in Israel. We'll have more coming up in the news at 7 o'clock on that. It is now 71 degrees in Noonan, 72 in Midtown Atlanta, and 68 in Dunwoody. More news at 7 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
Hey, if you're bringing some friends over to tailgate this fall or cook out or having the family for Thanksgiving later, do what I've just done and call Wise Guys Pro Wash. They've gotten my house and driveway, my patio spotless, even the wooden gates out back. They even cleaned the roof, and I didn't even have to be there. The crew used the top equipment in the industry in their soft wash and kept my home safe and damage-free. You call them. First-time customers mention my name, Chris Chandler, and book now to get $70 off your first wash at wiseguysprowash.com.
Multiple contractors and estimates for your home projects? What a hassle. Instead, trust the Plus. Painting Plus.
Hi, I'm Charlie, owner of Painting Plus and the Plus family of businesses. We're reliable, fully licensed, and insured, no muss, no fuss, trust the Plus, and leave everything on your list to us.
If your home's exterior has it, the Plus can improve it. Painting Plus. Siding, gutters, windows, decks, porches, roofing, and more. Trust the Plus. PaintingPlus.com.
Hi, I'm Deborah Morton, host of Inside Georgia Real Estate, right here on 95.5 WSB. If you listen to my show each Saturday, we cover Atlanta's housing market and all things real estate related. So, whether you're buying your dream home or selling your current one, hiring the right agent is essential. The Agency Atlanta is the iconic brokerage that is revolutionizing real estate worldwide. We pair global resources with decades of hyper-local Atlanta market expertise to deliver results. If you're selling your home, we'll help you showcase your property and maximize your return. If you're buying, we'll guide you through every step to secure the perfect home for your lifestyle. Either way, we would love to earn the privilege of being your agent. So, if you're looking for that perfect Buckhead bungalow, that Alpharetta estate, an in-town condo, or suburban bliss, visit InsideGeorgiaRealEstate.com today to connect with us at the Agency Atlanta. That's InsideGeorgiaRealEstate.com.
Is this a real story or not? What did you just send it to me on?
I put it in Slack. It's from this website called Kybermail.com. I just saw this on X.
Kyber Mail as in M-A-I-L or M-A-L-E?
Yeah, do you have the link there in Slack?
Yeah, I think I just opened it, but now for some reason I can't. I'm enamored with the story that will get Trump pushes to put his own face on new $250 bill.
You can't put a living president. That's so dumb.
Is that a rule?
Yes.
Is it a law?
Yes.
Well,
they have new connective services plans for when you buy a Toyota. And I'm not seeing news stories about it, but I am seeing Toyota posting about it. But music streaming through the car's integrated system requires a $15 monthly Music Lover plan, while navigation through Toyota's cloud-based Drive Connect service also costs $15 a month.
So now, so your phone will not connect your this is the question. Is this an option, or can you still use your phone that already has the streaming service?
Well, this poster on X said that Bluetooth will not work, and in order for it to work, you have to connect and you have to pay.
All right, we don't know if that's true or not.
Right.
I don't think it says that in this particular story, does it? I was reading it very quickly.
Down below it does. It says you can bundle both for $25 per month under a premium plan. In addition, Service Connect, which provides vehicle health reports, maintenance alerts.
Yeah, no. But what I'm wondering is it an option if you don't have a streaming service already?
Now, this is to use any, to connect
that's
to
what
your
I'm saying
car.
is I'm not seeing that in this story. I know that guy's saying this, but I'm not seeing that Bluetooth won't work until you subscribe. So what I'm wondering is, now maybe it is true, but what I'm wondering is it like if your own, but who would have a music service only in their car?
Right.
That would be ridiculous.
I'm looking at the Toyota website, and it seems that you can use like your kind of iPad-like display on the car, as you can connect that to a music service that you have subscription to already.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm feeling. Is like what they're doing is they're offering more. They shouldn't be offering any subscription services for these things.
Pay for car, get car.
Yeah, one of the things in the article I think says if you want to start the car remotely or something, you have to pay. Rather, the technology's in there. Yeah, at these large corporations. I swear to you, they have meetings now and say, are we screwing the middle class enough? Have we squeezed enough out of our... Oh, yeah, we see all the research. Our customers are hurting, but are we hurting them enough? Because, Jim, you're going to lose your job if you have not squeezed every penny out of these customers that we pretend to care about.
Yeah, so it does say here that with the premium service plan, you get remote connect, start, lock, unlock your doors, and more.
Yeah, all that is in the car, whether you pay or not. See, this started with the heated seats. And the reason you start with heated seats is because you can think of that as an extra. You get who needs it? It's comfort, right? It's luxury, right? And everything. First, Crack Rock's free. You all this stuff comes. You get it for a month or something, so you get used to it, and then all of a sudden it costs you money.
Yeah.
Your car is going. Now you have to subscribe to your car. What a brilliant idea. What a brilliant idea. My wife's got we bought a nice car for my wife, and I've driven it once. It's an SUV, and it's very, very nice. And I drive a little Kia Soul, and I was driving her car, and it's one of these cars that almost drives itself type of thing. Just everything is just wonderful about it. And as I was driving it, I was thinking, maybe I want one of these. But then I said, you know what, Eric? You need to be a man of the people. Yeah, I don't need to be driving one of these fancy vehicles. You just stay in your Kia Soul, where you belong. Don't get your head too big.
Is it a manual transmission?
No, because I had manual for years and years, but as I got older, my left knee started barking real loud. I mean, manual's fine. I mean, I love driving stick shift, but when you're on Peachtree at 4 p.m,
it's pain.
The knee is just like the clutch just doesn't stop.
And then you got to get a new clutch eventually.
But so I had to let that go. But I do love that. But I was stay in my little. I said, Eric, I think you're known as a man of the people. And the only time I'm ever going to borrow my wife's car, because sometimes rich people will invite me to dinner or lunch, usually people that I work for, and they invite me to these places that are really, really fancy, and there's always valet parking, and I'm kind of getting tired of telling a little joke to the valet guy as he takes the keys to my Kia Soul. I'll usually say, I bet you haven't seen anything this nice tonight, huh? Yeah, so I think when rich people who employ me invite me to dinner or lunch, this happens when I go to lunch with Wes Moss. I have the ugliest car at the place. Everybody else is driving these monstrosities. So that's it. I'm going to lean on my wife for that. If I have to pick up friends at the airport, things along those lines.
Take that one.
Yeah. But I gotta stay right. I gotta stay a man of the people, right?
And
How can I comment on the world if I'm driving in a cloud?
You also don't want to get locked out of any features.
Well, that's true.
Included in the new car.
That's true. I don't have to subscribe to anything in my car.
That's ridiculous to me that you pay to have all this crap.
Yeah, the car's not.
I have told you this. I don't know how many times I can't get this across to people. Just about everything on the planet Earth has been bought. Tangible things. What's left is that's why there's subscriptions to everything. Oh, you want to do that? Oh, you want to what? You want to cross the street? $15 a month. It's gonna be, and it's gonna encroach deeper and deeper and deeper because, all these companies are public or they're owned by, like private equity groups or something. So there's always the pressure to constantly be delivering more and more and more profit, more and more and more. And where are you going to get it from? Well, I don't know. For years, I don't know. We sold him a car, and then the genius shows up. and then you just walked away? You need to keep charging them money so they can keep driving the car. And let them know mentally, they have to know that if they're not paying the subscription, they're driving the car, but they're not getting the premium. I bet it's called premium.
Like
the most, the two words, plus and premium.
You've got your music lover package, your go anywhere package.
That's what you need for your car.
I need heat because I live in the north package.
Yeah, your music lover package for your car. But, people get so used to the subscription model that maybe they'll do it,
My YouTube subscription lapsed, and it's enraging me, with all the commercials now. And
That's the only worthwhile one to buy.
I'm trying to kind of get rid of the subscriptions, or at least in my brain I am. I haven't actually done it, but if I can talk my kids into pirating everything for me, I will do it. Because it's getting to the point where it's just absurd, and you don't own anything anyway. It's ridiculous. Alex Williams says there's a stall on 75 North in Marietta.
Yes, sir. We have a stall. Looks like either a box truck or a big rig. Nonetheless, it's in the second right lane. Police just pulled up behind it, 75 northbound before Highway 5, exit 267. That's going to slow down a ride that was improving now with brake lights back toward Delk Road. Down on the south side perimeter, all lanes are shut down right now. This is also to move a stalled tractor trailer, 285 westbound, the inner loop past Riverdale Road, exit 60. Until they get that off to the side, that's going to keep the ride slow as you leave I-75 coming westbound through the airport tunnels. With one last check of downtown, it's Kobe Dawkins.
And it remains very slow, 75-85 northbound, beginning at Langford Parkway, making your way around the Grady Hospital curve. Southbound rides are slow before the downtown merge, getting to I-20. And this report is sponsored by Callaway Resort and Gardens. Get away this fall to Pumpkins at Callaway, glowing with day-to-night fun happening now through November 1st. Book your stay today at CallawayGardens.com. From the Corey Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Start your workday with Mark Aram.
Is there anything scarier than losing your retirement account?
Mark Aram.
But there's been a ton of development in Walton County.
Getting you through your morning.
60,000 pounds of cocaine. That is a lot.
Mark Aram.
Tomorrow at 9.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Fall is a busy time, and selling your home can be overwhelming. Get a guaranteed cash offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and sell your home stress-free and for the most money. Hi, it's Chris Chandler. With Mark Spain Real Estate's guaranteed offer, you can receive the strongest cash offer in the industry and move when you're ready. Mark Spain Real Estate has more than 13,000 five-star reviews, so you can trust the top real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home quickly and for maximum profit. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
At Solomon Brothers Jewelers, we've been family owned and operated since 1982 because love deserves a legacy. Jaron Solomon here, and that's why we're proud to be an official Tacori jeweler. Each Tacori ring is handcrafted in California, passing through 20 master artisans before it reaches your hands. With free cleanings for life and the best financing terms in Georgia, we make every deal count. Stop by a store in Buckhead, Alpharetta, or Sharpsburg, or visit us at SolomonBrothers.com to book your private appointment.
EMC Security. Hey, it's Coach Mark Richt here. Everyone knows defense wins championships. And if you're not using EMC Security to defend your home and family, you need to step up your game. With EMC Security's no contract and local service, they are a clear number one. So give them a call or visit them online at emcsecurity.com. That's emcsecurity.com.
EMC Security. Smart protection for a safer tomorrow.
Your deck is more than just a place to flip a burger or have a cup of coffee. It gathers your friends and family on all your favorite occasions and is there to enjoy every day. Hi, I'm Scott Nelson, owner of Nelson Exteriors, and we build beautiful, high-quality decks at a reasonable price. We're licensed and insured, provide exceptional customer service, design help, and we'll work with the materials you want. Strength, durability, beauty. Decks done differently. Built by Nelson Exteriors. Get your free estimate. Google Nelson Exteriors.
I've found your next go-to service team for Porsche, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi. It's Wolf Pen European Auto Repair in Roswell. Honest pricing with certified factory techs who won't run up the tab with repairs you don't need. See the difference when you search Wolf Pen Auto Repair.
At Kroger, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix that's guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with low prices in every aisle. Kroger shoppers never compromise. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Right now, USDA Choice Boneless Chuck Roasts are on sale. Just $7.99 a pound with your card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Hey, I am Brant, and her name is Sherry, and she's a friend and a colleague of mine, and we were just praying for her, actually, because she had a major surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is Medi-Share. That's
of
right,
course.
yeah.
So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and your healthcare bills?
You know what? It was seamless. And it's such a blessing when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in and it's just what you need, it's so refreshing.
Yeah, that's what I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share and saving tons of money. The typical family, I'm fond of saying, could save $500 a month.
I am so thankful for Medi-Share. It's so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way, Brant.
It is a good different. Call right now. They're so easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number, 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
So according to Reuters, the president is it happening or it's being thought about, George Clark?
Says here in Reuters, U.S. to deploy 200 troops to Gaza for Gaza task force with no operations on ground in Gaza.
Like I said, we have to untangle ourselves from these foreign wars,
Yeah, we
especially
gotta get
in
out.
the Middle East.
Yeah, we're going to put
Gotta
200
get 'em
people.
out.
So they won't be on the ground, but they'll still be there.
Yeah, it'd be
Or are they just going to be like running drones from Colorado or something?
So the officials said the 200 would be a core part of the task force that would include representatives from the Egyptian Armed Forces, Qatar, Turkey, and probably from the UAE. So,
well, we'll get beautiful babies out of it.
Yeah.
And we'll also keep Israel from going in there. Oh, wait a minute. I'm not
What?
supposed
Wait,
to
wait.
say that. Sorry, BB.
So I don't like the idea of us being. I don't. You know, I think Americans are targets, and I don't think we should be putting them in places like that. But didn't you run on? We're going to get out of these.
Like I said, the way to get out of the war is to put your troops there, so
Okay.
they'll keep you out of the war.
Okay, all right. It's just, I guess it sort of makes sense. I don't know. George Clark, I was bringing this up earlier. We often, we worry about, here you are, good-looking fella, 32 years old, got a nice job, and the love life we worry about. Do we love George Clark?
Do we love George Clark?
We want to see George Clark
We'd
happy.
really love to see him happy with a woman or whatever. He
Well,
likes.
it's fine. It's 2025, whatever.
Whatever
I just
he
want a
likes.
part of somebody in his life.
AI programmers.
Well, no, we don't want
We
that.
could do better than
Human
that.
would be
We
better.
don't- Yeah, a human. That's what we're talking about, a human.
A real doll.
And but so I'm not talking about that here because I think about I don't see you as somebody that's got a huge circle of friends.
That's true.
You're a little bit of a loner.
Yes.
Okay. And so I came across this story about how people are using BFF apps. They're like dating apps.
Oh yeah. Have you heard about this ad campaign in New York City?
No.
There's this friend app that's supposed to be your AI friend.
Yeah.
They're being There's a ad campaign all over the subways, and they're being desecrated.
Defaced. No.
Yes,
But this is not AI. This is like a dating app, but you're not looking for a lover or a date. You're looking for a friend.
Well, I've consciously worked on this friend stuff, and
Yeah.
I've got some new friends.
Oh, how do you now?
Yeah.
You think they're going to
This
stick?
past year, yeah, I think they'll stick. I've been on a trip with said friend.
Oh my goodness. Okay, how many? What's your circle now?
So I've got.
Did you go from 2 to 6? That's a good leap.
I've got a friend Graham that I met
Yeah.
at a church, and
Mhm.
I've got Nick, Jess, and Ben, who I hang out at the
Oh.
Earl with.
Okay, all right. You got
Those
Earl
are-
friends?
Those are kind of my 4 new friends.
I think you need to find a friend named Earl that you can hang out at just for a little bit of irony, not a little something. Well, if you want more friends, I can't imagine anybody doing this.
I can't either.
Going on an app
But
looking
young
for
people today, yes.
just insane to me. There's Meetup, Yubo, and Nextdoor. And if you live in New York, is 222 New York City?
I don't know.
I don't know. If you live in certain areas, there'll be
Isn't Nextdoor the app where people complain about their neighbors?
That's what I think. Maybe they're becoming friends.
Well, if I lose my new friends, I'll keep.
But
this
how
in
do
mind.
you? Actually, I kind of wanted you to kind of get one and
we
tell
can-
us how
I
it
can-
goes.
I'll go.
Well,
on
I
a
don't know.
little-
I don't know if you're that into these things. I'm always like, I want to have George go do this. I don't want you to say yes unless
Well,
you
know,
want to do it.
It's best to organically make friends. We agree.
No,
on that?
no. Well, that's my
But
point.
I'd be.
But I would
interested
like
in
to know because how is it?
experimenting?
How is it not a date? You're going to
That
okay.
sounds
I'll meet
exactly
you at
like a date.
Starbucks and we're just going to be buddies. Like I don't quite understand how that works. Also, with dating, you know where you're going. Like if everything's successful after 3 or 4, we know what's going to happen. If that doesn't happen, then you stop dating. Friendship is different. Friendship is I see you once. I saw you. Oh, didn't I see? Oh, and then the third time we have a bunch of laughs at a bar somewhere, and then somewhere before you know it, somewhere in, oh, we're friends. It's not like dating.
Then
where,
you can borrow money.
Yeah, and that's when you know you're actually
I guess
friends.
maybe if you had a hobby and you needed a partner to do this hobby with, this might come in handy. Like,
I just don't understand how you could not call it a date. All right, I'll meet you at.
Yeah.
Let's go shopping together. You like Trader Joe's? Let's go shopping at Trader Joe's together. How is that not a date?
I'll take a look at the app, and if it doesn't seem like it's all creeps,
Well, that's the whole thing. That's what I want to know. No, if it does seem like it's all creeps, that's
Then
when
I'll
you
go,
just
yeah,
go daylight, in the middle of someplace people can see you. You don't go out. Don't meet somebody in a rural area with a lot of large barrels. People seem to end up dead inside of barrels. You don't want to be that. All right, on that happy note, that music's telling us 2 things. Shut the hell up, get the hell out. You know us, we do what we're told. We're good people. The Coaches Show,
Yes,
I believe, is up next.
I believe so.
And then after that, it's Hondo, Ringo, and the All-Stars. Shelley Winter will be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow at 3 p.m. You're all invited to join us. Until then, continue on your journey. Don't piss off the genie.
657 in the traffic center. Better news in Marietta. Stalled truck pushed off to the right. All lanes open. 75 northbound before Highway 5. Heads up, DOT reporting a new crash. 285 northbound, the inner loop before South Cobb Drive. Partially in that left lane. And stalled big rig now off to the right by the airport. 285 westbound, the inner loop at I-85. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
Money Update. From WSB consumer expert Clark Howard. Sponsored by Reliable Heating and Air.
There have been several instances in Metro Atlanta where AI-based cameras or drones have solved crime. I think it's great, but we need clear state rules that protect the privacy of innocent people. So it's one thing to have these cameras and drones keep us safer, but it's another if we have the prying eyes of government or private contractors spying on you and me everywhere we go.
Hey, I have got an exclusive, money-saving, $29 offer to keep your family safe and warm. Hey, it's Chris Chandler for TE, Certified Electrical, Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. After my fall checkup, I have total peace of mind, and you can too. New TE certified customers pay just $29 for a fall checkup. But hurry, offer ends October 31st.
TE certified, we love your home.
Can you guys believe Halloween is approaching, Thanksgiving, Christmas? Omaha Steaks is helping you out right now with an early Black Friday sale. You can get 50% off site-wide right now, and you get an extra 20% off select favorites and more. It's limited time deals because it's the early Black Friday sale. You want the caramel apple tartlets, but listen, if you're just into meal prep or you're tired of the family yard going over dinner, you load up the deliciousness from Omaha Steaks. I load up on the New York strips. It's what I feed the guys on Sunday nights for football weather. Grilling, it's fantastic, and I take advantage of this discount as well. And then here's the thing. At checkout, you use promo code ERIC, and you get an extra $35 off. Minimum order required. The unbelievable savings. 50% off site-wide, 20% off select favorites for a limited time for early Black Friday, and an extra $35 off. And all you do is go to omahasteaks.com, load up your cart. At checkout, you put in ERIC, E-R-I-C-K. Start saving real big today.
Passion. It's the difference between getting it done and being exceptional. For your home's exterior renovation, hire a company passionate about your project. Trust the Plus. Painting Plus.
Hi, I'm Charlie. My passion for high-quality remodeling began when I started my business at just 15. Now we have grown to the Plus family of businesses. If you hear the Plus, it's us.
If your home's exterior has it, the Plus can improve it. Painting Plus. Siding, gutters, windows, decks, porches, roofing, and more. Trust the Plus. PaintingPlus.com.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk. News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
Hey there, good evening to you. It's 7 o'clock. I'm Michelle Wright, and the news is being brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Our top local story, a big shocker for DeKalb County Schools as the district superintendent is indicted on federal charges in Illinois.
The charges involve Dr. Devon Horton's former school district in Evanston, Illinois. The indictment accuses Horton and 3 of his friends of taking kickbacks from companies they own doing business with the school district. Horton's also accused of using the district's P card for personal expenses. Reporter Matthew Eady with Evanston Now says people in his community have had concerns for years.
And he's almost universally thought of to be the reason that the district is in a really tight financial state.
The DeKalb County School Board's placing Horton on administrative leave with pay, saying it's concerned by the allegations. Jennifer Perry, 95.5 WSB.
Jonathan O'Brien continues our team coverage on this story as Governor Kemp could have a say on whether or not Dr. Horton keeps his job.
Under Georgia law, once the indictment of any public official is formally transmitted to the governor's office, the governor can then appoint a 3-member commission to review the facts of the case and recommend whether to suspend the official from their post. Once they're appointed, the panel has 14 days to issue their recommendations to the governor. If they recommend suspension, Kemp will decide whether to suspend the person until the case is resolved or until their current term is over. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
We've got 69 degrees in Atlanta right now, partly cloudy for the rest of the evening. The question is how low is that temperature going to go? WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards has Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up. Bipartisan calls today from some in Georgia's congressional delegation for lawmakers in Washington to end the ongoing government shutdown. Congresswoman Lucy McBath says the loss of Affordable Care Act tax credits could hurt Georgians, and Democrats are standing their ground.
We're not bending the knee, and we're not kissing the ring.
Congressman Mike Collins says the health care debate is a separate issue.
This is a clean CR funding just to keep our government running while we continue to finish up the appropriation bill.
Some analysts say if the tax credits go away, health care premiums could double. There's rejoicing in the streets of both Gaza and Jerusalem as Israel's cabinet is expected to sign off on the peace deal with Hamas. Correspondent Jordana Miller reports part of that deal is releasing of the hostages.
Now we know that the 20 Israeli hostages that were presumed to be alive are in fact alive, and Hamas is going to turn them over Sunday or Monday. Israel is going to make good and release almost 2,000 Palestinian prisoners.
Israeli troops will also be moving out of some portions of Gaza as well. New information out today on the Paulding County elementary school student who died during a field trip yesterday. Authorities in Polk County say the 6-year-old girl was found unresponsive in a pool. She was part of a group from McGarity Elementary visiting Carlton Farms in Rockmart. A staff member noticed that one of the children was missing. She was later found in that pool next to a house. The GBI says the medical examiner is conducting an autopsy. And Cobb County names its finalist for its police chief, and it's a familiar face. The county manager recommending interim chief James J.D. Farrell for the position. It is 7:03. Live team coverage of traffic and weather's coming up next.
Attention men, does ED and PE have you down? Well, great news. Choice Men's Health has the latest breakthrough treatments that can get you up and running. Meet the specialist who is dedicated to helping you perform better than ever in the bedroom.
Hi, I'm Dr. Katz, Chief Medical Director at Choice Men's Health. Our custom treatment plans have a 98% success rate at improving ED and PE on your very first visit, even if Viagra and Cialis have failed. Regardless of your age and medical history, we are here and dedicated to help you regain your love life.
Don't wait. Call Choice Men's Health now. We are so confident we can help. For a limited time, we're offering to cover your first treatment for free. Call 404-400-1170. Call now to claim your free treatment. 404-400-1170. Results guaranteed on your first visit or it's free. 404-400-1170. Choice Men's Health. the only choice for your health.
I know it doesn't feel like it right now, but the cold air is coming fast. That means a couple different things to me and you. Energy bills will be rising and company coming over for the holidays. Dan Watkins here with all Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows. It's time to get your house ready for the winter air and your holiday visitors. The good news is that we have you covered for every opening in your home. So call us today to set up a free estimate with one of our amazing sales consultants. They'll help you pick out the perfect garage door, front door, and windows for your home.
Nobody wants to think about their septic system. Hi, I'm Shannon. I started Scorpion Septic so you don't have to. My licensed, insured, experienced team responds 24/7 with fast, on-time service, upfront pricing, and high-quality work.
Take the sting out of septic service with Scorpion Septic, where there is never a pump-out charge with your repair. Call for more information. ScorpionSepticServices.com.
ScorpionSepticServices.com. It's 7:05, and that means it's time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. We're checking in with Kobe Dawkins in the WSB 24-hour traffic center. Good evening to you, Kobe. What's going on out there?
Well, good evening, Michelle. We're still dealing with some slow rides on the downtown connector, 75-85 northbound. Seeing the brake lights begin at Langford Parkway, getting past Peachtree, Pine Street. 85 southbound, you're slow, starting at Georgia 400 merge, stretching to Cortlandt Street. And also some better news in Cobb County, 285 northbound, the inner loop as you approach South Cobb Drive, exit 15. Earlier crash that was blocking one left lane has cleared off to the right, and those delays are starting to improve. I'm Kobe Dawkins, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly cloudy for this evening. Overnight lows dropping down to the low 50s for tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, a mix of sun and clouds, breezy, high 71. Saturday, mostly sunny, morning low 55, afternoon high 76.
Temperature reading of 67 degrees in Marietta, 68 in Swanee, 69 in Covington, and 69 right here in Midtown. More news head your way at 8 p.m. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Michelle Wright. Now we head to Bulldogs Live on 95.5 WSB.
Bulldogs Live, presented by Wells Fargo, is brought to you by Wells Fargo, an official sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs. Piedmont, the official healthcare provider of the Georgia Bulldogs. Hoffman Financial Group, helping build your financial dynasty. The Governor's Office of Highway Safety. Drive sober. Don't get pulled over. Georgia Farm Bureau Insurance. We never drop the ball. And by Southeast Mortgage, the official home loan lender of the Georgia Bulldogs. Now, alongside head coach Kirby Smart, here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
Hi again, everyone. Welcome to Bulldogs Live with head coach Kirby Smart. Thanks for listening tonight as we talk to the Bulldogs head coach and take your questions from social media with the hashtag AskCoachSmart. We'll talk to the coach coming up in a couple of minutes. Another Georgia victory has bumped up the Dogs in the rankings this week. Last Saturday's 35-14 Sanford Stadium win over Kentucky pushed the Bulldogs back into the top 10. So Georgia now 4-1 this season and 2-1 in the SEC. And the Dogs will be back on the road this weekend to face longtime rival Auburn at Jordan-Hare Stadium Saturday night in Auburn, Alabama. The Dogs have won 8 straight in the series, and this will be the 130th meeting in this vintage matchup. The Tigers have lost their last 2 games. They'll be facing a ranked opponent for the 3rd straight outing. Saturday's contest with the Dogs will be the conference home opener for Auburn. Official kickoff time set for 7:44 Eastern Saturday night. Our coverage of Bulldogs football begins at 3:30 Eastern Saturday afternoon, right here on the Bulldogs Sports Network. In hour 2 of tonight's show, we'll hear from Hondo and the Bulldogs All-Stars. Neil Williamson is your host, as he and the All-Stars will take your calls. Get your thoughts on Bulldogs football. That's coming your way at 8 o'clock tonight. Adam Gillespie is our on-site engineer. Ashley Gentry, our network studio producer, and our friends from Country Financial are here tonight as our guest audience. We'll talk with Georgia Bulldogs head coach Kirby Smart coming up next. This is Bulldogs Live on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hi, this is Lee Futch, Assistant Athletic Director for the Georgia Way. As the Bank of Doing, Wells Fargo is proud to be an official sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs. Wells Fargo is supporting our student athletes on and off the field. With interactive financial health curriculum and empowerment resources, Wells Fargo has a game plan for the full student athlete experience from their first semester on campus through graduation. Learn more about what Wells Fargo is doing to put people and communities first by visiting wellsfargo.com/impact.
You know what day it is? It's game day. And here in Dog Nation, game day is like no other. When the Bulldogs take the field, it's electric. Now game day can be every day with the first ever Georgia Bulldog Scratcher, boasting a top prize of $300,000. So to those of you who bleed red and black, you know what to do. It's time to let the big dog scratch. Win up to $300,000. Play the Georgia Jackpot Scratcher from the Georgia Lottery. Play responsibly.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
It's college football season, so you need all the energy you can get. Luckily, Georgia Power knows a thing or two about saving energy. We understand that energy costs are an important part of your budget. That's why we're dedicated to providing tools and assistance that can help make a difference, so you can save your energy for the game. Visit georgiapower.com/myenergy to learn more.
$365 days a year. Just call us up. We'll be right there. Our service is guaranteed. At Shoemate, we take great care. Our experts are always there for you and your family's needs. When your family just can't wait, you can always count on Shoemate.
You're listening to Bulldogs Live. Once again, here's your host, the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
Welcome back. Good Thursday night. Bulldogs Live with Georgia head coach Kirby Smart and our friends from Country Financial. Let's let everybody hear you folks tonight. Go ahead. Give yourselves a hand.
See, I told you they wouldn't be as loud as last week. I told you.
Yeah, y'all can do better than that, can't you?
That was weak.
Yeah, that was weak. Uh-oh, look out. All right, tonight's show is presented by Wells Fargo, an official sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs. Glad to have you along, and glad to have the coach here as Georgia gets ready to take on the Auburn Tigers this weekend on the road. And Coach, good week for you?
It's been a good week. It's hot early in the week, and then it cooled off. With us playing at night, we've been kind of bouncing around the weather and just trying to get ready and try to get better. You know, we thought we showed some improvement the Kentucky week, and a lot of things we wanted to, what we said, double down on and get better at. And then we got to go out and play and execute and did some things. We got to play a lot of players. That was a big bonus, which we haven't got to do much in the past 2 years. And then this week it was, you know, obviously all about a really good physical Auburn team that's got their first big home game. You know, they played on the road Baylor, then two really tough SEC opponents who are both teams that are undefeated, and now they get us at home. So their fans are chomping at the bit.
When you got the young guys in the Kentucky game last week, what did you see out of those guys? How did you feel about what you saw, and you know, what are the prospects for their growth and advancement?
Well, the best way to grow is to play in a game, because it's these players that are in the room will tell you they all want an opportunity to play. They all believe they're ready to play, and then they get an opportunity to play. And the good thing about the Kentucky game is they left their starters in. So we got to see those guys go in and compete against, you know, starters from Kentucky. And some of them found out, you know, maybe they're not ready. And maybe they do have work to do. Maybe they need to know their assignments a little better. A lot of it is not ability they lack. It's the recognition of what's happening fast enough. And so it's not like I'm not fast enough, I'm not strong enough, I can't jump high enough. It's I can't recognize what's happening fast enough to respond to it. And you don't get that sometimes without playing. So sometimes that reality lets you practice better instead of sitting there saying, well, I'm good enough, I should be playing. No, you just had your opportunity and you didn't do as well as the guy in front of you. So let's go back to the drawing board and let's get better.
Is that more about repetition more than anything else?
I think it is repetition, but it's, you know, it's the speed of the game. I can't say that we get the speed of the game every practice. So in order to get the speed of the game, you got to play in the game. And we had a lot of guys get an opportunity to do that.
You mentioned we have some players in the room tonight. Tell us who we have in here tonight.
I don't even know who all we got. We got Ja'Cory Thomas here. Ja'Cory, there's Daniel Calhoun in the back of the room. I saw Peanut when I came in here, Mr. Dwight Phillips. I see Chauncey B. Bowens, the great man from Florida, Benjamin School. Is that it? Is that all we got? 4?
All right. Give you guys a hand. All right. Glad to have y'all here tonight.
You got 2 Floridas and 2 Georgias in here.
That's good news, and that'll be interesting in a couple more weeks, I guess. We get towards the end of the month.
That's right.
Then we head to Florida for a game. All right, Georgia and Auburn, Saturday night, 7:30 for the TV guys, but the official kick time is 7:44 Eastern time for Georgia and Auburn, and it's a long, storied series, 130 games. Into it as of Saturday. That will be the 130th. Dogs have won 8 in a row in this series. Why have we had success the last 8 years?
Well, for the most part, we've had better players than them. And people always make it about coaching, the location, the plays you call. Players play the game. And we have been better than them for most of those years. They've been through a couple coaching changes. They've closed that gap. They've gone out in the portal, and they've gotten some players. They went and gotten a quarterback. They got wideouts that can play. They went and gotten depth on defense. They got a linebacker from LSU. They've improved, and Coach Freeze is right. They have gotten better. So it hasn't resulted in record just yet. But to go on the road and play those 2 teams they played, those are hard games. Those are really hard games. Could have gone either way in both of them. So they've done a good job. They've gotten better, and all that streak stuff doesn't matter. You got to go out and play the game. That's the bottom line. I know how good this team is for them, and I also know how hard it is to play at this place.
All right, and that's what's going to be happening this weekend for the Bulldogs as they take on the Auburn Tigers, and we'll be there with you starting at 3:30 for our coverage here on the Bulldog Sports Network. We hope you can join us. We'll get to your questions for Coach Kirby Smart via the social platforms, #AskCoachSmart, and we'll take some questions from our audience as well. Our friends from Country Financial are here tonight, and glad to have you folks in the building. We'll step aside for just a moment and come back for the questions for Coach Kirby Smart right after this. Bulldogs Live continues in a moment on the Bulldog Sports Network.
Piedmont is passionate about Georgia, about each and every person that makes our state incredible. That's why we're leading real change in healthcare, dedicating ourselves to providing a quality patient experience through innovation, personalization, and teamwork. What does that mean for you? You get up-to-date treatment, collaborative care, and the best possible outcomes. To see more about our commitment to raising the standards of quality in Georgia, visit Piedmont.org/quality care. Piedmont, real change lives here.
Don't let your insurance company fumble your coverage. Georgia Farm Bureau Insurance never drops the ball. We're an award-winning company offering a variety of insurance coverage options for your home, auto, and more. And with experienced agents in every Georgia community, we always bring our A game. Don't drop the ball. Visit gfbinsurance.com or call 877-404-1050 to talk with one of our Georgia-based agents today.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hey Dog fans, UGA long snapper Bo Gardner here on behalf of East Georgia Cancer Coalition. Did you know vaping can cause nicotine dependence? Vapes are not just water. They contain harmful ingredients that can be bad for your heart and lungs. So, when it comes to vaping, you've got to kick 'em to keep screaming sick 'em. For more information, visit eastgadawgs.org. And don't forget to say, go Dogs, sick 'em.
Is that Tacoma towing a pink mechanical bull?
Sure seems like it.
Well, I'll be.
Truck like you truck with a great deal during Toyota Truck Month. Get $1,000 in Conquest bonus cash for new Toyota customers on a new 2025 Toyota Tacoma. Valid through November 3rd, 2025. Offer entitles $1,000 Conquest bonus cash on certain new 2025 and 2026 Toyota pickup trucks for current non-Toyota owners of small, midsize, and large pickup trucks. Exclusions apply. See dealer for details. Toyota. Let's go places.
You're listening to Bulldogs Live. Once again, here's your host, the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
Hey, welcome back. Bulldogs Live with Georgia head coach Kirby Smart. And a reminder that the reigning ACM Artist of the Decade, Jason Aldean, and 5-time Entertainer of the Year, Luke Bryan, are teaming up to play Dooley Field at Sanford Stadium on April 25th, 2026. For tickets, head on over to GeorgiaDogs.com. Live Between the Hedges concert series is presented by Pruitt Health, and we'll see you there. Bulldogs Live tonight brought to you by Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo is an official sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs. Let's get to some questions for Coach Smart. Georgia and Auburn this weekend. It's a 7:44 p.m. Eastern Time kick. For radio, we're on the air at 3:30 for our coverage of Bulldogs football on Saturday. And let's grab a question from our audience. Our friends from Country Financial are here tonight. And this is Chris. Hi, Chris. Welcome to the show. Go ahead with your question.
Kirby, I would love to know who is your most significant and influential mentor and why?
Well, that's a good question. My greatest mentor probably was my father, who recently passed away. But he meant a lot to me and my siblings, my brother and sister. He and my mom, raised us in a Christian home. They both went to Samford, which was a Baptist college, and they raised us to do things the right way. And he was a great mentor as a coach, but he was an even better mentor as a man. And I model my life, and I want to be judged on the way I treat my wife and the way that I raise my kids. And that's the most important thing to me, that I can say I led them the right way, I helped them the right way, I shaped them and molded them the right way and gave them a chance to be successful in life. And if you can do those things, then I think we'll be judged one day based on that, not on wins and losses and championships. All that stuff comes and goes.
Chris, thank you very much. Appreciate your question. And you've got some kids that are getting ready to leave the nest soon, aren't you?
Yes, they are getting ready to leave the nest soon. They are seniors. They are applying to colleges and stressed out. And I had no idea all that went into it. You hear about it from everybody else, but you never really knew what went into it till it's your own.
It is indeed an interesting time if you've got kids at that age. Let's grab a question from hashtag #AskCoachSmart, social platforms. Chad in Bishop, Georgia, wants to know how pleased you are with our running attack and the push up front from the offensive line.
Been great. It's one of those things we really targeted in the offseason to get better at. I think the combination of the backs and the O-line and the wide receivers blocking and the weapons we have at tight end have made us better in that department. And it's something that we want to keep getting better at. And, a good run game and a physicality, I like to say, it travels. So if you have physicality, you want that to travel with you on the road because you're going to need it. The greatest recipe for crowd noise is a good running game.
You've had some injuries on the offensive line, but you've also got a lot of people that can play those positions. How beneficial has that been that you have the bodies? You may not have the experience yet, but you've got people you can plug in.
Yeah, we got 85 scholarships, so we got bodies. Everybody's got bodies. You want to find guys that are capable, can go in and play. And we don't in off season, in camp, and preseason camp, and during the season, we practice everybody. So like our good players, they go over and they go on the scout team. Dwight and Chauncey last year spent a lot of time on the scout team, and they get better that way. So my way of looking at it is if you're going to go over and take reps against Christian Miller and Jordan Hall and all these good players we got, then why would you be worried about going to the game and playing against somebody? Because you're playing against the best we got. The best we got is probably equal to the best they got. So go out there, play, compete, and get better. And we have been dinged up. We are dinged up. We've got several injuries this week that are causing us some issues. But that's part of the game. We got to put the next man in. The next man's got to go do the job.
Next question, Carter in Forsyth, Georgia. Do you think Gunner is tucking the ball and taking off at the right time?
Yeah, that's a hard decision because, you can always second guess it. There's a guy open. He could have thrown it. Oh, man, why didn't he wait a little longer in the pocket? And you want him to make throws down the field, but he's made plays with his legs. I don't think that's something that you can judge unless you've been in that seat. Coach Bobo and Coach Streeter both played that position, and it's one of those deals that when you feel the pocket breaking down or you feel it about the collapse or that clock goes off in your head, you got to take off, and you got to live with the decision they make. And if they make the wrong decision too much, then you probably need a new quarterback. But he's done a good job of navigating. I'm not talking about design runs. I'm talking about decision-making of when to run in the pocket versus when to stand in there and make throws.
How did you see that as a defensive back, as a player, when you see the pocket collapsing over there on the other side? How did you see that, and how did you play that as a defensive player?
Well, the better pass rush made us better players, right? Like, so if you got people that are getting pressure, you can take a few more chances on the back end. You know, that ball's got to come out in this long. You got great pass rush. How many are we rushing? We're rushing 3, 4, 5. Because if I'm a safety or I'm a corner, the clock's in my head. If we're rushing 3, you better get ready for scrambles because he's going to hold the ball. If it's 4, 5, 6, that ball's coming out. I think the anticipation of that as a defensive back, sometimes DBs don't even know how many are rushing.
Riley in Harlem, Georgia, do you think our defensive line is playing physical enough?
Always. I mean, I think it's a trademark of our team is strike blockers, be physical, don't get moved. We practice that way. We stress it every year, but we don't always get it. And this group has been good about controlling the run game. You know, we'd like to see better pass rush, and I'll be the first to say that. And that comes through multiple things. Can you get people in longer down and distances? Because you can't rush the passer on 3rd and 2 and 3 when they have a either or down. Can you get your pass rushers on the field? Because there's teams across the country right now that are not allowing you to. They don't allow you to sub. So then you're forced to play guys that are currently out there. So everybody, you know, wants to have an answer, but you got to study it pretty deep to know where we are and how we're trying to get better.
Riley, thanks for that question. We appreciate it. You can send them in anytime on the socials. Hashtag AskCoachSmart is how you get them to us. We'll take some more of those questions tonight for the coach. We'll also get to some more questions from our audience. Our friends from Country Financial are here tonight as our guest audience. We'll step aside for this timeout and come back for more of Bulldogs Live with Coach Kirby Smart right after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
College football season is Modelo season, and the Modelo Recruiter is scouting for full-time Bulldog fans who live and breathe football all season long. You know what that makes you? A full-time fan. Welcome to the roster, Recruit. You deserve an ice-cold Modelo, the official import beer of your Georgia Bulldogs. Because Bulldog season wouldn't be the same without you. Modelo Especial Beer, Chicago, Illinois. For 21 and up only, please drink responsibly.
Associated Credit Union is excited to announce the ACU Auto Mall, the new way to buy your next vehicle. We help you shop for the right vehicle, negotiate a fair price with a dealer, and secure your financing all in one easy place. Delivery to your door included. Visit acuonline.org/automall and start shopping today. Associated Credit Union, where anyone in Georgia can live, bank, and grow.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
The Hilltop Grill opened the night David Green hit Michael Johnson at Auburn, sending the Dogs to the SEC title. In the years since, Hilltop has become an Athens favorite, featuring premium steak and seafood. Locally owned, the Hilltop gives you the finest in food without the hassle of downtown. With an open and covered patio, reservations available for all occasions, private parties, and a sensational Sunday brunch. Hunker down and head to the Hilltop at 2310 West Broad. Call 706-353-7667. That's 706-353-7667.
You know what day it is? It's game day. And here in Dog Nation, game day is like no other. When the Bulldogs take the field, it's electric. Now game day can be every day with the first ever Georgia Bulldog Scratcher, boasting a top prize of $300,000. So to those of you who bleed red and black, you know what to do. It's time to let the big dog scratch. Win up to $300,000. Play the Georgia Jackpot Scratcher from the Georgia Lottery. Play responsibly.
You're listening to Bulldogs Live. Once again, here's your host, the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
Bulldogs Live with Coach Kirby Smart and your questions tonight. Georgia's at Auburn this weekend. It's a 7:30 game, 7:44 for the official kickoff on Saturday night. And Dog fans, be sure to check out the G-Shop at GeorgiaDogs.com for exclusive releases of Nike Game Day official apparel, just like the coaches wear. Visit GeorgiaDogs.com and the G-Shop today. All right, let's grab another question from our audience. Our friends from Country Financial are here tonight. And we've got Lucas with a question. Hi, Lucas. Welcome to the show.
Hey, thank you. My question was, what qualities do you look for in a player that go beyond talent or stats?
that goes beyond talent or stats, I would say the latest quality we look for is the FPE. So that's not talent and that's not stats. That's totally what's inside you, in terms of fire, passion, and energy. I'm starting to see that there's a lot of kids that don't love football. They love what football brings them. They love the opportunity to go to the NFL. They love the money that comes with it, but they don't actually love the game and what the grind is, and it is a grind. And so I think that's the measuring stick for me. I quit just watching tape and saying, oh, look, he's big, he's fast. Does he love football? Because he won't make it here if he doesn't. And that's what I look for. Thanks.
Lucas, thanks for your question. Appreciate you being here tonight. Let's grab one from hashtag Ask Coach Smart. David from Dunwoody, Georgia. Does it worry you that Auburn had a bye week last week?
Worry me? I can't control that. So I try my best to keep my worries on things I can control, like what time am I getting up in the morning? What am I going to do when I get in the office? Can I watch this? Can I watch that? Do I have time to do this? Can I meet with this player? Those are things I worry about that I can control. What I can't do is control that. So we'll get something different. They'll do something new. They've had some time to recover and get well, but that's all part of it.
Scotty from Bogart, Georgia. What is your favorite position group to coach in practice?
Safeties. Ask Jacory. It's my favorite spot to get back there with Jacory and those guys. Is
that right?
It's the position group that I work at. So that's where I like to keep my eyes and get to be back there with those guys and try to help them out.
Jacory's giving you a thumbs up on that one.
Yeah, he loves it when I'm back there. He's just glad Coach Muschamp's not here to yell at him.
Let's see. Stephen in Milton, Georgia has the next question. How do you prepare for a dual threat quarterback like the Dogs will see against Jackson Arnold?
It's tough. It's like, okay, give me a preference. I'd rather see a statue that stands in there, and just doesn't move, because eventually you can get him. You can bring people from all different angles, parts, but that's not college football anymore. Like the best quarterbacks are mobile. They're all dual threat. The extra element in the run game. The key is he an extra element guy that can make all the throws, which Jackson Arnold can. Ty Simpson can. Those guys can make the throws. But, you got the kind that are mobile that don't throw it. Then you got the kind that can throw it, can't run. It's obviously the guy that can do both, and that's what you're seeing more and more is guys that, like, man, I got it right. I got him stopped, and then he just made a guy miss. And that's frustrating, because when you make a guy miss and take off, as a coach, you're like, well, dang, we got to find another way, and score points with quarterbacks that can move and make plays. So you have to be patient. You have to keep your composure. You got to play the next play, and they don't get hit much. So a lot of times maybe you get a fumble off of them, because it's not like they're getting hit in their practices a lot.
As a head coach, do you have a preference as to which style? You've had both here at Georgia, that guys that predominantly stay in the pocket and throw the football, and the dual threat guys, the guys that can run.
Yeah, I want mobility. I think everybody wants mobility. I think it's the definition of that mobility is the question you're talking about, because I don't think you'll ever play again with someone that doesn't have mobility. I mean, every quarterback we've had has been some kind of athlete. A lot of them are baseball players. Stetson, Jake Fromm, Carson Beck, they all were really good baseball players.
Another question from hashtag Ask Coach Smart. Ron in Athens. How do we keep Auburn's wide receivers in check Saturday night?
Cover them. A lot of times they're covered, and they still make plays. I don't know that you're going to keep them in check per se. I mean, the better you play up front and control the run game, you can put an extra hat to the receivers. But just put it this way: in football's simplest form, if you can hand the ball off and run it and win a game, you never really put the ball at risk. Okay, now if you can throw the ball at will, then you got some risk, but you can score a lot of points. If we can't make them have to throw the ball, then we're in trouble, because it's much easier just to sit out there and hand it off. I mean, we want to make them have to throw the ball, and sometimes that means they hit you for big plays.
This team's done a pretty good job of that so far. You've played the run well. Would you agree with that?
We have played the run well. We have not played the pass well. So that there's a give and take in that, right? How much can you give away at one area to give to the other area to try to do it? And we've done it well in spurts. So it's not that we're not capable of doing it. I go back and there's a 3-4 series at Tennessee where we covered really well, and then there's series we didn't. And then there's the same way at Alabama. In the second half, we covered well. We didn't really in the first half. So we have to find a way to be more consistent at doing it because we've proven we can do it. We just haven't done it repeatedly.
Georgia and Auburn Saturday night. That's our look ahead, brought to you by the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. The penalty for getting a DUI can cost up to $10,000. That's why the Governor's Office of Highway Safety says drive sober so you won't get pulled over. We will step aside for just a moment and get back for more questions for Coach Kirby Smart. Hashtag Ask Coach Smart on social, and we'll take some questions from our friends from Country Financial, our audience here in Athens tonight. Back in a moment on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
A well-executed game plan is always the key to a victory on the field, and it's the same when it comes to stopping people from dying in crashes caused by drunk drivers. When alcohol is part of the tailgate or any occasion, then the game plan always includes a ride with a sober driver. All drunk driving deaths are preventable, and choosing not to drink and drive saves lives, maybe even your own, and it'll avoid a costly DUI arrest. That's why the Governor's Office of Highway Safety reminds everyone to drive sober so they won't have to pull you over.
They're not just the Bulldogs, they're your Bulldogs. Customize your eligible Wells Fargo debit card or open an account today and show your Bulldogs pride with every purchase. Get started at wellsfargo.com/Bulldogs. Wells Fargo is proud to be an official sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs. Copyright 2025, Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
There are tacos, and then there's Zaxby's Chicken Finger Tacos. So what makes a Zaxby's Chicken Finger Taco a Zaxby's Chicken Finger Taco? Well, they took their famous chicken fingers and sauced them up in a soft tortilla shell. And because this is Zaxby's, you can get them in 3 flavors you'll love, like Chipotle Ranch, Avocado Bacon, or their all-new Buffalo Blue. Taco night hits different at Zaxby's. Zaxby's Chicken Finger Tacos. Get some today. Who's got the sauce? Zaxby's.
No flight is just a flight. It's a new beginning.
Hi, nice to meet you.
A love story.
Will you marry me?
A launch pad. It's your next step.
How about some light? Thank you. You're gonna do great.
And at Delta, we're proud to help you take it.
You're listening to Bulldogs Live. Once again, here's your host, the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
Thanks for being with us tonight. Coming up at the top of the hour, when we finish with the coach, we'll throw it to Neil Williamson and the Bulldogs All-Stars. Another hour of Georgia football talk. Your calls and questions for Hondo and the Bulldogs All-Stars is coming up at 8 o'clock. Bulldogs Live is presented each week by Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo is an official sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs. And if you're looking to elevate your game day experience, you can visit UGAexperiences.com to purchase experiences like being the tee retriever for a game or getting your photo taken with UGA on the field. Experiences are available now for home games. That's UGAexperiences.com. That's the place to go. All right, we're taking your questions for Coach Kirby Smart on social platforms, hashtag AskCoachSmart. And we're also taking some audience questions tonight from our friends at Country Financial. And our next question is from Jen. Hi, Jen. Welcome to the show.
Hi. Thanks for having me.
Go ahead with your question.
Coach Smart, what is your favorite pregame ritual or superstition, if you have one?
I don't know. I get this question about once a year, and I don't know that I have a pregame ritual. I mean, I do the same thing, so I guess that's a pregame ritual, but we eat pregame meal. We go over and meet with recruits. We get ready to go play. I mean, I really don't have a superstition or a pregame ritual that I stick to. I do the same thing all the time. I go through the same protocol of checking the wind, walking the field, which way we want to kick, coin toss, officials, tendencies. There's a lot of things that we go through, but I don't know that it's like a superstition of any kind. It's a checks and balances that we follow. Does that answer it at all?
Jen, thanks for the question. We appreciate it. Used to get a lot of questions about what do you listen to before games. Do you listen to music or any of that?
I don't ever have my headphones now, so I don't always get to. If I have a long bus ride, I will, so I don't have to listen to my son ask dumb questions. I'll fake like I got noise playing and go to sleep, but not usually. I don't. There's no real music, anything I listen to. It's usually a mixture of things.
What's an example of some of his questions?
Just what he's usually telling me what's going on in other games, which I don't want to hear, because he's on his phone and this team's winning, that's winning, somebody's getting upset, they're losing, he's doing good, he's doing bad, just about other teams, which is just clutter to me. I don't really want to hear or think about it until our game's over.
Do you have to tell him that? It's like, tell me, let's have this conversation after the game.
I try to tell him in a nice way, but he doesn't always hear.
All right. Hashtag Ask Coach Smart for more questions for the coach. Brock in Valdosta, Georgia. Were you excited to see Auburn as one of our consistent opponents moving forward?
I mean, it's a hard question to answer, right? I mean, am I excited to see him? Is that what he asked?
Yes. Were you excited?
I'm not. I mean, there's nobody. You can't pick anybody in the SEC and say, "Oh man, I wish we'd gotten them," because everybody's good. There's not a team in the SEC. Everybody, all the media, everybody tries to make this outcry. They're like, oh, well, this team's not very good. They're all good. They're capable of being even better next year because it doesn't matter if you don't have players right now. You can go get them for next year. And if you get the right guy, you can catch a lightning in a bottle and go be great. So I'm trying to be as consistently as good as we can. And I'm not concerning myself with anything that I don't control, and I have zero control over who they give us. Now, did I expect to get Auburn as a permanent? Yeah. I mean, 130-year history. Yeah. Probably be some people upset if they didn't. But they had to break some tradition somewhere because you weren't going to be able to play them all. So that's ours in Florida and then South Carolina. That's the three we got.
Do you like the way the game is changing a little bit? I mean, just for this little thing here with the schedule, but things with the portal, things with the payments and NIL and all of that stuff.
I've said it repeatedly. I am so happy that the players are able to make money off name, image, likeness, and make money as players. That is such a good thing because so many of these kids' families don't get to come to games. I just hope that it's not the greatest earning power they ever have, because I want them to be able to move up and go through life in a progression of working hard and growing and getting paid for the work you do, and they can be successful in the real world. I am very, very concerned about the generation of players that come out of college sports, college football, not necessarily other athletics, because other athletics don't make the same money that basketball and football players do. That there's going to be a group of them that are going to struggle to be successful in real life because they are not going to get $150,000, $200,000 in their first job after college. Okay, and when they don't, they are going to be disappointed and they're going to struggle. I think that's hard on people. I think the mental health that it brings and the pressure, I think that's bad. I am completely glad. I wish that they could put that money away and that we would hand it to them the day they finish here, and they get that money. I just feel like there's a lot of waste there. Like they don't save it. They don't take care of it, no matter how much we educate them. That's my concern.
Beth in Atlanta, Georgia wants to know, how happy did it make you to see Dylan Bell have such a great game last week?
Oh, it was awesome, man. The kids worked so hard, and like so many of our players have been in this program 4 years. Been here 4 years, busted his butt for Georgia. I mean, think about the plays that guys made in big games, and to go out and be able to do that and have some things. He had some things not go his way early. We would call a play that would be a big play for him, and it just didn't work. I mean, whatever happened, they were in a different defense, and it was like, dang, when's Dylan going to have? And then all of a sudden he had 2-3 really good plays, and he didn't pout, he didn't cry, he just kept grinding.
Good to see him have that success. Beth, thank you for that question. We appreciate it. Hashtag Ask Coach Smart is how you send them to us on social media. And we'll do more of that right after we take a timeout here. We'll get to some more questions, too, from our audience. Our friends from Country Financial are here in Athens tonight. So we'll step aside for this timeout, come back for more with the coach right after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Piedmont is passionate about Georgia, about each and every person that makes our state incredible. That's why we're leading real change in healthcare, dedicating ourselves to providing a quality patient experience through innovation, personalization, and teamwork. What does that mean for you? You get up-to-date treatment, collaborative care, and the best possible outcomes. To see more about our commitment to raising the standards of quality in Georgia, visit Piedmont.org/quality care. Piedmont, real change lives here.
Is that Tacoma towing a pink mechanical bull?
Sure seems like it.
Well, I'll be.
Truck like you truck with a great deal during Toyota Truck Month. Get $1,000 in Conquest bonus cash for new Toyota customers on a new 2025 Toyota Tacoma. Valid through November 3rd, 2025. Offer entitles $1,000 Conquest bonus cash on certain new 2025 and 2026 Toyota pickup trucks for current non-Toyota owners of small, midsize, and large pickup trucks. Exclusions apply. See dealer for details. Toyota. Let's go places.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
College football season is Modelo season, and the Modelo Recruiter is scouting for full-time Bulldog fans who live and breathe football all season long. You know what that makes you? A full-time fan. Welcome to the roster, Recruit. You deserve an ice-cold Modelo, the official import beer of your Georgia Bulldogs. Because Bulldog season wouldn't be the same without you. Modelo Especial Beer, Chicago, Illinois. For 21 and up only, please drink responsibly.
I'm John Addison, a Georgia graduate, lifetime Bulldog fan, and chairman of distribution for Primerica, the largest independent financial services marketing company in North America. Primerica makes the maximum impact on the communities we serve through our concepts and products and by giving back through the Primerica Foundation. As a Georgia-based company, Primerica is proud to continue our long-standing tradition of sponsoring Georgia athletics. Go Dogs!
You're listening to Bulldogs Live. Once again, here's your host, the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
Back here on Bulldogs Live with Coach Kirby Smart. It's presented each week by Wells Fargo, an official sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs. Georgia basketball begins this month with 2 exhibition games, and that includes the Bulldogs hosting Troy in Athens on Sunday, October 26th at 2 o'clock. The regular season opener is Monday, November 3rd, a 7:30 game in Stegman Coliseum. 19 home games this season. That includes the exhibition game with Troy. Tickets are available now for Bulldogs basketball. You can go to georgiadogs.com for more information. And we are taking questions for the coach tonight as Georgia gets ready for the Auburn Tigers this weekend on the road. And our friends from Country Financial are here. Let's grab a question from our audience, and this is Wyatt. Welcome to the show, Wyatt. Go ahead with your question.
Thank you for having me. Coach, I just want to ask, as a young man, what daily habit has been the biggest driver of your success in your career?
I would probably say my what's important now kind of morning time. Like when I get up, first thing I think about is what's important now, what am I doing now, like what's the schedule for the day. I try to write things down when I first get in the office, the things I want to accomplish that day, and I can't say that I do it daily, okay, but the days that are my most effective days in terms of time management, what am I trying to get done, I feel overwhelmed, I got too much to do, and I got too little time, and I'm too backed up, what's important now, jot them down and start knocking them out. And then I feel better when I get those things knocked out, because I'm like, you know what, I accomplished more. I got this list, and I checked off 7 things. So I don't know that I've got the best daily habits because I feel like it changes seasonally. But in season, it's usually involving around our team. Thank you.
Wyatt, thanks for the question. We appreciate you being here tonight. Let's get one from the social platforms. Hashtag Ask Coach Smart. Tommy in Stone Mountain, Georgia, wants to know, what is the main area of growth you hope to see this week?
Well, I don't know that I can pick one. I mean, I want to continue to get better. There were some things we did well last week. A lot of the things that I want to get better at. I know there's a obstacle, a road obstacle, a good team, good players in the way of that. But I mean, the biggest thing is the growth comes from protecting the ball, being explosive, not giving up explosives, and then us punching balls out like we were able to do last week. That was a huge play in the game. It changed the momentum. They had the ball to start the second half, and we get a turnover. That's just a huge play. I think I'm looking for more plays like that to continue growth and forcing turnovers.
I think your explosive plays have been you've had more than the other guys in just about every game. You had 11, according to the game notes. You had 11 last week against Kentucky. They only had 4. You had 10 against Alabama. They had 8. You had 12 against Tennessee. They had 7. So is that going in the right direction for you?
Well, it is, and we keep a stat across the SEC for the differential, how many we gave up, how many we made, and we've done well on that stat. But it just goes to show you it's a combination of things. If you turn the ball over or you don't win third downs, those stats don't end up mattering if you can't do those other things. We got to combine all that together.
Lucas in Bethlehem, Georgia, wants to know, he says, it seems Oscar Delp showed speed on his reception last week. How do we get him more involved?
That was awesome. It was great to see him some burst and really cut loose and go. And, when he can make those plays and make people miss and turn yards after the catch into positives, that's huge. I mean, I think the easiest thing everybody thinks is do, just throw it to the tight ends. If the defense dictates that to you, then you can do that. If they play man-to-man, a lot of times the tight end's not open. When they play zone and he spots up, catches it, and takes off, it looks like a great play. It's a great play when that works, but it's not always that way, and they don't always play the same defense, and you got to have guys that are winners in all coverages.
You've got tight ends, too, that do have that speed, like Oscar, and Lawson has speed, and then you got big Elias Williams, who's a huge target for you at tight end.
Yeah, those guys have been great. They've been really, really integral in the running game. Like when you have tight ends that can seal and block the C area, people don't realize how valuable that is. And those 3 have been really good at doing that.
I think back to the Dylan Bell question earlier, one of his touchdowns, I think it was Delp and Lucky blocking on the right edge that got him into the end zone. Was that the jet sweep or the reverse that he ran? One of those plays.
Yeah, it was the jet sweep. They blocked for him. They did a great job.
That was very nice. So thanks for that question. Let's see. Tristan in Greensboro, Georgia. Are we showing progress in practice developing our pass rushers?
Yeah, that's one of those things that we've been trying to develop since last spring. I mean, it didn't like it just started. We knew we had a lot of guys go to the draft. We lost a guy in the portal, and so we tried to go out and attack it in the portal and get guys, but we also tried to grow our players and get our players better to be able to do it. It's something we're going to continue to work on. It's not something we take lightly. We're trying to get better at it. The best thing we can do to do that is get in third and long. Second best thing we can do is be able to get our rushers on the field. People don't understand. They don't allow you to do that sometimes. You can't just, play these guys and put them out there. Well, it's not that easy. If they don't play on first and second down, where it's either or run downs, they can't be out there in third downs in some games because you don't always get to sub. So that's something we're trying to work hard on and get guys in one-on-one opportunities and then go win when we get those one-on-one opportunities. We've also played 2 teams that absolutely get the ball out faster than anybody in the country. And it doesn't matter if they fall down and don't block you, you're not getting a sack. So you got to be careful about how you judge it.
A lot going on every week. More of that this weekend in Auburn, Alabama, as the Dogs take on the Auburn Tigers Saturday night. We'll be with you starting at 3:30 for our coverage of Bulldogs football, and the official kick time is 7:44 Eastern. We've got one more segment with Coach Kirby Smart before we turn it over to Hondo and the Bulldogs All-Stars at 8 p.m., so stay with us for that. We'll take a timeout right now and come back for a final segment with the coach. This is Bulldogs Live with Coach Kirby Smart on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
The red zone, that last area of the field the Dogs have to maneuver before they celebrate a touchdown. In financial planning, there's also a red zone. Those last few years of planning before you celebrate retirement. Just like the Dogs have to execute their game plan, you need a game plan for retirement. At the Hoffman Financial Group, we start with a free portfolio x-ray. It's a deep dive into your retirement accounts. What's working? What's not working? Are you headed for a big tax bill? Will you have enough income? What are your options for Social Security? We're here to to help you tackle all the issues you face in retirement. Call the Hoffman Financial Group today for a free portfolio x-ray. 770-758-6288. That's 770-758-6288. Or online at unleashyourmoney.com. The Hoffman Financial Group is a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through the Hoffman Financial Group, Inc. Georgia Insurance License 163546.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Creature Comforts Brewing Company is the official craft beer of your Georgia Bulldogs. These two Athens institutions have joined forces to connect quality beer with the passion and pageantry of the UGA faithful. This year, we're going to light up Sanford with Creature Comforts' new Classic City Light. With only 95 calories and 3.5 carbs, Classic City is good light beer, proudly made right here in Athens, Georgia. It's not game day without a Creature Comforts Classic City Light. Available at your favorite retailers. One hometown, one team. Go Dogs! Sip 'em! Creature Comforts Brewing Company. Good dogs drink responsibly.
Associated Credit Union is excited to announce the ACU Auto Mall, the new way to buy your next vehicle. We help you shop for the right vehicle, negotiate a fair price with a dealer, and secure your financing all in one easy place. Delivery to your door included. Visit acuonline.org/automall and start shopping today. Associated Credit Union, where anyone in Georgia can live, bank, and grow.
You're listening to Bulldogs Live. Once again, here's your host, the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
Bulldogs Live with Coach Kirby Smart, our final segment with the coach, and then it's Hondo and the Bulldogs All-Stars in a few minutes. Georgia fans, if you want to do an NIL deal with a dog, you can go to georgiadogs.com/NIL to connect with a student athlete on a sponsorship, a commercial, an appearance, an autograph session, and more. georgiadogs.com/NIL is how you do that. All right, let's grab a question from our friends from Country Financial here in our final segment. And this is Rich. Hi, Rich. Welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Coach Smart, Georgia has built such a strong culture of accountability and leadership. How do you identify which players are ready to step into that leadership role each year?
Yeah, the off season helps me do that. So we have an off season that is rigorous. So from the time the last game ends, we have skull sessions, we have workouts, we have morning workouts, we have weekends, we have retreats, and we try to build a culture of like acceptance and openness and get kids to talk. And then by the time we get in those little sessions, you start kind of getting the identity of who the guys are that are comfortable talking and confronting and are okay with the standards and will uphold the standards. And so we use that January, February, March, really April, where spring practice kind of ends. We use those 4 months to identify and start saying, okay, these are the guys we think that can lead us and do the right things. And then by the time the season starts, that's solidified, and those become our leaders. Thank you.
Rich, thanks for your question. Thank you for being here tonight. And thanks to our friends from Country Financial. That's going to do it. Coach, good luck in Auburn this weekend. Have a good trip and a good result.
Go Dogs.
All right, that's Coach Kirby Smart. Stay tuned now. We've got Hondo and the Bulldogs All-Stars coming up in just a moment. Thanks to our players tonight that were here hanging out with our friends from Country Financial. Also, Adam Gillespie, our engineer, and Ashley Gentry, our network studio producer. I'm Scott Howard. Stay tuned. We got another hour of Bulldogs Live straight ahead here on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
You know what day it is? It's game day. And here in Dog Nation, game day is like no other. When the Bulldogs take the field, it's electric. Now game day can be every day with the first ever Georgia Bulldog Scratcher, boasting a top prize of $300,000. So to those of you who bleed red and black, you know what to do. It's time to let the big dog scratch. Win up to $300,000. Play the Georgia Jackpot Scratcher from the Georgia Lottery. Play responsibly.
Two country music icons, one massive party, live between the hedges, presented by Pruitt Health. Luke Bryan, yeah, that's my kind of night. Jason Aldean. Let's get this thing started. Saturday, April 25th, UGA Sanford Stadium, with very special guests.
Wish I could say I miss
Zach Top, and Lauren Elena. Tickets on sale Friday, October 3rd at 10 a.m. at GeorgiaDogs.com. Produced by UGA.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hi, this is Lee Futch, Assistant Athletic Director for the Georgia Way. As the Bank of Doing, Wells Fargo is proud to be an official sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs. Wells Fargo is supporting our student athletes on and off the field. With interactive financial help curriculum and empowerment resources, Wells Fargo has a game plan for the full student athlete experience from their first semester on campus through graduation. Learn more about what Wells Fargo is doing to put people and communities first by visiting wellsfargo.com/impact.
College football season is Modelo season, and the Modelo Recruiter is scouting for full-time Bulldog fans who live and breathe football all season long. You know what that makes you? A full-time fan. Welcome to the roster, Recruit. You deserve an ice-cold Modelo, the official import beer of your Georgia Bulldogs. Because Bulldog season wouldn't be the same without you. Modelo Especial Beer, Chicago, Illinois. For 21 and up only, please drink responsibly.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk. News, weather, traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
Good evening to you. It's 8 o'clock. I'm Michelle Wright, and our top story this hour, a shock for DeKalb County Schools as their district superintendent is indicted on federal charges coming from Illinois.
The charges involve Dr. Devon Horton's former school district in Evanston, Illinois. The indictment accuses Horton and 3 of his friends of taking kickbacks from companies they own doing business with the school district. Horton's also accused of using the district's P card for personal expenses. Reporter Matthew Eady with Evanston Now says people in his community have had concerns for years.
And he's almost universally thought of to be the reason that the district is in a really tight financial state.
The DeKalb County School Board's placing Horton on administrative leave with pay, saying it's concerned by the allegations. Jennifer Perry, 95.5 WSB.
66 degrees right now in Atlanta, partly cloudy this evening and overnight. A cold front is moving in, so the question is how chilly is it going to get? WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards has Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up. A Forest Park woman is heading to prison after she admits to selling 2 teenage girls for sex. This report is all new at 8 o'clock.
37-year-old Virginia Ann Bates pleads guilty to human trafficking and pimping charges in DeKalb County. She provided a 16-year-old relative and an 18-year-old girl to sex buyers. She also got some of the money from the sex acts. The 16-year-old victim was recovered by Georgia's Human Trafficking Prosecution Unit in March of 2023. The case first came to the attention of law enforcement 2 years earlier when the girl who was living with Bates began experiencing a mental health crisis. Bates is sentenced to 25 years in prison. Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
Amid the ongoing government shutdown, Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene is speaking out against Republican leadership on Capitol Hill. On CNN today, Greene says she's concerned about the rising health care costs if the Affordable Care Act tax credits go away.
It's not just ACA recipients whose premiums are going to skyrocket very soon. It has been a disaster for many Americans across the board.
A new Washington Post poll shows that 47% of Americans blame Republicans in Congress for the shutdown. This is new as celebrations in Israel and Gaza are going on right now. This as Israel's cabinet has just signed off on a peace deal with Hamas. It was brokered by the United States, and as part of the deal, reports correspondent Jordana Miller, Israeli troops will be leaving certain areas of Gaza.
It's going to withdraw from Gaza City, from parts of Khan Yunis in the south, parts of northern Gaza, and move east. It's not going to fully withdraw yet from Gaza, but it's going to make its first big move, going from somewhere around controlling about 80% of Gaza to controlling just about 50%.
In addition to the troop withdrawals, Israel will be releasing nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners, while Hamas will free all remaining hostages. It is 8:03, and that means live team coverage of traffic and weather's on the way.
At Rocco's European Garage, they specialize in providing full service and repair for any Mercedes, BMW, Porsche, Land Rover, or European vehicle. Hey, it's Mark Aram here. Visit one of their 6 locations for top-notch customer service, including clear upfront pricing, your approval prior to beginning work, and a 3-day appointment window to get you back on the road quicker. Your vehicle fixed right the first time with shuttle service for more convenience. Always a better value than the dealership. So do what I do and get your car serviced at Rocco's European Garage.
Do you want to give back to an individual with disabilities and help change a life? The Guide Dog Foundation and America's Vet Dogs are seeking volunteers to help raise future guide or service dogs. Puppy raisers provide loving homes for puppies until they are old enough to begin formal training. Help raise an adorable pup into a future guide or service dog for a person who is blind, visually impaired, a veteran, or a first responder. Visit puppy.guidedog.org to learn more. That's guidedog.org. Sponsored by the Guide Dog Foundation.
Light and bright interior spaces are a top trend in home design.
It's Ted and Jonathan from North Georgia Replacement Windows. You can paint all the white you want, but it won't brighten your home more than natural light. Let the light in.
Brighten your home with more daylight and bigger views with Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows.
Your detailed window installation will be quick, clean, and hassle-free.
Window and door shopping made simple.
Infinity from Marvin, replacement windows, yeah!
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Junior achievement is where dreams take flight. We are helping students connect what they learn in school to future work and career success. We are teaching them how to manage money to achieve financial security as adults. And we are showing them that starting a business also means changing lives and communities. However, we can't do it alone. Find out how you can help.
It is 8:05, and that means it is time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. We're checking in with Kobe Dawkins in the WSB 24-hour traffic center. Hey, Kobe, what's going on out there?
Well, rain slowing people down in Cobb County, 285 north and southbound, stretching from I-75, getting to South Cobb Drive, and also still watching your rides on the downtown connector. They're definitely a little sluggish. 75-85 northbound beginning just before University Ave, making your way around the Grady Curve. 85 south, you're slow starting just past the George 400 merge, getting to I-20. I'm Kobe Dawkins, 95.5 WSB.
This is WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly cloudy skies and cooling down tonight. Lows falling to the low 50s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, breezy, high 71. Saturday, mostly sunny, morning low 55, afternoon high 76.
Quick check of Storm Tracker radar shows we do have rain in the Cobb and Cherokee, pretty much on the western side of the metro and also on the southeastern side of the metro area as well. 65 degrees in Dunwoody, 64 in Dallas, 66 in Druid Hills, and 66 here in Midtown. More news head your way at 9 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Michelle Wright. 95.5 WSB Bulldogs Live resumes right now.
They're the thick of it right now. Auburn on the road, unbeaten, fourth-ranked Ole Miss next week. Then a rejuvenated Florida squad, followed by a rejuvenated Mississippi State. Cap it off with preseason #1 Texas, and we see the road ahead for our Dogs is fraught with ferocious competition. Hello, Bulldog Nation. Saturday, under the lights of Jordan-Hare Stadium, our 10th-ranked Dogs visit 3-2 Auburn. We have great all-stars for you tonight. A Bulldogs All-American, a Ray Guy Award winner as the best punter in America, captain of the 2010 and 2011 teams, all-SEC punter 2 times. Drew Butler. Drew, great to have you with us.
Man, great to be back with you, Hondo. We got a big one this weekend, and I'm thrilled to be sitting next to my man, the pride of Tucker, Georgia.
Tucker Lyon himself.
Right.
That's
Absolutely.
right. Our buddy Asher Allen, 2000 through 2006 with the Dogs. Didn't get you for that last year because the NFL plucked you away, didn't they?
You know, I had to go ahead and make a tough decision, but it was a blast.
It was a blast. And off you went to the Minnesota Vikings, and trying to figure out some of the different guys you played with there.
Man, yeah. My class that I came in with was Phil Lodeholt, who is a load. He's like 6'7", 350, came out of Oklahoma, and then Percy Harvin, and Jasper Brinkley, and Jamarcus Sanford, and that was the year of the Bounty Game, man. So my first year was Bounty Game NFC Championship.
Wow.
And that was awesome, man.
Saints, Vikings.
Yeah, don't mention those Saints.
Now, was that Brett Favre as the quarterback?
the silver fox himself.
Yes. Wow.
The silver fox himself. I had to stop from fanboying him. I'm just all around him. I'm like, dude, if you just like, can you just like write a name on here? I'll just superimpose that on everything I got. But yeah, that was pretty cool.
That going back to that game though, that highlight or low light of him scrambling around and then chucking the ball across his body across the field. It's like, what are you doing? The Vikings were going to win the game.
That's what you get, though. He did it the whole season. So that's what you get with Brett. And but he's a great dude. Great season. And yeah.
And great life. Great life.
Oh, yeah.
You're living life large now, too.
Oh, man. Living life. We're back in Tucker. Our hometown there.
Our hometown.
And, shout out to everybody listening from Tucker.
Yeah, that's right.
There you go. Kevin Butler's from Tucker. My dad. Of course, man. Tucker, Georgia.
Tucker, Georgia.
Tucker Lions.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went to Reed Ann. I mean, obviously they moved to Stone Mountain, but he grew up in Tucker.
I didn't know your dad grew up in Tucker. I knew he went to Reed Ann because he went to Reed Ann with people I know.
That's right.
Yeah, how about that?
That's why I was always such a big Asher Allen fan. You know, the pride of Tucker.
There may be a high school picture of him with cornrows, man. If he went to Reed Ann, man.
He did, I know.
Who knows, man?
That's hilarious.
All right, we have Auburn this week. And I'll tell you what, we'll take a quick break, pay some bills, and then come back and get their take on it. Drew Butler, Asher Allen, your old buddy Hondo on the radio, and pick up the phone, give us a call, get in the show. 888-813-2947. That's 888-81-DAWGS. Back after this, Bulldog Sports Network.
Don't let your insurance company fumble your coverage. Georgia Farm Bureau Insurance never drops the ball. We're an award-winning company offering a variety of insurance coverage options for your home, auto, and more. And with experienced agents in every Georgia community, we always bring our A game. Don't drop the ball. Visit gfbinsurance.com or call 877-404-1050 to talk with one of our Georgia-based agents today.
What's up, dog fans? I'm bringing you some exciting news. Southeast Mortgage, the official home loan lender of the Georgia Bulldogs, is ready to help you win big in the homeownership game. Southeast Mortgage has a game plan tailored to your needs to get you in the end zone of your dream home. So whether you're a proud alum or a passionate fan, Southeast Mortgage will help you finance your home. It's time to huddle up with Southeast Mortgage. Visit our website at southeastmortgage.com/UGA to start your home financing journey today. NMLS number 103956. Georgia Residential Mortgage Licensee number 6578.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
It's college football season, so you need all the energy you can get. Luckily, Georgia Power knows a thing or two about saving energy. We understand that energy costs are an important part of your budget. That's why we're dedicated to providing tools and assistance that can help make a difference, so you can save your energy for the game. Visit georgiapower.com/myenergy to learn more.
Piedmont is passionate about Georgia, about each and every person that makes our state incredible. That's why we're leading real change in healthcare, dedicating ourselves to providing a quality patient experience through innovation, personalization, and teamwork. What does that mean for you? You get up-to-date treatment, collaborative care, and the best possible outcomes. To see more about our commitment to raising the standards of quality in Georgia, visit Piedmont.org/quality care. Piedmont, real change lives here.
Now's your chance to talk live with Hondo and the Bulldog All-Stars on Bulldogs Live. Reach the crew at 1-888-81-DOGS. That's 1-888-813-2947. Once again, here's your host, Neil Hondo Williamson.
It is pretty awesome.
That's the farm for us, man. That's where everything comes from.
That is so funny. I don't know where is that, Tucker Fitzgerald?
It's off of Jimmy Carter and Lawrenceville Highway.
Oh, okay,
so
good.
That's where the field is at.
Yeah.
But that's the farm. That's where everything comes from in Tucker. So
that is so wild. Drew Butler dialed up his dad because Asher and I just found out that Kevin grew up in Tucker. I went to high school at Henderson, but moved to Tucker when I was 14. So at the same time, your dad was kicking Pee-wee field goals. I was in high school.
They were just reminiscing, Dad. So he grew up in Stone Mountain, but played on the Tucker Lions, and Asher and him were just going back and forth on names of all the great people that have come up through that program, and it's still rocking today, right?
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
It's the lifeline. for us there at Tucker. And and like your dad mentioned, I mean, like people come from other areas to come there because of the coaching. So yeah, man, that was nice, man. You guys made me feel good for a minute.
That's awesome. That's really fun. That's fun. I had lunch at Matthew's Cafeteria on Monday in Tucker, right there on Main Street.
There you go.
Yes, sir. Okay, well, we have Asher and Drew, and like we said, we have Auburn coming up. Maybe we'll talk about football now, rather than 1973 or 2001 football, Pee Wee football. Guys, we've got. I think we have a pressure cooker waiting for us down there.
Yeah,
I really do. I think that they, when you consider we've beaten them 8 times in a row, we've dominated this series since 2001, 2002. I guess we've won 19 of the last 24 games. They've lost 2 close games to top 10 opponents in the conference. I think we're walking into a real hornet's nest.
I totally agree. I've kind of talked myself out of the pessimist nature that I was in earlier in the week, but for all the reasons that you just said, Hondo, this is going to be a very tough game. It's Auburn's SEC home opener. They've lost 2 very tough battles on the road to top 10 ranked teams. You could easily make the argument that the Oklahoma game was stolen from them from poor officiating. Texas A&M squeaked out a 16-10 win. Cam Newton's getting his jersey retired. It's a night game. I mean, they are going to be absolutely fired up. You tack on the winning streak that Georgia's on right now. It's going to be tough. And Auburn is a physical football team as well. One thing that I think everybody should watch out for is that their offensive line has not really performed up to the standard that Hugh Freeze would like. And for Georgia's kind of middling pass rush, there could be an opportunity to definitely wake something up on that side of the ball for the Bulldogs heading into this game.
For sure. Yeah, I think they're actually the most sacked team in college football.
Oh, yeah.
So I think you're spot on with that. And Coach Freeze, this kind of feels like Alabama was just a couple of weeks ago. This is a big game for him. I mean, he's on the hot seat.
Yeah.
I mean, if he doesn't win this, I mean, this is pretty much, that the whole fan base over there at Auburn is really pumped for this. Like you said, Cam's jersey is going to get retired. It's a night game. And what I'm hearing from everybody is that if they don't get it this year, this is probably just going to go another 8 games of them losing.
Wow.
So they really think that this is the year that Georgia's down for them to actually get a win. So, I mean, I'm excited.
You have to feel good, too, after Gunner's performance in such a hostile environment at Neyland Stadium, especially him answering the bell from Coach Bobo and Kirby Smart, really throwing in the keys to the car saying, go push the ball down the field. We're going to need you to go win it with your arm and your legs. Of course, Georgia scored 44 points in that game. So that, to me, gives me a good feeling that these guys know what type of atmosphere they're going to be walking into. Now, it will be different, Asher, and you know this. Those night games, man, you're sitting around that hotel room all day. A lot of angst just kind of gets built up, and then you walk into that stadium to where it's going to be quite a unique environment on Saturday night.
For sure. And I think one of the theyings that really tells the story, it was 0 false starts in Neyland. So
yeah,
that's what I was going to say.
Even though we got a young line, that especially that right side, you go to Neyland, over 100,000, to have 0 false starts, Kirby's got those boys dialed up.
I totally agree.
Auburn has been called for 12 false starts, 6 holding penalties, and 3 road games. They've also allowed 21 sacks, resulting in a loss of 119 yards. One of the tackles they brought in through the portal, I shouldn't blame it on just him. The whole line has been a sieve, 21 sacks. One of the things that they did this week was they took 2 of the greatest offenders for those false start penalties. They tested their hearing and found out one of the guys has bad hearing.
Is that true?
Yes.
I thought you were making that up.
No, they found out the guy has a hearing problem, and I'm not going to name his name, but they have in their terms hopefully remedied the problem with that.
Yeah.
That, between the noise.
Did they drive him to Emory? Because I hope they didn't trust the Auburn doctors.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, after playing at Norman and playing at College Station.
Absolutely.
A couple of loud places to play. Yeah, isn't that wild?
That is interesting.
They tested their hearing and they found something.
My wife wants me to get my hearing tested, interestingly
always.
enough.
Always, especially on Saturdays.
Especially No, I'm coming, honey. I heard you.
For sure.
That is rich. All right, we'll come back. We'll go to the phones. What do we have? We have 1, 2. We have 3 lines open. We have 3 people holding. Good. So call us. 888-813-2947. Asher Allen, Drew Butler, Georgia Auburn. Our airtime is 3:30 Saturday. That's when Drew's daddy, Kevin, and Jeff Dantzler will start us out with Dog Talk pregame. At 4:30, it's the Napa Tailgate Show with Lauren Smith, Scott Howard, DJ Shockley, Josh Brock, and yours truly. Kickoff is scheduled for 7:44 under the stars in Auburn, Alabama, Jordan-Hare Stadium, where Georgia has won a bunch in a row. It's really fun doing that. Okay, come back after this. Bulldog Sports Network.
A well-executed game plan is always the key to a victory on the field, and it's the same when it comes to stopping people from dying in crashes caused by drunk drivers. When alcohol is part of the tailgate or any occasion, then the game plan always includes a ride with a sober driver. All drunk driving deaths are preventable, and choosing not to drink and drive saves lives, maybe even your own, and it'll avoid a costly DUI arrest. That's why the Governor's Office of Highway Safety reminds everyone to drive sober so they won't have to pull you over.
I'm John Addison, a Georgia graduate, lifetime Bulldog fan, and chairman of distribution for Primerica, the largest independent financial services marketing company in North America. Primerica makes the maximum impact on the communities we serve through our concepts and products and by giving back through the Primerica Foundation. As a Georgia-based company, Primerica is proud to continue our long-standing tradition of sponsoring Georgia athletics. Go Dogs!
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
On game day, there's nothing like tailgating, touchdowns, and Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea goes down smooth and tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. Cool, refreshing, and a 5% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Look for the bright yellow cans wherever you buy beer. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
You know what day it is? It's game day. And here in Dog Nation, game day is like no other. When the Bulldogs take the field, it's electric. Now game day can be every day with the first ever Georgia Bulldog Scratcher, boasting a top prize of $300,000. So to those of you who bleed red and black, you know what to do. It's time to let the big dog scratch. Win up to $300,000. Play the Georgia Jackpot Scratcher from the Georgia Lottery. Play responsibly.
Now's your chance to talk live with Hondo and the Bulldog All-Stars on Bulldogs Live. Reach the crew at 1-888-81-DOGS. That's 1-888-813-2947. Once again, here's your host, Neil Hondo Williamson.
Asher, one of your kid football coaches.
Yeah, Coach Trey.
Reached out to you.
Apparently he's listening, and so he just sent out a text message. And again, Coach Trey is one of those pillars. You got, Coach Jones, Coach Trey, Ralph Fouts, so many of them. And I hate to, even Bud, rest in peace. And so a lot of those guys, man, were just pivotal for so many of us, allowing us to get to where we're at now.
Yeah, what a joy for them to see you succeed like that. Hear their names on the radio, 30 years later.
Yeah, man.
As you're talking about them.
The perspective really nice. You gain now, how old are you, Asher, 38?
Yeah.
37. I'm 36. The perspective that we have now, looking back on times like that, it is so cliche, and you feel like you're just like an old guy yelling at the clouds, but it's like it's the most true thing ever. I saw Coach Richt on Tuesday night at an event at the College Football Hall of Fame. Dad and Gary Stoken hosted the Georgia Lions Lighthouse Foundation Evening in the End Zone, and David Pollock got an award. And DP talked about Coach Richt and what Coach Richt meant to him. And whenever anybody asks me about Coach Richt, it's the exact same thing I say. And I always say I'm more and more thankful that Coach Richt was my coach every day I get older.
For sure.
It's just the way it is. And I just thought that's important, just like you said with your Pee Wee coaches.
You and Mark 100%. Twain there, buddy.
Yes, sir.
The older I get, it's amazing. The older I get, the smarter my father becomes.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, let's go to the phones. We've got some people holding. It's 888-813-2947. When you call in, you will hear the dulcet tones of Kara Gentry, our producer, and she will hook you up with us. And let's go to Winder. Hanky, how you doing, bud? You're first again.
You know, it's going to be two stuff. You know, Cam Newton, he hates Georgia, even though he came from Atlanta, you know, and went to Florida. You know, that place is going to be rocking. And we got to quiet down the crowd. And I believe that Gunnar Stockton in the offense can bounce back on some plays as long as the pieces are together. No penalty. It's a hard play. And I'm hoping our defense, they're going to put the pressure on the court. Let's just get in there and get that one. Go Dogs. Have a great night.
Go Dogs, Hanky. Thanks for that call. Let's jump over to Columbus, Georgia now. Guess who? Daryl's on the radio. Daryl, you're on with Drew Butler and Asher Allen.
You know, I mean, Hanky must be in Auburn already. I mean, that's where he's at. Good reception up there is hard to come by. You know what I mean? How you guys doing, man?
Good, Daryl. What's going on, brother?
Man.
Great to hear from you.
Doing good, boss.
You know what? I have a lot. I remember the overtime game. When overtime beat on with Robert Edwards, when Bobo was quarterback with Robert Edwards, I remember. I remember them putting the water hoses on us over there in Jordan-Hare. I mean, just so many things. Look at this. Coach Dooley, right? Coach Dooley, Dooley Field. He graduated from Auburn. Pat Dye Field, graduated from Georgia. Just so many, things with these two schools. I remember Michael Johnson climbing the ladder and Munson calling it, and that big catch with David Reed through the pass. And my favorite memory is 1982. I was there, first game I ever went to in my entire, ever. We beat them that day. Won the SEC. Look at the sugar falling out of the sky. I was on the same level as Larry Munson, and I could see him. And I'm going to tell you something. I thought I was looking at God. I mean, I really did.
I'll tell you a great story from that call.
Yeah, I thought I was. Hey, but okay, this game. Hey, man, we got just as much to play for as they do, right? We don't want to get that second loss. Then you're going to have to win out. We're going to have to bring it, man. We're going to have to bring it big time. They thinking they're going to beat us. They said Georgia can't play at night. They said it's already been proved by Alabama. So we got to go over there. We got to take care of business. We got to do what we got to do to get this win, big time game. Let's do it. Go Dogs.
Go Dogs. Thank you, Daryl. Larry shared with me the story. If you listen to that highlight, in fact, that is our Munson flashback for this week's broadcast on the Napa Tailgate Show. If you listen to that highlight, and he says, sugar is falling from the sky, falling on, and going on and on. He goes, somebody just threw something at us here in the booth. And when Larry was calling the game, I spot during the game now for Scott and for Josh Brock. The spotters back then were Dick Payne and Louis Phillips for many, many years. And Louis was at Auburn. Our booth is right next to a bunch of fans. Right on, and they could actually lean into our booth. Okay. That was in the old days, not anymore. Yeah, that was in the old press box. We were out there in good seats. Now we're tucked away in the corner. And as Munson was saying all of that, an Auburn fan reached around and threw his Coke, and it ended up all over Louis Phillips.
Wow!
And Munson would talk about how Louis was going nuts, trying to get out of his chair to go fight the guy, And Munson's in the middle of the broadcast with the other people trying to hold Louis in his seat because Louis wants to go out and walk out of the press box and fight the guy at Auburn. Just
unbelievable.
Crazy.
Wow. But I reiterate, his words, man. The guy's pumped up. And when I think about my memories of Auburn, man, I think of 2008, the blackout. Was that your first year?
Second.
That was your second year.
Yeah, 07 was my first year.
So you remember that game, Soulja Boy?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
it was incredible.
So the night game, Auburn game, 2007, 2008.
Yeah, 2007, blackout.
I never forget, I was one of the captains there. I came out with the red jersey.
That's
but
right.
I had the black jersey underneath it, man. And we came out there, and that is still to this day one of the games that gives me the most chills. Just
Absolutely.
So this rivalry is just big for all Georgia fans, man.
That night was pure magic.
Oh,
it really was.
That night was
tough to recreate that.
Yeah, you can't recreate.
You know, on the flip side, 2010, that was Cam Newton's Heisman year. Auburn won the national championship that year, 3:30 SEC on CBS. And nobody knew if Cam was going to play because this was the height of the investigation of did he take money or not. Funny looking back on it now. But I was out there, 2 hours before pregame or 2 hours before kickoff, kickers, punters, taking our time. Student section completely 100% full already. And all of a sudden you hear this enormous roar, and here comes Cam Newton running out. And I was like, oh, God. I think we started off okay in the first quarter, and then they just absolutely rolled us after that. They were they were the best team in the country.
For sure.
Yeah, they had some really good players besides him, too. That was a very, very loaded team. All right, we have Asher Allen and Drew Butler and more people holding, and we have 3 lines open now. Yeah, okay, 888-813-2947. That's 888-81-DOGS, talking about the Dogs and the Tigers coming up, and Bill Crane also listening tonight, the longtime political consultant and WSB host here in Atlanta, Bill Crane, reaching out saying, Hondo, it's Tucker Tigers, not Tucker Lions.
The Tucker Tigers.
So the Tucker Lions is our park ball. So that's
the
our park ball. That's
gotcha.
Yeah,
that
that's feeds straight into Tucker High School,
which are
the Tucker Tigers.
Which are the Tucker Tigers.
We're Lions, Tigers, and Bears.
There you go.
With you.
Very good. All right.
Thank you for the clarity, Asher.
Yes.
Exactly.
Back after this, Bulldog Sports Network.
You know what day it is? It's game day. And here in Dog Nation, game day is like no other. When the Bulldogs take the field, it's electric. Now game day can be every day with the first ever Georgia Bulldog Scratcher, boasting a top prize of $300,000. So to those of you who bleed red and black, you know what to do. It's time to let the big dog scratch. Win up to $300,000. Play the Georgia Jackpot Scratcher from the Georgia Lottery. Play responsibly.
Hello, I'm Neil Pruitt, Chairman and CEO of Pruitt Health. As a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs, we appreciate the importance of a strong team. For over 55 years, Pruitt Health has been helping people recover and return to doing what they love. With therapy, skilled nursing, home health, assisted living, and personal care services, our mission is to get you back in the game. To learn more, visit PruittHealth.com. At Pruitt Health, family makes us stronger.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
No flight is just a flight. It's a new beginning.
Hi, nice to meet you.
A love story.
Will you marry me?
A launch pad. It's your next step.
How about some light? Thank you. You're gonna do great.
And at Delta, we're proud to help you take it.
Associated Credit Union is excited to announce the ACU Auto Mall, the new way to buy your next vehicle. We help you shop for the right vehicle, negotiate a fair price with a dealer, and secure your financing all in one easy place. Delivery to your door included. Visit acuonline.org/automall and start shopping today. Associated Credit Union, where anyone in Georgia can live, bank, and grow.
Now's your chance to talk live with Hondo and the Bulldog All-Stars on Bulldogs Live. Reach the crew at 1-888-81-DOGS. That's 1-888-813-2947. Once again, here's your host, Neil Hondo Williamson.
Hey, people are fired up. We are too. It's Auburn, Georgia. Saturday under the lights at Jordan-Hare. And we'll go back to the phones now. Our All-Stars tonight are Asher Allen and Drew Butler, a pair of old teammates. Let's go to Chestnut Mountain and Jim. Jim, hi, you're on the Bulldogs Network. How are you?
Good evening, guys. Enjoying the show. First time caller. So we have the best we have the best coach in football right now, and he's prepared that team for Auburn. What my question is how do you think we fare up to winning the championship this year?
It's a great question. Speaking about Coach Smart, you're exactly right. He is the best coach in college football. He's won back-to-back national championships. He won an SEC championship last year with a team that I think many say might not have been his best. A lot of people said last year might have been his best coaching job. I thought in this week's press conference, he was asked about starting fast. Obviously, Georgia has not started fast really for about a year now. They did start fast against Kentucky. And he said, look, guys, we prepare to start fast. We don't prepare or try to start slow. Sometimes you don't execute well. Other times the defense just plays better than you did. Other times, you drop a pass or you get a penalty. Football is hard. So when you have the opportunity to start fast or you have the opportunity to execute your game plan, things fall in the right place. And Georgia has kind of had to chase their tail, Asher, where they're down 14-0 or Tennessee's up 21-7. And you're just saying, hey, can we scratch and claw our way back into this game? It will be imperative this weekend specifically not to get down into a hole like that very quickly. And then to win a championship, you got to play well each and every week, especially in games like at Jordan-Hare on Saturday night.
100%. But just like Kirby says, man, this is tough. People look at Auburn, they may look at Kentucky and think that these are easy games. There's no easy games in the SEC. So for us to be able to make it to the championship with a team where, let's just be honest, this is probably not the most talented team that we've ever had at Georgia or in his tenure the last 8-9 years. But what this team does have is togetherness. Again, go back to that fourth down pass, Stockton to London. That kind of stuff builds a team that in the fourth quarter against whoever, they believe that they can make it. So whether or not on paper does Auburn and Georgia match up, they match up really good. But I think we have those certain intangibles like a head coach that makes us able to win these games and win championships.
Speaking about those moments, building a team and building the belief of the team to be able to come back and win a football game, Georgia was leading Kentucky at halftime this past weekend. The last time Georgia had led an SEC opponent at halftime was Texas in October a year ago.
Wow.
That's crazy to think about. Yeah. But to Asher's point, this team believes in the second half, hey, it's all good. We can come back and win. At Tennessee, they're throwing bombs. It's 21-7. Hey, you don't see any sweat on this sideline. We can come back and win this game. And that's just something that you can't teach. You got to go do it on the field, and Georgia's done that.
Yeah, coming back last year against Kentucky, last year against Florida, against Tech, down all of those games, against Texas in the SEC championship game. No doubt about it. Georgia has the experience doing that. As Coach Smart said, you don't want to do it. And when you're talking about this, the building the team and all, and I know in my limited weekend warrior career as an athlete, certainly with some of my old teammates, we definitely have those moments that help build our teams and that we still talk about. Can you remember any plays from your college or pro careers that when you are with former teammates or whatever, it might pop up? Or certainly, in your case, I would think the fans speak more of it. Like, yeah, you're on that 2007 team. I remember when.
Yeah, we beat Florida. That was it, man.
Yeah.
You got Tebow Harvin. You got Hernandez. You had Lewis Murphy. You had a stacked defense. You had the corner you played with Hayden. All these, they had major. These dudes were stacked.
Yeah,
we were equally stacked on the other side.
Yeah.
But again, I think we went into every game just saying, man, these boys are good. But that team, that 2017, 2018 was such a special team because once we did that, it was like, okay, we got this. And if we would have had the playoff system and not the bull crap,
forget about
the bull crap system. That's what BCS stands for. The bull crap. If we had a playoff system, it would have been
national
massacre.
Oh, no doubt.
They would have had stretchers.
No doubt.
On the field for that team.
I'm thinking of Marcus Howard against Hawaii.
First play, bam!
And then the eighth play, and then the fact Marcus ran like a wild stallion. stallion.
And do you remember all those pineapples we got?
Of course.
So they actually gave us pineapples after that game because we beat them that bad. It's like we beat the pineapples out of the Hawaii team.
That's very funny. Do you guys, and certainly you can't mention the Florida game without mentioning the run into the end zone after the first touchdown.
Man, that's I think that's kind of a locker room thing.
I mean, I remember it, and I mean, let me just I'll just go ahead and say it. I remember leading up into that week, Coach Rick said, if you score first, you can get a unsportsmanlike conduct. That's all he said.
I would never.
You can get a flag.
I would never forget.
That's all he said. You can excessively celebrate. And then somehow, some way, it turns into the entire team run on the field. So Coach Rick didn't say anything wrong. I think the players just took it to the next level.
Yeah, that was and again, for Coach Rick to say that, I mean, there's not a greater man on the planet.
Yeah.
And for him to allow us to go beyond and break the envelope, so to say, I was like,
And you had to score first, right? It wasn't going to work if they were up 7-0 and you scored to tie it.
Yeah.
That was the whole thing. You got to score first.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting.
That was truly unforgettable.
No doubt.
Unforgettable. This week we go to Auburn, take on the Tigers. They are 3-2. The Dogs are ranked 10th. We are 4-1. Our airtime is at 3:30 on Saturday right here on the network. Kickoff is scheduled for 7:44. There is what's called a 5-minute slide attached to that. And for later college football games, they talk about the slide because if the earlier games go a little bit longer, they will push our kickoff back just a little bit. Tell you what, we'll take a quick break, pay some bills, then come back and go to the phones. We still have plenty of people holding, and we can't wait to get to you. Let's see, who do we have? We have Jeff, Carl, Michael, and 3 lines open at 888-813-2947. Asher Allen, Drew Butler, your old buddy Hondo on the Bulldog Sports Network.
Piedmont is passionate about Georgia, about each and every person that makes our state incredible. That's why we're leading real change in healthcare, dedicating ourselves to providing a quality patient experience through innovation, personalization, and teamwork. What does that mean for you? You get up-to-date treatment, collaborative care, and the best possible outcomes. To see more about our commitment to raising the standards of quality in Georgia, visit piedmont.org/quality care. Piedmont, real change lives here.
There are tacos, and then there's Zaxby's Chicken Finger Tacos. So what makes a Zaxby's Chicken Finger Taco a Zaxby's Chicken Finger Taco? Well, they took their famous chicken fingers and sauced them up in a soft tortilla shell. And because this is Zaxby's, you can get them in 3 flavors you'll love, like Chipotle Ranch, Avocado Bacon, or their all-new Buffalo Blue. Taco night hits different at Zaxby's. Zaxby's Chicken Finger Tacos. Get some today. Who's got the sauce? Zaxby's.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
It's college football season, so you need all the energy you can get. Luckily, Georgia Power knows a thing or two about saving energy. We understand that energy costs are an important part of your budget. That's why we're dedicated to providing tools and assistance that can help make a difference, so you can save your energy for the game. Visit georgiapower.com/myenergy to learn more.
Hi, this is Lee Futch, Assistant Athletic Director for the Georgia Way. As the Bank of Doing, Wells Fargo is proud to be an official sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs. Wells Fargo is supporting our student athletes on and off the field. With interactive financial health curriculum and empowerment resources, Wells Fargo has a game plan for the full student athlete experience from their first semester on campus through graduation. Learn more about what Wells Fargo is doing to put people and communities first by visiting wellsfargo.com/impact.
Now's your chance to talk live with Hondo and the Bulldog All-Stars on Bulldogs Live. Reach the crew at 1-888-81-DOGS. That's 1-888-813-2947. Once again, here's your host, Neil Hondo Williamson.
Covington, Georgia is the place, and Jeff is our caller. Jeff, hi, you're on with Asher Allen and Drew Butler.
Hey, guys. Hey, great show tonight. Auburn's defense certainly presents a challenge for us, and I just wanted to hear about how we anticipate the attack it utilizing our weapons, and hopefully seeing continued performances out of Dylan Bell in the versatile different roles.
Yeah, it was great to see Dylan last week. I mean, Kirby Smart talked about it before we got on when he was with Scott Howard. Dylan's patience and commitment to this program got rewarded last week, and it's good to give him that confidence back in himself and say you can still be a vital part of this offense. Saturday night, Georgia's got to continue to run the ball. They had their worst rushing performance last week when they only ran for 180 yards. I mean, they are absolutely doing what they need to do to pick up where they really needed to, coming off of, the 14th ranked rushing attack in the SEC a year ago. When you're on the road, you have to run the ball to be able to settle your offense down, and then the play-action pass opens up, and then guys like Colby Young and Zachariah Branch can get going in the pass game for the chunk plays. So I think you're going to see a real measured approach from Coach Mike Bobo as far as play calling goes. I wouldn't look for too many exotic things to start out, Asher, because the last thing you want to do is a quick 3-and-out on the road, and then you're going to have to punt it to Auburn. They're going to try some crazy stuff. I would certainly expect that. And again, you don't want to have to chase your tail on the road in the SEC. So I would love to see some commitment from the run game. I think our offensive line has answered the bell week after week, and then Gunnar Stockton's going to have the ability to show off his arm.
Yeah, and it's clear that's our identity. We're going to run.
Yeah.
Bobo's made that clear. It's been an announcement spread across the entire U.S. The University of Georgia is going to be a running team, but it's going to be a great matchup, though, because with Auburn being a top 20 run defense, I'm just excited to see that. I'm going to get my popcorn ready to see who's going to be able to move. The offensive line, the defensive line, which one of them are going to be able to just impart their will on the other person and be able to do that for 4 quarters. So like the caller said, this is going to be a big, big game. Their defense is their team.
Yeah.
They literally live by their front four.
Mm-hmm.
So if our big hogs up front can come together, go to Jordan Hare and put up a good show, I think it's going to be a really good win for us.
Well, let's talk about those big hogs, because how many different starting lineups have we seen? How many different combinations? How many different starters at right tackle, et cetera, et cetera? 3, 4, 5 to answer those 3 questions, not necessarily in that order. We don't know how Monroe Freeling's going to do. We don't know if Ernest Green is going to start. You think about our first game of the season where those 2 guys were at our tackles.
Mm-hmm.
We had 1 starting freshman on the line. Last week we had 2 starting freshmen on the line, true freshmen on the line. Your thoughts about the offensive line?
Well, obviously they're dealing with a bunch of injuries, and I think Ernest Green and Monroe Freeling were both on the injury report that came out yesterday. I think they're listed as doubtful or questionable. I'm not sure what the verbiage is on the college injury reports, but I think the one thing that's clear is that the rash of injuries that have gone through that offensive line room has provided a lot more attentiveness during the week. These guys have to be ready. I mean, you have to essentially know all 5 positions on the offensive line, because, Hondo, to your point, you're watching a game and another series goes by and you're like, who's on the field? I mean, they're switching up the entire game. So I think the urgency that they have in that room and the attentiveness that they have to the coaching that they're getting makes them actually more prepared to go out and play. And quite frankly, you're averaging 190, 200 rushing yards a game. They're doing what they need to do, thankfully.
Yeah, and especially that right side. That right side is so important, especially for the run game. And so what I've seen from them, I've been really impressed. Again, 200 yards one game, 180 the next game. They're clearly able to kind of plug and play, and that goes to talk about, the coaching staff and everything that Kirby's got going on. So, but that's going to be big, that rotation that they have there. They're going to see a lot of ET stunts. They're going to see a lot of blitz to that side because, hey, you've never seen this in action. So it's going to be exciting to see, but they're going to be ready.
I'll say this, too. Much like in the NFL, once you reach that, 8th or 9th week, you're no longer a rookie.
No.
And these guys who have played Tennessee, Alabama, Kentucky, and now at Auburn, that's quite a bit of experience for some first-year guys to be like, I feel comfortable. I know what I'm out here to do. I can understand the play calls and the pre-snaps. So they're doing what they need to do. And I give them a ton of credit.
Especially 100%. If they came in early. Because as Coach Smart has said, they're practicing against our guys all spring.
Right.
Then they're practicing against them for the past, since whenever they could start hitting in August, since August 10th or whatever. There's a lot. And I agree with you, Drew, that when you get to this point in the season, you're pretty much no longer totally wet behind the ears. All right, let's go back to the phones. I have to open my iPhone to see what it is. Okay, Carl's in Dawson. Carl, great to have you on the show again.
Thanks, Hondo. My comment is, I hope we can spoil this damn party in Auburn. And I want to ask Asher, can we get some sacks this weekend? Their O-line leaks like my bank account. And I want to ask you, what's it like being the only man with a brain on ESPN radio? Go Dogs.
Thanks. Yeah, I've been doing ESPN radio on Sundays now for NFL coverage, and I appreciate that. That's a great compliment. It's been a lot of fun. Hope you tune in. Yeah. How do we get some sacks on Saturday?
It's going to be, so far, guys, I hate to be a Debbie Downer. It doesn't seem like it's going to come from the front four. Doesn't seem like it's going to come there. Our leading sacks is actually Cole with 3, and he's a linebacker. So he's going to have to come out of the box. That's going to cause a little bit of trouble. But I think with our DBs being able to cover for more than 3 to 4 seconds, then obviously being able to bring that pressure, if we can do that, we'll be able to get more sacks. But it's going to be a full team effort, and unfortunately, I think we're going to have to take somebody out the box.
Do you think that they've reached the point to where there's no return? You got to start manufacturing some pass rush. You've got to draw some stuff up and bring some exotic pressures.
I mean, Drew, we saw that in Alabama. Here's Simpson back there. He looks like Joe Montana.
I
mean, he's back there with all the time, and these guys get paid. I mean, literally now with NIL, but these guys they're good.
I know.
And so even with Arnold being back there, if you give him time with Coleman, with Singleton, he is going to make completions.
He'll carve you up.
And you're going to get carved up. So you have to have pressures. You have to have sacks. If not, it's going to be a long day.
And here's the thing, too. When you manufacture the pressure, when you draw stuff up to bring more guys than just 4, you better get him on the ground.
You have to.
You absolutely better get him on the ground because Jackson Arnold is mobile. If he gets outside the pocket, then your DBs are out there on an absolute island.
Yeah,
that's tough.
Chris Cole, you mentioned Chris Cole, guy who we can move around a little bit more than some of the other people. And it was good to see Justin Williams last week really dial it up. Came in as such a highly rated recruit. Coach Smart always speaks so well of him personally and as a football player, but he really dialed it up last week. So who knows what that allows us to do at different times with Cole in the ball game, not only with the normal 2 middle linebackers if we want to move Cole somewhere else, but with 3 and 5, I just think of people in terms of their numbers. It's so funny. C.J. Allen and Raylan Wilson.
I know.
Because I'm always moving the pins for numbers. 3 and 5.
And the thing about taking the guy out the box, now what you create is really one-on-ones on the back end. So on the front end, when you have a three-man front, 4-man front, really it's 5 against 4. So you have a double team on your best guy, then the other guy's got to win their one-on-one. But once you bring that guy out the box, now there tends to be a liability, and they kind of run 11 personnel. Looking at what they run 11 personnel a lot because they have 3 wide receivers that they believe in. And so that's a lot of one-on-ones, and for 60, 70 plays, that's a lot for DBs to be one-on-one. So it's going to be an interesting chess match on Saturday.
All right, just so the fans out there who do not know, that means 1 running back, 1 tight end. That's Asher Allen. This is Drew Butler, and this is Hondo Williamson. And we'll be back after this on the Bulldog Sports Network.
You know what day it is? It's game day. And here in Dog Nation, game day is like no other. When the Bulldogs take the field, it's electric. Now game day can be every day with the first ever Georgia Bulldog Scratcher, boasting a top prize of $300,000. So to those of you who bleed red and black, you know what to do. It's time to let the big dog scratch. Win up to $300,000. Play the Georgia Jackpot Scratcher from the Georgia Lottery. Play responsibly.
Creature Comforts Brewing Company is the official craft beer of your Georgia Bulldogs. These 2 Athens institutions have joined forces to connect quality beer with the passion and pageantry of the UGA faithful. This year, we're going to light up Sanford with Creature Comforts' new Classic City Light. With only 95 calories and 3.5 carbs, Classic City is good light beer, proudly made right here in Athens, Georgia. It's not game day without a Creature Comforts Classic City Light. Available at your favorite retailers. 1 hometown, 1 team. Go Dogs! Sip 'em. Creature Comforts Brewing Company. Good dogs drink responsibly.
Don't go anywhere. Bulldogs Live will be right back after a word from your local station. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Piedmont is passionate about Georgia, about each and every person that makes our state incredible. That's why we're leading real change in healthcare, dedicating ourselves to providing a quality patient experience through innovation, personalization, and teamwork. What does that mean for you? you get up-to-date treatment, collaborative care, and the best possible outcomes. To see more about our commitment to raising the standards of quality in Georgia, visit Piedmont.org/quality care. Piedmont, real change lives here.
365 days a year, just call us up, we'll be right there. Our service is guaranteed. As you make, we take great care. Our experts are always there for you and your family's needs. When your family just can't wait, you can always count on Shoemake.
Now's your chance to talk live with Hondo and the Bulldog All-Stars on Bulldogs Live. Reach the crew at 1-888-81-DOGS. That's 1-888-813-2947. Once again, here's your host, Neil Hondo Williamson.
All right, quickly, fellas, what are you doing now? Asher, tell everybody what you're doing now that your playing days in the NFL are over.
Yeah, great. So I own a supplement company, and so that company is called Nutridyne. So we work with functional medicine doctors locally in the area. And then if you guys check my Instagram, Asher Allen 21, I try my best to, with my extra time, to go to various schools and really just pour back into the kids, man. I've been given so much, and to not give back would really be that would be a great disservice to everyone. So really spending time doing that and just really connecting with the guys and taking every day one at a time. I got a 4- and a 6-year-old, so plenty busy.
You're busy, yeah.
Trust me.
Well, that's great of you that you do that because you do have so much to give, and that's great.
Thank you.
Drew?
Yeah, a lot of broadcasting. It's football season, so we're rocking and rolling. I'm on the radio here in Atlanta Monday mornings with Steak Shapiro on the Steakhouse on 92.9 The Game. Jake Fromm and I are doing the Punt and Pass podcast, which is everywhere you listen to podcasts. It's on YouTube, and it's also on TV here in Atlanta on Atlanta News First and the Peachtree Sports Network. And doing TV on the weekends, Atlanta News First, and ESPN Radio, NFL Game Day, which has been a blast. So
on Sundays.
On Sundays, and 1 to 5 p.m.
1 to 5.
Channel 80, ESPN Radio, ESPN app, wherever you can get it.
Okay, awesome. Great.
Yeah, man. It's like NFL Red Zone on the radio.
On the radio.
Yeah, it's
okay,
great.
Excellent. Isn't that wonderful? Who do you do that show with?
Kevin Clark is the host. He's an awesome football guy, ESPN Radio host. And then Mike Tannenbaum, the former general manager of the Miami Dolphins and New York Jets.
Okay.
Yeah, it's great.
Very good. That's awesome, great. Man. Okay, final thoughts right now as we have about a minute left, so 30 seconds each on Saturday's game at Auburn.
You know, Georgia's a 3.5-point favorite. It's going to be a raucous environment. It still shocks me that Peyton Woodring has not had a walk-off game-winning field goal. I feel like this could be the weekend. I think Auburn keeps it close. I think Georgia finds a way to win. We're going to flip the score that we lost to Alabama with. Dogs 24, Auburn 21.
I like that. This is their SEC championship game. This is their championship game, and we're going to get their best. We're going to Freese is on the hot seat. He's coaching his butt off this week. Attention, they're coming off of a bye week as well. We're getting their best. So Kirby Smart knows that. These boys are going to be ready. Again, all I'm looking at is our D-line. Can our D-line create pressure? If not, it will be Alabama all over again, and we don't want that. So I'm excited. I love the score that Drew brought up. I'm going with that.
All right, great guys. So much fun to have you both. We had a lot of laughs.
Yeah, we did, man.
On and off the air. Boy, that was great. All right, Asher Allen, Drew Butler, thanks so much for tuning in. If we didn't get to your calls tonight, call earlier next week. We apologize. We try to get to everybody, but sometimes we just run out of time. Like tonight, we are off to Auburn now for a bloodbath under the lights. Our broadcast begins at 3:30. That's Dog Talk pregame with Kevin Butler and Jeff Dantzler. Then at 4:30, it's the Napa Tailgate Show. Lauren Smith, the voice of the Dogs, Scott Howard, our color analyst, Josh Brock, and our sideline reporter, DJ Shockley, along with yours truly. Thanks again to Ashley Gentry, our producer tonight. Till then, God bless you, good night, and go Dogs!
Go Dogs!
Country music icons. One massive party. Live Between the Hedges. Presented by Pruitt Health. Jason Aldean. Luke Bryan. Saturday, April 25th. UGA Sanford Stadium. With very special guests. Zach Top. and Lauren Elena. Tickets on sale Friday, October 3rd at 10 a.m. at GeorgiaDogs.com. Produced by UGA.
College football season is Modelo season, and the Modelo Recruiter is scouting for full-time Bulldog fans who live and breathe football all season long. You know what that makes you? A full-time fan. Welcome to the roster, Recruit. You deserve an ice-cold Modelo, the official import beer of your Georgia Bulldogs. Because Bulldog season wouldn't be the same without you. Modelo Especial Beer, Chicago, Illinois. For 21 and up only, please drink responsibly.
A well-executed game plan is always the key to a victory on the field, and it's the same when it comes to stopping people from dying in crashes caused by drunk drivers. When alcohol is part of the tailgate or any occasion, then the game plan always includes a ride with a sober driver. All drunk driving deaths are preventable, and choosing not to drink and drive saves lives, maybe even your own, and it'll avoid a costly DUI arrest. That's why the Governor's Office of Highway Safety reminds everyone to drive sober so they won't have to pull you over.
No flight is just a flight. It's a new beginning.
Hi, nice to meet you.
A love story.
Will you marry me?
A launch pad. It's your next step.
How about some light? Thank you. You're gonna do great.
And at Delta, we're proud to help you take it.
On the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network, you've been listening to Bulldogs Live, presented by Wells Fargo. Tonight's show has been brought to you by Wells Fargo, an official sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs. Piedmont, the official healthcare provider of the Georgia Bulldogs. Hoffman Financial Group, helping build your financial dynasty. Georgia Farm Bureau Insurance, we never drop the ball. Southeast Mortgage, the official home loan lender of the Georgia Bulldogs. And by the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. Drive sober. Don't get pulled over. The proceeding has been a Learfield presentation of the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. Powered by Learfield and JMI Sports.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk. News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
Good evening to you. It's 9 o'clock. I'm Michelle Wright, and the news is being sponsored by American Crawlspace Solutions. Our top story this hour, Phase 1 is a go. Israel's cabinet approving the first phase of the U.S. brokered peace deal aimed at stopping the fighting in Gaza between Israel and Hamas that's been going on for the past 2 years. We get the latest now from CBS in this special report.
CBS News special report. It's Phase 1 of a U.S.-backed Gaza ceasefire deal in Tel Aviv.
It's such a good feeling, and I really hope it will happen.
So far, the Israeli cabinet has approved the framework for bringing all of the remaining hostages home. And CBS's Deborah Patta in East Jerusalem says then comes the release of 250 Palestinian prisoners serving life sentences and 1,700 more arrested since October 2023.
In Gaza, the ceasefire was greeted with jubilation. The past 734 days have been an endless stream of loss, displacement, and war.
The U.S. is sending some support to Israel. CBS's Linda Kenyon with that.
Some 200 troops are being deployed to Israel to help support and monitor the Gaza ceasefire deal. These U.S. troops will be part of a multinational team that will also include non-governmental organizations and the private sector.
CBS News special report. I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
We've got 64 degrees in Atlanta right now and some showers in the metro area. It comes ahead of a cold front that's moving in tomorrow. Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast is on the way. A shock for the DeKalb County School District as it's received words their superintendent, Dr. Devon Horton, has been indicted on federal charges stemming from his time as head of the school district in Evanston, Illinois. DeKalb Schools has put him on paid leave for now, but the state could step in and remove him from his post.
Under
Georgia law, the governor can appoint a 3-member commission to decide whether to remove a public official from their post if they're facing indictment. The law requires the indictment be formally received by the governor's office before the panel is appointed. They will then have 14 days to issue their recommendations to the governor, and if they recommend suspension, the governor will decide whether to suspend the official from their office until the case is resolved or until their current term ends. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
Meanwhile, New York Attorney General Letitia James has been indicted on at least one count of alleged fraud.
She's going to have to plead here, or enter a plea. Very likely will be not guilty, and from there, it is off to the races of a criminal case. It's very likely you'll see some sort of motion to dismiss that we often see from defendants in a case here, but that is when the legal sort of battle starts to play out in front of a judge.
Olivia Rubin reports James successfully brought a civil fraud case against President Trump last year and leads multiple lawsuits challenging his administration's policies. And if you got a pressure cooker from Aldi a couple years ago, there's a recall you should know about.
Nearly 47,000 pressure cookers sold at Aldi stores over 5 years ago have been recalled after several people suffered serious burns. The appliance, made by Tempo USA, was sold at the store from 2016 to 2019. The U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission says the lid can be opened before the steam pressure is released, which poses a major burn risk.
Stacey Lynn reports the company has received 11 reports of incidents so far, with 8 of those involving severe burns. It's 9:03. Live team coverage of traffic and weather's coming up next.
He's the guy at the desk next to you.
It's not as bad as it could be.
He's your co-pilot for the ride home.
Hey, the ladies are at home. Let's smoke cigars.
Eric Von Hessler.
Some sort of cultural affirmation. Yes, I am this kind of man.
Tomorrow at 3.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
The Scott Antique Markets is back at the Atlanta Expo Center, featuring hundreds of vendors with collectibles and merchandise from all over the world. We're on both sides of I-285, exit 55 on Jonesboro Road. Visit ScottAntiqueMarket.com for more information.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Shelley Winter for Virtual Imaging. Ladies and gentlemen, when I first heard the virtual imaging ads, I had to schedule an appointment. So I went ahead and scheduled a complimentary heart scan for myself and my spouse with a few minimum requirements. That first scan, my numbers were high, but I did everything the doctors told me to do. I lost weight, I ate better, and I exercised. And ladies and gentlemen, I went back for my second scan, and my numbers were much, much better. Please, take your health seriously. Call 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-7226. Or go to virtualimagingatl.com right now. They do brain scans, full body scans, and they've been around 15 years. So they know what they're doing, and they've saved so many lives. Please, ladies and gentlemen, call 770-678-SCAN or 770-678-7226.
Hey folks, Dr. Joe Esposito here. If you've been in an auto accident, don't wait. The pain might not show up right away, but the damage can last a lifetime if it's left untreated. Now, our team of doctors at PainFreeAtlanta.com specialize in post-accident chiropractic that gets to the root of the cause, and that helps you heal naturally without relying on painkillers and risky surgery and other procedures. And if your condition requires further medical attention, we work with a trusted network of qualified medical doctors and specialists to ensure that you get the full care that you deserve. Let us guide you through every step of the process, safely, professionally, and with compassion. We can also find honest, qualified legal representation if necessary. Don't fall for scam artists whose only concern is their wallets and not your health. We also document your injuries so that you get the settlement you deserve. Call us at 404-333-7777 to schedule a free consultation or visit painfreeatlanta.com. That's 404-33-47s or visit painfreeatlanta.com.
You've seen them holiday decorations already up in the stores, trees, wreaths, even the big inflatables. I'm Chris Chandler. Wise Guys Pro Wash keeps my home's exterior looking great, and now my clean home will shine when they put up my holiday lights. They make it simple. Custom design, they provide the lights, install everything, and when the season's over, they pack and store it for me. First-time customers book by October 15th. Mention my name, Chris Chandler, and you'll get $100 off installation. Let Wise Guys Lights brighten your holidays this year.
As you go through your end-of-season to-dos, add Call Castile Cooling and Heating to the checklist. You wouldn't send your kids to school unprepared. So don't send your air conditioner into hibernation without a checkup from our specialists. If you've noticed your system struggling, weird sounds, smells, or changes in airflow, let's fix it now. Right now, install a new HVAC system and get up to $2,000 in free upgrades and 0% interest financing. Book today and help is on the way. CastileAir.com.
Whether it's a walk-in closet, master closet, or pantry, unlock the true potential of your storage areas in time for the holidays. Schedule your free design consultation today at artisancustomclosets.com and reward yourself with affordable luxury this holiday season.
The Sean Hannity Show, sponsored by Mark Spain Real Estate. Get a guaranteed offer on your home today.
It is 9:07, and that means it's time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. We're checking in with Kobe Dawkins in the WSB 24-hour traffic center. Hey, Kobe, what's going on out there?
Well, I'm seeing some road flooding in Sandy Springs, 285 westbound, the outer loop near New Northside Drive, Powers Ferry Road, exit 22. Seeing standing water across all lanes going westbound. Can always avoid the delays by taking either 85 south or 400 south into downtown, and also slow rides in Fulton County still. I-20 westbound just before Fulton Industrial Boulevard, exit 49. It's all due to road work, and they're currently blocking one right lane, so stay to the far left, or if you want to beat the delays, take Highway 78 as an alternate. I'm Kobe Dawkins, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly cloudy for this evening. Overnight lows dropping down to the low 50s for tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, a mix of sun and clouds, breezy, high 71. Saturday, mostly sunny, morning low 55, afternoon high 76.
Storm Tracker radar shows some rain in the area, especially right around the perimeter where Kobe was talking about. We saw that flooding. We've got 64 degrees in Tucker right now, 65 in Loganville, 66 in South Fulton, and 64 right here in Midtown. More news heads your way at 10 o'clock. Scott Slade's George is coming up at 9:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Michelle Wright, 95.5 WSB.
The Sean Hannity Show, sponsored by Mark Spain Real Estate. Get a guaranteed offer on your home today.
Coming to your city. Gonna play our guitars and sing you a country song.
Sean Hannity. The new Sean Hannity Show. More behind-the-scenes information on breaking news and more bold, inspired solutions for America.
All right, thank you, Scott Shannon. Thanks to all of you for being with us. Write down the telephone number if you want to be a part of the program. It's 800-941-SEAN if you want to join us. You know, blessed are the peacemakers. You think of our entire lives. I know there have been attempts. If you read the autobiography, which I've read of Anwar Sadat, an attempt, then the Camp David Accords, and we really got this started in Trump's first term with the Abraham Accords, and he had two consecutive terms. I don't know. Maybe things work out the way they're supposed to work out in God's timing. And the war in Gaza now, it's signed, sealed, and delivered, the deal, the first phase of it. And that means that the White House and the president confirming to me last night that this first phase of this deal with Israel and Hamas is finished. The president wrote last night on Truth Social, I am very proud to announce that Israel and Hamas have both signed off on the first phase of our peace plan. And this means that all of the hostages will be released very soon, and Israel will withdraw their troops to an agreed-upon line as the first steps towards a strong, durable, everlasting peace. All parties will be treated fairly. This is a great day for the Arab and Muslim world, Israel, all the surrounding nations, and the United States of America. And we thank the mediators from Qatar, Egypt, Turkey, who work with us to make this historic, unprecedented event happen. And he wrote, blessed are the peacemakers. The one thing that is really happening very, very quickly in less than a year of being in office is what I imagined, but even bigger than I imagined. And we are living in a time where you're getting to watch history unfold with the most transformational, consequential president in our lifetime. This is not your average politician. Most presidents would sit there and wring their hands, and advisors, and should we bomb Iran's nuclear facilities? Donald Trump just is instinctive, decisive, is guided by his core beliefs, the Trump doctrine, which we'll go over here in a second. And the president joined me on TV last night to talk about this historic deal. If you look back at this conflict, we could go back hundreds of years, but let's just start at the UN partition plan in 1948 and the formation. And again, this is the homeland of the Jewish people. Historically, goes back forever, and this is their homeland. And when that deal was made, it was Ben Gurion, the first prime minister of Israel, reached out his hand of, quote, neighborliness to all of the neighboring countries and offered his hand in peace, and was invaded the next day. And, it's been nonstop war and conflict. The 6 Day War, Yom Kippur War. I mean, 67, 73. And maybe more importantly, what the Israeli people have become accustomed to, and that is being surrounded by enemies and having tens and tens and tens of thousands of rockets fired into their country by radical Islamists that have even written in their stated charters the call for the destruction of Israel and the desire to wipe Israel off the map, and led by Iran and, chanting death to Israel, death to America. And this radicalization, and this is their everyday life. This is normal for them. I've had many trips to Israel that I've taken. I've learned a lot on all of those trips. We've reported there numerous times. Linda, you were on a couple of them, right? We would broadcast our show
on all of them. Yeah.
102, what is it, 102.7?
102.1 Tel Aviv.
102.1. Yeah, Tel Aviv. And we even did shows from the United States for our partners there at 102. And, we were there. We were in these underground, terror tunnels. We went to border cities. I keep telling the story. The one city, Sderot, sticks with me because I learned so much in that one city. And by the time we had gotten there, maybe it was 2015 or whatever year it was, I don't remember, 16. I know I went back once when President Trump was president in his first term, and we did that trip from the Mediterranean in a helicopter all the way up to the old city. And we've taken tours of the old city. I mean, you have the convergence of the world's religions right there in this one small little area. And I mean, the history is so deep and rich. And I had the honor, Dory Gold, who recently passed away, gave me a tour of the old city once and explained the Armenian sector, the Christian sector, and the Muslim sector, and the Jewish sector. And, there's so much history there. It's just an incredible experience. What shocked me, and Linda watched this, and she just rolled her eyes. I was shocked that so many people in Israel, when we went to the wall, recognized me and came up to me, and we had a massive crowd around me. And then I had another tour with Ron Dermer, which was pretty amazing as well. And what life is like when I went to the border city of Sderot, and you can see Gaza with the naked eye, it just takes your breath away. But this has been life for the Israelis. That one little border town, by the time I had gotten there, and they've been hit with many more thousands of rockets since, had 10,000 rockets fired into one small border city. And this is the city I described that has the underground playgrounds, bunker playgrounds for kids that can't play outside because the distance is so short. It takes 12 seconds for a rocket fired out of Gaza into this border town. And so you can't have your kids playing outside, and that's everyday life for them. And I went to the police department at the time, and they literally had laid out missiles recovered over the years, and the lethality of them. I mean, they just became bigger and more lethal and more deadly every single time. And then we went to a restaurant, and we came back the next day, and there was a car in the parking lot that had been bombed out the night before. And we went to a kibbutz and went back to that kibbutz the next day. And the night before, it got hit with a rocket because it was during a time of conflict. And that's everyday life. And we're next to one of the Patriot missiles at the time. What is it? The Iron Dome missile, at the time. And, got to see it fired in real time and taken out a missile in real time. It was incredible technology to watch. And you think back, Democrats at the time mocked Ronald Reagan for saying Star Wars when he brought forth a strategic defense. And that's when Reagan walked away from Gorbachev at Reykjavik over the issue of strategic defense. The former Soviet Union didn't want it. and they still ended up making a deal, and very similar circumstances in some ways. But what the president has been able to do here is create an opportunity for a peace. Now, the first phase of this, thank God these hostages that now have been held for 2 years and 3 days are all going to be released. There's 48 of them. 20 of them we believe to be alive, and the bodies of those that are not alive will be returned to their families. Our prayers are with them. Our prayers are with all these hostages. I can't imagine how you just return to regular life after being held in captivity for 2 years like this. But there are reasons that this happened and lessons to be learned here. I think one of the biggest lessons is, these Arab nations for decades have been unwilling participants. They have wanted no part in being part of the solution to resolve this never-ending conflict. But President Trump, and I was on that trip with him when he went to the Gulf states, and that's when I went to Saudi Arabia, and that's when I went to Qatar, and I went to the United Arab Emirates, and there I was in Abu Dhabi. Linda was not allowed on that trip for reasons that will go unspecified at this time, but it was an incredible learning experience. I saw every Fortune 500 company in this room in Riyadh that it just blew me away. And the president forged the relationships with these countries, walked away with $7 trillion in committed monies and investments for the next 4 years, maybe $10 trillion. I don't remember the actual number. It's crazy. But they want to be partners with Donald Trump. And Donald Trump was able to forge that relationship. When the president has always had Israel's back because they've been a victim of radical Islamic terrorism, that created a bond with him and Prime Minister Netanyahu, that he was able to persuade the prime minister to take concessions that were probably very difficult for Israel to take, but do it in the name of peace and the possibility of peace and the return of these hostages. I mean, I'll play tape later this hour of there's never been a point where the people in Gaza and the people of Israel are both celebrating this deal and praising Donald J. Trump, because that's what happened when they woke up to the news this morning. And the probably most powerful component in all of this is the Trump doctrine. And the Trump doctrine is rooted in the principles of peace through strength. And it's amazing that there are people that consider themselves smart, and they're not that smart, that have no understanding of what the Trump doctrine is. Because when the president says no forever wars, yeah, I agree with the president, number one, but it doesn't mean you will never use military force. There is a proper use of military force. And, when you look at what the president has done, he wiped out the ISIS caliphate. It had to be wiped out. And he did it, and it really didn't get a lot of attention, but he wiped the whole thing out that grew under Obama and Biden. He wiped out Soleimani on that tarmac. He wiped out al-Baghdadi and associates. He also dropped the mother of all bombs on Afghanistan. And then in his second term, he gave the Iranians a choice, 50 days to choose peace, and they chose not to take the window of opportunity he provided them. That resulted in Israel taking out their defense systems and taking out their battery systems and ballistic missile systems, and then it really they needed the might and power of the U.S. because they were 1, 3, 4 months away from getting a nuclear weapon. And that radicalism that chants death to Israel, death to America, that's not a chance the world should ever have taken. And I can tell you that the Arab world, and that means Saudi Arabia and Egypt and Jordan and the Emirates and all these other countries, they were breathing a sigh of relief that Donald Trump took out those nuclear sites as much as Israel was. It was a threat to the entire region. But when he took out those sites, that sent a clear message that he will use force for good when necessary, but he's going to try everything in his power to come up with a peace deal. And he did. And then the president had Prime Minister Netanyahu recently at the White House, and he said they can do it the hard way or they can do it the easy way. And Prime Minister Netanyahu got the green light with Donald Trump in the White House that if they don't take this was their last chance, that Bibi would do it the hard way and would wipe him out. And then when they first rejected this opportunity, Donald Trump used the word, "You will be obliterated." They got the message. And the more important part of this is they believed the message. What is the lesson? That peace through strength, backed up by examples that you're willing to use America's power and force for good, and you don't give out idle threats, was believed. And without all of that together, I don't believe this would have been possible. I don't think this would have happened. I don't think this moment would occur. I don't think this opportunity would exist for a lasting peace. Now we have Arab countries partnering in a plan for peace. Now you have Hamas now has to be disarmed. There has to be security guarantees for Israel. We're in the trust but verify stage of this peace negotiation. But, you know, as if all goes well by Monday, these hostages will be reunited with their families. Thank God. The ones that are alive and their families will have the bodies back of their dead loved ones, which, again, we pray for those families. Amazing times we're living in. I don't think there's anyone else besides Donald John Trump that could have pulled this off. Just don't believe it's possible. Listen, everybody needs to think of a worst case scenario in your life. And, you know, that weekend where maybe you can't get in touch with your doctor and maybe the pharmacy's closed, and you're going to wish you listened to my advice that I'm giving you right now. Get in touch with Jace Medical. Get your Jace emergency medical case. Every family needs one. You get to make up your own case. You get to have on hand in your house emergency medications that you might need, including prescription antibiotics. It is the most affordable. It is the most secure way to get these essentials. You can get up to a 12-month supply of your daily prescription medications. Do it now. Don't get caught. And at a time when you're definitely going to need them, or maybe they're not available. Anyway, and by the way, the prices are great. You're going to love Jace Medical. Get your Jace emergency medical case. Every family needs one. Just go to jase.com, enter the promo code Hannity. When you check out, you get $25 off your order. That's jase.com today.
When fake news gives you lies, Hannity supplies the truth. Sean Hannity is on right now.
Following the attacks on 9/11/01, FDNY firefighter Daniel Foley assisted in the rescue and recovery efforts at Ground Zero. Now, at that time, he could not have known that his heroism would later cost him his life. Now, Daniel spent months and months at Ground Zero searching for victims, including his firefighter brother, Thomas Foley, who was killed in the attacks. Now, Daniel's father also took part in the efforts at Ground Zero. He died years later from a rare 9/11-related leukemia. Now, Daniel's death was also the direct result of 9/11-related cancer. He leaves behind his wife, Carrie, and their 5 children. Tunnel to Towers paid the mortgage on the family's home. Now, your donation today can make the world of difference to a family like the Foleys. If you can join us, donate $11 a month to the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org. The letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org for the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Hey, check it out. A new discovery found a massive trove of gold coins in the Czech Republic, minted by a long-lost civilization. It's from before the 2nd century BC. They also found silver coins among the artifacts. Not only have gold and silver been valued for thousands of years, but they can physically last that long as well. Just another reason why I have partnered with the award-winning company Goldco. I'm also a customer. Now, they sell gold and silver, and they're great at what they do. So if you're ready to learn how gold and silver can help protect your savings, call now, 855-815-GOLD. On the web, it's HannityGold.com. They'll send you a free 2025 gold and silver kit. You can do your own due diligence and learn how you can get 10% in free bonus silver. It is the best silver offer out there. Don't miss this one. 855-815-GOLD or HannityGold.com. One more time, 855-815-GOLD or HannityGold.com.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/Mike.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
You fell in love with her because she's unlike any other woman in the world. So why settle for an ordinary engagement ring you can find almost anywhere? Well, I know a place where you can design your own custom engagement ring. Terra Fine Jewelry Company. At Terra, the styles and designs are endless, and their expert jewelers make it easy to bring your personally designed engagement ring to life. Your bride-to-be deserves more than a cookie-cutter engagement ring, so explore the vast options of custom design rings at Terra Fine Jewelry Company in Buford, Georgia. Terra Fine Jewelry Company.
When you come home after being away, you see your home with fresh eyes. And eventually, you'll roll up to your old garage door and finally notice how chipped and faded that rusty old slab really is. But that's the first thing people see when they come visit. A 250-square-foot bent aluminum lime green garage door that also squeaks. Welcome to our home. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Our design consultants can help you find a strong, quiet, modern garage door that anyone would be proud to come home to. Modern materials that won't crack, dent, or fade. In contemporary styles that showcase your home's design. Call Mo Better Garage and let us show you just how joyful arriving back home can be.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
A ceasefire is in place.
President Trump announced Hamas and Israel have agreed to the first phase of a plan.
The hostages are going to be released.
Celebrations are held overnight in the Middle East amid word of a hostage deal.
Israel and Hamas agreed to a ceasefire.
Will it hold?
Huge obstacles remain in these negotiations.
Is a historic peace within reach? Listen often throughout the day.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's breaking news station.
If you just stand back and ask yourself, how did this happen? These principles that we as conservatives embrace, they really work. Peace through strength is not a slogan. Trust but verify is not a slogan. The idea of standing on principle, I actually think that Donald Trump has perfected what it means to have the strongest possible foreign policy with the minimal use of force. But when you do use it, it is so impactful that it has such positive ramifications and repercussions around the world. Without the Iranian nuclear sites taken out, I doubt this deal got done. That's how convinced I am about the principle of peace through strength. We'll come back. We'll also get your calls in if you want to weigh in on this and more. 800-941-SEAN. If you want to be a part of the program, give us a call. Tell us what you think.
My name is Dale Pazinski, and this is how I live United. I volunteer with United Way, helping the homeless in my community by teaching computer skills and helping them build a basic resume to save on their very own USB drive. It's huge when somebody says, "Hey man, that job that you helped me apply for, I got it." My name is Dale Pazinski. I help people achieve financial independence. So I don't just wear the shirt, I live it.
Give, advocate, volunteer, Live United. Go to liveunited.org. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
Scott Slate's Georgia is brought to you by Breda Pest Management. And this week, consistently ranked among the best haunted houses in America. Netherworld is up and scaring at Stone Mountain.
By and large, you'd think people come to get scared. But some people come to see their friends get scared. Some people come to try not to get scared. Some people come just to see all the amazing art and the special effects.
Ben Armstrong is the owner with a background in TV production. His goal when he created Netherworld 29 seasons ago?
We wanted to do something that was unique, that was original. So we came up with a concept of Netherworld, a place where monsters dwell. another dimension, essentially.
And this year it's big, really big, with 2 frightful storylines.
So in Monsters Attack, the Brotherhood, they're these people who fight all the monsters. They developed this gigantic missile, and they're going to launch it to destroy the Netherworld Gate. So they're trying to finish this missile, and all the monsters are attacking to sort of disrupt the process. But the so-called good guys, they've made these Frankensteinian creations, and they've also got a pack of werewolves on their side. So you got werewolves, you got Frankensteinian monsters, you've got armies of the dead, we have giant monstrosities, you have huge robots. It is like a mashup of classic monsters and almost like a kaiju situation going on.
And once you recover from that,
in our second show, we have the return of the Mangler. So the Mangler is this evil surgeon type character, but he's been trapped in this place called the Box. It's a facility that was holding him and many other things. But now he's escaped, and he's teamed up with Oblivion. Oblivion is a dimension of these bizarre creatures, and he's sort of working with them to gain extra power. So the second show, Oblivion, Return of the Mangler, it's a lot more gory. It's a lot more intense.
Alex and Austin say they loved it.
I had some good screams going on.
It'll get your blood pumping.
They got us a few good times.
The sound effects, the visuals, the actors, the animatronics, just so well done that you quickly found yourself in that story.
Ben Armstrong says they work on Netherworld all year leading up to the Halloween season, and it takes a big cast and crew.
We generally hire seasonally as many as 500 people to work here.
So if you're ready for one of the best frights in the USA,
it's a lot of Halloween mayhem.
Netherworld is up and running select nights through November 8th in Stone Mountain. To find out more, click fearworld.com. Scotts Lake, Georgia is sponsored by Breda Pest Management on 95.5 WSB. You're hearing noises in the attic at night, but you don't see anything up there. What's going on? It's breeding season for flying squirrels. Scott Slade here. These are smart, devious, and intrusive pests that are hard to remove. But with Breda, it'll be like they were never there. Under the Breda Wildlife Guarantee, if critters return, you're covered at no additional cost. Breda Pest Management. They handle bugs and critters.
Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.
How do we fight for our beliefs while still loving our neighbors and even our enemies? This is Tom Gray with This Stuff Matters, and I'm inviting you to join me and Eric Erickson for a great meal and a great discussion around this topic. Are we at a turning point for our country? Get your tickets at thisstuffmatters.net. Thursday night, October 16th, 7 o'clock, Governor's Gun Club in Kennesaw. This is Tom Gray, and This Stuff Matters.
thisstuffmatters.net.
By executive order from Rufus, the Findlay Roofing Chief Barking Officer, they're rolling over. Rolling out a $1,000 discount on your Findlay roof replacement. Hey, it's Dave Baker for the only roofer I answer the door for, Findlay Roofing, the roof guys. Stop repairing the leaks and dragging your feet. Now is the best time to replace that old, leaky, haunted roof and save 1,000 bones. Findlay has replaced over 65,000 roofs locally. That's no trick. It's just high-quality work, upfront pricing, and exceptional service. Findlay goes the distance. They're the extra effort experts, making sure you have a remarkable roof replacement experience. Findlay also has 0% financing available, and for a limited time, you can save $1,000 on your roof replacement. Hurry, you need to shake on this deal by Halloween. Schedule your free roof analysis at FindlayRoofing.com.
Hey folks, Dr. Joe Esposito here. If you've been in an auto accident, don't wait. The pain might not show up right away, but the damage can last a lifetime if it's left untreated. Now, our team of doctors at PainFreeAtlanta.com specialize in post-accident chiropractic that gets to the root of the cause, and that helps you heal naturally without relying on painkillers and risky surgery and other procedures. And if your condition requires further medical attention, we work with a trusted network of qualified medical doctors and specialists to ensure that you get the full care that you deserve. Let us guide you through every step of the process, safely, professionally, and with compassion. We can also find honest, qualified legal representation if necessary. Don't fall for scam artists whose only concern is their wallets and not your health. We also document your injuries so that you get the settlement you deserve. Call us at 404-333-7777 to schedule a free consultation or visit painfreeatlanta.com. That's 404-33-47s or visit painfreeatlanta.com.
936 live team coverage of traffic and weather. A rainy night in downtown Atlanta. The connector 7585 getting a much needed soaking. Still seeing the cones in the left lanes on the northbound side of MLK Jr. Drive and then a right lane near Edgewood. So the road work continues. And the lonely left lane 20 eastbound in Decatur out for road maintenance as well. That's near exit 68 Wesley Chapel Road. And way out east in Social Circle, a crash wipes out a right lane on 20 westbound near Highway 11. That's exit 98. Seeing the stack up back near Highway 278. 95.5 WSB traffic.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly cloudy skies for Friday. Morning lows in the low 50s. Daytime highs in the upper 60s to low 70s. Sunshine on Saturday. Morning low 55. Afternoon high 76. Sunday mostly sunny. High 79.
The one thing you can always count on. Sean Hannity is back on the radio.
25 now till the top of the hour. Toll free our numbers 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. You know, today is probably an appropriate day to really, you know, talk about the partnership that we've had with the IFCJ, the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews. You know, it's been 2 years and 3 days now since all of these Israelis were murdered and taken hostage. Murder, rape, kidnapping, torture, beheading, it all happened that day. And now we're on the precipice of these remaining hostages being released and hopefully a path to peace, a lasting peace in the Middle East. But they have been steadfast because in the process, we take it for granted. We're not living with tens and tens and tens of thousands of rockets being fired into our country every day. I think if people understood the conditions on the ground, they probably have a very different view. I think there's a lot of ignorance out there, unfortunately. But they have been there providing all the humanitarian assistance to all of the victims of all of these conflicts and all of these rocket attacks. And they've been doing it for decades. And they're providing all the humanitarian assistance, and that's food and water and medicine and clothing and shelter, you name it. And United in Faith, Christians in America have been standing with Israel in their battle against people that have pledged their destruction, that it's their mission. They want to destroy this country. And anyway, that's what the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews has done. They will help in the rebuilding process, and hopefully we can put an end to living under the threat of constant rocket fire. And anyway, for all of you that have been so generous in helping out people as they fight for their survival, thank you. And thanks to the people at the IFCJ for doing such a great job. And if you can donate and you want to be part of their Flags for Fellowship to combat the rise of anti-Semitism in the halls of Congress, college campuses worldwide, in the punditry class, please join them. ifcj.org. That's their website. It's ifcj.org today. Let me give you a couple of things that have happened. I mean, Trey Yank said this last night in a report on Hannity. He said, and he's been reporting from Israel and the Middle East in the middle of wars. I mean, man, he's seen it all. He's a great guy. And he said never in his lifetime had he heard the people in Israel and the people of Gaza both chanting and celebrating the announcement of this peace deal. The Israelis chanting the Nobel Prize for Donald Trump. Now, I want to be clear about this. They're going to make an announcement, I believe, at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Let me check. I wrote it down. I can find it here. But I want you to just know something because I think this is very, very important. So anyway, the Nobel Committee announces the winner for last year. That's 2024. I'm pretty sure, based on sources I have, that Donald Trump is one of three finalists. There's a chance that he might get it, and he should get it because of all the other conflicts he's helped, bring an end to. But I don't want you to get your hopes up because all these organizations are so politically biased. It's ridiculous. But, we'll play for you later. Israelis chanting Nobel Prize for Trump. Gazans chanting Trump's name after this peace deal was announced. The president talking to hostage families after the announcement, telling them we expect the hostages home on Monday. I mean, even David Ignatius over at the Washington Post hailing Trump for achieving this peace deal, which Biden couldn't do, on Liberal Joe. That's a little surprising. The Israeli National News calls the hostage release deal a miracle. They have weighed in. Hamas finally agreeing to do this. Well, it was either that or obliterate. That's, they pushed it to as far as they could push it. And, but to watch the people in Gaza and the people in Israel all chanting Trump's name is pretty remarkable. It's a incredible moment for our country. European leaders, they have weighed in. They're hailing President Trump for pulling off this Mideast peace deal. All over the European Commission president, European Parliament president, the Italian prime minister, the Dutch prime minister, and many others. The president just finished meeting with the Finnish president, by the way. All of them saying the same thing. The Australian chancellor, all saying the same thing, praising Emmanuel Macron, who's been leading the push to recognize a Palestinian state. No, the first thing that has to happen is security guarantees have to, if you don't want this to happen again, Israel's going to need security guarantees, and there's got to be a disarmament there. Hamas can't keep firing rockets that are getting larger and larger and more lethal into Israel. Anyway, David Ignatius, I mentioned, columnist, Washington Post, praising the president on Liberal Joe. Who would have ever thought that? New York Times praising President Trump's Mideast peace deal as a, quote, major accomplishment. The president may travel to the Middle East amid these, final negotiations. Interestingly, the squad members who called for an end to so-called genocide in Gaza all of a sudden are silent in light of this peace deal. Many of the lawmakers demanding a ceasefire in Gaza over the past 2 years, this silence is now deafening. Haven't heard from, 2 years ago after Hamas terrorists attacked Israel. Remember Democratic Congresswoman Tlaib blasting Joe Biden, saying this is what happens when you refuse to facilitate a ceasefire and help de-escalate. And now that Trump negotiated a real deal, securing the release of the remaining hostages and the withdrawal of Israeli forces, nothing to say about the sitting president. AOC, another frequent voice calling for a ceasefire. Her silence is deafening. And I can go through the list. Congressman Jayapal, not commented since Trump announced the deal. Democratic Illinois Representative Ramirez, who in March joined colleagues outside the Capitol calling for a ceasefire and an end to Netanyahu's campaign, also quiet. Democratic Minnesota Representative Bethany McCollum said in March Trump needs to quit his bombastic rhetoric and work to return Israel and Hamas to the negotiating table. He's not released a statement. Congresswoman Omar, no statement. Chucky Schumer, he praised the peace deal, but didn't mention Donald Trump. He has no idea his days are done. He's finished. He's a leader in name only. He's not even a leader of nothing. Hakeem Jeffries got schooled on CNBC today, like he got schooled by Mike Lawler. We'll check in with Senator Langford about that in the next hour. But one anti-House Democrat, Dan Goldman, refused to credit the president for the Mideast peace deal, says the agreement came together somehow, some way. Really, somehow, some way. Just happened magically on its own. No, those things don't happen on its own. That's the first phase. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also weighing in on X, a great day for Israel. Tomorrow I will convene the government to approve the agreement and bring all of our dear hostages home. I thank the heroic soldiers of the IDF and all the security forces. Thanks to whose courage and sacrifice we have reached this day. I thank from the depths of my heart President Trump and his team for their mobilization for this sacred mission of releasing our hostages. With the help of the Almighty, together we will continue to achieve all our goals and expand peace with our neighbors. With God's help, we will bring them all home. Pretty amazing. It's a big deal. This is a big deal. Why did President Trump expend so much political capital? Why is he doing the same thing with Russia and Europe? And I'll tell you what's happening with Russia. There's a Reuters report yesterday that Russia, in many of their regions now, they have gas lines, miles long because Ukraine doesn't have handcuffs on them anymore. and it's not a proxy war being fought by Biden. And, Donald Trump is not giving weapons. He's selling weapons to NATO. They're providing it to Europe. It's their continent. And now they've been striking the refineries of the Russians, and they've done so very effectively. And hopefully, that will continue. But the world is changing here. And it's changing in large part because of one man and all the things that I said. Prime Minister Netanyahu called for President Trump to receive the Peace Prize. Again, the one that's coming out tomorrow is for 2024. Do I think the president should get it? Yeah, I do. He's been involved in 7 peace deals: Rwanda, the Congo, Israel, and Iran, and Armenia and Serbia and Kosovo, and all these places. Did you see Linda Greta Thunberg used an Israeli hostage in a post about Palestinian prisoners suffering? Like, really?
I love it when liberals tell the truth by accident. It's a wonderful day. Good for you, Greta. You finally got one right. It is terrible and awful, and it is terrorist actions.
Yeah. Later, we're going to get to at the top of the next hour. Hakeem Jeffries got just creamed on CNBC this morning. Yesterday, he had a shouting match with Mike Lawler. Do we have a small cut of that, or do we have the long cut of that? I don't know which one we have. Let's play a little of it because it just goes on for 4 minutes.
I voted for a clean CR to keep the government open and funded. You voted to shut it down.
You're embarrassing yourself right now.
Yeah, leader, with all due respect, you're the one.
Why are you playing yourself?
You're the one who actually voted to shut the government down.
Actually, that's not true.
It's sad. You voted to shut the government down.
Do Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the president?
Right, and you're smart enough to know that you need 60 votes in the Senate, right?
Is that right? No.
Do you need 60 votes in the Senate or no?
Were 60 votes needed to pass your one big ugly bill?
Reconciliation, which you did with the IRA, and boy, that really reduced inflation.
Are you trying to elevate yourself because you're afraid you're about to lose re-election?
No, I'm not going to lose re-election. You spent $42 million last cycle. You didn't do that great.
I've indulged you. I've given you your 15 minutes.
You haven't answered any of the questions.
You're a complete and total embarrassment.
Yeah.
You're embarrassing yourself in your district right now, and you're going down to defeat next year.
Good luck.
I doubt Mike Lawler's going down in defeat. I think his stock just went up big time, actually. And then Hakeem Jeffries, leader in name only, went on CNBC, and the guy's like, "You lost the election. They passed the bill. You're demanding $1.5 trillion, including money for illegal immigrants, taxpayer money for health care. Are you crazy?" The City University of New York Graduate Center, get this, they're offering an English course titled Global Antifa, focusing on students taking an active role in sometimes violent far left movement to fight conservatives in the name of anti-fascism. The course focuses on, quote, militant co-research, a collaborative methodology in which researchers become active participants in a political movement while conducting research. You've got to be kidding me. I'm not making this up. This is in the Washington Times. Our friend Kerry Pickett put this out. Required coursework obtained by defending education under the state's public information law includes completing research projects that contribute to the world of global movements fighting fascism. The syllabus reveals an insidious side of academia where professors use this, time-honored tradition of academic freedom as a cover to indoctrinate these kids into far-left anti-fascist ideology, said Ryan Staley, who is the director of research for Defending Education. And anyway, the course appears to be, quote, a function, he goes on, as strategy sessions for street activism for Antifa's black-clad protesters. This is nuts. By the way, violent drug cartels are now threatening to target American tourists in Mexico. I would say that's a travel alert if you're thinking of going there. Violent pro-Palestinian rioters sent 4 Boston cops to the hospital. And I will tell you that, this meeting that the president had yesterday when he convened his cabinet and now labeling Antifa a domestic terrorist organization, Kristi Noem said yesterday that, Antifa is just as sophisticated as Hamas, ISIS, and MS-13 as the Trump administration launches their crackdown on these far-left groups. And this is what the president is now trying to protect in places like Chicago, but of course is meeting nothing but resistance. Why would you resist? I mean, this slop of a governor who's an idiot, and an idiot mayor, Brandon Johnson, J.B. Pritzker and Johnson, 4,000 dead under Pritzker, and you're going to lecture Donald Trump about law and order, safety, security? You know, then we have this issue of ICE agents being surrounded. By the way, did you hear about this this leading Democrat out in California, this Senate Democrat, Katie Porter? She does not recant her domestic abuse allegations against the congresswoman after the campaign said he did. Hoffman alleged that Porter hit him in the arm, causing a large bruise, dumped boiling potatoes on his head, ridiculed him as dumb. We have a cut of this Katie Porter lady.
That we're going to lose more than 500,000 Californians dying prematurely to air pollution and other problems, and the state could lose. Get out of my shot.
I wanted to tell you that that's actually incorrect. It's not that it's electric vehicles. It's that if we don't make the commitments under the Paris Climate Accord.
Okay, it does. Okay, you also were in my shot before that. Stay out of my shot.
Oh, you had to take anger management courses. Wonder why. Linda, she's not even as mad as you on your worst day.
Let me tell you something. She needs to go hide under a bridge and act like a troll there. She's awful.
Awful. She's awful. Awful. Listen, when the job sites get louder, deadlines get tighter, you need a line of communications, and you don't want to rely on cell service. That's where the technology, which is industrial strength, rapid radios, walkie-talkies that are on a nationwide LTE network. We use it here on the Hannity Show. Linda lives in Pennsylvania. I can talk to her from the free state of Florida. Anyway, if you're on a construction crew, if you're in a warehouse, if you're working on a college campus somewhere, no delay, crisp, reliable talk, push of a button, group chats, private calls, battery life that goes on for days. You can talk to foremen, to security field, to staff. You can talk to grandma, elderly relatives that are across the country, no problem. One-touch connection. You can talk to your kids, and it's a way to communicate without letting them get on the internet. Durable, pre-programmed, built for moments when connection will matter. And you'll save money because guess what? You never pay a subscription fee. You never pay a monthly fee. Great for work, great for play, one-touch connection with family, coworkers, you name it, it takes care of it. Just go to rapidradios.com. You'll love this technology. Rapidradios.com today.
Sean Hannity.
Whether it's a walk-in closet, master closet, or pantry, unlock the true potential of your storage areas in time for the holidays. Schedule your free design consultation today at artisancustomclosets.com and reward yourself with affordable luxury this holiday season.
Castile Plumbing and Electrical knows the best way to handle that dripping pipe or flickering light isn't just wishing it'll go away on its own. Good news for you. You don't have to think too hard to take care of these issues, thanks to our free, no-obligation plumbing or electrical safety inspection with any paid service. The experts at Castile will fix any small problems before they become big, expensive ones, and even have 0% interest financing available on repairs and replacements. Enough with the wishful thinking. Book today at CastileAir.com.
The Scott Antique Markets is back at the Atlanta Expo Center, featuring hundreds of vendors with collectibles and merchandise from all over the world. We're on both sides of I-285 exit 55 on Jonesboro Road. Visit ScottAntiqueMarket.com for more information.
There are a lot of tree companies out there, but only one in Atlanta that has been in business for over 60 years, and that's Heath Tree Service. Whether you need tree removal or tree pruning work done, our certified arborists are experts in all aspects of tree care. If you're looking for quality, professional tree care, call Heath Tree Service or find us online at heathtreeservice.com.
Creation displays such a beautiful landscape. You deserve to see it all. Don't let your old, big, and bulky windows block your view.
It's Jonathan and Ted from North Georgia Replacement Windows. Brighten your home with more daylight and bigger views with Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows.
Our windows come with narrow frames giving you more light. Experience the Infinity from Marvin fiberglass difference at your home or in our new Alpharetta showroom.
Infinity from Marvin, replacement windows, yeah!
Quikrete Construction Materials, LLC in Alpharetta, Georgia, seeks performance planning manager to manage the organization's cement manufacturing performance planning and reporting. Requires BS plus 5 years experience, up to 25% domestic travel. To apply, please visit careers.quikrete.com. Email resumes to manisha.hall@quikrete.com or visit www.worksourcegeorgiaportal.com/vosnet/default.aspx. Must reference job title.
WSB Atlanta, WSB BFM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
This is Scott Slade with an example of how high maintenance can be good, very good, especially when it comes to jewelers. Recently, my friend Eddie, the owner of Tara Fine Jewelry Company, received an after-hours phone call. A newly engaged young lady was concerned about losing her new diamond. It was loose in the setting. Ms. Jones proceeded to tell Eddie that her ring was purchased through an out-of-town online seller. Her ring was only 2 weeks old. The online seller wanted 6 weeks to repair the ring, and the burden was placed on the customer to ship it back. Eddie welcomed her to Tara as if she bought the ring there. They promptly and professionally repaired it. When it comes to engagement rings, don't fall into the trap of buying online where you will receive low or no maintenance. See my friends at Tara Fine Jewelry Company. They specialize in beautiful diamonds backed by the highest level of jewelry care maintenance in the business. Tara Fine Jewelry Company, brick and mortar since 1985, located 3 miles from the Mall of Georgia in Beaufort.
Figure out how to dial it. Probably not smart enough to call the show. Just saying. Being nice about it. Hey, Sean Hannity here. October is Cybersecurity Awareness Month, a reminder that your digital life is always at risk. Every single day, hackers are stealing identities, draining bank accounts, robbing people blind, and opening up fraudulent accounts, and they do it by using stolen information. For real peace of mind, you're going to need LifeLock. Now, LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points every second of every day for any threat to your identity. If your identity is stolen, you will get a LifeLock U.S.-based restoration specialist that will help solve identity theft issues on your behalf, guaranteed. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 million protection plan, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you to the plan's limits if you lose money due to identity theft. LifeLock, get a comprehensive identity protection with 30-day free trial offer when you go to LifeLock.com, promo code Hannity. That's LifeLock.com, promo code Hannity, 30 days free.
Terms apply.
.com today.
With the cooler weather coming, you've got blankets on the couch, fuzzy slippers, and the cozy sweaters at the ready. It's Ashley Frasca for Ragsdale, and as temperatures start to drop, my friends at Ragsdale Heating and Air want to make sure your home is ready for colder weather. Plan now for a fall furnace tune-up and safety inspection. Ragsdale will take care of it for $79 and make sure you're ready to host all of your friends for the big games. And Ragsdale is offering monthly payments as low as $119 a month for a brand new home comfort system through October. Ragsdale is the name I know you can trust. I've trusted their skilled technicians in my home for years, and many of the technicians have been with Ragsdale for decades. That's one of the reasons why Ragsdale has over 10,000 five-star reviews and a 4.9 rating. I trust Ragsdale's 15-year parts and labor warranty on new systems. It isn't some third-party warranty. It's Ragsdale's own warranty. It's completely bonded with the state of Georgia. Schedule your next visit online at ragsdaleair.com or give them a call. Ragsdale and Carrier, turn to the experts. News, weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Good evening. It's 10 o'clock. I'm Michelle Wright, and the news is brought to you by AquaGuard Foundation Solutions. Our top story this hour, celebrations in both Israel and Gaza as Israel's cabinet signs off on a peace deal with Hamas brokered by the United States. As part of the deal, reports correspondent Jordana Miller, Israeli troops will leave certain areas of Gaza.
It's going to withdraw from Gaza City, from parts of Khan Yunis in the south, parts of northern Gaza, and move east. It's not going to fully withdraw yet from Gaza, but it's going to make its first big move, going from somewhere around controlling about 80% of Gaza to controlling just about 50.
In addition to the troop withdrawals, Israel will be releasing nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners, while Hamas will free all the remaining hostages. It's 62 degrees right now in Atlanta. We got some showers out there right now, and the temperatures are going to take a dip. WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards has Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up. DeKalb School Superintendent Dr. Devon Horton is on paid administrative leave. This after he's indicted on several charges out of Illinois. Now, Governor Kemp could have a say on whether or not he keeps his job.
Under Georgia law, once the indictment of any public official is formally transmitted to the governor's office, the governor can then appoint a 3-member commission to review the facts of the case and recommend whether to suspend the official from their post. Once they're appointed, the panel has 14 days to issue their recommendations to the governor. If they recommend suspension, Kemp will decide whether to suspend the person until the case is resolved or until their current term is over. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
A Forest Park woman is heading to prison after she admits to selling 2 teenage girls for sex.
37-year-old Virginia Ann Bates pleads guilty to human trafficking and pimping charges in DeKalb County. She provided a 16-year-old relative and an 18-year-old girl to sex buyers. She also got some of the money from the sex acts. The 16-year-old victim was recovered by Georgia's Human Trafficking Prosecution Unit in March of 2023. The case first came to the attention of law enforcement 2 years earlier when the girl who was living with Bates began experiencing a mental health crisis. Bates is sentenced to 25 years in prison. Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
There's some new information out today on the Paulding County elementary school student who died during a field trip yesterday. Authorities in Polk County say the 6-year-old girl was found unresponsive in a pool. She was part of a group from McGarity Elementary visiting Carlton Farms in Rockmart. A staff member noticed one of the kids was missing, and she was later found in a pool besides that residence. After calling in a fake bomb threat in retaliation to getting kicked out of a bar in Marietta Square, 29-year-old James Lusk is arrested. Marietta Police Public Information Officer Chuck McPhillamy says Lusk was removed from the bar after grabbing another patron's arm.
Patron or customer of that business left the bar. They are the ones that called in that threat.
Police are continuing the investigations for a second bomb hoax made within 2 weeks of the first and just 7 minutes from each other. It is 10:03. Live team coverage of traffic and weather is coming up next.
In Atlanta, there is always something happening.
Tanker truck crashed into the median.
The Triple Team Traffic Center has you covered.
No traffic getting through in either direction.
Helping you on your commute.
Avoid the area at all costs. Take Highway 155 or Highway 4223.
Brought to you by the Cool Ray Lifetime Parts and Labor Warranty.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Dave Baker here for Cool Ray Heating and Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It's October, Fall Festival, spooky parties, and believe it or not, the holidays are right around the corner. So is your house ready for the good times, the little goblins, and friends and family? Is your HVAC system ready to keep your house comfortable through all that? No? Well, right now, with the purchase of a complete Carrier system, Cool Ray's offering 12 months, 0% financing, and free installation. That's heating, cooling, and free installation. But maybe your HVAC system's working just fine. Well, Mr. Plumber, a Cool Ray company, is offering $100 off any plumbing service. From aging water heaters to clogged drains, Mr. Plumber has you covered. It's perfect timing. Say hello to total home comfort and smooth flowing plumbing. Visit CoolRay.com to schedule your appointment today. No busy signals, no waiting on hold. Choose the day and time that work best for you. Think of it as an early holiday gift. Cool Ray and Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Don't be haunted by those old stains in your carpet. Call Zerorez Carpet and Air Duct Cleaning to get 3 rooms clean for only $129. Mention WSB when you call or schedule online at ZerorezAtlanta.com. Zerorez, it's the right way to clean.
The Sean Hannity Show, sponsored by Mark Spain Real Estate. Get a guaranteed offer on your home today.
It's 10:05, and that means it's time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. We're checking in with Jay Holloway in the WSB 24-hour traffic center. Hey, Jay, what's going on out there?
Hey, Michelle. Heads up for a tractor-trailer-involved crash on 25 southbound, the outer loop near Hollowell Parkway, exit 12. That's reported by traffic trooper Kevin. This is knocking out a left lane or two of the west side perimeter. Also a crash 85 southbound within the cone zone in Hapeville, just beneath exit 76. That's Cleveland Avenue. Highway 29 is the go-to. And road work and rain added to the woes already taking place 85 northbound out in Norcross near Jimmy Carter Boulevard. You want to take Buford Highway or Highway 29 is your alternate there if you're headed out through Gwinnett. Jay Holloway, 95.5 WSB.
This is WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly cloudy skies and cooling down tonight. Lows falling to the low 50s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, breezy, high 71. Saturday, mostly sunny, morning low 55, afternoon high 76.
Storm Tracker radar shows we do have some rain in the area, especially north of the perimeter. 67 degrees in Riverdale right now, 64 in Beaufort, 65 in Kennesaw, and 62 here in Midtown. More news. Head your way at 10:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Michelle Wright, 95.5 WSB.
The Sean Hannity Show, sponsored by Mark Spain Real Estate. Get a guaranteed offer on your home today.
Well, we're coming to your city. Gonna play our guitars and sing you a country song. We'll all be flying higher than a jetliner. And if you want a little bang in your yin-yang, come along.
In reality, they are going after anyone who objects to families being ripped apart and community members being disappeared. ICE lies and people die.
One of the best ways that you can dismantle a movement of insecure men is by making fun of them.
These are the figures that add up in the lives of New Yorkers. These are the figures that together would save the people of the city more than $8 billion.
Freedom is back in style. Welcome to the revolution.
Yeah, we're coming to your city. Gonna play our guitars and sing you a country song.
Sean Hannity. The new Sean Hannity Show. More behind-the-scenes information on breaking news and more bold, inspired solutions for America.
All right, thanks, Scott Shannon. Hour 2, Sean Hannity Show, 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. Later in the program, my interview with President Trump is coming up as something that I don't think most people thought we'd see in our lifetime. A real chance for a lasting peace in the Middle East. 2 years and 3 days, the remaining hostages will be released, hopefully by Monday, we expect. Pretty amazing to hear Israelis chanting Nobel Prize for Trump and Gazans chanting Trump's name after the peace deal is announced. Listen.
Nobel Prize to Trump! Nobel Prize to Trump!
Hey!
Nobel Prize to Trump!
Hey!
Nobel Prize to Trump! Nobel Prize to Trump!
Yalla! Thank you, Trump! Yalla!
Wow. I mean, Trey Yangst, who's been reporting from Israel for Fox News for years, says he'd never seen that or heard that in his entire career of reporting from the region. The families of the hostages then also spoke to President Trump after this peace deal was announced. Here's what they said.
They want to say something. Is that right? All right, hold on. President Trump, you have the best crowd in the world. What do you guys have to say to President Trump?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
You did it!
You did it! Thank you! Thank you!
This is amazing. Mr. President, we believe in you. We know you've done so much for us over the past, since you became a president, and even before that. And we trust you fulfill the mission until every hostage, every 48 of the hostages are home. Thank you so much. Blessed be the peacemakers.
God bless you, Mr. President. God bless America. Thank you very much. You just take care of yourselves. The hostages will come back. They're all coming back on Monday.
I mean, beyond historic, joining us now, Senator James Lankford of Oklahoma to discuss this, the Schumer shutdown, and Jack Smith spying on his fellow senators and other congressmen. Senator, great to have you back. Your reaction to this, I think I lay out a lot of reasons I believe that this happened. What are yours?
Yeah, I have to tell you, Sean, I had one word after President Trump posted last night. My response was just one word: hallelujah. I mean, that is such an incredible event. People have no idea what this opens up the possibilities for obviously those families that have their family members have been held by barbarians for the last 2 years. The people of Gaza who have also been held hostage by Hamas, and the children that have an opportunity to be able to grow up and have a future because they're not human shields for Hamas. But this opens up the opportunities for Saudi Arabia to be able to normalize with Israel, for Indonesia to be able to normalize with Israel, with so many other countries around the world to be able to say that barrier is gone, because we were so close in the Abraham Accords to having major breakthrough, which is why Hamas was doing everything they can to stop it.
Maybe the most powerful factor is he means what he says, and that region of the world certainly understands strength. And Donald Trump taking out Iran's nuclear facilities and then telling Hamas, take the deal or we will obliterate you, I'm sure had an impact on this.
Yep, no question on that. For President Trump to be able to step in with the relationships he had, he was the only president that was able to engage with that level and to pick up the phone, to be able to talk straight with Bibi Netanyahu, his friend, to be able to talk straight with the leadership of Qatar, with the UAE, with Saudi Arabia, with Oman, with others, and to be able to say, here's where we are. So many of those countries in the region were not willing to take the risk because it's failed so many times, so they don't want to stick their neck out and say, I'm going to be a part of a deal that failed, because Egypt tried to do this, Jordan tried to engage, France, I mean, you go on and on and on. No one was successful, and so everyone just backed away and stopped trying until President Trump reached in to be able to negotiate this and to be able to get it done. And once he stuck his neck out and he started actually getting it done, others started falling in behind.
Let's talk a little bit about where we stand with the Schumer shutdown. There were a couple of moments. I want to play Hakeem Jeffries. He got embarrassed on CNBC this morning and then had a knockdown, drag-out confrontation with Mike Lawler. I'll play just a small part of that. But first, let me play him on CNBC.
There was an election, and the Republicans were put in a position where they were able to pass the big, beautiful bill, or you call it the big, ugly bill. To then say, we don't like any of that, so we're going to shut down the government until you take back all the things that you duly passed through legislation. If Republicans had tried to do that to the Inflation Reduction Act or the any of the acts that Biden and that administration have passed, if they said we're going to shut down the government because we don't like any of those things you did, we're going to not pay our military, we're going to, not allow the government to reopen until you do what we want. After an election where the American people put Democrats in power, you'd be going crazy. You'd be going crazy about using a shutdown of the government with a continuing resolution to get what you want just because you don't like what the Republicans did. It's not how it works. It's bad. It's bad precedent, and it's just clear. And you're talking about the House. You've already passed this. The Senate is who we're talking about, and they have a bill which will reopen the government right now with 5 more Democrats.
What is bad precedent is the Republican refusal to engage in bipartisan negotiations. What is bad precedent is the Republicans embarking on a my way or the highway approach from the very beginning of this Congress.
The my way or the highway approach is them. They're demanding $1.5 trillion to keep the government open for 7 weeks, including funding using taxpayer funding for health care for illegals. They're never going to get that. How long does this go on?
Yeah, I don't know how long this goes on. This is one of those issues where once a war starts, it's hard to stop. Once a shutdown starts, it's hard to stop on it. And there are irrational demands on it to be able to unwind the one big beautiful bill, to be able to give health care to folks who are not American citizens. They even have, Sean, a section in there that a lot of people aren't talking about. They have a section where they're demanding electric vehicles get the ability to be able to drive in HOV lanes, and new climate initiatives for foreign entities. I mean, it is like a progressive wish list is their demand to be able to get it, and it's just not rational. I go back to 4 times in September that the last 4 Septembers, we had a moment similar to this where we hadn't gotten everything finished on appropriations. So we did a continuing resolutions. We disagreed as Republicans strongly where Biden was, but we're not going to cut off military funding as they are to try to demand something. And so we've been through this 4 times. We do know the difference. But the difference for this one now is Schumer literally came out yesterday and said things are getting better for Democrats every day. It was like literally as pay is being cut off to the members of the military, to the National Guard that are being deployed, to civilian employees. You can't get an answer at the IRS because they have so many furloughed folks. All the different things that are happening, Schumer has to stand at the microphone and smile and say it's getting better for Democrats every day. Well, it's not better for the American people.
Let me play for you Chuck Schumer over the years, because his entire career he has spoken out against government shutdowns and how bad they are. Here's what he said.
What if I persuaded my caucus to say I'm going to shut the government down? I'm going to not pay our bills unless I get my way. It's a politics of idiocy, of confrontation, of paralysis. It's sort of like this. Someone goes into your house, takes your wife and children hostage, and then says, let's negotiate over the price of your house. You know, we could do the same thing on immigration. We believe strongly in immigration reform. We could say we're shutting down the government. We're not going to raise the debt ceiling until you pass immigration reform. It would be governmental chaos. Speaker McCarthy needs to stop letting the MAGA radicals drive his decisions and do the obvious and sensible thing. Follow the Senate's lead and pass a bipartisan CR to prevent this reckless shutdown. We do not want to let a Trump temper tantrum govern our policies or cause the shutdown of a government which everyone on both sides of the aisles knows is the wrong idea.
Oh, it looks like the temper tantrum is coming from Chucky himself. The idiocy, the paralysis, the hostage taking, the chaos, the recklessness is his. I think that Chuck Schumer basically is trying to cling on to power, knowing that he really is the leader in name only of the Democratic Party, and he's scared to death that he's going to lose his seat to AOC. That's my theory. What's yours?
My theory as well on it. He's watching what's happening in New York City and in New York with Mamdani and with the extreme far left and the socialists rise there, and realize if he's going to stay in power, that's the group that he's got to please. And so he's doing everything he can to be able to show he's the resistance. There are some Democrat senators that are now saying, hey, we're actually hurting families. We got to figure out how to be able to get out of this. And Schumer continues to be able to push back and say, no, we've got to show we're the resistance. So this is a Schumer shutdown over something that's just not rational. All Republicans are looking for is just keep the government open at the same level we are right now while we're still negotiating. That is not partisan. That is just common sense.
And I want to put emphasis on that. Republicans, they have a clean CR, meaning you fund government at its current levels as you negotiate out the budgets. And that's the place and the forum to do it, and not to hold people hostage. Again, $1.5 trillion that they're demanding for 7 weeks to keep the government open. That's never going to happen. It'll be interesting. Now, behind the scenes, are you talking to Democrats that understand they box themselves in here?
I have, actually, and I continue to be able to do that. And I'm not the type that goes and shouts and belittles people. No one ever convinces me when they do that to me. So I go quietly to be able to visit with folks one-on-one, catch them, and to have some conversation, try to see if we can actually move some people to say, come on now, you know what this is doing to families. You know what this is doing to so many members of our military. We've got folks being deployed this weekend through the National Guard that are heading overseas, and they're having to say to their families, I don't know if you're going to get paid, and I'm on deployment. That's not right. We got to be able to solve this. And so there are several Democrats that are now saying, yeah, we got to figure out how to be able to get out of this. Susan Collins has been terrific on this, by the way, in trying to be able to negotiate on the appropriations level as the head of appropriations to try to move some of our Democrat colleagues on this. So we're going to keep moving and pushing on this and to see how we can actually solve this for the American people.
Quick break, right back. We'll continue more with Oklahoma Senator James Lankford on the other side. Then we'll get your calls in as well. And my interview with President Trump coming up, 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program.
The Sean Hannity Show, a thermonuclear MMA assault on fake news. Hannity's on right now.
All right, folks, let's talk about the timeshare nightmare. Now, if you are stuck paying endless maintenance fees and assessments, you need to call my friends at Lone Star Transfer today. Now, they've been shaping the timeshare exit industry now for over a decade. They're still leading the way with their exclusive solutions. And our friends at Lone Star Transfer, they make getting out of your timeshare faster and easier than ever before with a guarantee in writing. Lone Star Transfer is a family-owned company. They have helped tens and tens of thousands of owners break free from their timeshares over the last 15 years. They have earned an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. I have endorsed Lone Star Transfer for almost 10 years now because I know they are the only company that I would ever trust that will deliver results for you, my listeners. Now, they'll give you a free, no-obligation consultation. Call now, 833-594-0075. 833-594-0075. On the web, it's one word, LoneStarTransfer.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-461-6152 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800.
The guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, president of Leaf Filter, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Imagine having your guests arrive for the holidays in your cluttered walk-in closet, disorganized pantry, dirt-stained mudroom, box-filled garage, and master closet with outdated wire racks have all been professionally upgraded to maximize their space and potential by the team at Artisan Custom Closets. Dave Baker here. Schedule your free design consultation today with a certified master artisan designer at ArtisanCustomClosets.com and reward yourself with affordable luxury over the holidays. ArtisanCustomClosets.com.
ATPARK. 1-800-NAT-PARK. That's just too much to lose.
My name is Dale Pazinski, and this is how I live United. I volunteer with United Way, helping the homeless in my community by teaching computer skills and helping them build a basic resume to save on their very own USB drive. It's huge when somebody says, "Hey man, that job that you helped me apply for, I got it." My name is Dale Pazinski. I help people achieve financial independence. So I don't just wear the shirt, I live it.
Give, advocate, volunteer, Live United. Go to liveunited.org. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
All right, we continue our final moments with Senator James Lankford of Oklahoma. Last question, Senator. A number of your colleagues we now have discovered have been were spied on by Jack Smith. And I'm going to play for you Lindsey Graham who was on my show the other night, and he was out. I played him when he was at the hearing, and he was pretty pissed off when talking to the Attorney General. He wasn't mad at her at all. I think she was as outraged as he was. But discovering that he was spied on by Jack Smith, this is what he said.
He announced he's going to run for president in 2022 for the 24 election. Within 8 months, 91 indictments were levied against him, coming from New York, Atlanta, Washington, D.C., and Florida. 91 felony charges against Donald Trump. Here's what I believe. If he had never announced he was going to run for president, none of this would have happened. They were trying to destroy his comeback. This was all orchestrated by Jack Smith, Alvin Bragg, Fani Willis, Letitia James, to destroy this man so he could not win in 2024.
Weaponization, I would argue, was putting cinder blocks on the scale of Donald Trump's chances to win an election. And in this last cycle, I believe the pre-bunking of Hunter's laptop was a way to try to stop Trump in 2020. They were successful at suppressing that story. And then everything that happened with the dirty dossier, FISA applications, double standard of justice, and what happened with, Barack Obama wanting a new intel assessment because he didn't like the old one that said, oh, there was no Trump-Russia collusion. Have we had deep state operatives trying to impact presidential elections in the last 3 cycles?
Absolutely, we have. We've had folks that are within the military. I mean, you've talked about it before. Peter Strzok, others that were within the system that were trying to find ways that they had levers that they could actually use to be able to affect the outcome of the election and to see what they could do to be able to control where the American people are. The good news is the American people saw right through those 91 indictments, saw right through what was actually happening politically, and as the information continues to come out, as it says in Scripture, those things that are whispered in the secret place will be shouted from the housetops. As the information comes out and the truth is exposed on it, more and more people are seeing, seriously, the FBI was tracking Republican members of Congress and tracking their phone to be able to see what they could actually figure out and how to be able to fish to go through this. It had reached that level that this bad administration from the Biden administration would determine they're going to use whatever power they have. And interestingly enough, they kept talking over and over again, we've got to save democracy. Literally, they were selling out democracy and creating autocracy while they're chanting save democracy.
Well said. Senator Langford of Oklahoma, appreciate your time, Senator. Keep up the good work. 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. Your home is not just where you live, it's how you feel in your home. We get so little downtime. All of us, we're all working so hard. You're raising your kids, doing all the hard things in life. When you get downtime, you want it to be exceptional. One way I have found to make my downtime the most comfortable, the most exceptional is, believe it or not, the sheets that I now use. They're Cozy Earth bamboo sheets. It's such a game changer. Just imagine you're going to the greatest 5-star hotel in the entire world. You would expect the best of the best. That's what you can have every single night with Cozy Earth bamboo sheets. They're that great. It's such a discernible difference. Breathable, temperature regulating, whether you're a hot sleeper, cold sleeper, it'll keep you comfortable year in and year out. They've got you covered. And it's also hypoallergenic. It's gentle on your skin. And by the way, it stays soft wash after wash. And it's just such a difference from whatever sheets you're using now. I'm telling you, they won't compare. Now, they're so confident you're going to love these sheets that they're going to give you a 100-night sleep trial for free and a 10-year warranty. Try them risk-free. And if it doesn't improve the way you sleep, just send them back. It's that simple. But I'm telling you, it makes, from the second that I got, under the covers, wow, what a difference. You're going to try them yourself. You're going to love them. Go to CozyEarth.com. Use the promo code Hannity. You'll get 20% off. That's CozyEarth.com, promo code Hannity. If you get a post-purchase survey, tell them your friend Sean Hannity sent you. Home isn't just where you live. It's how you feel in that little bit of downtime you have. Go to CozyEarth.com today.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
Good evening to you. It's 10:30. I'm Michelle Wright, and the news is being brought to you by AquaGuard Foundation Solutions. Our top local story this hour, the DeKalb County School District places its superintendent on administrative leave with pay while he faces federal charges in Illinois.
A 37-page indictment alleges an elaborate kickback scheme involving Dr. Devon Horton and 3 of his friends who did business with Horton's former school district in Evanston, Illinois. Evanston Now reporter Matthew Eady says Horton's also accused of using a district P card for personal expenses.
That's been something that people have known about and were concerned about.
An attorney for Dr. Horton says the allegations relate to conduct that is several years old and have nothing whatsoever to do with his very successful work in DeKalb County. Jennifer Perry, 95.5 WSB.
Israeli officials in Atlanta are optimistic as the nation's cabinet signs onto a peace deal with Hamas.
2 years on from the October 7th attack, many believe news of the peace deal marks a turning point.
It's the beginning of the healing.
Anna Stengart, Israel's deputy consul general to the southeast, says there's hope that the return of the hostages will bring closure.
On one hand, it was the longest 2 years in Israeli history. On the other hand, it feels like we still have October 7th going on. It never ended.
She hopes the deal marks the start of a new era of cooperation and peace in the region. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
Amid the ongoing government shutdown, Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene is speaking out against Republican leadership on Capitol Hill. On CNN today, Greene says she's concerned about rising health care costs if Affordable Care Act tax credits go away.
It's not just ACA recipients whose premiums are going to skyrocket very soon. It has been a disaster for many Americans across the board.
A new Washington Post poll shows that 47% of Americans blame Republicans in Congress for the shutdown. After calling in a fake bomb threat in retaliation to getting kicked out of a bar in Marietta Square, 29-year-old James Lusk is arrested. Marietta Police Public Information Officer Chuck McPhillamy says he was removed from the bar after grabbing another customer's arm.
Patron or customer of that business left the bar. They are the ones that called in that threat.
Police are continuing investigations for a second bomb hoax that was made within 2 weeks of that first one, just 7 minutes from each other. It's 10:32. Live team coverage of traffic and weather is coming up next.
Fall is a busy time, and selling your home can be overwhelming. Get a guaranteed cash offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and sell your home stress-free and for the most money. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can bypass the market, receive the strongest all-cash offer in the industry, and close in as little as 21 days. Our guaranteed offer keeps you in control. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Hi, it's Dale with TrustDale.com, and for over a decade, I've trusted America's best choice for windows, doors, sidings, and decks. And with their 3-way warranty, including my $10,000 Make It Right guarantee, you can invest with confidence.
That's right, Dale. America's Best Choice offers highest quality, energy-efficient windows and special pricing on custom decks. We also offer beautiful siding, doors, and now roofing, all with no pressure, no gimmicks. Visit abcwin.com for your free in-home estimate. America's Best Choice. Quality you can trust, prices you can afford.
'Tis the season. Have you gotten your flu shot? At All Care, our experienced flu specialists are dedicated to providing comprehensive and personalized care, from vaccines to testing to treatment. And you can walk right in to any of All Care's 15 Atlanta locations and access our unique combination of primary and immediate care under a single roof. For flu season and beyond, say goodbye to waiting for the doctor and say hello to All Care, a proud member of the Piedmont Clinically Integrated Network.
The Findlay Roofing Chief Barking Officer Rufus has the zoomies. He's rolling over about saving you $1,000 off your roof replacement. That's a lot of bones. Hey, it's Dave Baker for Findlay Roofing, the roof guys. Stop repairing the leaks and dragging your feet. For a limited time, save $1,000 on your roof replacement. Hurry, this treat ends on Halloween. Schedule your free roof analysis at findlayroofing.com.
It's Cybersecurity Awareness Month. LifeLock is here with tips to help protect your identity. Use strong passwords, set up multi-factor authentication, report scams, and update your software. And for comprehensive identity protection, LifeLock is your best choice. LifeLock alerts you to suspicious uses of your personal information and fixes identity theft, guaranteed, or your money back. Start your protection today with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com. Use promo code NEWS. Terms apply.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Well, have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. Can I run payroll too?
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
It's 10:35, and that means it is now time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. We're checking in with Jay Holloway in the WSB 24-hour traffic center. Hey, Jay, what's it looking like out there?
Hey, Michelle. Norcross area roadwork knocks out a couple of left lanes on 85 northbound near Jimmy Carter Boulevard, exit 99. Using Highway 29 of Buford Highway is better. Also, a right lane on the outer loop of 25 northbound in Decatur wiped out for road maintenance near I-20 exit 46. Slowing as you round the bend east to north through DeKalb County, and slow rolling 20 westbound out in Fulton. That's crews claiming right lane near exit 49, Fulton Industrial Boulevard. Highway 78 gets you home before curfew. Jay Holloway, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly cloudy skies for Friday. Morning lows in the low 50s. Daytime high 71. The northeast breeze gusting 25 miles per hour.
Storm Tracker radar shows we do have some showers all around the perimeter area and some light showers pretty much extending all the way out of throughout the metro area. We've got 65 degrees in Milton right now, 65 also in Stonecrest, 62 in Powder Springs, and 61 here in Midtown. More news head your way at 11 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Michelle Wright, 95.5 WSB.
Breaking news straight from the source. This is the Sean Hannity Show. Breaking news now. Here's Sean Hannity.
All right, 25 now to the top of the hour. Fake news, CNN reporting Letitia James has been indicted. We'll get to that in a second. Want to remind you, Obamacare has been a disaster. I told everybody at the time, I said, listen, they're going to funnel you into the Obamacare system. Everybody's going to get funneled down into the system. And the net result of this is not going to be good. And in other words, they wanted universal health care. And if you remember, President Trump, it was initially mandatory that you had to get an Obamacare plan. And the promise was keep your doctor, keep your plan. The average family saves $2,500 a year. None of these promises were true. None of them. Millions lost their doctors. Millions lost their plans. On average, we're all paying 300% more. 40+% of the country has one Obamacare exchange option. And you know what? They're not good. And the bottom line is we're stuck. It's been a disaster. But I do have good news. There's a great group of people, a company, I've spent hours with them, from the great state of Texas. God bless Texas. They said enough is enough, and they came up with an innovative solution that is now so good, I decided to make it the official health plan of our show, and it's called Ease Health, and you're going to love it. It's comprehensive coverage for you and your family, no deductibles, no copays, no restrictions on who can get it or what doctors you can see. Businesses, you're going to save a fortune by moving to their plan. You owe it to yourself and your family to look into a free market alternative. Now, call Ease now, 888-EASE-123, 888-EASE-123. They have a website, easeforeveryone.com/Sean. That's EASEFOREveryone.com/Sean or 888-EASE-123. All right, so this is what we know. It's not a whole lot now. We did learn earlier in the day that Lindsay Halligan in the Eastern District of Virginia went in to a grand jury on the issue of Letitia James. We believe it probably has to do with the mortgage issue that we've covered fairly extensively here on this program, and whether or not, oh, it is, okay, and we're going to get more details in a second. But anyway, we now have the DOJ has indicted the New York Attorney General. Anyway, I think there's a whole lot of lawfare that should have been looked into, too. And, you know, how does somebody run on a platform of get Trump at the way she did? Anyway, Fox News legal analyst, our friend Greg Jarrett is with us now. This is big news. And, you know, she and Adam Schiff seem to have similar problems, don't they?
Yeah, they absolutely do, and it's mortgage fraud, allegedly. And the indictment follows this criminal referral from the Federal Housing Finance Agency director, who cited alleged mortgage application fraud involving properties in Virginia and New York. In the Virginia property, James is accused of falsely claiming that home as her primary residence to secure better mortgage rates, despite the fact that her official residence is New York. It must be New York in order to hold the position that she has as the state attorney general. And in fact, apparently there's a power of attorney document that was signed by James, granting her niece authority to execute the purchase and listing the property as James's principal residence. So, I think, having not read the indictment because the news of it just broke, I suspect.
I have a little bit more news. Let me pass it on to you. The Justice Department won an indictment against New York Attorney General Letitia James, accusing her of committing mortgage fraud when she purchased a property in Virginia in 2023. The indictment on bank fraud makes James the second of President Donald Trump's political foes to be charged in the Eastern District of Virginia. Since President Trump pushed out the top prosecutor, Lindsay Halligan is now in charge there. And anyway, Halligan apparently presented this case before the grand jury, and this is very interesting to me. Now, I want to go into the law as it relates to people that would make mortgage applications and talk about places being their permanent home, permanent residence. And this is an issue that has come up as it relates to Adam Schiff, because he was claiming two properties and benefiting on his tax forms as it relates to, which properties and getting more favorable mortgage rates because he claimed them as their primary residence. This is a big deal. And this, by the way, happens all the time. These charges are brought all the time.
Yeah, that's true. Just look at Marilyn Mosby, who was the prosecutor in Baltimore, who ended up getting convicted of doing the exact same thing. So, look, the law is very clear. You cannot have two separate homes, both of which is your principal place of residence. You can only have one. But Adam Schiff designated, allegedly, California as well as, Washington area, I believe it was Maryland, home as his principal place of residence. You can't do that. It's against the law. It's called mortgage fraud. And, you're cheating on all kinds of, government tax advantages and so forth. And so, it's about time that prosecutions are brought. Now, understand that Letitia James is going to make the same claim that James Comey is making in his particular case. Oh, dismiss the case, Your Honor. This is vindictive prosecution by Donald Trump. And, grand jury abuse and outrageous government conduct and so forth. They'll say it should be tossed because Trump pressured government lawyers to bring a politically motivated prosecution. Well, I got news for them. That doesn't mean, under law, that a person cannot be criminally prosecuted. I'll give you an example. Joe Biden constantly criticized Trump as a threat to democracy, and his dirty fingerprints were all over the double prosecutions brought by special counsel Jack Smith. As the New York Times reported back in 2022, Biden let it be known he wanted Trump prosecuted, applied pressure on Attorney General Merrick Garland to get it done, and it got done. It's a myth that a president cannot tell DOJ lawyers or U.S. attorneys what to do. I got news for them. Read Article 2 of the Constitution. The president holds ultimate authority over all executive branch departments, including the DOJ and their U.S. attorneys. He can direct decisions as a part of his inherent powers, including prosecutorial decisions. So if you're going to follow the law, that selective prosecution, vindictive prosecution should not work. But in Comey's case, he's making a pitch in front of a friendly umpire, a district judge who was appointed to the bench by President Joe Biden, whose, DOJ ran interference for Comey. So, this is going to be a tough case, particularly in that district in Virginia, which is dominated by a liberal jury pool that will ultimately make the decision.
It's amazing to me because, it's honestly like if Donald Trump spit on the sidewalk, they wanted to go after him. And I really have no sympathy for the likes. And by the way, we're going to take some of your calls if you want to weigh in on this. I see my phone's blowing up here. Finally, I mean, you have somebody that runs on a platform. She's going to be the Attorney General of a state, Letitia James. And Letitia James, runs on a platform, get Trump. Alvin Bragg, get Trump. What was the case, Letitia James? Because it's almost the exact same issue she was charging the Trump organization with in a civil case, and then getting this ridiculous, unprecedented fine, which they're not going to have to pay, thank God. And remember, wasn't it that case where they had in Goron and a valuation of Mar-a-Lago at $18 million when it's a property worth between $1 and $1.5 billion? And it would take just a minute's perusal of a website like Realtor.com or Zillow.com and find out, they undervalued that property and didn't want to know the truth. Nobody cared that the statute of limitations had run out on Alvin Bragg. And in terms of a misdemeanor charge, or what would have been a misdemeanor charge for a legal non-disclosure agreement that was labeled a non-disclosure agreement that was paid as a legal expense. I mean, the degree of weaponization there. Now, in this case, you have Letitia James. This is about something that is real and something that is serious, and that's called mortgage fraud. And for a Virginia property, she's claiming as her principal residence. You can't be New York's top prosecutor and have a Norfolk, Virginia house as your principal residence. What do you claim? That, oopsie daisy, I made a mistake on my loan application? Is that what they claim?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be her defense. Well, she has a two-part defense. One, it's a vindictive prosecution, dismiss the case, Your Honor. Number two, if it goes to a jury, it's whoopsie-daisy, as you call it. It was a pretty good explanation. It was a typo or a miscommunication. Well, under the Letitia James standard in the case she brought against Trump, she argued and said publicly, it doesn't matter if there's a miscommunication or somebody else did the work for you. Ultimately, Trump is responsible. Well, then, she's ultimately responsible in this particular mortgage fraud case. But, spare me the fake moral outrage over weaponization of the law. You're right, Sean. She ran on the campaign promise to get Trump, and now people are upset because Trump wants to get Letitia James. You can't have it both ways.
Well, I mean, this seems pretty cut and dry. I mean, either she claimed it as her principal residence while she's the top, while she's the AG in New York, as she claimed the Virginia property was her principal residence, or she didn't. And if she did, then I don't really think there's a lot of excuses. But, Greg, we appreciate you, man. You're the best. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Greg Jarrett, Fox News, legal analyst, 800-941-SEAN, our number if you want to be a part of the program. By the way, we're going to have Peter Navarro and John Solomon on at the top. What they did to Peter Navarro is unbelievable. Anyway, Jim is in North Carolina. Jim, how are you? Glad you called, sir.
Hey, Sean. Good. How are you doing? So,
I'm good, buddy. Glad you called.
I've been a real estate broker since 1987. That's almost 40 years. I'm a certified residential appraiser, been one since 1991. I'm FHA approved. What Letitia James did sickens me. That woman knows exactly what she did, and she needs to go to jail. I've taken continuing education for the entire time that I've been a broker and an appraiser. I've also served on an appraisal board in another state, and maybe the appraisal board and also the real estate board of New York needs to get involved as well. But that woman needs to go to jail, period.
Well, I will tell you.
My thought.
Look,
yeah.
It was very funny. There was a time because me and some friends invest in real estate, et cetera, et cetera. We do it. I mean, we have lawyers out the yazoo. We really do. And it was funny because we had refinanced some loan, and you know that there are government-backed loans. I don't even know the process, to be very honest, because that's not my part of the business. That's not what I do. And they said, oh, he refinanced, and Donald Trump must have given him favorable treatment. Turned out we did it during the Obama years. How funny is that?
Exactly. I mean, anytime, Sean, as you know, when you have banking and lending involved, it's all now interstate, and those are considered federally related transactions. Federally related transactions. And that's why it's fraud, and it's criminal. She knows exactly what she did. There's no such thing as a typo. As you know, underwriters are involved in every single loan that they underwrite. It's all taken very seriously, and she needs to go to jail.
Well, they knew what her job was. They knew it couldn't possibly be her principal residence. Anyway, Jim, really informative call. Thank you. Afrat, Texas, we have about a minute. It's all yours. Go for it.
Hi, Mr. Hannity. I would just like to sincerely thank you from the bottom of our hearts for your support of the Jewish people, the Israeli people. As an American, Jewish, Israeli, we can't tell you how much we appreciate your loyalty and honesty and truth. You've been speaking truth from the beginning, and you've never strayed, where some have decided otherwise, but you have always spoken the truth. And I know sometimes you must feel that you are not being appreciated by us, but please know that everyone that I know supports and loves you for always supporting us. So thank you very much for all that you've done.
My sincerest prayers go out to the people of Israel. And if I find there's a lot of ignorance out there, and what they've had to withstand, tens and hundreds of thousands of rockets surrounded by enemies, and then October 7th is unbelievable evil in our time. I have no problem standing for what's right. Thank you, Afrat. Appreciate it. 800-941-SEAN is our number. Peter Navarro is going to join us along with John Salma. His story you've got to hear about. You want to talk about weaponization? We'll get to that next. Everyone needs a home security system. That's where Simply Safe Home Security, they are the best. Unlike other systems that are reactive, Simply Safe is proactive. And what does proactive security mean? Well, that means that they can take action before a crime even happens, because Simply Safe has their Active Guard outdoor protection. They have AI security cameras, and if somebody even steps on your property, is on the perimeter, these agents will immediately be alerted, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents, and they can take action in real time. They can talk to them before they get near a door or window in real time. You, sir, with the mask and Yankees hat, you're trespassing. They can call you in real time. They can put on spotlights in real time. They can call the police in real time. Guess what? That usually scares them all away and keeps you and your family safe and secure. Here's the best part. They keep improving their technology. It's so much better than a reactive system. Oh, somebody just broke into your house. That's too little, too late. And you, my listeners, can get 50% off your Simply Safe home security system. You go to simplysafe.com/Hannity, simplysafe.com/Hannity. And for about $1 a day, it's like having your own private security guard. It's unbelievable technology. You're going to love it. simplysafe.com/Hannity.
It's the Love Your Home Minute from TE Certified. Hi, it's Chris Chandler with Josh, the local owner of TE Certified Electrical, Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. You know him. That's him you see jumping out of the back of their trucks. Josh, what should I be doing to love my home right now?
Seasonal HVAC maintenance.
About that time.
Absolutely. Our HVAC systems work hard for us all year round, and every once in a while we need to show them a little love too. So we need to come out, change your filters, clean the drain line, check all the electrical and gas connections, check the refrigerant, and make sure the settings are in tip-top shape for this season. This is going to make you more comfortable in your home. This is going to help you save energy, and of course it's going to keep you from having any of those bad breakdowns that happen at the worst time.
So it keeps you comfy for sure. What are some of the other benefits of the seasonal maintenance?
Well, absolutely, it's going to save money because an efficient system is going to use less energy as it runs.
All right, excellent, Josh. I am so glad I had TE maintain my system. It certainly helped me love my home.
TE Certified, we love your home.
Israel and Hamas agreed to a ceasefire.
And Israel will withdraw their troops to an agreed-upon line as the first steps towards a strong, durable, and everlasting peace.
Is a historic peace within reach.
There's huge momentum here, but this is no guarantee.
Will it hold?
Israeli Prime Minister calls it a great day.
For the latest, listen often throughout the day.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's breaking news station.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's happening, guys. Your hair's thinning, the crown's disappearing. Hair loss might have you feeling you've lost your identity. It's Mark Arum here. Thankfully, there's Advanced Hair Simple One-Day Treatment. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's your own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. I've seen Advanced Hair's incredible results with my own eyes. Get your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 470-660-HAIR or AdvancedHair.com.
Cooler weather, shorter days, busy schedules, all great reasons to treat your family to a Bullfrog hot tub from Brown's Pools and Spas. The perfect place to relax and unwind. Only Bullfrog offers the Jetpack Therapy System. Each seat is customized to fit every body in your family. Now through October 20th, receive a free premium water care upgrade, up to $1,500 in instant rebates, plus special financing for up to 120 months. Brown's Pools and Spas, celebrating 50 years of BrownsPools.com.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
It's Cybersecurity Awareness Month. LifeLock is here with tips to help protect your identity. Use strong passwords, set up multi-factor authentication, report scams, and update your software. And for comprehensive identity protection, LifeLock is your best choice. LifeLock alerts you to suspicious uses of your personal information and fixes identity theft, guaranteed, or your money back. Start your protection today with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com. Use promo code NEWS. Terms apply.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next-day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. Can I run payroll too?
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
When we come back, we'll check in with Peter Navarro, John Solomon next as we continue. Well, surprise, surprise, a little late, but I guess better late than never. The Fed Chair Jerome Powell has now fueled hopes for a rate cut. And guess what? The price of gold, it went higher. Now, safe haven assets like gold and silver tend to move higher when rates are cut. Now, that's exactly why I have partnered with the award-winning company Goldco. I'm a customer just like you. They sell precious metals like gold and silver, and they do a darn good job with it. They also help educate you. They keep it simple. So if you're ready to learn how Goldco can help protect your savings with gold and silver, give them a call. It's 855-815-GOLD. On the web, it's HannityGold.com. They will send you a free 2025 gold and silver kit, and you can also learn how you can get 10% in free bonus silver. It's the best silver offer out there. Don't miss this one. 855-815-GOLD or HannityGold.com. One more time, 855-815-GOLD. On the web, HannityGold.com.
It's Cybersecurity Awareness Month. LifeLock is here with tips to help protect your identity. Use strong passwords, set up multi-factor authentication, report scams, and update your software. And for comprehensive identity protection, LifeLock is your best choice. LifeLock alerts you to suspicious uses of your personal information and fixes identity theft, guaranteed, or your money back. Start your protection today with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com. Use promo code NEWS. Terms apply.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Well, have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. Can I run payroll too?
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
News, weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Good evening to you. It's 11 o'clock. I'm Michelle Wright, and our top story this hour, Israel's cabinet signs off on a peace deal with Hamas brokered by the United States. And foreign correspondent Jordana Miller reports residents in both Gaza and Israel have been celebrating in anticipation of the deal, and now they're hopeful it'll hold.
There's been celebrations all since 2 a.m. until now, right? Almost 24 hours later here in Israel, there are still people dancing in Hostage Square.
This phase of the deal includes a pause in the fighting, the release of all Israeli hostages in exchange for Palestinian prisoners, about 2,000 of them to be released, and a withdrawal of Israeli troops from several areas in Gaza. We've got 62 degrees right now in Midtown. Well, we're going to see some rain. That rain should be clearing out over the overnight hours, and the fall-like temperatures will move in. WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards has Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up. A shock for the DeKalb County School District as it's received word their superintendent, Dr. Devon Horton, has been indicted on federal charges stemming from his time as head of the district in Evanston, Illinois. DeKalb schools put him on paid leave for now, but the state could step in to remove him from his post.
Under Georgia law, the governor can appoint a 3-member commission to decide whether to remove a public official from their post if they're facing indictment. The law requires the indictment be formally received by the governor's office before the panel is appointed. They will then have 14 days to issue their recommendations to the governor, and if they recommend suspension, the governor will decide whether to suspend the official from their office until the case is resolved or until their current term ends. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
A Forest Park woman pleads guilty to sex trafficking 2 teen girls.
One of the victims, a 16-year-old, was a relative of 37-year-old Virginia Ann Bates. She pleads guilty to charges of human trafficking and pimping and gets 25 years in prison, and she'll have to register as a sex offender. Bates admits selling the 16-year-old and an 18-year-old girl for sex. She also collected some of the money from their sex acts. The 16-year-old was recovered by the Attorney General's Human Trafficking Prosecution Unit in March of 2023. Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
Cobb County names a finalist for its police chief, and it's a familiar face. The county manager recommending interim chief James J.D. Farrell for the position. Cobb County commissioners will vote on a pick at its October 14th meeting. Farrell would replace former Chief Stuart Van Hooser, who retired in April. Bipartisan calls today from some in Georgia's congressional delegation for lawmakers in Washington to end this ongoing government shutdown. Congresswoman Lucy McBath says the loss of Affordable Care Act tax credits would hurt Georgians, and Democrats are standing their ground.
We're not bending the knee, and we're not kissing the ring.
However, Congressman Mike Collins says the health care debate is a separate issue.
This is a clean CR funding just to keep our government running while we continue to finish up the appropriation bills.
Some analysts say if the tax credits go away, healthcare premiums could double. And the Georgia Department of Human Services notifies its employees that their email accounts might have been compromised. The agency saying that the Georgia Technology Authority became aware of unauthorized access to certain email accounts that contained confidential information such as names, social security numbers, and health insurance information. A DHS statement says they immediately took steps to secure the email accounts and launched an investigation. It's 11:03. Live team coverage of traffic and weather's coming up next.
If it's happening on the streets of Atlanta.
The Cobb County Medical Examiner's Office identifies 57 sets of cremains.
If it's happening on the roads leading to Atlanta.
Massive project at 285 and Georgia 400 has been a big improvement.
We've got it covered.
Atlanta jurors convict a former Customs and Border Protection officer.
Your 24/7 news source.
Covering the stories that impact you.
Tune in throughout the day to stay up to date.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's breaking news station.
Fall is a busy time, and selling your home can be overwhelming. Get a guaranteed cash offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and sell your home stress-free and for the most money. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can bypass the market, receive the strongest all-cash offer in the industry, and close in as little as 21 days. Our guaranteed offer keeps you in control. One of our clients, Chris, said, Selling our 16-year-old home was quick thanks to the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. We avoided the stress of showings, constant cleaning, and negotiations. Their guaranteed offer was beyond what we were hoping for. I've been in the business for nearly 30 years, and I know what matters most: selling your home fast and for maximum profit. Trust the top real estate team in the U.S. and close with confidence. Find out what your guaranteed offer would be on your home. There's no obligation. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
All foundations are created equal, and neither are foundation repair methods. That is why you should always turn to Atlanta Ramjack for your foundation repair. Mark Beckham here, and we have carefully designed our foundation repair methods over the years, currently holding 12 different patents for our solutions. So if you see cracks in your brick or floor, or if a door doesn't shut properly, or your windows stick, this can all spell foundation trouble. Visit AtlantaRamjack.com for your free estimate and peace of mind.
Motorcycle riders know that a distracted driver can knock you down. It's nice to know that Steel Horse Law can pick you back up. Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler for Steel Horse Law, the Stein and Karen Law Group. In the worst possible scenario, when someone causes you to lay your bike down, Steel Horse Law will get you the best possible settlement. Their name strikes fear in the heart of big insurance companies because Steel Horse Law is respected and will make them pay. Visit steelhorselaw.com.
It is 11:05, and that means it's time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. We're checking in with Jay Holloway in the WSB 24-hour traffic center. Hey, Jay, what's it looking like out there?
Hey, Michelle. Crash just spotted on the inner loop of 25 northbound near Camp Creek Parkway, exit 2 in East Point. You got to love a rainy night. Also, a left lane of 85 southbound wiped out for road maintenance in Hateville near exit 76 Cleveland Avenue. Highway 29 is a good alternate there. It's raining there as well. And left lanes of 75-85 northbound blocked by road crews near Freedom Parkway. It's a slow roll over on the northbound side of the connector within the Grady curve. Jay Holloway, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly cloudy skies for Friday. Morning lows in the low 50s. Daytime highs in the upper 60s to low 70s. Sunshine on Saturday. Morning low 55. Afternoon high 76. Sunday mostly sunny. High 79.
Checking out Storm Tracker radar, we do have rain in the area. However, it is moving out of the northern suburbs, but still pretty much raining in the southern suburbs. Well, from Cobb County on south. We've got Douglasville at 60 degrees, 64 in Snellville, 65 in Fayetteville, 62 right here in Midtown. More news head your way at 11:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Michelle Wright, 95.5 WSB.
Revolution.
Yeah, we're coming to your city. Gonna play our guitars and sing you a country song.
Sean Hannity. The new Sean Hannity Show. More behind-the-scenes information on breaking news and more bold, inspired solutions for America. Coming up next, our final news roundup and information overload hour.
All right, news roundup and information overload hour. Here's our toll-free telephone number if you want to be a part of the program. It's 800-941-SEAN if you want to join us. We're learning now through our friend John Solomon, who will join us in a minute, and the horror that Peter Navarro, our friend, went through. As Senator Chuck Grassley said, this may be worse than Watergate. I'm talking about this Arctic frost investigation and Jack Smith, and it is so beyond the pale. Now we have a full understanding that he was targeting 8 U.S. senators and congresspeople as well. But Grassley, showed us earlier in this week, 2 days ago, he shed light on how they handled the arrest of Peter Navarro. Peter Navarro has been a longtime friend of this program. He's a good man. Peter Navarro was held in contempt of Congress, which, by the way, is a misdemeanor. And because of whistleblowers and John Solomon's reporting, they provided additional records to Chuck Grassley related to the Biden FBI. And, the most incredible part of this story is Peter Navarro lives next door to FBI headquarters. So he would have willingly turned himself in. They were talking to his lawyers, but no. Instead, they decided to follow him and surveil him and his fiancée all morning, follow him, and then arrest him in public at Reagan Airport. It's called a perp walk, all over a misdemeanor charge. He could have just walked next door. It would have been that simple. A lot of this information over the last 10 years, we would not have but for my friend John Solomon. And he does not get enough credit for all of his, incredible reporting. He's been a partner with us on radio and TV. This is something we have talked about privately for years. And now it's all beginning to come to light. And thank God it is John Solomon.
Good to be with you, Sean. And by the way, I couldn't have done any of it without you every day helping me and getting it out and explaining it to the American public. So I'm very grateful for everything you've done for me.
Well, I'm going to tell you. So why don't you give, and then we'll go to the personal side and a great article that was written by Peter in a second.
So a couple of years ago, I interviewed an FBI agent. He'd served for 2 or 3 decades, and he said at the very end of his career, he became very disturbed by what he saw in the Comey Wray era of the FBI. And he said part of it was bias, going after liberals differently than you went after conservatives. Liberals got a pass, conservatives got the hardest path possible. But the most concerning of all things is he started to see, particularly in the era of Russia collusion to January 6th, that they were making it so that the FBI would make the process the punishment, meaning even if you did something wrong, they were going to put you through a process that was so punishing, it would break you financially, it would break you psychologically. And he said that we made the process the punishment for people we didn't like, and that disturbed him more than anything. He saw it as an abuse of power, an abuse of color of government authority. And so he, when I got this document a couple of days ago, compliments of Kash Patel and Senator Chuck Grassley, it really gave us perhaps the most compelling example to date of what that looks like. As you mentioned, Peter Navarro is in a dispute between Congress and the old Trump White House. It's a constitutional issue. He's decided not to testify to honor President Trump's claims of executive privilege. The Biden Justice Department and the Democratic Congress decide they want to find him in contempt. It's a misdemeanor issue. FBI doesn't even normally make arrests on misdemeanor issues. They usually just give you a summons and you show up in court. But in this case, they not only plan to arrest Peter Navarro, they intended to make it the most onerous possible public spectacle they could. And so they took a surveillance team, a team that you normally save for major spies, for major terrorists, for major drug kingpins.
Yeah, the special ops group.
Yeah, that's it. They have this group that does this. And they surveilled him all day on the day they wanted to arrest him, to wait for the moment where he was in the most public possible humiliating place so that then they can arrest him and humiliate him in public on a misdemeanor, basically an administrative dispute between Congress and there. And they do that. They wait till he gets to the airport. They arrest him. They put him in leg irons. This is a 74-year-old guy. He ain't running off. Their own forms show they knew he was not armed or dangerous, but they went through that process to make sure that the process was the punishment. Even if he were to be acquitted down the road or found to have done nothing wrong, they will have humiliated him in public with the power and color of government authority. That's what this document shows. Senator Grassley said it was a prime example of the politicization of the White House. And when you look at the document and you look at what happened, you have to ask yourself, why did we, the taxpayers, spend all that money to surveil a man who was willing to turn himself in just so that someone could make a political statement under the color of the FBI authority? And that is a legacy of the Chris Wray Justice Department. Everyone focuses on Comey for all the right reasons that you and I chronicled, but Chris Wray's FBI worked the same way. He might have had a different personality in congressional hearings. He might have got a different pass from Republicans in Congress, but Chris Wray's FBI did the same weaponization, the same politicization that Comey's did. And when you're all done and said, one of the most important documents I made public in the last 3 weeks is an after-action report. And in that after-action report, there are scores of FBI agents, scores, not one or two, scores of agents saying we have become a politically biased agency, that we treat liberals different than conservatives, that we are not following the letter of the law, we're following the letter of politics. They use words like we're political pawns, where we have political bias. We're no longer good in our core competencies because we're more worried about what color mask we wear and what gender we hire than about solving crimes. It was in real time FBI agents boiling over and telling Chris Wray's leadership, we got a bias problem, and Chris Wray swept that under the rug. That document was created in 2021 after the January 6th investigation began. 4 years later, we finally learned about it. It is an extraordinary document. When Chris Wray looked at everybody and said, oh, political bias is a MAGA talking point, At that moment, there was a body of evidence that said his own agents knew they had a political bias problem. That's what the Peter Navarro story is all about.
Peter, you've become a good friend, and I've come to admire you so much. I went to prison, so you won't have to. You live right next door to the FBI, right? And you even offered to turn yourself in if they were going to come after you. Is that correct?
Check both boxes. I was a field goal kicker back in the day. I could literally kick a field goal from my apartment building and hit the FBI. It was that close. And what's true, by the way, Sean, you are in the dedication of I went to prison so you won't have to, because of all the support you gave me over the years, and I can't thank you enough. And I should say that I always loved starting years ago, how you would go through your monologues with breaking down the Russia hoax, like step by step, person by person by person. And I think, Sean, what's important about what we're learning now about my arrest from these documents is that I am kind of like the thread that weaves over an 8-year period of conspiracy, don't use that word lightly, through this agent Walter Giardina, FBI agent Walter Giardina. He was the guy who led this crazy takedown of me at the airport, who put me in handcuffs, who put me in leg irons. But he's also the guy going back, Sean, to 2016 and 2017, who gave the green light to the Steele dossier as being legitimate, which begat Crossfire Hurricane, which Giardina was involved in. He was involved in the Mueller report, Operation Crimson River, which was that crazy Egyptian fake thing, and then Arctic Frost, which you're referencing now. And I got caught in the middle of Fallout Wave. It wasn't just the fact that the process was punishment. Process was punishment, but I also went to prison. But, Sean, everybody I served with in the Trump White House in the first term paid a weaponized lawfare price, whether it was hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars in legal fees on one end or imprisonment on the other end, and everything in between. And I'll tell you what, Sean, if I had gotten that document that was just released this week by whistleblowers during my trial, that would have been a game changer. But the judge, Obama appointee, who got his job bundling campaign contributions for Obama, and the prosecutors denied me that document and a whole bunch of others, which I think are going to come to light because of the good work of the FBI and folks like Solomon. And everything about what I went through was weaponization. Everybody involved, Sean, with my incarceration was a Democrat. Every single person, whether the Congress, the Attorney General, Matt Graves, the U.S. District Attorney, if you had my prosecutors, Alloy and Crabb, and they all have names, Sean. And the whole point of I went to prison so you won't have to. That's the tagline from the speech, Sean, that I gave the night of the day I got out of prison. I walked onto that stage, didn't know what to expect. I was just so warmed by that reception. But I went to prison so you won't have to is the warning call. If we don't hold these people accountable, John, they will do it again and again and again. And that was on full display this week with the Senate Judiciary hearing that Grassley held, because when he turned the microphone over to those clowns on the Democrat side of the fence, whether it was Durbin or Schiff or everybody in between, they talked just like they wanted to do it again. They have learned nothing. And so we've got to hold them accountable. It's Old Testament time, Sean, and because of all the work you've done over the years, we know their names. It's not just Comey. It's Clapper. It's Brennan. It's Page. It's Strzok. It's Rosenstein. It's Schiff. You just go on down the line. We've got a problem we've got to solve. If we don't solve it, Sean, we're going to just keep doing this crazy stuff with weaponized justice system. The American people are losing faith in the whole system, sir.
Quick break, right back. More with Peter Navarro. You've got to read his book, I Went to Prison So You Don't Have to. Hannity.com, Amazon.com, bookstores around the country. And John Solomon, editor-in-chief, founder, and chief investigative reporter, justthenews.com. More on the other side as we continue.
Sean Hannity, defending freedom, providing clarity, and calling out the left. Now, more than ever, we need Hannity.
The Sean Hannity Show, sponsored by Mark Spain Real Estate. Get a guaranteed offer on your home today.
It's Cybersecurity Awareness Month. LifeLock is here with tips to help protect your identity. Use strong passwords, set up multi-factor authentication, report scams, and update your software. And for comprehensive identity protection, LifeLock is your best choice. LifeLock alerts you to suspicious uses of your personal information and fixes identity theft, guaranteed, or your money back. Start your protection today with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com. Use promo code NEWS. Terms apply.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next-day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. Can I run payroll too?
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PARTY5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PARTY5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's code PARTY5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank.
The last thing on your mind is maintaining your septic system. It's all good until it's not. Hi, I'm Shannon, owner of Scorpion Septic. Don't wait for a septic emergency. Our affordable, routine maintenance will keep your system running smoothly.
Take the sting out of septic service with Scorpion Septic. Never a pump out charge with your repair. Get a free quote at scorpionsepticservices.com.
ScorpionSepticServices.com. The Sean Hannity Show, sponsored by Mark Spain Real Estate. Get a guaranteed offer on your home today.
Start your day with Atlanta's Morning News tomorrow for the latest on the Israel-Hamas peace deal, the big temperature change this weekend, and Clark Howard's holiday travel advice of where you plan to stay. 5 to 9 a.m. on 95.5 WSB.
More local news.
Atlanta's airport's bracing for record-breaking crowds. Apparent murder in the Grant Park area.
More traffic.
A crash in the Cobb Cloverleaf.
One crash on I-20 westbound.
You're on and off the brakes beginning at University.
More weather.
Looking at rotation that is near the city of Brooks, thunderstorm is capable of producing a quick spin-up tornado.
Atlanta's Morning News.
Governor Kemp reacting to that tariff pause.
Tomorrow morning at 5.
Wake up with 95.5 WSB. How Atlanta starts its day. A ceasefire is in place.
Israel and Hamas agreeing to the first phase of a peace plan.
The hostages are going to be released.
The big part of this deal is that the hostages are supposed to be released.
Israel and Hamas agreed to a ceasefire.
Now the fighting has killed tens of thousands of Palestinians and reduced much of Gaza to rubble.
Is a historic peace within reach?
So there are worries the next phase, the deal could be harder to reach.
For the latest, listen often throughout the day. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's breaking news station.
When traffic hits.
I-75 completely shut down north and south between McDonough and Locust Grove.
The Triple Team Traffic Center has you covered.
Brake lights fill in on 316 westbound at Sugarloaf Parkway.
Your source for Atlanta's traffic.
Heavy police fire department activity.
Brought to you by the Cool Ray Lifetime Parts and Labor Warranty.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
Getting the GI Bill, we've got your back. And when you're dealing with the transition home, we've got your back. Or when you just want someone to share stories with, we've got your back. Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America is there for you. Join our community at iava.org. We've got your back.
Brought to you by IAVA and the Ad Council.
This is Lieutenant Colonel Dan Rooney. I have been a combat fighter pilot for nearly 20 years and witnessed the heroic sacrifice required to keep America free. 13 years ago, God inspired me to start the Folds of Honor. Our mission is unwavering. Honor the sacrifice by providing educational scholarships to the families of our fallen and disabled veterans. Please join our mission to educate America's most heroic families. Visit foldsofhonor.org and join our squadron with your $13 a month pledge.
All right, we continue now with John Solomon, justthenews.com. He is the founder, editor-in-chief, and the chief investigative reporter, and our friend Peter Navarro. I went to prison, so you won't have to. Unbelievable developments in this story. What they did, the lengths they went to try and embarrass and humiliate him over a misdemeanor. It is unprecedented and has to stop. You wrote, sir, that this circus arrest was not an anomaly. It was a case study in lawfare, where the process is the punishment. They could have, you could have walked over. You're in your 70s, and they're putting you in handcuffs and leg irons over a misdemeanor. And, it just so happens fake news CNN cameras just happen to be there, like they happen to be at Roger Stone's house at 5 a.m. the morning that they raided his house. I'm sure just a coincidence.
Yeah, and let's not forget Jeff Clark, who they banged down the door on, and his poor young, very young children were
Manafort too
exposed to that, and Manafort. And I'll tell you, one of the themes, Sean, of I Went to Prison, if you look at the cover, it's got my fiance with me on that stage, and she actually, the book is largely a diary kept by both myself and Bonnie. And the lesson there for these weaponized Democrats is that it's not just when you come after me, okay, that's fine. But when you go after family, loved ones, they wind up doing the time with you. And Bonnie did the time with me, Sean. She stood by me, but it was tough. And these people need to be held accountable for that. And I understand politics, and okay, it's a dirty, dirty business. They went after me, but when they went after her, they perp walked her, Sean. They perp walked her. I mean, that you can't.
It's unbelievable.
You can't do.
Well, I'm going to say this, and both of you are going to be on TV tonight. And you did this out of principle. You could have pled the fifth, walked out of there, and it would have been done. But you believe so much in our Constitution and executive privilege. And unless the president himself waived that, and he did not, you're right in terms of the law and the principles of it. John Solomon, just real quick, Peter mentioned, this one particular arresting agent. But I want to know who gave the order. I want to know who knew. And this would be at the time of Director Wray at that point.
That's correct. I believe Congress is beginning to put those documents together all the way up the food chain. Who was approving, extending, encouraging the carrying out of Arctic frost? It's going to certainly lead up to the top of the Washington field office of the FBI. I think it's going to go much higher. We hope to see some of those documents transmitted to Congress in the next few weeks.
We really have a lot more to get into. We're going to finish this conversation tonight on Hannity. I'm so grateful for both of you. I appreciate your courage, Peter. I appreciate your hard-nosed reporting, John. Thank you both.
Thank you so much, Sean.
All right, 800-941-SEAN is our number if you want to be a part of the program. All right, well, the Fed started to drop interest rates. We have a new Fed chair coming in May. That's all good news for the American people, but still so many have been caught underwater under the Biden-Harris economy, and as a result, they find themselves putting bare necessities on high-interest credit cards. And guess what? That cycle is hard to get out of. That's 21, 22, 25% interest rates. I want you to call my friends at AmericanFinancing.net if you're a homeowner and you're in this situation. With interest rates having dropped, many homeowners now will they'll show you options, some even in the low fives. or 6%. Well, that beats 21, 25%. Now, the average customer that they are saving every month is $800. Now, that could be all the difference in the world to you and your family to help make ends meet. Give them a call. No pressure, no obligation. You're talking to consultants. They're not commissioned. There's got no pressure at all involved in this. But try and get out of this cycle of debt if you find yourself in it. I've been there. It's not fun. 866-615-9200. 866-615-9200. They're also on the web, AmericanFinancing.net/Hannity.
NMLS 122334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org, APR for rates in the 5-star at 6.327% for well-qualified borrowers. Call 866-615-9200, AmericanFinancing.net/Hannity. Details about credit costs and terms.
Fall is a busy time and selling your home can be overwhelming. Get a guaranteed cash offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and sell your home stress-free and for the most money. Hi, this is Chris Chandler, and I'm excited to talk with my friend Mark of Mark Spain Real Estate. Mark, how does the guaranteed offer eliminate all of the stress for the home seller while also keeping them in control of the process?
The guaranteed offer is simple and stress-free because it's all cash. You don't have a buyer sitting in limbo hoping to get their loan. You don't have to make costly repairs. You choose your closing date, typically within 21 days, and then you move on to the next chapter of your life. It's the easiest and most hassle-free way to sell your home today, period.
Thanks, Mark. It really is that easy, but don't just take my word for it. Mark Spain Real Estate has more than 13,000 five-star reviews, making them the most trusted and experienced real estate team in the U.S. Find out what your guaranteed offer would be. There's no obligation. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
State Attorney General Kwame Raoul.
The judge has ordered that the National Guard, whether they're from Texas or any other one of the 50 states, should not be deployed within the state of Illinois.
New York Attorney General Letitia James is under federal indictment accused of mortgage fraud after President Trump called for it. Correspondent Scott McFarland.
California Democrat Adam Schiff, also under investigation by the Department of Justice, responded to James's indictment.
All Americans should be concerned about this kind of raw abuse of the power of the Justice Department.
The Israeli government approved the first phase peace plan with Hamas. Osama Jamal of the U.S. Council of Muslim Organizations.
We are very cautiously optimistic about this treaty, but let's see how it is going.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
Your friends at Steel Horse Law are motorcycle injury lawyers who ride. They've mastered safely riding our Georgia roads, and they've mastered the unexpected twists and turns of Georgia law. Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler for Steel Horse Law, the Stein and Karen Law Group. With all the changes in Georgia law, you need the most experienced local motorcycle injury law firm to protect your rights. You can trust them on the road and in the courtroom. Get a free case evaluation at steelhorselaw.com.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah, and they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay, in St. Pete, Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
It's the Love Your Home Minute from TE Certified. Hi, it's Chris Chandler with Josh, the local owner of TE Certified Electrical, Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. You know Josh, that's him you see jumping out of the back of their trucks. Josh, you have helped us love our homes. What have you done in your own home to help you love it?
My tankless water heater with the recirculation pump. That is by far my most favorite item.
How come?
Well, we put it in when we first moved in, and I put it in because I had 2 tanked water heaters that were sitting there heating water all day long, even though I didn't need any hot water. And then, of course, when I went to take a shower, they would run out. So I put in my tankless water heater with recirculation pump. Now I get instant hot water right away, and I have as much as I want. What you save is space, and then, of course, you save on your power bill or gas bill moving forward. It's very satisfying when you put one in. We get phone calls, we get emails. This is amazing. This has changed my life. I actually have a hot shower, which is a very good thing to hear.
Tankless water heaters are a hot idea that can really help you love your home.
TE Certified, we love your home.
Mark Arum.
I bet the show is more enjoyable. Local. Hormel Food expected to lay off about 135 employees from the facility they have over in Tucker. Topical. That surprised me. Hormel, I thought they'd be hiring.
Mark Arum.
Really a game changer.
Tomorrow at 9 a.m.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk. This is a traffic red alert from 95.5 WSB.
11:35, live team coverage of traffic and weather. We got a red alert for the inner loop of 25 northbound in East Point. Crash blocking all lanes near exit 2 in the Point. That's Camp Creek Parkway, I-85 and Highway 29 are your go-tos. Also, another tractor trailer involved crash reported by traffic trooper Kevin, 20 eastbound in DeKalb near Panola Road, exit 71. That's the middle passage between Decatur and Lithonia. So you're stuck there. If you're back far enough near Wesley Chapel or the perimeter, you want to take Covington Highway if you're headed east through DeKalb so you can get to Conyers and everything in a timely manner. 95.5 WSB traffic.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly cloudy skies for Friday. Morning lows in the low 50s. Daytime highs in the upper 60s to low 70s. Sunshine on Saturday. Morning low 55. Afternoon high 76. Sunday mostly sunny. High 79.
61 with rain in Marietta, 63 in Loganville, 65 in Palmetto. More news at 12. Breaking news when it happens. Jay Holloway, 95.5 WSB.
Check out the show 24/7. Download it to your iPod. Be a Hannity Insider at Hannity.com.
I-25 now till the top of the hour, 800-941-SEAN if you want to be part of the program. Look, everybody needs a home security system. This is a very dangerous world, especially if you live in a town or a city that believes in defund, dismantle, no bail laws, and send in the social workers and dismantle the police. You need a home security system. Now, the question is, which one is the right one for you? Now, they have many systems out there that I can only describe as reactive, too little, too late, if you will. And that is, you'll get a call. Yes, your alarm has just gone off. Somebody broke into your house. Maybe you're inside your house at the time that happens. That would not be good. And that is a reactive system. Now, this is where Simply Safe Home Security is so much different. They've been with us now for a long, long time on this program. They keep advancing their technology. They have their new Active Guard outdoor protection. They have their AI security cameras, and they have their Simply Safe professional monitoring agents. In other words, their agents will be tipped off if somebody is lurking around outside of your house. And here's the beauty. They can take action immediately. They can confront this criminal. Sir, you with the mask on, yes, you are trespassing and police are on the way. They can keep talking to that criminal in real time and say, don't go near that house. The person inside is armed. They can say whatever they want. They can put on spotlights in real time. They can call you in real time. If you're in the house, you can get prepared to defend yourself if need be. Police will be called immediately. I mean, that's proactive security. And that's what makes Simply Safe different. Unlike, other systems, you don't need to see and confront the intruder yourself because you'll have time to get the police there. Anyway, it's kind of like having a security guard stationed right outside your home. And that's why millions and millions and millions of us use Simply Safe Home Security and trust them every single day. Here's a great opportunity. If you don't have a home security system or you have an inferior one, go to simplysafe.com/Hannity. Go there today because right now you'll get 50% off on a Simply Safe Home Security system. And by the way, monitoring is about $1 a day to keep your family safe and secure and have your own private security. That's a pretty good deal. It's simplysafe.com/Hannity. 50% off your Simply Safe Home Security system today because there's no safe like Simply Safe. So immediately as the news was breaking, as I was coming on the air last night on Hannity on Fox News, I just texted the president. I said, wow, I didn't think I'd see this in my lifetime. I'll be, very transparent with what I said. I really didn't think I'd see this in my lifetime. And the real possibility of real peace. I mean, for 2 years and now 3 days, we've had all these hostages, and those that are remaining will be released. The bodies of those that did not survive will be released to their families as well. That's obviously very important to them. And I just said to the president, I said, I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. Would any chance you'd call in? And he said, yes, right away. And I want to play that interview. This is right after the deal was announced.
All right, joining us now live on the phone is the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Mr. President, wow. If you would have asked me 2 years ago yesterday if this was possible, I would have bet everything I had no. Congratulations, sir. Can you give us more of the details?
Well, thank you very much, Sean. It's a great honor to be involved in it. We had some tremendous help, as you know, with everybody from Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and Marco, and we had everybody. JD, the whole group was just amazing, and the military was, as you know, very instrumental in getting this done. We have a great military with great leadership. The whole world came together, to be honest. So many countries that you wouldn't have even thought of it, they came together. The world has come together around this deal, and that's something I would say that without that wouldn't happen. So many countries that you wouldn't have thought of have wired their best wishes and their commitment to do whatever is necessary. The countries surrounding have all signed. I mean, they're all signed up, and it's been really an amazing period of time, and so great for Israel, so great for Muslims, for the Arab countries, and so great for this country, for the United States of America, and that we could be involved in, making a deal like this happen, because it was, many years they talked about peace in the Middle East. This is more than Gaza. This is peace in the Middle East, and it's an incredible thing.
Mr. President, you said in your statement that this is the first phase of the peace plan and that the hostages will be released very soon. I assume that means both those that are alive and those that are not alive, and Israel will withdraw their troops to an agreed upon line. Can you expand on that and tell us maybe what part two is, or a part two or a part three? Because the idea has to be a lasting peace, and would that include the security guarantees that Hamas can no longer be armed with weapons that they can fire into Israel? I was in a city, a border city in Gaza, near Gaza. They got hit with 10,000 rockets in 10 years. I was in those terror tunnels.
I think you're going to see all of that disappear. I think you're going to see people getting along, and you'll see Gaza being rebuilt. We're forming a council that the Council of Peace, we think it's going to be called, and it's going to be very powerful, and it's going to really, I think to a large extent, it's going to have a lot to do with the whole Gaza situation. People are going to be taken care of. It's going to be a different world. I think really the Middle East came together. Amazingly, they came together. They have some countries with extraordinary wealth, and just spending a small portion of that wealth can do so much for that area. So we'll be involved in it. But the big thing is hostages are going to be released. It's probably our time would be probably Monday, and they're a terrible situation. They're deep in the earth, and they're being gotten, and a lot of things are happening right now. As we speak, so much is happening to get the hostages freed, and we think they'll all be coming back on Monday. So it looks like that's the thing, and that'll include the bodies of the dead. And the parents that I talked to so many of them, but the parents are almost more intent, but equally intent is getting there in just about all cases their son's body back than they are, as though the young man was alive. It's just the same intensity. They want their baby's body back. That's what one woman said. I want my baby's body back, and the son is 25, 26 years old. So that's a very big part of it, getting all of it's about 28. The number is 28 will be coming back, but unfortunately dead.
Mr. President, a last question, and I could ask you a million questions about the Schumer shutdown, about the Antifa roundtable you had today. You know me, I can keep going, but I won't. By the end of this term as president, what vision do you have? What would you like to see Gaza look like? what will the relationship with Israel and other Middle Eastern countries be like, as this process continues to unfold, and as you have convinced these other nations to finally involve themselves? And then we'll let you go, sir.
Well, Gaza is going to be a peaceful, much safer place. Obviously, it's been blown to pieces, and this is just not by Israel. This is over years and years and years. It's been heartache for many years. A lot of people say this is a deal for 3,000 years. So whether you say 500, because some people say 500 based on events, but other people say this is something historic for 3,000 years. There's nothing ever going to be bigger than this. And so Gaza, we believe, is going to be a much safer place, and it's going to be a place that reconstructs, and other countries in the area will help it reconstruct because they have tremendous amounts of wealth, and they want to see that happen. And we'll be involved in helping them make it successful and helping it stay peaceful, but I think it's going to be peaceful. I think, again, the Iran situation was very important, doing what we had to do, which was, again, 22 years it was planned to be done, and no other president wanted to do it or whatever, for whatever reason, but they didn't do it. And having that was very important. But, I'm very confident there'll be peace in the Middle East. I mean, the words peace in the Middle East is something people have been striving for hundreds of years, for centuries, for many centuries. And we really have, every country has come together, and on a little different scale, but so important. It seems like everything's at a different scale, but we're going to make our cities safe. We're going to make Chicago safe. We're going to make Memphis, Tennessee, where they're right now, we're making it safe. That there's a difference in 1 week. It's like day and night. It's so important what we did in D.C., Washington, D.C., our own capital that people come to, and it was crime-ridden, and now it's as safe as there is anywhere in the country. It's safe. It's clean. We've cleaned it. We've gotten rid of the thugs. We took 1,700, in many cases, career criminals, and in many cases, people coming from other countries that shouldn't have been allowed to come, gang members from other countries, people from jails. The jails were literally opened up in Venezuela and other countries into our country. And we've gotten them out, and we're getting them out. But we took out 1,700 in Washington, D.C., 1,700 criminals that are no longer there. And we have a safe, beautiful capital again. You can go and eat at the restaurants. The restaurants are booming. They were closing one after another, and now they're booming. They're opening. And this all took place over the last 2 months. It's amazing, actually. Nobody's ever seen a transformation like they have in Washington, D.C. It's as hot as it can get. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing to watch, and to see it be safe with our, beautiful buildings, the graffitis off the walls, the tents from all over, thousands of tents in our beautiful parks, our national parks. The tents are all gone. Everything is, and it's only going to get better over the next year. There'll be some rebuilding and some fixing up and some cleaning up, and people are proud of our capital again. But the beautiful thing is it's really safe. You can walk down the middle of the street with your wife. You can walk down the middle of the street by yourself. Your family can, and you have no fear. If you said that a year ago, they had almost no chance of making it to the other side of the town. And so we're very proud of D.C., and it serves as a catalyst, and it serves as really an example of what can be done. But to do that, you have to bring people in to do it. You can't have woke police people that aren't suited to be police. You can't have the kind of problems that we have almost in all cases, it's Democrat-run cities. So you can't do that. So we're very proud of Washington. It's a safe place, and everybody should. You want to see some beautiful things in Washington, you go there. Right now, your biggest problem is going to be you're probably not going to be able to get into a restaurant. They're packed and they're booming.
Mr. President, I think there's a lot of lessons to learn for how we got to this point tonight. The proper use of the strength of the United States military played a big role in this happening, the appropriate use of it as well, and your willingness, obviously, to invest a lot of political capital and time and energy and resources and networking and, to bring a lot of people to the table. We pray for the people in the region, and we pray this is a peace that lasts forever. But this is a great first step. Mr. President, historic by every measure. We appreciate you being on with us tonight, sir.
Thank you very much, Sean. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right, that was President Trump's initial reaction after announcing this peace deal with Israel. You know what? The world's a safer place. He took out Iran's nuclear sites. You know what? The world's a safer place because he established a really good relationships with Arab nations that for decades, even centuries, if you want to know the real history of it, have been unwilling to take part in any solution for peace in places like Gaza. And the president got it done. It's also got done because the region is very aware when he says he will obliterate you after taking out Iran's nuclear sites that he means it. Pretty transformational, consequential, which is what I knew this presidency would be if he got elected. By the way, that's why it is imperative you start thinking now about how important this midterm is going to be and plan on participating. I know I'm annoying. And you know what? Because all progress will stop. These radicals in Congress will not allow this president to do anything of substance. And there'll be more impeachments than you could ever imagine. Listen, when you're at home and you get a little downtime, probably we all need more than we have. You want to be comfortable in your home. Home isn't just where you live. It's how you feel in your home. And that's where Cozy Earth comes in. I am very proud of myself. I tried Cozy Earth's bamboo sheets, and they told me it's a game changer. They told me ahead of time that I'd never in my life likely slept on sheets that are this great. And imagine the best 5-star hotel, and you can have that every single night. And that's Cozy Earth's bamboo sheets. They're that good. They're that soft. They're that comfortable. You know, they're breathable. They're temperature regulating, whether you're a hot or cold sleeper. And you just stay comfortable year round. And it's such a discernible difference. It's also hypoallergenic and gentle on your skin, durable. It'll last for years. They feel just as good wash after wash. And they're so confident you're going to feel the difference, love the difference, want this difference in your life every day, that they will give you a 100-night sleep trial and a 10-year warranty. You try them risk-free. You have nothing to lose. I'm telling you, you will say, wow, I've not slept like this before. I've not felt this good being in bed before. Anyway, go to CozyEarth.com. Use my last name, Hannity. You get 20% off. CozyEarth.com. And if you get a post-purchase survey, you let them know your friend Sean Hannity sent you. And it's, your home, not where you live. It's going to be how you feel, how you relax in your home. Go to CozyEarth.com today.
In a sea of government lies, he's the beacon of truth. This is the Sean Hannity Show.
Fall is a busy time, and selling your home can be overwhelming. Get a guaranteed cash offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and sell your home stress-free and for the most money. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can bypass the market, receive the strongest all-cash offer in the industry, and close in as little as 21 days. Our guaranteed offer keeps you in control. One of our clients, Chris, said, selling our 16-year-old home was quick thanks to the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. We avoided the stress of showings, constant cleaning, and negotiations. Their guaranteed offer was beyond what we were hoping for. I've been in the business for nearly 30 years, and I know what matters most: selling your home fast and for maximum profit. Trust the top real estate team in the U.S. and close with confidence. Find out what your guaranteed offer would be on your home. There's no obligation. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
When leaves are falling off the trees, it's time to celebrate autumn. But when your garage door is falling off its tracks, it's time for all 4 seasons. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. Sounds like you're ready for a new garage door. At All Four Seasons, we offer fast service, affordable prices, and a huge selection of styles, colors, and custom features. Our products are warranted, and our work is guaranteed. When trust matters, repair or replacement, trust us. All the number 4 seasonsgarages.com.
Hey, if you're bringing some friends over to tailgate this fall or cook out or having the family for Thanksgiving later, do what I've just done and call Wise Guys Pro Wash. They've gotten my house and driveway, my patio spotless, even the wooden gates out back. They even cleaned the roof, and I didn't even have to be there. The crew used the top equipment in the industry in their soft wash and kept my home safe and damage-free. You call them. First-time customers mention my name, Chris Chandler, and book now to get $70 off your first wash at wiseguysprowash.com.
Cooler weather, shorter days, busy schedules, all great reasons to treat your family to a Bullfrog hot tub from Brown's Pools and Spas. The perfect place to relax and unwind. Only Bullfrog offers the Jetpack Therapy System. Each seat is customized to fit every body in your family. Now through October 20th, receive a free premium water care upgrade up to $1,500 in instant rebates, plus special financing for up to 120 months. Brown's Pools and Spas, celebrating 50 years of BrownsPools.com.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
The guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, president of Leaf Filter, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
And we can use your help. Join us in the fight. Visit fightingforair.org. and read about just a few of the many ways the American Lung Association is fighting to protect the air we breathe, both indoors and out. See what you can do at fightingforair.org.
All right, that's going to wrap things up for today. We have a great Hannity tonight, 9 Eastern, on the Fox News Channel. A lot to talk about. Peace in the Middle East, the government shutdown, the Schumer shutdown. We'll have the very latest on that. What do we do with radical leftists? Antifa now is known and labeled as a domestic terrorist group. Newt Gingrich, Reince Priebus, the great one, Mark Levin, John Solomon, Peter Navarro, Joe Concha, Alex Clark, all coming up tonight. Set your DVR, Hannity, Fox, 9 Eastern. We'll see you then back here tomorrow. Thank you for making this show possible.
It's Cybersecurity Awareness Month. LifeLock is here with tips to help protect your identity. Use strong passwords, set up multi-factor authentication, report scams, and update your software. And for comprehensive identity protection, LifeLock is your best choice. LifeLock alerts you to suspicious uses of your personal information and fixes identity theft, guaranteed, or your money back. Start your protection today with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com. Use promo code NEWS. Terms apply.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next-day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. Can I run payroll too?
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
WSB consumer expert Clark Howard.
Something I've been talking about for a while that seems to be very confusing with your cell phone carrier, and maybe to you too. But you know, two-factor authentication, where you try to get into one of your accounts and then they send a text to your cell phone? Well, criminals who've been lurking, they have one of the data breaches, they have your social security number, they're trying to get into your account. But what do they need? They need that code that's sent to your cell phone. So they're doing a crime known as SIM swapping, where when you're sleeping, they steal your cell phone service, and then that code comes to them, and when you wake up, they've gone after your money. So what do? You want to set in place SimLock with your cell phone carrier. It's really easy. I did it right on my cell phone carrier's app in about 30 seconds. Find out how to do it with yours and lock your phone down. I'm Clark Howard.
News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Toscano. New York Attorney General Letitia James is under federal indictment, charged in Virginia with bank fraud and making false statements to a financial institution. She's pushing back.
We will fight these baseless charges aggressively, and my office will continue to fiercely protect New Yorkers and their rights. And I will continue to do my job.
CBS News legal contributor Rebecca Roife looks at the government's case.
She was being investigated for fraud having to do with a Virginia property that she was buying for her niece, that she suggested apparently on the application, or at one point, that it was going to be her primary residence. Her lawyers have claimed subsequently that she quickly corrected that.
The indictment follows President Trump's public order to the Justice Department to prosecute political foes, including James. She won a fraud case against the Trump Organization in 2022. A restraining order from a federal judge is in effect for 14 days, blocking President Trump's order sending National Guard troops into Chicago. Correspondent Nicole Skanga is following that.
We're likely to see an appeal from the U.S. government, but in the meantime, there were roughly 20 members of the National Guard deployed at ICE's Broadview facility for the first time. They will be temporarily taken off mission, and in total, there were 500 activated troops, including those from Texas, 200, and those from Illinois, 300. They're in limbo.
The Israeli government has now given official approval to the framework with Hamas for the release of all the remaining hostages in Gaza. Correspondent Nancy Cordes reports from the White House, if the Trump peace plan holds, it could be a major foreign policy achievement.
Israel and Hamas have agreed on a multi-phase plan before.
Phase 1 will last 6 weeks.
The closing days of the Biden administration.
It includes a full and complete ceasefire.
But that plan fell apart in March after Israel and Hamas clashed over terms for a permanent end to the war. 7 months since have seen some of the war's fiercest fighting.
People want to see this work. It's going to work. It's absolutely going to work.
Israel was expected to start withdrawing its forces in Gaza to a, quote, agreed-upon line as soon as the Israeli government approved that deal. The government shutdown here affects things you might not have known could be affected or even existed. CBS's David Schechter tells us that includes efforts to release black-footed ferrets, an endangered species, back into the wild.
Only about 300 black-footed ferrets survive in the wild, and a planned release of 400 more is now on hold with federal biologists furloughed. Fall is a crucial season for young ferrets to learn to hunt and mate before winter.
This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
Hi, I'm Glenn Burns. As a meteorologist for over 40 years, I've seen how weather impacts our homes. That's why I chose windows that withstand our weather extremes and keep my family comfortable. I picked North Georgia replacement windows for my home, and I recommend them for yours. Their Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows are beautiful, and they're energy efficient. Plus, I know my windows will stay tight and true no matter the forecast.
Infinity from Marvin, replacement windows, yeah!
They want to know
another review.
And here you are getting your news, weather, and traffic on WSB. As a small business owner, you might be thinking,
if only the hundreds of thousands of WSB listeners knew that my business is perfect for their needs.
Growing your business is easier than you think. Most of the successful and respected brands you hear advertising on WSB grew their leads and revenue connecting with our listeners.
Brands like Coolray, Breda Pest Management, and Finley Roofing. They built relationships with the listeners who tried their products, loved them, and told their friends. This could be your business.
It's easier than you think because it's what we do. Customize advertising campaigns to increase your leads and revenue.
WSB has a team of creative brand builders who know how to get your message out and grow your business.
Join the elite Atlanta small businesses that grew to the next level thanks to WSB. Just go to WSBradio.com and click the Advertise button in the top navigation bar, and someone will contact you shortly. Grow your business the right way with WSB Radio.
Insurance companies are friendly at first, but if you get hurt in a wreck, they'll wrestle you for every penny. I'm attorney Ken Nugent. We fight to get you the maximum settlement possible. Faster. One call, that's all.
Watch Ken go! Call Ken.com.
You know you want a luxurious deck, but you're feeling overwhelmed with so many options. It's enough to make your head spin. Hi, I'm Scott Nelson, owner of Nelson Exteriors. Maybe you know exactly what your dream deck looks like. We can build that. If not, we offer design help and expert guidance to create a beautiful, high-quality deck that you'll enjoy every day. Decks done differently, decks done right, with exceptional customer service at a reasonable price. Get your free estimate, Google Nelson Exteriors.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
WSB is your home of the dog.
Stocked at all kinds of times.
Tune in Saturday for one of America's greatest college football rivalries, Georgia versus Auburn.
Surveys the field, now going to pull it down and run to the 5.
Game coverage starts tomorrow afternoon at 3:30. Kickoff at 7:30.
He dived for the pylon.
Only on your home of the dogs, 95.5 WSB.
And he got it. Touchdown.
Brought to you in part by Hoffman Financial Group, official partner of the Georgia Bulldogs.
1206 in the Coolray Carrier Traffic Center. Heads up for Road Cruise 85 southbound in Hapeville. Active in the left lane or 2 near the Cleveland Avenue exit 76. Highway 29 is a good alternate. Also Road Cruise in the Decatur-DeKalb region. Busy in a couple of right lanes on the outer loop of 25. Northbound near exit 46. The I-20 interchange. Jay Holloway, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly cloudy skies for Friday. Morning lows in the low 50s. Daytime highs in the upper 60s to low 70s. Sunshine on Saturday. Morning low 55. Afternoon high 76. Sunday mostly sunny. High 79.
Agreed to a peace deal pushed by President Donald Trump to end the war in Gaza and return the 20-some Israeli hostages, those that are still living, 2 years after the terrorist network attacked Israel on October 7th of 2023, sparking not only the bloodiest day for Jewish people since the Holocaust, but a deadly war and a humanitarian crisis in the Gaza Strip. Let's pray it works out. A top Russian foreign ministry official cautioned President Donald Trump's administration against giving Ukraine access to long-range Tomahawk missiles that could hit targets deep within Russia, the latest in a series of warnings suggesting a degree of uneasiness in Moscow. Howard Bloom has been checking into this story. Howard, what do you think? It's dangerous. It's dangerous, and so here's the story. In September, when Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, sat down for nearly an hour in a private session with Donald Trump at the UN General Assembly, Zelensky asked for American Tomahawk missiles. Then, 2 days ago, on October 6th, Trump told reporters that before making a decision, he wanted to clarify exactly how the Tomahawks would be used. I think I want to find out what they're doing with them, Trump said, and where are they sending them. What was the presumable reason for Trump's considering Tomahawks to Ukraine to begin with? Being buddies with Putin was not working.
rolling out the red carpet and schmoozing in Alaska in August for nearly 3 hours was not luring Putin to the negotiating table. It was not producing peace, much less a Nobel Peace Prize. In fact, it produced attacks on Ukraine cities with 7,231 drones and 411 missiles since the Trump-Putin Alaska summit ended. The failure of the Alaska summit and the deliberation on tomahawks led Russia's most popular TV show host, Vladimir Soloviev, to say the period of candy and chocolates with Trump is now over. Will we now get the whip? The whip is the tomahawk. The Russian press erupted over the tomahawks with the usual threats. Soloviev, who is considered one of Trump's voices, said he was badly shaken by the idea of tomahawks flying toward Moscow and called for Russia to completely obliterate all of Ukraine's infrastructure and send Kiev back to the Stone Age. Another of Putin's mouthpieces, Dmitry Medvedev, former Russian president, former Russian prime minister, and deputy chairman of the Security Council, said the introduction of the tomahawks could provoke a nuclear war. But these are threats we've been hearing for 3 years. In September, Vladimir Zelensky convinced Donald Trump that Russia was a paper tiger. Zelensky convinced Trump that if Russia were truly a military superpower, Ukraine would have fallen in 3 days. In fact, Zelensky convinced Trump that Ukraine could utterly defeat Russia and could claw back the 20% of Ukraine that Russia now occupies. But there are two big questions at work here. First off, the Kremlin is playing Trump. It is trying to get back the hypnotic control it had over the president's mind before President Trump's September in-person talk with Volodymyr Zelensky. To accomplish this, Russia is laying blame for the fact that the Ukraine war is still raging on what it calls European warmongers. But, says Vladimir Putin, Trump is a man who will listen. So one big question is whether Putin's magic sway over President Trump, the sway we saw in the Alaska summit, will work once again. The other big question is why the Ukraine needs the Tomahawk at all. Ukraine's own long-range autonomous aircraft, the FP-5 Flamingo, the UJ-26 Beaver, and the Antonov AN-196 Fierce, have ranges as long, and in some cases longer, than the Tomahawk. And the Ukrainians flying weapons can carry nearly 3 times the explosive payload of a Tomahawk. For example, the Ukrainian Flamingo cruise missile carries a payload of 2,540 pounds, more than 2.5 times the payload of a Tomahawk. But the Tomahawk can hug the land below the radar. It can zig and zag to make its way between hills and through meandering river valleys, and deliver its payload with a precision the Ukrainian drones can't match, a precision that's useful for taking out anti-aircraft weapons and military command centers. So why did Ukraine's Zelensky ask America's President Trump for Tomahawk missiles when his own weapons were in many ways better? His sales pitch was that, quote, we need it, but it doesn't mean that we will use it, because if we will have it, I think it's additional pressure on Putin to sit and speak. In other words, to negotiate. But there's one more little hitch. Launching a Tomahawk takes American personnel. If an American soldier is killed by Russian fire, that may take us to a direct war with Russia. That would mean World War III, and World War III is exactly what Putin wants us to fear.
Now, a lot of people believe that could happen, too. Thanks, Howard. The most destructive inferno in Los Angeles history, which charred a devastating path through Pacific Palisades and Malibu in early January, was a flare-up of a fire that an Uber driver had intentionally set days earlier. A 29-year-old man is accused of starting the initial fire on New Year's Day that rekindled to become the Palisades fire days later. He was arrested in Florida, charged with destruction of property by means of fire, which carries a minimum of 5 years in federal prison. Wow. As we reported yesterday, a growing sense of economic pessimism is taking hold in the U.S. As a new Fannie Mae survey data reveals, nearly 70% of Americans believe the economy is headed in the wrong direction. Investment analyst Mish Sedlock's with us here. Mish, are you one of that 70?
I believe 70, easy. And it's not just the Fannie Mae poll, which came out October 8th. Fannie Mae said nearly 70% of Americans believe the economy is on the wrong track. 73% feel it's a bad time to buy a house due to high costs and mortgage rates. We've been discussing this for about a year. The Wall Street Journal poll said 70% of American adults, say the American dream that leads to a better life no longer holds true. This is the highest level in 15 years of Wall Street Journal polling. A Pew Research poll on October 3rd said 74% of Americans rate the economic conditions as only fair or good. A CBS YouGov poll said 59% of Americans think the economy is getting worse. That's up from 54% in July, and that's based off of perceptions of rising prices for goods and services. And to round things out, George, the S&P Global Economic Outlook for the fourth quarter says that consumers are showing signs of strain with real disposable income at a cycle low. Now, let's dive in a little bit further to the YouGov poll. 59% think the economy is on the wrong track. 67% expect higher inflation in the coming months. Jeez. Only 33% think the economy is good. Only 33% think the job prospects are good. And 57% are worried about artificial intelligence, George. That's your roundup. And, George, people are also concerned over the government shutdown. That didn't come out in some of these earlier polls. I think Republicans are going to take the blame for that. But I actually think they're going to work out a compromise on this, George, just because everyone's pointing the fingers. The polls suggest the Republicans are getting more to blame. And the problem here is there's 24 million people on Obamacare. 22 million of them are getting subsidies, George, and they've not been hit yet with the sticker shock of their costs of Obamacare going up, the Affordable Care Act. So when these price tags hit, there's going to be pressure on politicians to work out a deal. Republicans are already talking about that. They're looking for a way to back down. Of course, George, how are we going to pay for this? Neither side wants to pay for anything. One of my themes also for the last year. Deficit's going to go up, George.
Thanks, my friend. Nobody knows how they're going to do this. Rock group Kiss vocalist Gene Simmons was involved in a car accident after he reportedly passed out at the wheel in Los Angeles. Our Tommy Danheiser has been following this incredible story. Hi, Tom.
Never a dull moment here in Los Angeles. Yeah, Kiss vocalist Gene Simmons, he was involved in a car accident after he reportedly passed out at the wheel as he struck a parked car here in Los Angeles. It happened at the 25,000 block of Pacific Coast Highway just before 1 p.m. on Tuesday. He was in his Lincoln Navigator SUV. He was transported to a local hospital for medical treatment. He is okay, folks. He is okay. His wife, Shannon, said that her husband is currently recovering at home. Gene himself said, "Thanks, everybody, for the kind wishes. I'm completely fine."
What a great story. I'm glad he's okay. Yeah, thanks, Tom. In a moment, L.A. Marzulli joins us. We're going to talk about ancient prophecy and some other strange things next on Coast to Coast AM.
Some big news from Newsmax. Just before Charlie Kirk died, he issued a stark warning of terrifying dangers and threats ahead for those who stand for truth. Charlie wrote this in his last published work, the foreword for the new book, Pagan Threat. Authored by Pastor Lucas Miles, Charlie said that Pagan Threat could save America. Charlie said you must read, internalize, and share this book. It has the plan to stop the wokeism infecting America. Already a #1 Amazon bestseller, Pagan Threat is available wherever books are sold. Get Pagan Threat free with Newsmax's special offer and save $30. Go online now to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com. Millions are tuning into Newsmax on all major cable systems. They're downloading our free Newsmax app on their smartphones. And they're getting Pagan Threat to see Charlie Kirk's final words. Go today to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com.
Every Sunday morning, my family piles onto the couch, coffee in hand, TV on, and wrapped in the softest blanket we own. The Bubble Cuddle blanket from Cozy Earth. It's plush, textured, and honestly, it feels like a cloud hug. And when it's time for bed, that's when Cozy Earth takes comfort to another level. Their bamboo sheets transformed our sleep. Made from bamboo, they're temperature regulating and moisture wicking, so we actually sleep cooler, silky, smooth, breathable, and built to last. It's like slipping into luxury every night. Plus, you can try them risk-free with a 100-night sleep trial and a 10-year warranty. Upgrade the place you spend the most time, your bed. Visit CozyEarth.com. Use my code Jesse for 20% off. That's CozyEarth.com, code Jesse. And if you get a post-purchase survey, let them know you heard about Cozy Earth from Jesse Kelly. Because home isn't where you live, it's how you feel. Let's go home with Cozy Earth.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. L.A. Marzulli back with us. He's the author of a number of books, host and director of a number of films. He is a frank supernaturalist and thinks humanity is heading for what he has come to call the coming great deception. His websites are linked up at coasttocoastam.com. One of his recent books is called Rungs of Disclosure. One of his films, Holy Shroud, Holy Fire, and he continues to work on things. L.A., I got about a dozen things to talk with you about tonight. How you doing?
I'm doing great, George. Thanks for having me on. Great to be here as always.
Have you settled back into L.A. after your house burned down?
Yeah, this is our coming up this December. Will be 4 years back in a new house. It's a fireproof house. I've got hoses and 12,000 gallons of water and pumps and all sorts of stuff. So we just cleared everything out, all the dead leaves, and I don't want to be out there with a hose and a fire hat and, fireproof stuff. I don't want to fight a fire, but we're ready if it happens again.
Do you feel as if your life is coming back to some normalcy?
Oh yeah, I mean it has been. It's again, this December will be 4 years back in a new house, but 2018 we lost everything. I mean, I lost my library, and you can't replace that. You know what that's like. You've been collecting books and sometimes first editions or books that are out of print and rare books and autographed books, all that's gone and it's completely irreplaceable. But, it all worked out and we're back. And, and the other thing, George, I turned 75 here in December and it's, we're not doing conferences so much anymore. I canceled 16 conferences this year, really focusing on our daily show on YouTube and films and of course books. So that's the primary focus.
Well, I'm glad you and the family are doing better, L.A. And you're one of a kind,
Thank
my
you.
friend, and we want you around for 50 more years.
Yikes.
Let's start with Comet 3I Atlas. What do you think this thing is?
Okay, this is a little woo-woo, and I get that, but names have meaning. And, the 3I Atlas, if you go and you look up what does that mean? Well, it's the third interstellar object coming in to our solar system. That's the official narrative. But those of us who look at the official narrative and kind of go, I'm not really going to buy this. So Atlas, let's start there. Atlas is a Nephilim. Atlas is a Greek god who's cursed, all right? In the pantheon of Greek mythology, he's a Nephilim. And what does he do? He's cursed and he carries the world on his shoulder. So what is 3I? Third eye, right? Third eye Atlas. What they could be telegraphing is what is coming is a global event that will awaken consciousness. Now that is way out there. That's complete conjecture on my part. But, I just look at stuff like this and that's where I go. I'm not saying that that's what the name means, because if he had Avi Loeb here, he'd be saying, oh, Marzulli, you're a conspiracy theorist. I get it. But there's, I'm looking at it.
Apparently, we'll be able to see it with a telescope or in binoculars sometime in November, December.
Well, there's all these I was on a podcast recently as a rebuttal to a man and a woman who were just going, "This is the return of the Anunnaki, and the comet is intersecting the ecliptic on all these different birthdays, and Jesus' resurrection." And I mean, just like it was complete craziness. And I said, it may be that, but we don't know what it is. And Avi Loeb has downgraded it from a 6 to a 4 on the Loeb scale. I just love that. Maybe I'll make up a Marzulli scale here. I got an eye on it, no pun intended. I don't know what we're looking at. I do not believe it's the return of the Anunnaki. Could it be the kickoff to the coming Great Deception? There was a woman, someone sent me this video, really just wacky stuff. She claims to have been abducted since she was 9 years old, and I believe that. She has an implant in her head. You and I have talked about this on this show for years. Dr. Roger Lear, the late Dr. Roger Lear. Roger and I go back to 1999, and he had an implant, the first implant he took out. And I met him at a UFO meetup group, and I said, "Raj, I understand you took out an implant." And he goes, "Yeah, you want to see it?" And he reaches into his pocket, he pulls out this little vial, goes, "Hold out your hand." So I hold out my hand, and he takes the vial, and next thing I know, I've got an implant, in my hand, just staring at the thing going, "You've got to be kidding me." So, and Roger appeared in all of our Watchers films, and I believe that they took him out. But, this woman has an implant, and she's saying that she can communicate with them voice to skull. I've heard this before. That's sometimes very common for abductees, for experiencers, very common. And she's claiming that 3I Atlas is actually the remnants of an ancient alien ship. So it's all over the map. It's all over the map. And this is where I'm at with this stuff. We can't engage in hyperbole. We just can't. So stuff like this, I keep on the back burner, keep an eye on it. But the aliens are coming. Oh my gosh, I'm not going there. But I find it very, very interesting.
It is fascinating. And I got an email in from Bill in Corning, Iowa today, and he said, "George, could you please explain with Mr. Marzulli the difference between an asteroid and a comet?" So very briefly, I'll say an asteroid is a rocky, sometimes metallic object, where a comet is primarily icy and rocky, and the ice melts as it gets close to the sun, right?
Yeah, that's yeah, exactly. But what's interesting about this thing, when it's apparently, allegedly, there seems to be something in front of it, like if it was a comet coming in, you would see the tail. You would see everything melting in the tail. That's not what you're seeing. You're seeing something in front, a cloud in front of this object. So it's I watched I keep my hand on the pulse of Avi Loeb because he has access to things that I certainly don't have access to. And he's downgraded it to a 4, but he was on a News Nation interview, okay, with Elizabeth Vargas just recently, like this week. And this is what I'm just saying. This is Avi Loeb, not L.A. Marzulli. Loeb is saying, well, it may be a black swan event, and he continues. All the nations, most of the nations on the planet are prepared for a black swan event. Well, Elizabeth Vargas immediately freaked out at that. This was the end of the interview, and she goes, "Black swan event, that's gonna keep me up for days just thinking about it." So why would he say something like that? Why would he immediately go into this black swan event fear mode? It just, makes you wonder. So that's why you got to keep an eye on it.
Well, and he's a very educated Harvard professor. That's what makes this thing even more fascinating.
Yeah, he's a lot smarter than I am. So
you're a good guy. Are you still going to do your event in Norman, Oklahoma this weekend?
Yeah, that's why I'm in Oklahoma City with jet lag. Thank you very much. And it kicks off tomorrow. Registration at 2. I speak on Friday on A Shroud of Turin, and then on Saturday there's something that's been kicking around. We'll talk about that later if you want, with the idea that what lies underneath the Giza Plateau has profound implications for humanity. And that's my second presentation. So, there's new information on the Shroud that came out, and I firmly believe, and I've talked about this on the show numerous times. I call it God's calling card because that's what it is. So, you got the Shroud of Turin, that whole presentation. And then on the other side, you've got something else is going on. And I get into all these different megalithic sites, all the different places I've been to. And I've got a slideshow. So at the very end, I'm kind of giving away the farm here, but who cares? It's like at the very end, I show all these places, and like the pictures are only up for like a second. So it's bam, 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 all these different places. And at the punchline of the whole thing is there's a thread that connects all these ancient megalithic sites together. And that is this, that no one knows where these people went. And we can get into that if you want, because it's really very, very intriguing.
All right, we're going to take a short break, LA, but we'll come back and talk more about the Giza Plateau, the Shroud of Turin, and get your thoughts on Halloween when we come back on Coast to Coast AM.
So you're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works, but you want the best. It's Mark Arum here. Modern technology, top-rated physicians. You want something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair's completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to the unmatched results they produce. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, address them all with a simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with experienced pros. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of breakthrough advanced FUE treatments, and get this, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. No one else in Atlanta can offer the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. Fix your hair loss today, starting with your free consultation, and you'll also get $500 off if you move forward. Call 470-660-HAIR. Refine your hairline with a team that's redefined hair restoration. And don't forget to ask about that Advanced Hair Guarantee, 470-660-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Cooler weather, shorter days, busy schedules, all great reasons to treat your family to a Bullfrog hot tub from Brown's Pools and Spas. The perfect place to relax and unwind. Only Bullfrog offers the Jetpack Therapy System. Each seat is customized to fit every body in your family. Now through October 20th, receive a free premium water care upgrade, up to $1,500 in instant rebates, plus special financing for up to 120 months. Brown's Pools and Spas, celebrating 50 years of BrownsPools.com.
Congress is poised to pass a bill to keep AM radio in cars, but time is running out. 82 million Americans risk losing the news, sports, talk, traffic, and vital emergency information they rely on. Text AM to 52886 and tell Congress to pass this bill now.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather, traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
We're focused on what we have in common.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
Vote takes place. Those stories and more right after our news headlines.
Don't be late because you crowdsourced your commute with a navigation app.
This might become a travel advisory. Yeah, they're in 2 left lanes.
Depend on us.
Some delays if they shut that ramp down.
Make sure you get where you need to be on time.
Jam starting at Langford Parkway, getting past Spring Street.
Local and dependable traffic 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
We had a lot going on this morning through Henry County.
WSB Triple Team Traffic.
95.5 WSB. How Atlanta gets there.
Hi, it's Mark Beckham with Atlanta Ramjack. Bigger isn't always better. Don't let the big companies fool you. Atlanta Ramjack is the leader in foundation repair. Whether it's residential or commercial, Ramjack is the most reliable, technically capable company in the business. Our staff has the most experience in solving difficult foundation problems. No one can match our expertise in foundation repair. Ramjack fixes the issues other companies can't. Go to atlantaramjack.com to set up your free estimate.
WSB consumer expert Clark Howard.
If you feel like you just can't handle your bills every month, there's something that's just clear as can be. In fact, I saw a chart of the United States recently laying it out. How much cheaper it is to live in certain states versus others. I mean, it's crazy cheaper in a lot of states versus others. And then I compared what people earn at a typical job in states that are cheaper to live in versus states that are really expensive. And the difference in wages in no way made up for the difference in higher living costs in expensive places. If you're not married to where you live right now, and it feels like there's never enough money for your bills, why don't you look at whether you want to relocate to a place that would be a lot cheaper to live?
I'm Clark Howard.
1234 in the Coolbrook area. Traffic center. Doraville area crash just by the 85 northbound near the Northcrest Road exit, tying up a left lane on the way to Gwinnett. Speaking of Gwinnett, staying on 85 northbound. A couple of left lanes lost the road crews near exit 99, Jimmy Carter Boulevard in Norcross. Seeing delays worrisome enough to just take Buford Highway for your early Friday morning ride. Jay Holloway, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly cloudy skies for Friday. Morning lows in the low 50s. Daytime highs in the upper 60s to low 70s. Sunshine on Saturday. Morning low 55. Afternoon high 76. Sunday mostly sunny. High 79.
Attorney for the government decided not to bring this case. Is that something Letitia James can use in her defense?
So I think what we will see, and this is, I think, is something similar to the defense that we saw and talked about yesterday with respect to James Comey.
Washington at a standstill.
There are concerns about air safety with air traffic controllers calling out sick.
The federal government is closed.
The FAA says it is dealing with an increase in sick calls in some parts of the country from air traffic controllers.
What impact does it have on the people of Georgia?
Democrats are pushing for permanent Affordable Care Act subsidies.
What is it going to take to get back on track?
That should turn up the urgency and the necessity of the Democrats doing the right thing.
For the very latest, tune in often throughout the day. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's breaking news station.
Just keep on telling you I want you. I need you. But there ain't no way I'm ever gonna love you. Now don't be sad. Don't be sad, 'cause 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Now don't be sad, 'cause 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
You're listening to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We're talking with L.A. Marzulli about the strange and unusual, and we'll take calls with him next hour on Coast to Coast, and you'll be part of it. Well, Halloween night, October 31st, is a Friday night, and we'll be live with our Ghost to Ghost show. And Tom is putting the elements together as I speak.
Boy, I'll tell you, it's coming up quicker than ever. Halloween, always a lot of fun. We are looking for your ghost stories, your creepiest, scary ghost stories. Send them to the email ghoststories@coasttocoastam.com. Ghoststories@coasttocoastam.com. We're going to rifle through those. We'll pick a few, and the ones we pick, we will call you back, and we'll have you read your ghost story right here on Coast to Coast.
Tom, is it true you dress up in costume on Halloween night?
No, it's not, but I have some pictures of your last Halloween costume I won't release.
And the Paranormal Podcast Network keeps cruising along. Tell us more, Tommy.
Absolutely. If you listen to your podcasts on your phone, download the iHeartRadio app. If you listen on a PC, just go to iHeartRadio.com. In the search, put Coast to Coast AM. All our shows will pop right up. We have Shades of the Afterlife with Sandra Champlain. Of course, we have UFOs to mummies, everything in between with Joshua P. Warren, his show Strange Things. And then our newest show, which is not so new anymore, but it's a great show, Beyond Contact with Captain Ron for your UFO enthusiasts. So check it out. It's the iHeartRadio and Coast to Coast AM Paranormal Podcast Network.
Fantastic. And we'll be back with more with L.A. Marzulli. But first, build up your immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and AdaptoStem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after taking AdaptoStem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put AdaptoStem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at healthylooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with AdaptoStem and ImmuStem is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code GEORGE for free shipping.
Order now to get your free gift, Mental Clarity, Natural Support for Mental Sharpness. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit at healthylooking.com.
Real people, real stories.
I have suffered for years and years, and it was one of those things that I was just willing to try most anything, and so I ordered the Carnivora. I had acute eczema and hives. I had been to minimum of 3 different dermatologists. They always gave me another cream or another ointment to put on that was supposed to help relieve the itching. I have tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine. I promise you it was pretty miserable. So I started taking the Carnivora, and at this point I don't want to ever be without it. I don't want to go back there again.
George here. I promised you yet another fantastic real-life story, and we're talking about the power of waking up your immune system, which, as you just heard, has incredible healing powers. The power of your immune system. Think about that. Perhaps that can be called the human body's fiercest power to heal. Try Carnivora, and you'll see for yourself. It's 100% from nature and contains 17 naturally occurring compounds that are non-toxic to every normal cell in your body. Acts synergistically to heal and will attack abnormal cells only. You heard that right. Carnivora will attack abnormal cells only. Isn't it time to protect your immune system? Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivora.com. CARNIVORA.com. Don't wait. Call today.
Dr. Halbert here. Are you tired of standing in front of the paint aisle wondering which product really works? That's exactly why I invented Blue Stop. It took me 10 years to perfect Blue Stop's unique and effective formula. As a surgeon, I saw how stiff joints, sore muscles, and body aches kept too many people from enjoying life. Blue Stop works fast, absorbs quick, and smells great. No prescription, no waiting. It's on the shelf right now at Walmart. Feel the difference.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you, along with L.A. Marzulli. L.A., let's talk about the Shroud of Turin for a second. There's been some new evidence that says that the image could have been made from a radiation burst. What do you think of that?
I think that's probably what happened. Let me just walk through this. And we show this in the film, Holy Shroud, Holy Fire. When Moses sees the burning bush that does not burn, what's that? So you got Moses sees fire, burning bush that doesn't burn. Remember, he's seeing something, writing all this thousands of years ago, and he has no words in his lexicon like radiation, like a burst of radiation. So he sees a fire in the bush. This is all in the biblical prophetic narrative. When the children of Israel are in wandering, they leave Egypt. What guides them by night? A pillar of fire. Think about that, a pillar of fire. During the day of Pentecost, after Jesus' resurrection, where the Holy Spirit is given to the apostles in the upper room, what appears over their heads like tongues of flame? I could go on, but it's there. It's absolutely there. So in my presentation coming up this week, but also in our film. And I want to give a shout out to my business partner, Gil Zimmerman, who really brought the film across the finish line. You know, we spent a year editing this thing, and we got some amazing footage from out of Israel, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. But the Shroud of, what really nails it down, and no one ever talks about this, there's another artifact that's been in Oviedo, Spain since the 7th century.
And what is that?
That's called the Sudarium of Oviedo. So in the gospel accounts, Peter walks in, runs into the tomb, body's not there. The shroud's there, and next to it, apart from it, is a cloth that's folded up. And it says right in the gospel narrative, it's a face cloth. So when they took him down from the cross, he's totally dead. It's not a swoon deal. He's dead. The Romans wouldn't let you take down the body unless you were dead. He's dead. How do you kill God? That's a 3-hour discussion. No one saw it coming. Not the two Marys, not John, not Peter, not the dragon, i.e. Satan. Nobody got it. Nobody understood it. How do you kill God? He's fully God and fully man. That's the mystery. And by doing this, he completely blows the whole dominion of the dragon apart. It's over. It's checkmate. But I digress. The face cloth was folded up in the tomb, the Sudarium. So when they take him down off the cross, they wrap the head in this cloth. The cloth has his blood on it. Anything with blood has to go back into the tomb. The Sudarium of Oviedo, this face cloth has just blood on it. It doesn't look anything like the shroud because it was separate from the body. But and you can only do this in modernity. The next point I'm going to make, you can only do this in the modern era. You go back 150 years ago, you couldn't do this. You can take this Sudarium of Oviedo and superimpose that over the face of the Shroud of Turin, the one from like when Secondo Pia takes the picture.
Mm-hmm.
The negative image is a positive image. How was that done? No one's ever been able to show that, ever, ever, ever. The Sudarium has 120 points of congruency, George. 120 points of congruency. So that shroud, and by the way, the Sudarium, AB blood, shroud, AB blood. And then you overlay it, 120 points of congruency. So that Sudarium, that face cloth, was over the man on the shroud, no doubt about it. So it blows the whole carbon-14 dating thing right out of the water. But even more than that, you know, people will go and you'll see these headlines, Shroud of Turin proven fake again. You want to talk about fake news and complete dishonesty and the press? They never talk about, the media, for the most part, never discusses the fact that the carbon-14 dating was completely skewed. And that's been proven. I mean, without a shadow of a doubt, that's been proven. So they have the shroud and they were supposed to take 3 different samples from 3 different parts of the shroud. And we got this from Barry Schwartz, the Honorable Barry Schwartz. He passed away a couple of years ago now. It's unbelievable. He's in our film on the shroud. And, you know, thank Richard Shaw, my late business partner. He passed away. So it's kind of, you know, it's not lost on me. People are leaving. But Barry told us that when that C14 dating team came in to take the samples, they were all, the guys in the suits come in, they shoo everybody out of the room. The protocols which were set in place, completely abandoned. Oh, you can take this one little sample from this corner of the shroud, which is what they did. And friends of ours, and this is all in the film, Joe Marino, who now heads up shroud.com, the late Barry Schwartz bequeathed his website, shroud.com, over to Joe Marino. So Joe Marino is married to his wife, Sue. Joe Marino was a monk in a monastery. And he meets Sue online for their mutual interest about the shroud. He falls in love, she falls in love, they get married. They write a paper saying that their research, this is all because they don't have the sample, they're saying that their research, they believe that the sample that was from the shroud was skewed. And the reason for this is it was a 15th century repair to the shroud. Sure enough, Ray Rogers goes in, who was part of the Shroud of Turin Research Project team, 1978, and he's got a sample right next to the carbon-14 sample, like right next to it, like an inch away. And he looks at it, and he's thinking to himself, well, I can disprove this in, 15 seconds. And he gets his microscope, and he looks down. Sure enough, what he sees is reweaving cotton fibers dyed to look like the linen fibers. So it's a patch job, which completely blows the C-14 dating. And we got this from Barry Schwartz. There was £1 million. Remember, this is 1982. It's a lot of money. £1 million donation to Oxford. I believe it was to Oxford University.
Wow.
By an unknown donor for proving the shroud was fake. Just saying. That's the truth.
When
Go ahead.
when Jesus was carrying the crucifix to the mount, and he was helped by Simon of Cyrene, a lady ran up to him, I hear, and put a cloth around Jesus' face and wiped his face, and came away with an imprint. Did you ever hear that story?
Yeah, that's called the Veil of Veronica. I kind of sidestepped that because to me it kind of obfuscates the shroud. The shroud is a whole different deal. It's like a sudarium. A sudarium is just this bloody towel, this bloody piece of cloth. I mean, it's just, who would keep a thing like that?
Right.
With Jewish burial law, you have to keep it because it's got the blood of the victim on it. So you have to bury it with the person. That was Jewish law. The Veil of Veronica is interesting. Mel Gibson used it in his Passion of the Christ. It is, part of it is legend. Part of it is, well, we're not sure. This is why the shroud is so, and think of this, Jordan. This is why the shroud is so important, that no one knew what this thing was. I mean, they could see an image of a man on it, a very faint image. And if you're really up close to it, you can't see it. You got to stand back about 6 feet away. And when you're there, you see this very faint image of a man who's in rigor mortis. He's in repose. He's dead. But when Secunda Pia, we show this in the film, when Secunda Pia took the first pictures of it in 1898, he's in the dark room, and it's not like the iPhones today. Click, there's the picture.
Yeah.
He's developing the glass plate, and it's of the headshot. And what happens is, as that picture rises to the surface, it's the face of Jesus, and he's like, "What?" And when you look at the shroud, and you see the brutal scourging, when you see where the nails go, most pictures, paintings, whatever, show the nails in the palm. Well, that's not how it happened. And Barry Schwartz gets into this whole thing. In Roman crucifixion, it would come at an angle. They would start it here, but then it comes out at the back of the wrist. So it's not, it's just here. Yeah. And it's like excruciating. And then the feet are laid on top of each other and the spike goes in.
They tortured him, didn't they?
Complete torture. I mean, when I was editing the film and I got to the scourging part, I just broke down and wept. I mean, I don't care what you've done. It's just unbelievable. And he didn't do anything. I mean, the whole, bogus charges and everything else, there was nothing there. And that's a 3-hour conversation. But yeah, the scourging is incredibly brutal. The shroud is forensic evidence of the greatest event in history. And the reason why the media goes up against it, because if the shroud is true, if it is really God's calling card, it's forensic evidence of the greatest event in all of history, the resurrection of the fully God, fully
until the end of time, it's the greatest event.
That's it. I mean, that's it. There's nothing for Buddha, nothing for Krishna, nothing for anybody else. Nobody's ever done this. Nobody. And we've got forensic proof of it. Isn't it just kind of like the Lord? Isn't it kind of like God to go, a lot of skeptics out there. I'm just going to keep this artifact kind of hidden until the 19th century. And then into the 20th century, and once Secunda Pia took that picture, firestorm, people flew in from all over the world. Protestant, Jews, Catholics, I mean, everybody flew in because all of a sudden this thing had been hidden for almost 2,000 years. Nobody knew what was there. Secunda Pia does the picture, develops this thing. It's a photographic negative. How would a 15th century forger know that unless he's a time traveler? It's the real deal.
It's a miracle, Allah, that nobody destroyed it.
Yes and no. You got to remember that, and Barry Schwartz talks about this, people, the apostles who took these artifacts, and they took the artifacts, they venerated this stuff. They didn't worship it, but they venerated it. They knew what it was. And so that when Jerusalem was destroyed in AD 70 by Titus, the Christians had already left the city of Jerusalem.
They were long gone.
Yeah, long gone. And there's a map where the whole thing goes. The Knights Templar at some point, and that's where the Knights Templar created this. Well, if it created it, show me how they did it. And no one. There's actually right now there's £1 million or $1 million reward for anybody who can duplicate the shroud. And guess what? There are no takers. I mean, just show us how you do it. So yeah, I believe. We interviewed Dame Isabel Pixick. She's also passed away. We actually dedicated the film to Barry Schwartz and Dame Isabel Pixick. Dame Isabel was incredible because she's a particle physicist, and her murals, she's an artist, a painter. Her murals hang in museums and in the Vatican. She's unbelievable.
Where can people see the film?
Just go to the website, lamarzulli.com. There's links to streaming. You can stream it for $4.99.
That's not bad at all. Let's move on to Egypt for a second. What in God's name have they found under the Giza pyramids?
This rewrites history. I mean, it rewrites history. And what really bothers me, with all due respect, to Zawi Hawass, and I understand that, you guys need to dig and dig now. Go underneath the pyramids and see what's there. And if you dig down and you find the shafts that Biondi and Malega are talking about, then we've got a real problem here. I interviewed Gary Stearman. I call him my elder brother. He turns 87, and just this year he's 87 years old. And Gary's the head of Prophecy Watchers. And when we discussed this whole thing, Robert Schoch, and I know you've had him on the show before.
He's coming on next week, as a matter of fact.
There you go. And tell him I said hi. He's a great guy. But Robert Schoch with the Sphinx, I mean, to me, that work is crucial because it shows that this is not weathering from the sandstorms of millennia. This is water erosion, and it happened very quickly. And of course, all the Egyptologists go, "Oh my gosh," because it blows their whole paradigm out of the water. The reason why people like Zawi Hawass and Egyptologists don't like this new information, because it completely blows out everything that we know about the ancient world, and certainly about Egypt. I know you had Mr. Dunn on last week, I think, and he talked about the Giza Plateau, the power plant. That's exactly what I think it was.
Yeah.
Most people don't know this, but the Great Pyramid of Giza is an 8-sided pyramid. It's not 4 sides; it's 8 sides. It's concave. It goes in, and they didn't discover this till an airplane flew over it at the turn of the 20th century. So it's like and then the limestone casing. Gary Stearman believes, as I do, that it was optically perfect. That's the first thing. How was that constructed? Why would it be optically perfect? And this was a power plant. And what I showed to the Italian scientists, they came on my little podcast and we did a discussion on it. But I sent them a link to what a modern day centrifuge looks like. It's identical to what they discovered. It's a column with a spiral that goes down like this. It's a spiral on the column, and those 8 columns which go down 2,100 feet. And but most people don't understand either, is there were 2 satellites by 2 different companies with the camera, with the Muon. I don't want to use the word photography, but scientific instruments to go down and penetrate. 2 satellites going over the Giza Plateau by 2 different companies, and they did multiple passes. This wasn't a single flyby.
Hold on for a second, L.A. We'll talk more about the Giza Plateau and take calls when we come right back with L.A. Marzulli on Coast to Coast AM.
Join the Coast to Coast AM Facebook page with thousands of members. It's great for show updates and connecting with other fans. Go to facebook.com/Coast to Coast AM and click the like button.
Your home. It's where you live, you sleep, you eat, and you breathe. Shouldn't it be healthy and safe for your family? To be truly healthy, your home needs to be bug and critter free. Who knows what germs they bring in? Yuck! Hey, it's Christina Epwords. I trust Breda Pest Management to protect my home inside and out because a pest-free home is a healthy home. Don't settle for the 5-minute, outside-only, spray-and-pray approach to pest control because that's not protection. That is not a healthy home. Some of the other companies have given up on the inside of your home, but not Breda. They know a healthy home requires protection inside and out. It's the gross, germy bugs inside you want gone. So let the local folks from Breda in, and they'll keep those pests out. Breda, they handle bugs and critters for a healthy home. BREDApest.com.
Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.
When your air conditioner or furnace breaks down, the last thing you need is more surprises. That's why at Jape Services, you'll always get a free estimate with honest, upfront pricing. Hi, this is Daniel Jape, and we've helped thousands of your friends and neighbors with their heating and cooling needs, and our reputation depends on offering the best solution. Whether you need maintenance, repairs, or a new system, call the company you can trust, Jape Services.
Count on us, Jape Services.
Here's a money-saving pro tip to keep your heating system running efficiently and avoid costly breakdowns. For just $29, you can schedule your fall checkup with TE Certified Electrical Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Chris Chandler here. Don't miss this exclusive new customer offer. Just $29 for a TE Certified Fall Checkup. Hurry, offer ends October 31st.
TE Certified, we love your home.
WSB Atlanta, WSB BFM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk. News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
The hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Michael Toscano. With Israel's final approval of the deal with Hamas for a ceasefire in Gaza and hostage release, the Israeli military has 24 hours to pull back its forces to an agreed-upon line. President Trump commented on his plan moving forward.
And the amazing thing is all of the countries over there, from Qatar to Saudi Arabia to UAE to all of them, I mean, the rich ones, the less than rich ones, they've all come together, something which is amazing, actually.
Eager for the bloodshed, displacement, and destruction to stop, many Palestinians in Gaza are relieved, as we hear from correspondent Deborah Patek.
The feeling is indescribable, said Noor al-Shafnubi. Thank God the war has ended, and we are alive. And Shah Ahmed had already started imagining her future once again. I'm so happy the war is over, she said. I hope I can return to my normal life, my school, and my home.
The government shutdown here is running right into what's expected to be a busy time for air travel. CBS's Chris Van Cleve says that may mean delays.
The FAA expects nearly 52,000 scheduled flights Friday as millions of Americans will look to enjoy the first long holiday weekend this fall. But it comes with some uncertainty for travelers because that spike in flyers comes as the FAA is grappling with an increase in sick calls since the government shutdown.
President Trump's effort to deploy National Guard troops in Chicago has hit a 2-week delay.
A federal judge rules there is no credible evidence of an organized rebellion in Illinois and, for 2 weeks, blocks deployment of National Guard troops. Attorney General Kwame Raoul.
This is an important decision not just for the state of Illinois, but for the entire country.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says the administration is not giving up.
We're purchasing more buildings in Chicago to operate out of.
Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News, Chicago.
A federal prosecutor handpicked by President Trump has secured a grand jury indictment in Virginia against New York Attorney General Letitia James for mortgage fraud. CBS's Erica Brown has more.
Last year, Letitia James secured a civil judgment of hundreds of millions of dollars against then former President Trump and his business for fraudulently inflating real estate assets. But an appeals court later tossed out the judgment.
The fraud verdict itself against Trump's company remains, however. Loyola University in Chicago says Sister Jean Dolores Schmidt, beloved chaplain of the men's basketball team, has died at the age of 106. Loyola President Mark Reed praises her as a source of wisdom and grace for over 60 years. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
By executive order from Rufus, the Findlay Roofing chief barking officer, they're rolling rolling out a $1,000 discount on your Findlay roof replacement. Hey, it's Dave Baker for the only roofer I answer the door for, Findlay Roofing, the roof guys. Stop repairing the leaks and dragging your feet. Now is the best time to replace that old, leaky, haunted roof and save 1,000 bones. Findlay has replaced over 65,000 roofs locally. That's no trick. It's just high-quality work, upfront pricing, and exceptional service. Findlay goes the distance. They're the extra effort experts, making sure you have a remarkable roof replacement experience. Findlay also has 0% financing available, and for a limited time, you can save $1,000 on your roof replacement. Hurry! You need to shake on this deal by Halloween. Schedule your free roof analysis at FindlayRoofing.com.
They want another review.
And here you are getting your news, weather, and traffic on WSB. As a small business owner, you might be thinking,
if only the hundreds of thousands of WSB listeners knew that my business is perfect for their needs.
Growing your business is easier than you think. Most of the successful and respected brands you hear advertising on WSB grew their leads and revenue connecting with our listeners.
Brands like Coolray, Breda Pest Management, and Findlay Roofing. They built relationships with the listeners who tried their products, loved them, and told their friends. This could be your business.
It's easier than you think because it's what we do. Customize advertising campaigns to increase your leads and revenue.
WSB has a team of creative brand builders who know how to get your message out and grow your business.
Join the elite Atlanta small businesses that grew to the next level thanks to WSB. Just go to WSBradio.com and click the advertise button in the top navigation bar, and someone will contact you shortly. Grow your business the right way with WSB Radio.
Hi, I'm Joyce. I run the community garden, spoil my grandkids, and I'm a lifelong Georgia native. As a realtor, I help military families settle in and feel at home. I love to show you around. Just like you, I'm rooted in Georgia.
Visit GeorgiaRooted.com to learn more.
The Georgia Department of Transportation and Governor's Office of Highway Safety remind drivers and pedestrians to share the road. Georgia law requires drivers to stop for pedestrians in crosswalks. Drive safely so everyone can cross safely. See and be seen. Pedestrians should use crosswalks when available, cross at an intersection, and wear bright-colored clothing when walking at night. Whether behind the wheel or on foot, expect the unexpected. Drive the speed limit, heads up, phones down, and look before you cross.
Finding trustworthy people to properly fix your septic system can seem hopeless. Hi, I'm Shannon, owner of Scorpion Septic. Don't give up hope. Just read some of our 5-star reviews. Your neighbors know my trustworthy team will solve your septic problems on the spot.
Take the sting out of septic service with Scorpion Septic. Never a pump out charge with your repair. Get a free quote at ScorpionSepticServices.com.
ScorpionSepticServices.com.
I love companies who respect my time. NG Turf is a family-owned company that delivers fresh, locally grown sod on your time, including Saturdays and without any fees. Sod is harvested from their farms around Atlanta and delivered fresh on their own trucks, direct to homeowners. NGTurf.com.
107 in the Coolray Carrier Traffic Center. Heads up for 25 southbound in the Decatur-DeKalb region. A right lane on the inner loop knocked out for road work near exit 44, Glenwood and the I-20 interchange. Also 85 northbound in Doraville, short a right lane at North Crest and Pleasantdale Road for an earlier crash. Expect delays as you head towards Gwinnett, Buford Highway 29 to avoid this and the cone zone that awaits you on near Jimmy Carter Boulevard in Norcross. Jay Holloway, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly cloudy skies for Friday. Morning lows in the low 50s. Daytime highs in the upper 60s to low 70s. Sunshine on Saturday. Morning low 55. Afternoon high 76. Sunday mostly sunny. High 79.
All right, here's what's happening. Thousands of jubilant Israelis gathered into Tel Aviv Square, hopeful for the return of hostages held in Gaza after 2 years of fear and worry. Many wearing stickers reading, "They're coming back," waving Israeli and U.S. flags and clutching photos of the hostages after Israel and Hamas reached a U.S. brokered deal of a hostage release and truce deal in a major step towards ending the war. The hostages could be released within a few days. A lot of this had to do with Donald Trump putting together the deal. Congratulations. Fingers crossed. California is banning certain ultra-processed foods from public school meals starting in July of 2035 after signing the Real Food Healthy Kids Act on October 8th of this year. The law requires the state to develop a definition of these ultra-processed foods and identify a subgroup of especially harmful ones by 2028, with schools needing to phase them out beginning in 2029 and then fully ban them by 2035 deadline. Douglas Mulhall, author of Discovering the Nature of Longevity, with us here. Douglas, why is it going to take them so long?
Yeah, George, that's a real good question. But the good news is that Republicans and Democrats finally agreed on something. Isn't that amazing? And, it was almost unanimous. Start protecting kids from ultra-processed foods in school. Now, although that's going to take a long time, California is still the first state in the country to officially move in that direction by defining what those foods are and which ones should be banned. The new law defines ultra-processed food as having ingredients like non-nutritious sweeteners, high saturated fats, sodium, extra sugar, stabilizers and thickeners, flavor enhancers, many food dyes. You might recall we did a story about that, and more. Now, George, this is the umpteenth time you and I have talked about ultra-processed foods, so it is a step forward to see actually these foods being defined so that they can start doing something about them. These are big contributors to the total stress load that triggers most of our chronic diseases today. But like you said, there's a downside. Eliminating these foods from the school supply isn't going to be quick. You already mentioned that. And, the other thing is that it only applies to schools rather than the general public or, selling in stores. So we still have a long way to go, George.
We sure do. And what's new with the Discovering the Nature of Longevity?
Well, anybody can get it. This total stress load is the most important thing in people's health. And it's on Amazon, and you can read more about it at www.calcify.com. That's CALCIFY.com.
Super. Thanks, Douglas. Elon Musk's race to dominate our planet's orbit with his satellite constellations is creating tons of space junk. Enough of it, in fact, that we might want to start looking up. According to Smithsonian astrophysicist Jonathan McDowell, there are now one or two of these Starlink satellites falling back to Earth every single day. And that figure, according to him, is only going to keep climbing. The alarming statistic underscores the concerns around rapidly populating the planet's low Earth orbit with expendable satellites. Elon Musk's SpaceX has been launching thousands of them there using his reusable rockets since 2019, and more than 8,000 currently in operation. Can you believe that? What else is going on in the skies? Let's check in with the expert, Kevin Randall. Hi, Kevin.
Hi, George. How you doing?
Okay, buddy. How are you?
I'm good. And almost from the beginning of the modern era of UFO sightings, there have been talk of alien bodies recovered from the site of UFO crashes. And this is one of the most controversial areas of UFO research. It's been contaminated by some early hoaxes, and it was Len Stringfield who created a situation where we would investigate these tales of bodies recovered rather than just reject them out of hand. These stories have entered the mainstream, including the House of Representatives. A political journalist, Matt Laszlo, interviewed Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, who seems to have lost the trust of the whistleblowers, probably because hearings have been canceled. Some of the whistleblowers have not been called to testify, and there are those who have suggested the AARO be disbanded with the eye of turning the investigation function over to the FBI. It seems that Laszlo and Luna had a somewhat contentious conversation where she told him that she can't talk about bodies that she and Matt Gaetz saw. It is a bit of a vague statement by Luna, but she also said, and I quote, "I cannot discuss these things, and you know that," end quote. However, while some sources claim that Luna and Gaetz were in a classified briefing, but it also seems that both dispute having seen bodies, but then both refuse to comment on the contents of the briefings, and both seem to have said they didn't see bodies. In a world where half-truths are important by saying they didn't see bodies, which is not quite the same thing as saying they didn't see a film or photographs of alien bodies, It could mean that they did see pictures, given some of the weasel-worded statements that have been made recently and some of the outright hostility directed at the thought of providing unbiased investigations. We are no closer to disclosure than we were when the Roswell crash crafted back in 1947. According to Laszlo, Luna has now tried to block his access to the task force, which he said was the same as a gag order. Laszlo said that he was blocked from the UAP caucus investigations, contradicting Luna's promise of transparency. I'll note here that we have first-hand testimony from high-ranking Army Air Forces officers and several NCOs that bodies were recovered at Roswell. And why there are those who comment about all of this without having reviewed the evidence and who say that nothing alien has been recovered, there's just too much smoke for that to be some kind of fire. The change from UFO, which was came about to mean, or the UFO came to mean that the alien spacecraft as opposed to something unidentified, to UAP, which covers a great deal of ground, can lead to a sense, a resolution of a problem, meaning that not every UAP is an alien spacecraft. Stan Gordon, on his UFO Anomaly Zone's website, has published reports of what are known as orbs. Gordon wrote, and I quote, "I am of the opinion that these low-level orbs cases represent one of the most important parts of the UFO-UAP mystery, and that these cases require more attention," end quote. He reported, and I quote again, "On the evening of January 13, 2025, in Clearfield County, Pennsylvania, a witness had just opened the car door when a very bright round object was observed. The object appeared to be a solid white sphere that was positioned over some small trees nearby. The object was estimated to be about 20 feet off the ground, and the object rapidly accelerated straight up into the sky," end quote. Investigation by John Brown provided some additional information. He noted, and I quote again, "There was about 3 inches of snow on the ground in his yard, but in the area where the object was seen was a circle of melted snow about 5 feet across. The orb did leave some kind of apparent indirect physical evidence of its passing because of the melted snow. No explanation for the sighting has been offered." And that's what we have for tonight, George.
Kevin, 3 years ago, you wrote a book called Understanding Roswell. Has the story changed much from that time period?
Well, the book, it expanded on some of the things that have been talked about in the Roswell case, and gave some of the biographies of the officers who were involved in it. So it kind of expanded it out from there. But the general story is everybody agrees something fell at Roswell. There has been no credible terrestrial explanation offered for it. What's the next step we can take? It's into the extraterrestrial. I'd like something a little bit more concrete, but right now we have almost every officer on the primary staff of Colonel Blanchard, who was in Roswell in 1947, telling us it was extraterrestrial, or they'd seen bodies and things like that. Well, there's one exception, and he was just bothered by all the people calling him and wanted them to stop calling him. So we've got some good testimonies from very high-ranking people who, I guess, kind of risked their pensions and their careers by assisting Don and me when we were doing the investigation. Major Edwin Easley, who was a provost marshal at the time, I asked him if we were following the right path, and Major Easley said, "What do you mean?" And I said, "We think it's extraterrestrial." And Easley said, "It's not the wrong path." So we've got a high-ranking officer who is involved telling us that the extraterrestrial is the right path to follow.
Keep down that road for us, Kevin. Thank you very much. In a moment, prophecy expert Benjamin Baruch back with us. We will talk about the state of affairs of the world next on Coast to Coast AM.
Some big news from Newsmax. Just before Charlie Kirk died, he issued a stark warning of terrifying dangers and threats ahead for those who stand for truth. Charlie wrote this in his last published work, the foreword for the new book, Pagan Threat. Authored by Pastor Lucas Miles, Charlie said that Pagan Threat could save America. Charlie said you must read, internalize, and share this book. It has the plan to stop the wokeism infecting America. Already a #1 Amazon bestseller, Pagan Threat is available wherever books are sold. Get Pagan Threat free with Newsmax's special offer and save $30. Go online now to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com. Millions are tuning into Newsmax on all major cable systems. They're downloading our free Newsmax app on their smartphones. And they're getting Pagan Threat to see Charlie Kirk's final words. Go today to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com.
Real people, real stories.
I have bruising that's all over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, and I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivore.
I've got a Labrador. She could hardly lift herself up off the floor. I won't tell you what the veterinarian said, but the treatment was chemotherapy. And I said, no way. That's when I said, you know what, this could be the ticket. So I started administering it, and she took to it right away. In 3 weeks, you could tell she was very alert. 6 weeks into the protocol, she seemed like she was 100%. She was going on 5-mile walks. I'm like, my goodness, she is just like prime again.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's carnivora.com.
And welcome back to Coast. George Noory with you. Benjamin Baruch back with us, former military intelligence analyst. He works as a business consultant in the tax and finance field, advising some of the nation's largest real estate companies. He has an undergraduate studies degree at UCLA, where he focused on international finance and economics. He's got several books out, including The Day of the Lord is at Hand, The New Tactics of Global War, and The Day of the Lord has Come, second edition. Benjamin Baruch back on Coast to Coast. Benjamin, how you doing?
I'm great. Good to be back, George.
Good to have you back. You've been in high demand. We've been getting emails from people over the last year saying, get him back on. And here you are.
Well, I'm delighted to be back. Thank you very much.
Back in November of 2019, you were on with us, and we were talking about how you believed the world would change forever. You were right. COVID hit. How did you feel that? How did you see that?
Well, I knew that the year 2020 was the 70th year, the final year of America's reign over the nations as end-time Babylon, and that prophecy is in Jeremiah 25, verse 12. And so I knew the clock was running, and I knew March 22nd was the Burning Man ritual of the Dark Ones. And so I knew they were going to begin the transformation of the world and of our country. I didn't know what would happen. I had no idea they would use a bioweapon. But I knew that something had been planned, and it would be dramatic, and it would change the world forever.
Yeah, and it sure did, too. It did dramatically. How did you get interested in biblical prophecy?
Well, I got saved, and I met the Lord in 1971. I was 14 years old, and I started attending a Bible study on the book of Daniel, and I quickly learned that I was living in the last days and that Jesus would come back sometime during my lifetime. And I thought, well, that is absolutely fascinating. I really want to study this further. And I guess I devoted my life to studying Bible prophecy.
It seems that things are going to calm down between Israel and Hamas. I sure hope so, and we get these hostages released. But today, Russia has been bombing away at the Ukraine, hitting energy infrastructure. It's still a mess. I'm concerned, and a lot of European countries are concerned, that World War III is right on the horizon. How do you feel about that?
I think that is a certainty. I think you can prove the timing from Bible prophecy. And it's months away. It's not years away. It could be weeks away. The latest decision by President Trump to provide Tomahawk missiles to Ukraine, which would require U.S. guidance assistance, has angered the Russians to the point that they have responded publicly and said, if we observe Tomahawk missiles coming at Russia, and they use the words, we will launch on warning, and the launch they're talking about is not conventional weapons.
And of course, we would respond, and we've destroyed the planet.
Well, that's what is the common storyline sold to the American people. That's the old mutually assured destruction theory from the 1950s. And it was absolutely a reality in, decades ago when I was growing up in the 60s and the 70s. Yeah, that was very real. It was even real in the 80s, and perhaps even the 90s. That is not a reality today. The advances in the technology of fifth generation weapons has created a gap in our defenses, a vulnerability that is not commonly understood by the American public.
Where does China fit into this, Benjamin?
China and Russia have been in a formal alliance since the 1990s. I was told that by Colonel Stanislav Lunev, who defected to the U.S. in the late 90s, and he was actually the senior officer in charge of planning World War III for over 30 years, working in the Kremlin with a team of several hundred analysts. And George, they studied America so closely. It's not an exaggeration to say Colonel Lunev knows more about the United States of America than I do or you do. For example, he laid out on a tablecloth, a paper tablecloth, he drew a map of the continental United States, and he literally laid out the attack plan that they had formulated, and maybe it's been modified slightly, but their plan is a surprise attack, George, in the middle of the night.
Isn't he the one who talked about suitcase nukes in the country?
Yes, he did. Yeah, he disclosed that small, satchel-sized nuclear weapons have been brought into our country, and senior officers in our Department of Defense have confidentially stated that they believe there are as many as 9 of them in the hands of terrorist organizations today.
When we talk about biblical prophecy, Benjamin, the Bible was written thousands of years ago. Where do we stand today? How did the Bible know? How did they understand the prophecy of our future? Or were they just talking about themselves?
Well, no, it's a great question. The reason Bible prophecy is so accurate, and we can get into the actual calculations of the window of time that we're now entering into and how you can prove it from the scriptures. But the reason that it's so accurate is it was actually written by the inspiration of the Holy Spirit. It wasn't just words written by men. These are the words of God, and God foreknew the entire history of the world before it happened. And so, Bible prophecy is amazingly accurate. The prophecies that Jesus Christ himself fulfilled number something like over 400. And, it would be impossible for some imposter to try to do that, intentionally without being the Messiah of Israel. And, it is amazing. I mean, there are people who've been taught that, we somehow evolved. A large, big clump of dirt blew up and formed the universe. I call it the dirt clod theory. There was a big dirt clod in the middle of nothing. It exploded, and you and I ended up talking on the Coast to Coast program. The probability of that occurring scientifically is 1 in infinity, just based on modern genetic science. The evolution of our various species require the alteration of DNA by random radiation outside of the organism. We know from modern genetics that if you expose DNA to radiation 9,999 times out of 10,000, you get death or deformation. You don't get a betterment. So the odds of each evolutionary step being successful are actually 1 in 10,000. And with 5 billion evolutionary steps required just of our species, let alone the other 93 million species that had to randomly evolve over time in a perfectly balanced ecosystem to support all these life forms, the odds of this occurring are 1 in 23 million pages of paper filled with zeros using a 12 font, which is a number.
Wow.
There's no measurement for this number. And I've debated this with the PhDs at UCLA in biology. And they told me, they said, we agree with you. We understand the calculation. It's 1 in 10,000 to the 5 billionth power. It's the definition of 1 over infinity, which is the definition of zero, nada. It didn't happen that way. Something created the universe, someone called God. And the only question is, who is this God? Created this universe. That's a scientific fact. But the PhDs at UCLA told me, well, we agree with you that the odds of evolution are 1 in infinity, but we don't believe in God, and we are here, therefore we have to go with evolution.
We're going to take a short break, Benjamin. Hold on for a second. We'll be back in a moment to talk more about biblical prophecy in your latest book called The Day of the Lord Has Come, the second edition. We'll be back in a moment with Benjamin Baruch on Coast to Coast AM.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
The agency has arrived in Atlanta. This is Deborah Morton, host of Inside Georgia Real Estate on WSB. This is a huge opportunity for top agents to join the firm that's redefining real estate. Be part of the disruption. Go to InsideGeorgiaRealEstate.com.
What you walk on in your home should be wonderful.
Hi, I'm Michael, proud founder of Authentic Hardwood Flooring. Are your worn-out floors on Santa's naughty list? If you're hosting this holiday, get beautiful new floors in time for the holiday get-togethers. Our promise is to make the flooring process painless for you. Our focus is to make your flooring perfect.
Authentic Hardwood Flooring offers high-quality craftsmanship with an exceptional customer experience. AuthenticHardwoodFlooring.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
One of the biggest repairs on your biggest investment would be the foundation on your home. Mark Beckham here with Atlanta Ramjack. Other companies offer many different services and then try to upsell their customers something they don't even need. That's not what Atlanta Ramjack does. Foundation repair is all we do. We send only the most trained experts in the field and give you the best materials and an honest appraisal of what your real problem is, not more than what you need. Schedule your free estimate today at atlantaramjack.com.
They want another review.
And here you are getting your news, weather, and traffic on WSB. As a small business owner, you might be thinking,
if only the hundreds of thousands of WSB listeners knew that my business is perfect for their needs.
Growing your business is easier than you think. Most of the successful and respected brands you hear advertising on WSB grew their leads and revenue connecting with our listeners.
Brands like Coolray, Breda Pest Management, and Finley Roofing. They built relationships with the listeners who tried their products, loved them, and told their friends. This could be your business.
It's easier than you think because it's what we do. Customize advertising campaigns to increase your leads and revenue.
WSB has a team of creative brand builders who know how to get your message out and grow your business.
Join the elite Atlanta small businesses that grew to the next level thanks to WSB. Just go to WSBRadio.com and click the Advertise button in the top navigation bar, and someone will contact you shortly. Grow your business the right way with WSB Radio.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
Other aspects of President Trump's plan. The president is optimistic.
We ended the war in Gaza and really, on a much bigger basis, created peace. And I think it's going to be a lasting peace, hopefully an everlasting peace. Peace in the Middle East.
Some air traffic controllers working without pay in the government shutdown are calling in sick. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy doesn't like it.
We need the best and the brightest, the dedicated controllers. And if we have some on our staff that aren't dedicated, like we need, we're going to let them go.
A federal judge in Illinois has blocked for 14 days deployment of National Guard troops in the Chicago area, ruling there is no evidence of a rebellion brewing against the government. Governor J.B. Pritzker says he plans to continue fighting the Trump administration.
We expect the president to follow the law. Do I also expect that they will push the law to its absolute limit, maybe even stepping over the
in place, and the bombing has not stopped. Just tonight, at least 6 people were killed and 40 missing following an Israeli strike on a home in Gaza City. Deborah Patter, CBS News, East Jerusalem.
For the second time in 2 weeks, a political foe of President Trump has been indicted on federal criminal charges.
When the news matters to you.
The massive project at 285 and Georgia 400 has been a big improvement.
95.5 WSB has you covered.
The latest incident comes when a SWAT team is called after a suspect.
Your 24/7 news
They
source.
had no ties to a gang.
When you need the story, all you need to do is listen. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's breaking news station.
Look Again is a simple message with a huge meaning. We want anyone who is transporting children, when you get out of your vehicle, please check the front and back seats. And before you walk away, look again. No time of year or for any amount of time is it good to leave a child alone in a vehicle. Also, lock your doors, even when you're at home. If you see a child left alone in a vehicle, immediately call 911. I'm Commissioner Amy Jacobs of the Georgia Department of Early Care and Learning, and the Governor's Office of Highway Safety are asking you to look again.
When you come home after being away, you see your home with fresh eyes. And eventually, you'll roll up to your old garage door and finally notice how chipped and faded that rusty old slab really is. But that's the first thing people see when they come visit. A 250 square foot bent aluminum lime green garage door that also squeaks. Welcome to our home. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Our design consultants can help you find a strong, quiet, modern garage door that anyone would be proud to come home to. Modern materials that won't crack, dent, or fade. In contemporary styles that showcase your home's design. Call Mo Better Garage and let us show you just how joyful arriving back home can be.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
135 in the Cool Ray Carrier Traffic Center. A couple of left lanes closed for construction on the downtown connector 7585 northbound to kick off the Friday morning ride near Freedom Parkway exit 248. Also left lanes lost to road maintenance 85 northbound in Norcross near exit 99. That's Jimmy Carter Boulevard for the drive through Gwinnett County. Jay Holloway, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly cloudy skies for Friday. Morning lows in the low 50s. Daytime highs in the upper 60s to low 70s. Sunshine on Saturday. Morning low 55. Afternoon high 76. Sunday mostly sunny. High 79.
Send them in to us. I'm going to give you the email address. It's ghoststories@coasttocoastam.com. Ghoststories@coasttocoastam.com. And we're going to rifle through those. We're going to pick a few. The ones we pick, we're going to call you back and we're going to have you read them yourself on the air right here on Coast to Coast.
And if you missed any of that, just go to the highlight reel at coasttocoastam.com. All that information is there for you. And of course, the Paranormal Podcast Network keeps cruising along, doesn't it, Tom?
It sure does. We're very proud of the shows we have on there. I have Captain Ron, host of the Beyond Contact podcast, with me right now. Ron, how are you?
I'm doing great, sir. How you doing?
Not too bad. So, new episodes of our podcasts come out on Fridays, and this week is your 73rd episode. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Absolutely. We've got Greg Bishop tomorrow, and he's a UFO researcher that's been doing it for about 35 years, and he's right in my wheelhouse. He's a very balanced, critical thinker and has a very objective look at the phenomenon.
Ron, truth is very important to me, and I know it's important to you, so I have a question for you. How do you feel about most of the experiencers you run into? Are they credible?
Yes, I actually feel that the vast majority are. There are certainly some that I feel much more skeptical about. But a lot of these people, you know how it is, Tom, when someone tells you looking face-to-face, eye-to-eye, you can kind of get a sense that they really, something happened to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I sure do. Listen, thanks for spending a few minutes with us tonight, and we're looking forward to your show that comes out tomorrow.
Thanks, buddy.
You got it. Well, listen, Captain, see you later. Thanks for spending a few minutes. Like I said, and folks, you can hear Ron's show and all the shows we have on the network by downloading the iHeartRadio app on your phone or by going to iHeartRadio.com. George?
Thank you, Tom. And here's something for you to build up that immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive Stem Cell Wellness Kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and Adaptostem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking Adaptostem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put Adaptostem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with Adaptostem and ImmuStem is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code GEORGE for free shipping.
Order now to get your free gift, Mental Clarity, Natural Support for Mental Sharpness. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com.
Every Sunday morning, my family piles onto the couch, coffee in hand, TV on, and wrapped in the softest blanket we own. The Bubble Cuddle blanket from Cozy Earth. It's plush, textured, and honestly, it feels like a cloud hug. And when it's time for bed, that's when Cozy Earth takes comfort to another level. Their bamboo sheets transformed our sleep. Made from bamboo, they're temperature regulating and moisture wicking, so we actually sleep cooler, silky, smooth, breathable, and built to last. It's like slipping into luxury every night. Plus, you can try them risk-free with a 100-night sleep trial and a 10-year warranty. Upgrade the place you spend the most time, your bed. Visit CozyEarth.com. Use my code Jesse for 20% off. That's CozyEarth.com, code Jesse. And if you get a post-purchase survey, let them know you heard about Cozy Earth from Jesse Kelly. Because home isn't where you live, it's how you feel. Let's go home with Cozy Earth.
I used to stand in the paint aisle staring at all those products and wondering which one actually worked. I wasted so much money on things that didn't help. Then I tried Blue Stop, and let me tell you, it works. It soothes my sore joints and stiff muscles fast, absorbs quickly, and even smells great. Millions of people already trust Blue Stop, and now I do too. No prescription, no waiting. It's on the shelf right now at Walmart. If you want real relief, choose Blue Stop and feel the difference. Blue Stop at Walmart today.
Rising debt, stock market swings, and global shocks can affect your retirement. But even in this economy, there's still opportunity. Protect your retirement with a secure, tax-advantaged gold IRA. Instead of leaving a 401k or IRA at the mercy of markets, hold physical gold or silver. Real protection for your future. And Noble Gold makes it simple. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com and chat with a specialist. The conversation is free, and the peace of mind is priceless. NobleGoldInvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals involves risk. Consult your financial advisor before making investment decisions.
And welcome back to Coast. George Noory along with Benjamin Baduk. Benjamin, biblical prophecy. Is it prophecy of things that could be or will be?
Will be. That which has been determined. That will surely come.
Oh, geez.
And it'll come right on time, too, George.
So you wrote a new edition of The Day of the Lord Has Come. Tell us about that.
Well, the first edition was published in 2024, and then a second report was issued about a year later in early 2025. I actually began writing the book as a memo to one of my favorite clients after receiving a series of intelligence reports from a number of different agencies of just how far close to the edge we were even back in 2024. And the memorandum got to about 70 pages, and it was full of detailed analysis, not Bible prophecy. And I realized this is going to turn into a book. Anyone interested in understanding what's really going on right now, I would encourage you to get a copy of The Day of the Lord Has Come second edition. Do not get the first edition, because the second is updated for all of the intel that came out from April of 24 until about July of 25. And there's some very critical information in the second edition. And George, this war could come so fast that I wouldn't expect to see any royalties on the book. Amazon pays them 60 days after the close of the month. So we're in October, the payment would be at the end of December. I don't think we have that long, George. It's certainly in the next 12 months, and I can show you how you can get to that as an absolute conclusion. But I want to make one point. The war that is about to occur, and it is a world war that is about to explode, it actually began with 9/11, which was an attack on the United States. And 6 weeks before 9/11, I saw the United States attacked by commercial airplanes, by United and American Airlines in a dream. And I knew the planes were being used to attack us because they were flying very low with the engines on full throttle and the landing gear wasn't down. And after the planes roared over my head back and forth, 2 from United, 2 from American, I was then shown the nuclear strike on the West Coast, and I saw the mushroom clouds, and the fallout began to come down, and I was catching it in my hands. And I woke up in the middle of the night, and a close friend, Jaron Nyquist, happened to be online. And so I got on the phone with Jeff and explained to him the dream. And I said, we're going to be attacked by United and American Airlines. It's going to start the next war. Could Russia disguise their bombers to look like United Airlines? Because I saw the planes and then bombs. He said, no, that'll never happen. And I said, well, I don't really understand it, but we're about to be attacked. Some kind of attacks coming using aircraft from both United and American Airlines. And it's going to start the next war. And it's not going to end. This war is going to go on for decades until it ends in World War III. And Jeff asked me, have you ever seen fallout before in the real world? Never. I've never attended an atomic test. Jeff said, well, you've described it perfectly. It looks like chips of whitish gray paint, the size of a nickel or a quarter. And it's got the minerals that have reconstituted orange and brown and yellow, just contorted within these just chips that flutter down from the sky. But I knew I'd seen the beginning and the end of the war. Well, we're looking at the end of the war in the next 12 months. And, how many wars are going on right now anyway, or how many dimensions of this world war are currently either in conflict or on the verge of conflict? I mean, let's just go down the list. There's war in Ukraine. There's war in Gaza. We've been at war with Yemen and Iran, and that's coming back. We're going to go to round 2 shortly. We've been at war with Lebanon and Hezbollah. There's been war in Syria, where we've actually got military forces in position to have military conflict with Venezuela. There's been war between India and Pakistan. China's threatening Taiwan. North Korea's saber rattling, and they possess nuclear weapons. The left versus the right in the U.S. are practically in a civil war. Islam in the West is at war in the UK and the EU. They're talking about war in the Balkans. There's cyber wars, AI wars, resource wars, currency wars. A time of unprecedented conflict has come upon the earth, and this time is known as the Day of the Lord. This is the time of the judgment of Almighty God. And there are prophecies that pinpoint this window, and there's 2 of them. One is the prophecy that Jesus gave us in the parable of the fig tree, which he told his disciples, go and learn the meaning of this parable. It was the only parable we were given as homework of the 40 parables recorded in Scripture. One was assigned as homework. Practically nobody studied the parable. I spent 30 years studying it. And in the parable, Jesus said, the generation that sees the rebirth of the fig tree, the rebirth of the state of Israel, would see the fulfillment of everything, which includes the second coming of the Lord. And So there's only two questions. When do you begin counting the rebirth of the state of Israel, and how long is the final generation? Well, King David in Psalm 49 revealed that a parable will be unveiled within the Psalms. Which parable? The most important parable, the fig tree parable. So what is the answer? Well, it turns out that the life expectancy of the current population in Israel is 82.7 years. And it turns out Psalm 82 verse 7 confirms it perfectly. The psalm deals with the judgment of God at the end of the age. And in verse 7, we are told, the Israeli people, you will die like men. Even though you are the children of God, you shall die as men. How do men die as a group? Based on life expectancy. So 82.7 is the key to the parable. Then the only question is, well, when do we begin counting? The Declaration of Statehood, May of 1948. No, that just started the War of Independence. The end of the war in the spring of 49? No, that began the negotiations for ceasefire agreements. By the fall of 1949, Israel went into a jubilee. The war had ended, the armistice agreements had been signed, and now Israel enjoyed a year of peace. And I can prove that is a jubilee year for our audience, but that jubilee ended in the fall of 1950.
And what does jubilee mean for us?
On the biblical calendar, every 7 years is a Sabbath year. After 7 Sabbath years, or 49 years, the 50th year is a jubilee. And under the law of the jubilee, all debts are forgiven. All property that's been foreclosed or lost is returned to the original tribes. And all slaves, if anybody sold themselves into slavery as a result of indebtedness, they also are set free. So it's a time of redemption, restoration, and freedom. Israel got their land back during a jubilee. Now, the experts who study these matters would tell you they don't know what year the jubilee is. I'm not sure how they're experts in a subject they know nothing about, but here's my thesis, that the rebirth of Israel would be within a jubilee. One of these years is a jubilee, and that at the same time, something related to the ministry of Jesus Christ would occur in a jubilee as well, because it's his life, death, and resurrection that is the reason that God has given us a jubilee spiritually, where we're set free from the slavery of sin, our debts are canceled, and we're restored to our relationship with the God that created us. So, you know, if 1948, 49 to 1950 is a possible Jubilee window, how does that correlate to the birth or the life of Jesus? The only thing it correlates to is the birth. Jesus was born in 2 BC. Sir Isaac Newton spent a life studying that question. He confirmed that the commandment of Artaxerxes commissioning Nehemiah and Ezra to go and rebuild the temple in 444 BC occurred precisely in that year, according to the prophecies in Daniel 9. After 62 of these 7-year periods, or 62 weeks, the Messiah would come. The 62 sevens is 434 years, but every 49 years is a jubilee. So we have 8 jubilees within the prophecy of the 62 weeks. That adds to 442 years, which puts the birth of Jesus in 2 BC. That correlates to the year 49 because there is no year 0. You have to subtract 1 when you go from 2, and you add 2 BC plus 50 is the year 49, or the year 1949, when the Jubilee of Israel's restoration began. The generation that would see these things, God doesn't start counting a generation for the people born on a single day. It's the people born during an entire year. The prophecy is life expectancy in years. We measure based on an entire year of birth. Even as you graduated from high school in a year, you're the class of 2008, or in my case, 1974. I'm dating myself. But the point being, it's the generation that was born during that Jubilee from 1949, the fall of 49 to the fall of 1950. That's the generation that came alive, and the counting begins from the end of that Jubilee.
Where does the Antichrist fit into this?
He's going to come to power immediately following World War III. World War III is going to result in catastrophic damage to the world's economy. The food production, food distribution will collapse. The financial system will collapse. And humanity will now be in a depression of unprecedented proportion. There's going to be starvation. There's going to be hardship. It's going to be a rough time. And the Antichrist will come forward and tell the world, we must have world government. We cannot fight another war. 2 billion people just died in World War III. We can never have another nuclear war. We can't do this again. We must create a one world democratic government, and they will. And a one world government will quickly come to power. The destruction of America is pictured in Daniel 7, the vision of 4 kingdoms that would come to power at the end of the age before the return of the Lord. The first was a lion, England, with eagle's wings, America, which came out of England. And then the eagle's wings are plucked. That's America's fall in World War III. And then the lion is lifted up above the earth, caused to stand on its feet as a man. And the heart of a man is given to the beast. And so the Antichrist kingdom comes to power following the fall of America in World War III. We will no longer be an economic or military superpower. But, George, I do have good news. The scripture is very clear. The United States of America is not going to lose this war. God is going to intervene, and the population that is left in the United States of America will not be conquered or subjugated.
But what is left, Benjamin? That's the question. What's left?
At least my estimates would be 30 to 50 million people will be left alive.
From 300 million?
360 million, yeah.
Oh, my God.
15%.
How could you say we win with that?
Well, we're not going to be conquered. The invading armies will flee, and we will remain free, and we'll be singing the battle hymn of the Republic.
But what's left?
Rid this nation. Pardon?
What's left?
I'm going to be left. My closest friends are going to be left. My kids are going to be left. And I'm sorry that there will be substantial casualties. I mean, World War II killed, 60 million people, 80 million people? This one's going to kill billions.
You'll be living without electricity, without buildings, without housing. Everything will be destroyed, won't it?
No, it's not going to be that severe. No.
So there'll still be places to go to?
Well, and God's going to intervene. Oh, absolutely, there'll be places to go to. Actually, for the remnant of God, these are our best days that are coming. It's a tale of two cities. For one group of people that just can't decide to see the truth, it'll be the worst of times. For the people who've embraced the truth, it's going to be the best of times. The Lord spoke to me audibly when I was shown these events, when I was actually translated into the future in 1996. And when he took me back to my living room, George, I reacted like you. I was literally hysterical. I was screaming. I fell on my face on the floor screaming, what must we do to be safe from what's coming? And he answered me audibly, and he was very calm. He said, I will protect that which is mine, and everything else will be destroyed. And so, that's what we're facing. It's a good time to, start reading your Bible. And if you don't have any faith, if you're an unbeliever, then pray to this God that you don't believe in and ask him to give you the gift of faith, because that's where faith comes from. And if you ask for it, you'll receive it. And you really want to come with us because we're going to be fine, okay? I'm sorry. I mean, it's just this reality. You don't want to go with the people that are going to be destroyed, because I don't know if you remember the song. This was from Midnight Oil back in the 80s. How can we dance when the earth is turning into the new age of the Antichrist? There'll be no dancing among the earth dwellers. And how can we sleep when our beds are burning? Well, the nuclear war is coming in the middle of the night for America. It'll be 2 a.m. in New York. It'll be 11 p.m. on the West Coast. It'll be 9 a.m. in Moscow when they launch these missiles. And the hypersonic missiles will come out of the submarines.
Gosh, no, absolutely. The subs are major battlefields there. We'll be back with more with Benjamin Baruch and your phone calls on Coast to Coast AM.
To find out where George Norrie's speaking, go to the coasttocoastam.com website, scroll down to the bottom, and click George's calendar.
Don't get fooled by window fiction.
It's Ted and Jonathan from North Georgia Replacement Windows. Now they're calling it vinyl composite, but no matter how they say it, vinyl windows are still bulky, cheap, and plastic.
Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows are beautiful, not big and bulky like vinyl composite windows.
Experience the fiberglass difference at your home or in our new Alpharetta showroom. 0% interest available.
Infinity from Marvin, replacement windows, yeah!
As you go through your end-of-season to-dos, add Call Castile Cooling and Heating to the checklist. You wouldn't send your kids to school unprepared, so don't send your air conditioner into hibernation without a checkup from our specialists. If you've noticed your system struggling, weird sounds, smells, or changes in airflow, let's fix it now. Right now, install a new HVAC system and get up to $2,000 in free upgrades and 0% interest financing. Book today, and help is on the way. CastileAir.com.
It's essential, complicated, and if it breaks, you could have a disgusting mess. Hi, I'm Shannon, owner of Scorpion Septic, and the experts you hear on the Home Fix-It Show. Slow drains, gurgling sounds, or pooling water and odors in the yard? Don't ignore these symptoms. Call us today.
Take the sting out of septic service with Scorpion Septic, where there is never a pump-out charge with your repair. Call for more information.
ScorpionSepticServices.com.
Your ride home gets dark earlier in the fall, making the constant road construction even more difficult to navigate, leading to several hundred accidents every day. Hey, it's Smilin' Mark McKay. If a negligent driver crashes into you, don't go it alone. Call the Strong Arm, John Foy and Associates, before you call your insurance company. They want to deny your claim and offer you a pitiful payout. With zero upfront costs, John Foy will fight to get all that you deserve. Call 24/7 for your free case evaluation. JohnFoy.com.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk. News, weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Toscano. The ceasefire in Gaza is due to go into effect early on Saturday in Gaza, 24 hours after the deal was approved by the Israeli government. Once that starts, the hostages should be released within 72 hours, as BBC's Hugo Bachega reports.
The exiled leader of Hamas, Khalil al-Hayya, said he had received guarantees from the United States and mediators that the war was over. This is obviously only the first part of that deal, that the plan that was put forward by President Trump last week. We know that many obstacles remain in the negotiations for a deal to see the end of the war in Gaza, but again, some optimism there from some Hamas officials saying that the war is over.
With phase one of President Trump's peace plan for Gaza going into effect, the part the U.S. will have is coming into focus. Correspondent Nancy Cordes has more on that from the White House.
Here's what we're learning this evening about the role that the U.S. military is going to play in stabilizing Gaza now. About 200 U.S. service members are going to work out of a new coordination center in Israel, and they'll be there to monitor the ceasefire, make sure it's being implemented properly, and to help facilitate the flow of humanitarian aid into Gaza.
President Trump's deployment of National Guard troops into the Chicago area has been paused for 14 days by a federal judge there. CBS's Nicole Skanga now on the legal issues involved there and with a similar battle over troop deployments in Portland, Oregon.
The court appeared skeptical of the government's broad claims, but also really recognized that the courts give the president deference in assessing security threats. And one judge noted, it's not our job to second guess whether the president reasonably believed here that his officers were at risk.
With Capitol Hill emptying out for a long holiday weekend, the government shutdown will stretch into next week. Correspondent Jared Hill spoke with Danielle McMahon from the Society of St. Vincent de Paul Phoenix, preparing to help unpaid workers.
Food banks across the country are stocking up, bracing for higher demand, with hundreds of thousands of federal workers and contractors going without pay.
Anytime someone suddenly doesn't receive a paycheck that they're expecting for their house and their livelihood, it can really cause a lot of stress.
The East Coast is bracing for a nor'easter with heavy rain this weekend. And CBS News meteorologist David Parkinson says the Southwest can expect potential flash flooding as soon as Friday and carrying on right through the end of the week.
Could be up to 2 to 4 inches of rain in spots. Won't be necessarily widespread, but in a desert area with a desert topography, it's really dangerous to get that much rain in such a short period of time.
This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Hey, I have got an exclusive, money-saving, $29 offer to keep your family safe and warm. Hey, it's Chris Chandler for TE, Certified Electrical, Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. After my fall checkup, I have total peace of mind, and you can too. New TE certified customers pay just $29 for a fall checkup. But hurry, offer ends October 31st.
TE certified, we love your home.
Every 36 seconds, a vehicle is stolen in the United States. Cars are an important investment, and you have the power to protect it. Remove valuables from your car or place out of view. Roll up your windows completely. Don't leave your car running while unattended, especially during the winter. And always lock your doors and take your keys or fob with you. If you know something about a vehicle theft, call us at 1-800-TEL-NICB.
This is a public service message from the National Insurance Crime Bureau.
When you come home after being away, you see your home with fresh eyes. And eventually, you'll roll up to your old garage door and finally notice how chipped and faded that rusty old slab really is. But that's the first thing people see when they come visit. A 250 square foot bent aluminum lime green garage door that also squeaks. Welcome to our home. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Our design consultants can help you find a strong, quiet, modern garage door that anyone would be proud to come home to. Modern materials that won't crack, dent, or fade. In contemporary styles that showcase your home's design. Call Mo Better Garage and let us show you just how joyful arriving back home can be.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
If you've been in a motorcycle accident, move swiftly to protect your rights. It's Eric Von Hessler, and I recommend Steel Horse Law, motorcycle injury lawyers who ride. They're 100% local, the only firm that's a major part of the North Georgia motorcycle community. At your next local bike night, ride, or charity event, stop by their booth and say hello. Steel Horse Law can help you get back on your feet, medical bills paid, back to work, and your case resolved. Request a free Rider's Advantage card at steelhorselaw.com.
Cooler weather, shorter days, busy schedules, all great reasons to treat your family to a Bullfrog hot tub from Brown's Pools and Spas. The perfect place to relax and unwind. Only Bullfrog offers the Jetpack Therapy System. Each seat is customized to fit every body in your family. Now through October 20th, receive a free premium water care upgrade, up to $1,500 in instant rebates, plus special financing for up to 120 months. Brown's Pools and Spas, celebrating 50 years of BrownsPools.com.
Israel and Hamas agreed to a ceasefire.
And Israel will withdraw their troops to an agreed-upon line as the first steps towards a strong, durable, and everlasting peace.
Is a historic peace within reach.
There's huge momentum here, but this is no guarantee.
Will it hold?
Israeli Prime Minister calls it a great day.
For the latest, listen often throughout the day.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's breaking news station.
206 in the Cougar Carrier Traffic Center. Heads up for a hard stop 20 westbound in Decatur. Road work taking place near exit 68, that's Wesley Chapel Road, in the perimeter of 285, blocking all lanes at times. And this is one of those moments. Covenant Highway is your go-to right now if you're driving west through DeKalb County, coming in from Conyers, Stonecrest, or Lithonia. Jay Holloway, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly cloudy skies for Friday, morning lows in the low 50s, daytime highs in the upper 60s to low 70s. Sunshine on Saturday, morning low 55, afternoon high 76. Sunday, mostly sunny, high 79.
In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. In the jungle, the quiet
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We're talking prophecy, and we'll take your calls with Benjamin Baruch in just a moment on Coast to Coast AM. During Cybersecurity Awareness Month, which is this month, LifeLock wants to give you some helpful tips to protect your identity. Using multi-factor authentication can be a line of defense to help protect your personal information, like getting a text with a security code. But LifeLock offers more comprehensive protection against identity theft. It's important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft are affecting our lives, with lots of places accidentally exposing your personal information. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points a second for risks to your identity. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own. Loans taken out in your name, crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you. If your identity is stolen, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Start protecting your identity today with a 30-day free trial. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com and use promo code George for 30 days free. That's lifelock.com, promo code George for 30 days free. Terms apply.
Every Sunday morning, my family piles onto the couch, coffee in hand, TV on, and wrapped in the softest blanket we own, the Bubble Cuddle blanket from Cozy Earth. It's plush, textured, and honestly, it feels like a cloud hug. And when it's time for bed, that's when Cozy Earth takes comfort to another level. Their bamboo sheets transformed our sleep. Made from bamboo, they're temperature regulating and moisture wicking, so we actually sleep cooler, silky, smooth, breathable, and built to last. It's like slipping into luxury every night. Plus, you can try them risk-free with a 100-night sleep trial and a 10-year warranty. Upgrade the place you spend the most time, your bed. Visit CozyEarth.com. Use my code Jesse for 20% off. That's CozyEarth.com, code Jesse. And if you get a post-purchase survey, let them know you heard about Cozy Earth from Jesse Kelly. Because home isn't where you live, it's how you feel. Let's go home with Cozy Earth.
And welcome back, George Norrie, along with Benjamin Baruch. Benjamin, are your predictions based on strictly biblical prophecy or your own instincts?
Well, I look to biblical prophecy, and then I also receive intelligence information from multiple sources inside our country, as well as a number of our allies. And I also get information that leaks out of some of our enemies. And so, I also take into consideration what's going on behind the closed doors.
Are insiders concerned about a World War III?
Yeah. Why do you think they built underground cities?
For themselves, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, of course they're concerned.
How about you?
No, it's my time. I'll be fine. I'd like to save as many lives as possible. Absolutely. Which is why I'm doing what I'm doing. I have a very successful consulting career. I do quite fine financially. A $4 book royalty is insignificant to me. And the time I invest in trying to warn and awaken a sleeping nation is, considerable. I don't even think I broke even on my book publishing, considering all the money I spent marketing. But it was never about making money. It was about trying to save people's lives.
We are going through strange times right now, especially on our own homeland with these National Guard troops. People are uptight about that.
Well, I understand. The borders were wide open for 4 years. Officially, they talk about 10 to 15 million migrants having come into the country. Several, five-star generals have commented privately. They think the number is closer to 20 million. And embedded in that group are 900,000 that are hardened criminals, actual trained terrorists, or foreign troops. All right. So we've been invaded. And among the terrorists, there's at least 5,000 hardcore Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Taliban operatives who've been supplied military-grade weapons by the Russians and the Chinese, smuggled across by the cartels. They've organized into teams focused on 10 cities in America, and they're going to unleash multiple terror attacks like the Mumbai attack, where one team for 3 days basically turned the city of Mumbai upside down. We're going to have cities where there's going to be 10 to 15 teams operating, and the casualty estimates are 50,000 dead and 100,000 wounded in the first week. And they plan on fighting to the death, and the expectation is that the battle, our own military is going to have to get involved in fighting actual wars inside of our major cities. How is our stock market? Go ahead.
Our police departments aren't going to be able to handle that load.
No, they're going to be part of the casualties because there's going to be more than one team waiting in the wings. The initial attack will draw the first responders, and they're not going to survive.
What are they waiting for, Benjamin?
The go-ahead from Iran and the green light from Russia.
Which may or may not come?
Oh, it's definitely coming. It's 100% certain to come. I think they want this terror wave to be shortly before the nuclear strike comes on the country. And people need to understand, the Russians have hypersonic missiles that can be fired that release hypersonic glide vehicles over the South Atlantic, and they're going to come in at Mach 20. We don't have south-facing long-range radars. We won't know they're over our shores till they literally cross into American airspace. The submarines, the missiles will hit within a minute or two. And, our Trident submarines are not invisible. They might have been invisible in the 70s or the 80s. The Russians have tracking capabilities now, drone submarines that sit off our Trident bases. And so they have an approximate idea of the location. And, the Russians possess a Poseidon torpedo that it travels at 70 knots, 4,000 feet under the water, undetected, carrying a 100 megaton warhead. It's the power of 6,700 Hiroshima bombs. Millions of tons of seawater will vaporize instantly. It'll create a pressure wave of 10,000 pounds per square inch, crushing the hulls of anything within 10 to 15 miles. There'll be 200-foot tsunamis destroying vessels. They can take out an entire naval task force. This will be a 6-point earthquake measured as the shock wave impacts the crust of the earth. There'll be a 50-mile radius of the dead zone. And these will also create a tsunami that'll damage our coast. This thing is going to happen so fast, and our submarines will never even know what hit them. Our air wings, the last that I'm aware, are not fully alerted. They're on the ground. They're going to take 24 to 72 hours to get alerted and in the air. They'll be gone in 30 minutes. That'll leave us with 400 ICBMs, which we will no doubt launch. And I talked to Colonel Lunev, Soviet commander in charge of planning World War III. He told me their S-500 system equipped with EMP warheads would meet our ICBMs over the North Pole, detonate the EMP warhead, fry the electronics on our incoming missiles, and that their engineering calculations showed worst case for Russia and China is they would each have one or two warheads explode over one or two major military bases or one or two cities. The Russian and communist Chinese leadership will be in underground bunkers. And, these losses are equivalent to what Russia lost in Stalingrad in a month. It's the cost of warfare.
Now, you said earlier, though, we end up winning.
Yeah,
where's the winning? How do we win?
Well, look, the targeted cities are not going to win. If I were living in a target city, and I don't, I live in the Rocky Mountains, waiting for the fallout. And, I left the targeted cities because I knew this war would come one day. But, if you're in the targeted cities, maybe, take a weekend trip out of town. I might leave on, maybe don't be around Saturday night, the 18th of October.
How long does this last?
Pardon?
How long does this last?
My estimate would be the war lasts about 6 months.
That's 6 months, pretty long. Let's take some calls for you. East of the Rockies, Mark in Baltimore. Mark, you're on with us.
Oh, thank you so much for taking my call, George. Well, I'm going to change my question. Mr. Benjamin Baduka, I have extreme military experience, and I have my own sources. And I'm glad you're hiding in the mountains. I mean, you just said you spoke to this Russian Colonel Luna or something on these warfare concerns. I'm telling you, the way you're talking, you got a lot of people worried out there. It's very sensitive information you're giving out. Or you believe the end times are here now, and who'd you heard that from? That's all.
Well, I can tell you from the scriptures that this generation that saw the rebirth of Israel will see the fulfillment of all things. And there's a second prophecy that is almost not even been observed in the Bible. In Daniel chapter 9, verse 24, the text reads, 77s have been decreed upon the people of Israel and upon the city of Jerusalem. Those are two distinct prophecies. Everybody focused on the detailed prophecy for Jerusalem regarding the commandments to restore the city in the time of Nehemiah, and then again at the end of the age. But the prophecy regarding the people of Israel itself, I didn't even know it existed until I first noticed it in the last year. The sevens are Sabbath years, so 70 periods of 7 Sabbath years each have been appointed for the people of Israel. Well, 7 Sabbaths is 49 years. That leads us to a Jubilee. So it's a prophecy of 70 Jubilees from the Exodus out of Egypt when Israel became a nation until the fulfillment of all things. There would be 70 Jubilees, or approximately 3,500 years. So the million-dollar question is, when was the Exodus? Well, all of the experts would circle around 1450 BC. No one knows the precise year. There's reasons why they would argue it couldn't have been 1500 BC. And they're correct, because if the Exodus was at 1500, the day of the Lord would have already occurred and this would all be over. And if it's at 1400 BC, we've got 50 more years, which we don't have, as all the nations of the world right now are scrambling to prepare for war. The European leaders are telling everybody, well, Russia and China will attack us in 2026 or 2027, because then we'll be ready. Well, Russia and China are probably ready now. But back to the prophecy of the Jubilees, as I mentioned, the restoration of Israel is a Jubilee type event. So if I put the restoration window of Israel, which is 48 to 49 to 50, and I also include in that either the birth or the ministry of Jesus Christ. Well, his ministry was in 27 AD to 30 AD. Some say 32 AD. That doesn't line up with the year 49. But his birth in 2 BC lines up perfectly with the year 49. And if you want the proof, go read Isaac Newton's book, published in 1793 in London. You can still get a copy today. Newton spent a lifetime confirming that the Messiah was born in 2 BC. So then the million-dollar question is, when was the Exodus? Well, if these events are coming down now, the Exodus was in 1452. And 50 years later, in 1402 BC, was the first Jubilee. 1949 to 1950 would be the 68th Jubilee of Israel. 1999 to 2000 was the 69th. And 2024 to 2025 was the 70th. And the reason it's only 25 years and not 50 is the final Jubilee is spiritual. It's not civil. God's not changing any civil relations among men. Nobody's being forgiven their home mortgage. There are no slaves in the natural being set free. And, none of this is occurring in the natural. This is the spiritual Jubilee. It began on the night of the great eclipse on April 8th, 2024. It ended on March 29, 2025. And the final events of Bible prophecy occur on the civil year of Israel, which begins in September, October, based on the month of Tishri. We've just entered into that. And are things not accelerating at an incredible pace? The Russian government is talking about launch on warning of their nuclear arsenal in the event we give Ukraine the Tomahawk missile. So, folks, we're knocking at the door. Ancient Babylon was destroyed in the middle of the night, the Medo-Persian army came in. They killed the royal family and the political leadership. In the morning, the people woke up. It was over. That was in the year 539 BC. Babylon ruled from 609 BC to 539 BC, exactly 70 years. The United States became the de facto leader of the free world in 1949. They ruled through 2019, and then everything changed in 2020. And we went from, a bioweapon being released by the Chinese government to a war starting, to a war that is ready to explode. And we're right on track for World War III in the next 12 months. In my opinion, it's this fall. If I lived in a target city,
I'm hoping you're wrong, Benjamin. God, I'm hoping you're wrong.
I would be getting out of town for the weekends, George. And I don't think you're going to have to leave for too many before you realize that was the smartest move you ever made.
Let's go to Harry in Port Huron, Michigan. Harry, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, George. Ben, God bless you, Ben, for what you're doing, and you're doing the work of the Lord, and I confirm everything you're saying. So I'm calling because my question is, you mentioned the targeted cities, and I'm not panicking at all. I'm just trying to see if we can get some people saved, lives saved. Do you have a list of those target cities? Can you give us those cities? Can you tell us which ones they are? Those people need to be getting out of there.
Yeah, well, the Russian government released that list early in the Ukraine crisis, and they made the statement that they're humanitarians, and in the event the war turns into a global war with the United States, they wanted to warn the American people of the cities that they would target that are key economic cities. And we're talking about, San Diego with the naval base. We're talking about LA, Long Beach. We're talking about San Francisco, Seattle. We're talking about the Eastern Seaboard, Boston, New York, Washington, D.C., Miami. We're talking about Houston, Dallas, Detroit, Chicago.
All the big ones. All the big ones.
All the biggest cities, yeah.
Isn't there anything that can be done to stop this, in your opinion, Benjamin?
No, I'm sorry. No, this is absolutely determined. This is how the dark forces of the deep state. Look, there's a shadow government that took control of the United States of America. And, they're communist, they're globalist, and at the very top of the echelons of power in these corrupt organizations, these secret societies, they're Satanists. The scripture refers to them as Chaldeans. And the Chaldeans were a separate country that were south of Babylon. They usurped the throne of the nation of Babylon, which had existed for 2,000 years. It had been dominated by the pharaohs. It was dominated by the Assyrian Empire. But once the satanic Chaldean sorcerers took political power over Babylon, Babylon was lifted up as a world empire. It ruled that known region for 70 years and then was suddenly destroyed. It was destroyed in 539 BC. The United States is end-time Babylon of the book of Revelation. You can read about it in Jeremiah 15:51. You can read about it in Revelation 17 and 18. Columbus discovered the new Babylon in 1492 on October 12th, the same day. 2,030 years following the fall of ancient Babylon. That 2030 number is a code for the end times, and it's a clue that the events of the fall of ancient Babylon, which occurred in a moment, really, when the people woke up in the morning, it was all over, they were going to occur again at the end of the age. I had often thought that, this war might come in the same exact day, on the evening of October 11, the early morning of October 12. Well, that's Saturday. I don't think we're there. I think there's more. The war with Iran probably needs to reignite. We're probably looking at this war in the next month or two.
Is that one of the telltale signs when that happens first?
Well, there's a scripture in Jeremiah 50 verse 44, and it says the Antichrist will come to power from the swelling of the Jordan, and then he will come against the habitation of the strong, the one remaining superpower. And then the Lord says, but I will make the enemies of America suddenly run away from her. God's going to get involved and protect the survivors in America. And once the Lord stands up as part of the defense of the United States, well, the enemies run and we will be delivered. And the scripture then asks, who will appoint me the time? The question in Jeremiah 50:44 is at least one person would discern the timing of these events. Well, I've attempted to do so in my book, The Day of the Lord Has Come, second edition. And the reason there's a second edition is 2 reports were prophesied in Jeremiah 51:46. The scripture says, lest your heart become afraid, a report will come into the land in 1 year, and then a second report will come, and violence will be in the land and ruler against ruler. Are we seeing violence in our land today? Yeah, it's insane how much violence is breaking out in our land. And are the rulers fighting each other? Constantly. And George, about 6 months after the first edition of the book came out, I got a phone call. And a friend of mine called me up and he said, I was reading Jeremiah 51:46 and I realized your book's the first report. And I said, yeah, and I got to update it because I was off by 1 year. So I issued a second report. The amazing thing, though, George, is a day later, I got a similar phone call. The same exact words were spoken, verbatim. I was reading your book and I was reading this verse and I realized your book is the first report. Well, the second edition is the second report. The violence is in the land. I don't have to recite the news of the last 6 months for you guys. I mean, people are out of control and violence is almost like an epidemic and our government is fighting itself constantly. So we're there.
Hold on, Benjamin. We'll be back with final calls with you in a moment on Coast to Coast AM with Benjamin Baruch.
Sign up now for Coast Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
That was thousands of miles being added to your private radio network. With Southern Link, connect your private LMR radio system to Critical Link, our mission-critical LTE network, so you can communicate more easily with more people when the situation demands. Call 1-800-818-LINC or visit southernlink.com to learn more about our interworking solutions, mission-critical push-to-talk, and LTE voice and data services. Southern Link, pushing the limits of what's possible.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
CBS News Brief. The ceasefire in Gaza takes effect early Saturday local time with the release of hostages in following days. Usama Jamal of the U.S. Council of Muslim Organizations.
We are very cautiously optimistic about this treaty, but let's see how it is going.
A federal judge temporarily blocked the Trump administration's deployment of National Guard troops in Illinois. State Attorney General Kwame Raoul.
The judge has ordered that the National Guard, whether they're from Texas or any other one of the 50 states, should not be deployed within the state of Illinois.
New York Attorney General Letitia James is under federal indictment accused of mortgage fraud. Correspondent Scott McFarland.
California Democrat Adam Schiff, also under investigation by the Department of Justice, responded to James's indictment.
All Americans should be concerned about this kind of raw abuse of the power of the Justice Department.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
On air, online,
on the app,
where you get your news
is where you'll live.
Download the WSB radio app now and maybe win $1,000.
Oh my God! The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
5 words, 5 times a day, every weekday.
I just won $1,000.
Just enter the word at WSBradio.com or on the WSB radio app. The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
Your next chance to win is today at 8 a.m.
By executive order from Rufus, the Findlay Roofing Chief Barking Officer, they're rolling over. Rolling out a $1,000 discount on your Findlay roof replacement. Hey, it's Dave Baker for the only roofer I answer the door for, Findlay Roofing, the roof guys. Stop repairing the leaks and dragging your feet. Now is the best time to replace that old, leaky, haunted roof and save 1,000 bones. Findlay has replaced over 65,000 roofs locally. That's no trick. It's just high-quality work, upfront pricing, and exceptional service. Findlay goes the distance. They're the extra effort experts, making sure you have a remarkable roof replacement experience. Findlay also has 0% financing available, and for a limited time, you can save $1,000 on your roof replacement. Hurry! You need to shake on this deal by Halloween. Schedule your free roof analysis at FindlayRoofing.com.
Attention homeowners, if you have not recovered from financial hardships caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and have been unable to find relief solutions with your lender or servicer, help is available for a limited time. The Georgia Department of Community Affairs offers the all-new Georgia Mortgage Assistance Refinance Loan Program. Apply while funds last at georgiamortgageassistance.ga.gov. This project is supported by federal award number HAF 0026.
Cooler weather, shorter days, busy schedules, all great reasons to treat your family to a Bullfrog hot tub from Brown Pools and Spas. The perfect place to relax and unwind. Only Bullfrog offers the Jetpack Therapy system. Each seat is customized to fit every body in your family. Now through October 20th, receive a free premium water care upgrade, up to $1,500 in instant rebates, plus special financing for up to 120 months. Brown Pools and Spas, celebrating 50 years of BrownsPools.com.
Cooler temperatures mean planting time. Ashley Frasca for NG Turf, Atlanta's premium sod supplier. NG Turf offering Rebel Supreme Fescue and now Sunbelt and Southern Blue. Bluegrass blends that are cold hardy and keep their deep green color year round. Shop at ngturf.com.
235 in the Cool Rick area traffic center. Gwinnett County Construction open for business on 85 northbound for your early Friday morning ride. Crews active and blocking a left lane or two near exit 99 in Norcross, Jimmy Carter Boulevard. Also a couple of left lanes out of use on the downtown connector 7585 northbound near Freedom Parkway exit 248. No delays to report currently. Happy Friday. Jay Holloway, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly cloudy skies for Friday. Morning lows in the low 50s. Daytime highs in the upper 60s to low 70s. Sunshine on Saturday. Morning low 55. Afternoon high 76. Sunday mostly sunny. High 79.
With you. Earth angel, the one I adore. Love you forever and evermore. I'm just a fool in love with you. I fell for you and I knew the vision of your loveliness. I hoped and I prayed that someday I'll be the vision of your happiness. Oh, earth angel, please be mine, my darling dear. Love you all the time. I'm just a fool in love with you.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the Gateway to the West, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We'll be back in a moment with final calls with Benjamin Baduk, who is scaring the living daylights out of all of us. And the next hour, Diane Satterfield joins us to talk about the paranormal side of life on Coast to Coast. Have you signed up yet to become a Coast Insider? It's only 15 cents a day.
Hi, this is Jerry from Pearland, Texas. Loyal listeners since 1996. I love being a Coast to Coast Insider because I can download shows to my phone and listen anywhere in Texas, from our Gulf Coast beaches to the mountains of Big Bend.
Hi, I'm Pam from Denver. I've been a Coast to Coast Insider for many, many years and love it. I get to listen whenever I want and get to tap into Art Bell's show vault. You too can get these goodies. Become a Coast to Coast Insider today.
This is Jack. I'm a Coast Insider and I love the show. I can replay the show from the night before or anytime with the show archives. All of the guests are very informative and super entertaining. Sign up and become a Coast Insider today. You'll be glad you did.
You sure will. A couple ways to sign up. Just go to our website, coasttocoastam.com. Right at the top of the homepage, click that and you're in. The other way is to go to the App Store, pick up the Coast to Coast AM app. It's free. Put it on your phone, and through the app you can sign up. And if you're in Canada, you can become a member now too, so take advantage of that. Now here's something for you men and women to build up your testosterone.
Recent research is showing low testosterone is affecting a larger portion of men and women at all ages. Addressing hormone balance, including healthy testosterone, is crucial for maintaining overall health. Introducing George's Super Tea, not a drink, but a 100% natural capsule, faster absorbing for amazing results. Here's Dr. Alan Millay, product creator.
Naturally, as we know, the body produces testosterone on its own. George's Super Tea is a powerhouse of hormone balance and testosterone enhancement, designed to work with the body's natural testosterone for both males and females.
Sounds great. What changes are people seeing?
We're talking beautiful hair, glowing skin, energizes the mind, better mental clarity, better concentration, less stress, enhances your sugar metabolism. It goes on, boosting desire in both men and women. We're talking about natural, sustained energy in all aspects of your life, all with our EDS enzyme, our secret sauce to maximize nutrient absorption, helping the body get the most from every dose.
And Dr. Millay, it's all natural, correct?
100% natural product. It optimizes the testosterone that you already have and gives your body the ability to produce as much as you need. Feeling differences in 1 hour of up to 700% improved testosterone. So anybody who wants to just feel better, feel younger, this is for you.
George's Super Tea Capsules for men and women from healthylooking.com or at 800-549-9596. Super Tea Capsules at healthylooking.com or at 800-549-9596. Check out the full interview with Dr. Millay at healthylooking.com and don't forget promo code George for free shipping.
Gold is up about 50% this year. That's not speculation, reality, and if a portion of your savings is not diversified into gold, you're missing the boat. Here are some of the facts. Inflation is still too high. The U.S. dollar is too weak. The government debt is insurmountable. That's why the central banks are flocking to gold. They're the ones driving the prices up to record highs. But it's not too late to buy gold from Birch Gold and the Birch Gold Group. Get it in the door right now. Birch Gold will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold, and you don't pay a dime out of pocket for the switch. Just text the word COAST to 989898 and claim your free info kit without any obligation, just useful information. They say the best indicator of the future is the past, and gold has historically been a safe haven. Text COAST to 989898 right now to claim that free info kit on gold. Again, text COAST to 989898 and protect your future today with Birch Gold.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/Mike.
Dr. Halbert here. Are you tired of standing in front of the paint aisle wondering which product really works? That's exactly why I invented Blue Stop. It took me 10 years to perfect Blue Stop's unique and effective formula. As a surgeon, I saw how stiff joints, sore muscles, and body aches kept too many people from enjoying life. Blue Stop works fast, absorbs quick, and smells great. No prescription, no waiting. It's on the shelf right now at Walmart. Feel the difference.
And welcome back. George Noory along with Benjamin Baruch. Our final segment, we're talking about his new work, The Day of the Lord Has Come, second edition. His website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Benjamin, how key a role does Vladimir Putin play in this havoc?
Well, he's the senior communist in charge of Russia. And, you know, it's their missile force and it's the Chinese military that are going to wage the war. And China has given looting rights to a number of other South American countries. We're going to be invaded by a number of different armies, and Cuba, Mexico, Venezuela, Nicaragua, Iranians, North Koreans, they're all coming across our southern border, and they're going to steal, take back whatever they want, but the Chinese have told them you're going to have to leave because we're going to occupy the lower 48. Russia will take Alaska and Canada. But God's going to intervene and their plans will not succeed.
That is the key to all of this, isn't it? How long will all this last?
Well, the nuclear strike will take less than an hour, but the cities will burn for days. I talked with a friend who's a former fire chief in Southern California, and the impact of detonations over downtown Los Angeles and over the ports of Long Beach and also down in the San Diego naval area, there'll be so many buildings burning that there'll be no one there to put the fire out. The entire Southern California basin could actually burn. So if you're in one of these major cities and you're not close enough that you're in the initial blast radius, get to the ocean, take food, water, blankets, and get down to the jetty. And if the fire does continue to rage, it's gonna be like Maui. You're gonna need to get out on a jetty, or you're gonna need to get in the water. Eventually, the fire will go out after a day or two.
Let's go to first-time caller Rod in Nebraska. Rod, thanks for calling. Go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to go back to not the military stuff. Well, I guess it is very military related, but the biblical stuff of. It was prophesied that there would be a dragon whose tail would sweep a quarter of the stars from the sky in the end times. And Adolf Hitler made the Jews wear the Star of David. And do you think that Adolf Hitler was that dragon that was prophesied?
Well, the dragon itself is Satan, but Adolf Hitler was an antichrist. The scripture says there are many antichrists, and Hitler would certainly qualify. Stalin would qualify. All of the despotic leaders that have used violence and tyranny to try to subjugate humanity are all types of antichrist, absolutely.
Napoleon might have been one too, right?
Well, Napoleon's an interesting character because he did enforce a Bill of Rights, copied after the American Bill of Rights. So in the countries that he conquered, he was guaranteeing their freedom, their property rights, and the local populations really don't care who the governor is as long as their life is not imposed upon. The people in Babylon, when they were told that they were now under the rule of Cyrus and the city was a province of Media Persia, but they were also told Cyrus was guaranteeing their property rights and their freedom and their safety. So go to work, go open your business, have a nice day. All you're going to do is mail your tax return to a new address, 1 Media Persia Boulevard. The people said, well, okay, great. And it wasn't even a recession. Babylon didn't miss a beat. In America's case, our cities are going to burn like Sodom and Gomorrah. But I will tell you, in the book of Daniel, Nebuchadnezzar threw 3 believers in the God of Israel into a burning furnace, and the fire didn't touch them. And the Son of God visited them in the fire, and the king noted there's 4 men in the fire. I thought I'd only throw in 3, and The fourth looks like the very Son of God. And so I personally, it's my opinion that that's an example of God's deliverance power. There'll be believers in these cities where, the nuclear fireball consumes everything, and they're going to walk out by the miracle power of God. So look, we've come to the end of the age. The end of all flesh has come. This is ending now. There's nothing anybody can do about it. The only question is, have you found salvation? Are you going to live or are you going to die when this is all over? And, you're really missing out if you don't come with us, because our future is very bright. We're going to heaven for eternity. And, why wouldn't you want to be part of that? I mean, what is worth trading eternity for?
Let's go west of the Rockies. Michael's in Arizona. Michael, go ahead, sir.
Hey, good night, Mr. Neidhart. Thanks for taking my call, Mr. Benjamin Baruch. You're being real candid here. I'd like to ask you about the status of that Korean War, the unconstitutional, undeclared police action that they've all still got going on the Korean Peninsula over there, about how that enters into all the rest of this. And I want to quote St. Luke here about, glory be to the Lord in the highest, God in the highest, and here on earth, peace toward men and goodwill. God bless you all, and good evening.
Your thoughts, Benjamin? Go ahead.
Yeah, the Korean War never actually ended. They just have a ceasefire agreement in effect. And, the people in North Korea are suffering probably far worse than any population on this planet. Say a prayer for those poor souls. And there's no doubt that when World War III finally explodes, all of these conflicts will erupt, including the Korean Peninsula. And so the U.S. will be overwhelmed. We'll be fighting North Korea. We'll be fighting Russia. We're going to be fighting Iran. We're going to be fighting an alliance of Arab states. We're going to be dealing with domestic terrorism. We're going to deal with a nuclear strike. We're going to deal with a ground invasion. And, what hope is there for America? Well, there's only one hope, and that's the hope in God, who himself has already promised he's going to intervene. If he did not intervene, every single one of us would be dead. There'd be no survivors in America. But this country was actually created by God. Our Constitution was based on the Bible, on a Judeo-Christian worldview. And the early pioneers, the early pilgrims who came here dedicated this endeavor of building a nation to the glory of God and to the gospel of Jesus Christ. And, that was in 1621 that they signed, I believe, the Mayflower Compact. And God tested America every year. Maybe it was 1620. Every 40 years, a new generation assumed leadership in our country, and God tested that leadership to see if they remembered the covenant that had been made with God. 1860 was one of the tests. 1940 was a test. And, each time God confronted America with a major crisis, turning the people's hearts back to the Lord. But in 1980, the 10th and final test, God tested America with wealth and with unprecedented free time, leisure time, and pleasure and prosperity, and with victory in the Cold War, or so we were told. And how did America do from 1980 to 2020? What's the report card on the progress of our country in terms of righteousness and truth? We get an F. We failed.
How much of this has to do with Ukraine and Russia?
Well, Ukraine is sort of the linchpin of all of this. I mean, Russia and China have been working for decades planning war with us. Stanislav Lunev, when he defected, was debriefed by the CIA for 6 months. My friend J.R. Nyquist participated in a number of those meetings. And in one of the meetings in the afternoon, the Russian desk manager said to Lunev, I don't understand, why would Russia want to go to war with the United States? Why don't they just want to have a good economy, have a nice house, send their kids to a good school, and have a nice vacation in Europe and enjoy their retirement? And Lunev leans over the desk and says, "Are you a serious man? When I came here today, I thought you were a serious man. Let me explain one thing to you. For the last 50 years, the Russian military, which is really the government of Russia, has prepared, planned, and trained for only one thing: an eventual nuclear war with the United States of America. Russia is organized around its military. The United States is a big country, a wealthy country that has a very expensive military designed to fight the wars of the last century. Russia is a huge military that has a country. Their entire air force includes the Aeroflot commercial airlines. All the planes are designed with rear doors so paratroopers can jump out of them. All of the officers, all the pilots, and all the executives in Aeroflot are all reserve members of the Russian Air Force. We are facing a military that owns a country that for the last 50 years has been planning for one thing, this hour that is upon us.
Will we see a nuke? Will Ukraine see a nuke from Russia?
I would suspect the answer is yes. I mean, right now, the Ukrainians are destroying a major part of the Russian energy infrastructure. Over 40% of the refining capacity of the Russian government has been destroyed. Oh, coincidentally, a major refinery in LA blew up after 100 years of safe operations.
Yeah, I
Suddenly
saw that.
there was a catastrophe. That's called the overture, acts of sabotage. Look for more of them in the future. They're designed to look like accidents, human error, or, events beyond anyone's control. It's all really sabotage by, agents provocateur that are working for the communists. And, we're going to see an explosion in this kind of stuff. But, Russia cannot sit back and continue to absorb the destruction of their country. One of their political leaders that, is a former military official, he's now sort of an armchair quarterback for the Russian news programs, much like our, talking heads on CNN or on Fox. He went on Russian television just a few days ago and said, President Putin will be committing a sin against the Russian people and against the nation of Russia if he doesn't use our nuclear arsenal to end this thing now.
Would it end it?
Believe me, they can end it. Oh, it'll be over.
Jeff in North Dakota. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Hi, George. Thanks for having me on. Hi, Benjamin. A lot of things Benjamin's saying is true, but a few things I want to touch on for the fear of it all for people is that John 3:16 says, "For God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten Son, that he who believes him should not perish but have everlasting life." And 3:16 is, that's how many times in the Bible the Lord says, "Fear not." And God also says, God does not give us a spirit of fear, but of his love and of a sound mind. That's 2 Timothy 1:17. Now, some things still got to happen too, though, Benjamin. They have to rebuild the temple. The Bible says the whole world will witness, the two witnesses witnessing of God, and that hasn't happened yet. The temple's got to be rebuilt, and God loves a farmer. The Bible says, Romans 8:28, that God uses everything for the good of those who love him, called according to his purpose. So the temple has to be rebuilt. We have to witness the two witnessing of God and get murdered and come alive again, because the Bible says that the whole world will see. No time in history do we have our phones now to witness these things happening. So
what do you think, Benjamin?
Well, that's absolutely correct, but those events all occur after World War III. World War III, which is the War of Ezekiel 38, the War of Psalm 83, is the event that begins. It's the plucking of the eagle's wings, and at that point, the lion, which is the head of the beast kingdom, the bear, and the leopard all come together in a one world government. The eagle's wings have been destroyed, and then those events begin to happen. Israel will basically rebuild their temple. The two witnesses will appear.